Chapter 1, Transmigration into a Dragon Lord. The strongest laid-back system. My name is Jiang.
When I opened my eyes, I found myself surrounded by utter darkness, seemingly trapped inside some oval-shaped container.
Where the hell am I? Why does this feel like an egg?
I was still dazed when a sharp pain shot through my head, and a surge of memories flooded in. Only then did I realize I had transmigrated, arriving in an era where everyone tamed spirit beasts. 5 years ago, spiritual energy revived worldwide, plants and animals mutated into powerful creatures, and even human artillery became useless, forcing people to huddle in hiding. Fortunately, humans awakened the innate talent of beast taming, able to open dimensional spaces to command spirit beasts against those creatures, barely maintaining their rule over Earth.
How come I've transmigrated into an egg of all things? Do I really have to sign a soul contract and become someone else's working beast? My previous life was exhausting enough, do I really have to slave away for others in this one too? All I want is to peacefully relax. Just how hard can it be? But right at this moment, the system arrived. Ding! Congratulations, host, on successfully transmigrating. The strongest life flat system has been successfully bound. Beginner's gift pack has been distributed. Would you like to open it? Heh, talk about perfect timing. Every transmigrator's benefit arrives sooner or later. Simply put, this system lets me grow stronger by lying flat. Rat race isn't my thing, but being a professional slacker? That's my specialty. I excitedly shouted, open the gift pack. Newbie gift pack successfully opened. Congratulations, host has obtained the Demon Sorcerer template. Immediately after, a translucent panel and a countdown, 10 o'clock, appeared before me. Looking at the template information, name, Jiang, race, True Dragon Bloodline, Fire Demon, Demon Sorcerer, Level 1, Dragon Bloodline is powerful, requires Level 5 to hatch, Talent Skill Tree, Unlock Countdown, 10 minutes Dragon Talisman, Fire Demon Energy, Current Skill Points, 0, Note, spend skill points to unlock other skill tree branches. It's actually the Demon Sorcerer template. This Demon Sorcerer is the strongest villain in Jackie Chan adventures, domineering and evil. Compared to the fully realized Demon Sorcerer, even Demon Jr. and the 8 Demon Sorcerers aren't worthy of tying his shoes. I still remember his iconic line, I want for nothing, as clear as day. The 12 talismans provide comprehensive powers across all domains. Through the skill tree in my mind, I can also see the Demon Sorcerer's abilities like the Shadowkan Army, Dark Magic, Fire Chi, and more. Just wait 10 more minutes, and once the Demon Sorcerer template is awakened, I can casually coast through life. Lost in thought, I began waiting patiently. Suddenly, light footsteps approached from afar, seemingly heading straight for me. Little one, this emperor has finally found you. At this moment, outside the Tianlong Academy Breeding Center, a female teacher was having students select spirit beast eggs in order of their academic rankings, mentioning that there was an ice-attributed sub-dragon egg among this batch. The students stood straight, their eyes gleaming with excitement. A young girl stepped out from the crowd and walked directly up to my dark green spirit beast egg. She wore an elegant purple dress, her natural face as delicate as a goddess's, with a faintly glowing green jewel adorning her chest. She bent down to look at me, tucking a strand of hair behind her ear, her smile as radiant as a flower, clearly pleased with what she saw. The students gazed at her with fiery enthusiasm, while many of the male classmates even let out cheers. School beauty Mu ranks first, so she gets to pick a spirit beast egg first, so envious. Imagine if she lands a draconic subspecies egg, she'd be set for life. Exactly. Draconic subspecies sit at the top of the biological hierarchy. The school really went all out to cultivate Mu Mengyao. That can't be right. An ice-attributed wyvern egg shell shouldn't be dark green. As these words were spoken, everyone around seemed to realize something. The leading female teacher frowned and reminded her, sub-dragon species are ice-attribute. Their shells are frost blue. You've picked the wrong one. Chose wrong? Mu Mengyao smiled faintly, looking at me with a distant gleam in her eyes. In truth, she was a reincarnator. In her previous life, she had chosen the ice element wyvern species but missed out on this heaven-defying opportunity. This unremarkable spirit beast egg of mine was hatched by the caretaker and cultivated alone, reaching divine-level spirit beast status in just 10 years, while she took a century to become an imperial-level beast tamer without even possessing a single true divine-level spirit beast. Perhaps it truly is a genuine pure-blooded dragon hatchling. Mu Mengyao clutched the bead pendant around her neck, her eyes revealing my information, race, unknown, potential, unknown, level, unknown. Even the celestial spirit pearl capable of resurrecting her couldn't decipher my information, proof enough of my extraordinary nature. And so, under the gaze of countless onlookers, Mu Mengyao bent down and picked me up. Teacher, I choose the spirit beast egg. The homeroom teacher Xueqing frowned and refused sternly, Mengyao, this is the decision of the school's teachers. Don't disrupt the elders' plans, choose the demi-dragon species. The surrounding crowd gasped in shock, their voices filled with disbelief and questioning. Meanwhile, Mu Mengyao's slight frown came from feeling me tremble softly in her arms as she suddenly realized, it's about to hatch. Chapter 2, Ice Queen School Beauty's Contract? Flood Dragon Phenomenon?
My dark green spirit beast egg is awakening with a sacred lord template, trembling violently.
Is it about to hatch? Mu Mengyao's eyes sparkled with excitement.
She knew she had to quickly form a contract. Powerful spirit beasts had peculiar temperaments, and their egg stage was the best time for bonding.
Little one, would you like to become my contracted beast?
I can provide you with the best resources, the most perfect cultivation path, and countless heavenly treasures. She activated her primary beast contracting talent, Omni-Beast Affinity.
Humph. This little girl wants to contract me? I've already become a sacred lord, why would I settle for being someone's pet beast?
I was about to refuse when the system issued a special mission.
Ding! Special mission released, find an honest person to become a beast master.
Reward, a brand new skill tree branch ×1, as an outstanding demon dragon, the host deserves a suitable servant.
A beast master with good looks and exceptional talent would be an excellent choice. Note, this mission has no penalties, and upon contracting a beast master, more lazy life missions will be unlocked. After reading the system's description, I swallowed my initial refusal.
Having a mate or something didn't matter, the main thing was that being alone felt too isolating. After all, I was still human at heart, so taking on a beast master as a mate seemed perfectly reasonable. Once I thought it through, my mind cleared, and the voice in my head suddenly sounded much more pleasant.
In that case, I decided it would be her.
I replied, first hatch this holy sovereign, then I'll consider agreeing to become your spirit beast.
As a demonic dragon, telepathy isn't difficult for me.
When I conveyed this message to Mu Mengyao, she froze momentarily.
What? You can actually use telepathy?
But your condition isn't hard to meet, I accept.
After brief hesitation, Mu Mengyao nodded.
I chuckled inwardly, though dragonkind is powerful, we have one weakness, our growth is painfully slow. Other spirit beasts hatch at level 1, but I need to reach level 5.
To hatch quickly, I must accumulate enough nutrients to attain that level.
Then you'd better hurry up. This holy lord is waiting for you, I replied with a laugh, squinting my eyes as I prepared to sleep.
The holy lord template hasn't fully awakened yet. Warm currents occasionally surge through my body, cozy and sleep-inducing. Hatching is nothing special.
This emperor has hatched countless spirit beasts, Mu Mengyao declared confidently as she tucked the dragon egg into her school bag and headed toward the incubation equipment at the breeding center. Wait, Mengyao, you still have a chance to change your spirit beast egg. Teacher Xueqing blocked Mu Mengyao's path, pleading earnestly, don't stubbornly persist in this mistake.
That sub-dragon egg is your best choice. Mu Mengyao didn't speak, merely nodding before circling around Teacher Xueqing.
She was no longer that naive young girl who needed to explain her actions to others. Watching Mengyao depart, Xueqing's mind still reeled in disbelief. Mengyao, you're truly out of your mind.
Teacher Xue, don't be upset.
Mengyao must have her reasons for doing this, everyone knows that. At that moment, a girl wearing the class monitor badge walked over and smiled, saying, Teacher, if it really comes to that, I don't mind choosing a dragon egg.
You only need to tell me which one it is.
A glint of ruthlessness flickered behind her gold-rimmed glasses. After being overshadowed by Mu Mengyao for so long, she finally had her chance to turn the tables. The sub-dragon breed that Mu Mengyao rejected, this is absolutely a heaven-sent opportunity. Yes, teacher, Chen is the second-ranked genius in our school, no worse than Mu Mengyao. I believe Chen is the most suitable candidate for the Draconid, a group of students echoed.
Without a Draconid, Mu Mengyao no longer warranted their flattery.
Mu Mengyao is just a girl from the slums, she probably can't even afford feed for a sub-dragon species.
Why not give it directly to class monitor Chen? She's both wealthy and academically outstanding.
Amid the crowd's agreement, Chen unconsciously puffed out her chest while concealing the smugness on her face.
Everyone, please don't say that. I merely made a suggestion.
Xueqing sighed and said, in that case, I suppose we have no choice but to give you this dragon egg.
Chen, you must nurture this dragon egg well and strive to become the school's new pride.
Understood, teacher.
Subsequently, Chen obtained the icy blue sub-dragon egg as she wished.
The students gradually finished selecting their spirit beast eggs and entered the incubation room to await hatching. Inside the incubation room, a group of esteemed senior academy officials walked among the equipment, observing the students' incubation process. However, their expressions were far from pleased.
What nerve Mu Mengyao has, grown her wings and thinks she can fly now, does she? Without the academy's cultivation, what worth would she even have? Enough, headmaster.
The child's already made her choice, what can we possibly do about it now?
Bullshit. I had promised the talent program of Mota University, and now it's ruined. How am I supposed to explain this to them? Everyone sighed. They couldn't understand why Mu Mengyao would choose another spirit beast egg. No matter what kind of spirit beast is inside, it couldn't possibly be better than the dragon egg our academy had prepared. What a foolish mistake.
Mu Mengyao was already seated before an incubation device, the dragon egg in her backpack trembling violently with such intense heat that she had no choice but to take it out. The academy has indeed nurtured me, and naturally, this kindness must be repaid. However, once this dragon egg hatches, everything will be settled.
With a smile, Mu Mengyao placed the dragon egg into the incubation device, which resembled a cultivation pod. After covering the glass lid and setting the temperature, the incubation process began. Buzz. As the incubation equipment operated, a red glow emanated from the dark green dragon egg. It seemed something was about to hatch. Mu Mengyao held her breath, staring intently at the scene. Ding! Congratulations, host, the Holy Master template has been successfully unlocked. You have acquired Flame Demon Chi, initial stage, Dragon Talisman, initial stage. Inside the egg, I suddenly opened my eyes, the binding was successful. At this moment, wisps of icy mist suddenly gathered above the entire incubation chamber. Amidst an excited laugh that rang out, ha ha ha, my sub-dragon spiritual beast has hatched. All eyes turned to class monitor Wu Qian, in whose palm lay a small, silver-white Xiao dragon completely covered in ice crystals. Meanwhile, in the sky, an icy phenomenon manifested, a snow-white draconic form twisted and slithered through the mist. These extraordinary phenomena surrounding the flood dragon, that girl must be regretting it to death. The dean and others nodded in satisfaction while casting glances at Mu Mengyao, attempting to discern any trace of regret on her face. Yet, they were doomed to disappointment. Mu Mengyao's expression remained calm, even slightly amused. What is she so happy about? The dean and the others wore puzzled expressions, but the next second roar. The ice-attributed flood dragon within the icy mist let out a pained roar as an enormous claw seized its body. Then, within the icy mist, a pair of terrifying crimson vertical pupils, blood-red in hue, emerged. It seemed that in the next second, it would tear apart the frost Xiao dragon that had stolen its spotlight. What kind of creature is that? Chapter 3, Second Beast Taming Talent. Sacred Flame Spirit Body. The white icy mist was ripped apart, revealing those crimson vertical pupils. In just a few moments, the previous illusion of the frost Xiao dragon was devoured by the crimson, and abruptly, the temperature in the entire incubation room soared. The crimson flames burned in the void, making everyone feel unbearably hot as they stood transfixed, their eyes glazed with shock. This has to be a joke. The omen of a dragonkin's egg hatching was actually shattered. Doesn't this mean there's a spirit beast even more powerful than a dragonkin being born? What kind of spirit beast could produce such an omen? What race tier is this? A sacred beast? Teacher Shueching cried out in astonishment. No, we don't know. No one could answer, because they didn't even know which spirit beast was hatching. Look at the spirit beast egg in front of Mu Mengyao. It's on fire, someone shouted, and everyone turned their gaze towards Mu Mengyao. In the incubator before her, a dark green dragon egg was enveloped in dragon-shaped flames that danced across its surface. In the void, the burning flames brought discomfort, with an aura of malevolence, dominance, and oppression permeating the air. Humming resounded. At this moment, the dragon egg was still trembling slightly. Strangely, someone noticed the flames in the sky crackling and flickering as if in response. No way. Seeing this scene, Academy head Long Qingshan's eyes whitened slightly. Could this anomaly truly be caused by this spirit beast egg? What kind of spirit beast egg is this? How can it be more terrifying than the sub-dragon species, the frost crystal serpent, which boasts a king-tier bloodline? After 5 years of the beast taming era, humans categorized spirit beasts into 8 racial tiers: common, elite, commander, general, king, saint, emperor, and divine. The reason frost-scale drake of the sub-dragon species is so precious lies in its king-tier racial rank. As long as the frost-scale drake matures normally, it will inevitably break through to become a king-tier spirit beast, powerful enough to dominate entire regions, areas humans would subsequently designate as forbidden zones. No, impossible. How could it possibly rival my frost-scale drake? Wu Qian's face twisted in utter disbelief. At this moment, the frost crystal serpent in her hand had curled up and was trembling uncontrollably. The sight of such fear twisted Wu Qian's face with jealousy. Had Mu Mengyao really stumbled upon such incredible luck to select a rare spirit beast? Impossible. Principal, could there be some mistake? My frost crystal serpent possesses monarch-grade bloodline. Could this one possibly be of the same tier? Alas. Academy head Long Qingshan shook his head. The frost crystal serpent was indeed among the elites of monarch-grade beasts. The only creatures that could suppress it were those existing above the monarch grade. The surrounding students looked at Mu Mengyao with envy. Owning a spirit beast of royal class lineage was simply too lucky. Royal class? Mu Mengyao smiled faintly at the corners of her mouth. The Academy Dean still underestimated the hierarchical disparity of dragonkind. Yet one couldn't blame Long Qingshan and others for their ignorance. Universal beast taming had only been practiced for 5 years. They'd never encountered a pure-blood dragon. Even she, a female emperor who'd returned from the future, had only glimpsed them a handful of times. To crush a sub-dragon species so effortlessly, only a pure-blooded dragon could achieve this. I am Jiang Yan, the juvenile sacred sovereign of pure-blooded dragons. Pure-blooded dragons are at least holy beasts in terms of existence. Back in the incubation chamber, that girl named Mu Mengyao could detect holy beasts, yet she couldn't see through my dragon egg at all. I could sense her barely containing the smile at the corner of her lips when she realized she couldn't fathom me.
Still, she was puzzled about why I hadn't hatched yet. The incubation chamber's equipment was advanced, capable of preparing medicinal solutions and controlling the environment to accelerate hatching, yet I remained motionless. A teacher said I had an unclean aura, as if cursed by the fire demon clan. The students noticed my eggshell showed no signs of hatching, and the sky carried an eerie, sinister chill. Wuian insisted I must be tainted by a curse, advising to lock me away and have Mu Mangyao choose another egg. Dean Long Qingshan, however, gravely stated it was merely a congenital flaw that attracted demonic spirit beasts to harvest souls, hence the anomalies, perhaps even my soul had been reaped, and urged Mu Mangyao to select a different egg. Yet after hesitating for 2 seconds, Mu Mangyao dismissed the cursed theory. She believed the issue was insufficient nutrients, that dragon eggs couldn't be measured by ordinary spirit beast standards, and my delayed hatching merely indicated special circumstances rather than failure. Long Qingshan still wanted her to write a self-criticism and return the frost crystal serpent to her, but Wuian was frantic, and Mu Mangyao flat-out refused. Holding me, she walked out of the incubation room with a breathtakingly resolute stride. Teacher Xueqing even shook her head and said she was bewitched. Mu Mangyao carried me back to her home in the old district of Nanping City. Walking down the weathered streets, the vendors and humanoid spirit beasts along the roadside plunged her into memories. She gently stroked the pale green jewel around her neck. Nestled in her backpack, my substantial weight filled her with boundless confidence. Her home was simple and modest. Knowing she couldn't afford nutrient solutions to feed me, she resolved to hatch me using her innate talents instead. She possesses 2 beast-taming talents. Beast Affinity is a support-type talent, while Sacred Flame Physique is a constitution-type talent, allowing her to feed me purified sacred flames to boost my energy. However, since she just awakened her talents, the purified flames can't persist for long, so she has to use her body to incubate me. Holding my slightly trembling form, she hesitated for a moment before tightening her embrace. Thanks to her efforts, my level gradually rose. When I woke up to the system prompt in my mind, I silently scoffed at how inefficient this little maid was and conveyed my dissatisfaction through telepathy. But she replied crisply, telling me not to move and complaining that I was burning so hot I'd already singed her clothes away. I froze for a couple of seconds, not quite understanding what she meant by burning the clothes. I opened my status panel to check my attributes and discovered that both the Dragon Talisman and Fiery Demon Chi skills could be leveled up. Apparently, the system could further develop the Talisman's abilities, an unexpected but pleasant surprise. I'm just 3 levels away from hatching. The thought of forming a contract with this girl and unlocking the next skill branch made me slightly excited, so much so that my dragon egg vibrations actually sped up. Over the following days, Mu Mangyao spent all her time either incubating me or brainstorming ways to earn money. Though she had many methods from her rebirth, she lacked starting capital. Cultivation techniques required massive amounts of materials, and she was so poor she even had to carefully calculate what to feed me after I hatched. She had a conflict with the higher-ups of Tianlong Academy and decided to take me into the wild for training after I hatched. Coincidentally, a hunter team was recruiting, and she planned to give it a try. She intensified her efforts to incubate me, causing my dragon egg to tremble violently. Every day, she either soaked in the bathtub to hatch me or used Tianling pearls to restore her mental energy. One early morning half a week later, with a cracking sound, I was about to hatch. The system alert sounded as the oval world around me began to break apart, with blinding light seeping through the cracks. I stretched out my claws to push aside the obstacles, but when I saw the world outside, I froze. I seemed to be inside some sort of container, with an even larger container outside. All around are walls of ice, giving off waves of cold air, with scattered frozen shards here and there. Wait a minute, isn't this just like a refrigerator? At that moment, the door swung open, flooding the room with golden sunlight that was instantly blocked by a girl wearing pink cat-patterned pajamas. I gazed at that exquisitely beautiful oval face before me, tinged with excitement and exhilaration. Bathed in sunlight, I found myself momentarily dazed, thinking this girl was stunningly beautiful, the kind who would have been a top-tier celebrity in my past life. The key is she's naturally this beautiful even without makeup, still carrying that naive girlish charm. She perfectly fits every man's mental image of a pure moonlight, somewhat reminiscent of that girl before the college entrance exams whose profile I'd secretly admired but never confessed to, yet forever remember. You finally hatched. Mu Mangyao exhaled deeply in relief, her bright eyes sizing me up with growing approval. Clad in emerald green scales with 2 small bumps on my head, stubby forelimbs and muscular hind legs, I stood there like a miniature Tyrannosaurus. Yet my draconic physique boasted sleek, aesthetically pleasing muscle contours, flawless as if carved by ancient Greek sculptors. My small, stubby tail was wagging lightly, tickling Mu Mingyao's heart and making her itch to grab it with her hand. Since I hatched you, now you can become my tamed beast, right? Mu Mangyao smiled as she extended her hand, a hexagonal magic circle glowing crimson in her palm. Once a lifebound contract is formed, it cannot be broken by ordinary means unless one party perishes. By then, she would have completely gained control over this dragon egg of mine. Come, step into this venerable one's embrace. Your silence,
Could it be you've sensed my supreme beast affinity? No need for alarm, dizziness is perfectly normal.
I chuckled, then turned to leave while saying, though you were the one who hatched this holy lord, I've reconsidered and won't be forming a contract with you. You're a good person, but we're not compatible.
Incompatible? Why you dare go back on your word? Mu Mengyao grew visibly agitated.
After exhausting herself to hatch me, being betrayed like this would upset anyone, let alone someone of her stature as a revered great emperor.
When had she ever suffered such indignity? That's not it, we had an agreement. How could you suddenly change your mind? Alas, what can I do? Who told this Saint Lord's growth to be so resource-intensive? I shook my massive dragon head, a tinge of confusion between my brows. How strange, why does breaking promises feel so effortless? Could it be the Saint Lord's personality influencing me? Didn't I say earlier I'd think it over? Well, I've thought about it, how does that count as going back on my word? I said with absolute seriousness. You deceitful little rascal of a dragon.
Mu Mengyao gritted her pearly teeth, her fair cheeks flushing slightly red. But right at that moment, I suddenly grinned.
Alright, enough teasing. Grant me one last request, and I'll become your tamed beast. What request?
Very simple, become the Sacred Lord's servant, and address me as
Sacred Lord.
The requirement is simple, you just need to become the Sacred Lord's little maid, I declared confidently.
Mu Mengyao stood frozen in place upon hearing this, her mind repeating the word Sacred Lord? I've heard some Western dragons possess true names, could this possibly be mine? But, what's this about a little maid? She was covered in black lines, how could a mighty imperial rank beast master who had been reborn be asked by a mere spirit beast like me to become a maid? Hey, little one, seems like you don't quite understand the difference in status between us. You talk so big, do you even know who I am?
This emperor is, she paused mid-sentence, watching me turn and walk away without the slightest hesitation.
If you don't want to agree, fine. As if this Sacred Lord cares much anyway. A maid like you isn't even worth my attention. I walked further away, already reaching the door. Wait a second.
Mu Mengyao cried out in frustration, biting her lip lightly as she glared at me, her chest rising and falling sharply.
You agree? I asked calmly. Disagree. Being a little maid is absolutely out of the question, but I can be your elder sister. From now on, I'll definitely nurture you like my own younger brother. Mu Mengyao blushed as she stated her final limit. However, all I said in reply was, oh, before opening the door and stepping out, disappearing in an instant. Wait. Sacred Lord, come back here. The fact proved that when pushed to their limits, people can indeed move those limits. Of course, Mu Mengyao hadn't so much broken through her boundaries as conveniently lowered them. There are no outsiders here, so making a couple of sounds shouldn't hurt. Wouldn't it have been better if you'd behaved like this earlier?
I grinned with my dragon mouth, lazily dragging my tail like a pampered lord as I sprawled onto the sofa. To prevent beastmasters from forgetting their place, I figured it was necessary to exert a little remote control.
Alright, little maid, you may proceed with the contract. Yes, perfect, my holy lord.
As a dragon-shaped contract split into two, landing on the back of my and Mu Mengyao's hands respectively, the life-bound pact was thus completed.
Ha! I can't believe I actually contracted a pure-blooded dragon. Let me check the panel.
Mu Mengyao summoned the unique interface exclusive to beast tamers, which allowed her to view her contracted beast's information, one of the functions of the beast binding contract.
Race, Demon Flame Dragon, Level 5, Skills, Dragon Flame.
Target has blocked your inspection privileges.
Seeing the last line, Mu Mengyao froze. Blocked my inspection? What's going on? What secret is this little guy hiding, that even a soulbound contract can be shielded? But at least I can finally confirm that I'm indeed a powerful fire dragon, and it seems I also carry demonic bloodline.
A demon fire dragon sounds domineering and wicked. No wonder I act so arrogantly that even her, the beast tamer, is nothing in my eyes.
A demon fire dragon? Then I'll call you Demon Little Dragon from now on? Mu Mengyao said. As I was digesting the contract, I choked almost instantly. Wait, why have you downgraded my seniority all of a sudden? Little maid, remember to address me as Sacred Lord. You can use fire too? Then I'll call you Little Flamey.
I couldn't be bothered with her, focusing instead on digesting the system rewards in my mind.
Ding!
Congratulations, host, for successfully forming a lifebound contract with Mu Mengyao, gaining an exceptionally talented little maid. You have unlocked a new skill tree branch. X1 random skill tree branch is being activated for you. My heart raced with excitement. A new talisman was coming. Starting at level 5 already puts me ahead right from the starting line, and with this new skill branch, I feel like I'll reach the pinnacle of this world in under 10 years.
Soon, the system chimed. Congratulations, host. You've activated a new skill tree, Rooster Talisman. Rooster Talisman, 0 out of 10 beginner tier, grants you telekinetic abilities. The more powerful a creature's psychic energy, the greater the objects and area it can control. Note, consuming 10 skill points can upgrade to intermediate level. Rooster Talisman? From what I remember, the Rooster Talisman was just a talisman used for flight. But after reading the system's explanation, I understood that its true nature is telekinetic control. For creatures with formidable psychic energy, their control abilities become stronger. Used by a soul expert demon like me, this would undoubtedly become a lethal weapon. BZZZT. At that moment, as I activated the Rooster Talisman, an uncontrollable wave of telekinetic force surged around my body. The psychic force surged like ocean waves, battering the surroundings as tables and stools were sent flying, smashing onto the ground with heavy thuds before breaking into pieces. Mu Mengyao, who had been observing me, was swept up by the psychic force, her dress fluttering wildly in the wind as her expression froze in shock. Such immense mental power. It's already on par with mine. Is this the innate talent of dragons? Truly terrifying. But, why can its psychic energy manipulate objects? That's something only a monarch-level spirit beast at level 50 can do. She stared at me in bewilderment, her gaze as if looking at a monster. The ranks of spiritual beasts are divided into 8 levels: Awakening, Extraordinary, Commander, General, Monarch, Sacred, Imperial, and Divine. With pure-blooded dragon lineage and such terrifying spiritual power, it's unimaginable how strong we'd be in a real fight. Little Flame, can I test your capability? Jade asked. Test? I shook my head. Come on, I've just hatched. Are you even human? Oh, sorry, you're so powerful that I almost forgot. Mu Mengyao blushed, hastily bringing over 2 pieces of premium spirit beast meat she'd prepared earlier. Ordinary spirit beasts hunted by hunters can have their spiritually charged parts cut off and fed to carnivorous spirit beasts, thereby enhancing their physical constitution. Go ahead, I prepared this especially for you. 2 strips resembling beef ribs, specially marinated, exuded a unique aroma. I opened my dragon mouth and devoured those strips of meat in one gulp each, finishing them off in no time. Gurgle, my belly emitted a contented sound. Delicious, so flavorful. My eyes lit up. I had never tasted meat like this before, as a refreshing current seemed to surge through my body, making me feel extraordinarily invigorated. Got any more? I couldn't help but ask. Of course, I just hope you can stomach it all, Mu Mengyao said cheerfully, bringing out a bowl of marinated spirit beast meat. This had cost her all her savings. However, she clearly underestimated my appetite. In less than 5 minutes, I had devoured every last strip of spirit beast meat. Gulp! After swallowing the final strip, I patted my belly in satisfaction and asked, got any more? I think I can still eat. Wait, that was 30,000 worth of spirit beast meat. Mu Mengyao nearly cried in dismay. Little guy, you're full now, right? Time for training. Of course, training is essential for every spirit beast. Being a mature beast master now, I can train myself. I nodded when suddenly the system's notification chimed in my ear. Side quest released, sleep on the Beastmaster's small bed for 30 minutes. Reward, 1 skill point x1, 5 exp. What a splendid side quest. This training, I'll take it. With a tilt of my head, I flopped onto Mu Mengyao's pink little bed, stretching my entire body into the soft, fragrant mattress. Eating my fill and then lounging flat for training, what bliss. Good heavens, it's actually sleeping now? Mu Mengyao stared at my prone form and fell into stunned silence once more. Snore. I lay on Mu Mengyao's small bed, the steady sound of my breathing quickly filling the room. Mu Mengyao took a deep breath. Calm down, this is my bonded beast companion. Hitting it would be like hitting myself, and it's just been born, still a tiny baby. It's only natural for it to need rest. She tried to convince herself in her heart, almost believing it. But as the sun rose and set, my slumber stretched deep into the night, and Mu Mengyao's patience gradually wore thin. Damn it, the moon's already out and this little guy is still asleep. I bet he never intended to train at all. Mu Mengyao grew more exasperated as she thought about it. She yanked my blanket aside and said, Xiao, can't you stop being lazy? Training will stabilize your energy, it's good for you. I opened my eyes to see a line of golden text floating before me. Ding! Congratulations, host, for lazing around for 12 hours. You've exceeded your slacking quota, earning 1 skill point, 1 bonus skill point, and plus 10 experience points. Remaining skill points, 2. Waking up to find the little maid somewhat angry, I decided to system, allocate the points. Communicating with the system in my mind, I assigned both skill points to the Dragon Talisman and the Rooster Talisman. Consumed 1 skill point. Dragon Talisman proficiency increased to 1. Consumed 1 skill point. Rooster Talisman proficiency increased to 1. Note, 10 points required to unlock mid-tier talismans. Allocating these points, one for molten lava explosions, the other for telekinesis, creates an ideal balance of offense and utility. As for the fire demonic energy, I'll allocate more points to it next time. After consuming 2 skill points, my draconic body trembled slightly. A refreshing sensation emerged in my mind out of nowhere, washing away the fatigue from my prolonged slumber. The enhancement of psychic power affected my consciousness, improving both my memory and soul. Deep within my stomach came a series of rumbling noises resembling engine roars. Boom! A burning sensation surged forth,
as if the flames in my belly had grown several degrees fiercer. I felt as if opening my mouth would let loose torrents of fire. The overwhelming fire energy was becoming somewhat uncontrollable, with droplets of orange-red magma seeping through the gaps between my teeth. Splash! Splash! The lava dropped onto the floor, burning 2 large holes and sizzling with rising smoke. The temperature in the air soared, and Mu Mangyao could feel a wave of scorching heat rushing toward her. Xiaoyan, are you okay? Mu Mangyao frowned slightly as she looked at the 2 scorched holes on the floor. It was obvious his strength had run out of control, and if left unchecked, he might even end up hurting me. I told you to train with me earlier. Now look, you can't even control your power properly. Though resentment stirred in her heart, she left the rest of her words unspoken. The next second, buzz, red and white energies flashed through her eyes, as if born from thin air, pouring into her body and strengthening her soul along with the flames within. So abundant this power was. Mu Mingyao's eyes went vacant as she stood dumbfounded on the spot. It felt as though flames were blazing in her chest, supplying boundless energy. A powerful sensation welled up within her, yet this left Mu Mangyao utterly bewildered. Her beast-taming talent was the sacred flame spirit body, after all. What could strengthen a spirit body so dramatically? And not just that, even her spiritual power had risen slightly. Could it be Xiaoyan's beast feedback? Mu Mangyao stared at me in astonishment, sensing the energy within her body sharing the same origin as mine. How is this possible? Eat, sleep, and wake up with a massive power boost, even returning so much energy to the Beastmaster. This defies all logic. This emperor refuses to believe it. 10 minutes later, as my feedback continued unabated, Mu Mangyao finally conceded defeat. Fine then, little one, you win. Mu Mangyao slumped helplessly into her chair, her skin glowing crimson as waves of scorching energy radiated from her. Moreover, this feedback shows no signs of weakening at all. It's absolutely outrageous. But Xiaoyan, how can you grow stronger just by sleeping? Is it really that difficult? Everyone cultivates this way, I said calmly. Could you please stop bragging? Mu Mangyao sighed. What kind of spirit beast cultivates like I do? Even those spirit beasts that could grow just by eating air aren't as terrifying as me. Mu Mangyao considered herself quite worldly, but witnessing my cultivation method still shocked her. Perhaps this only proves one thing, the bloodline of dragons is truly monstrous. Oh, by the way, little one, have you ever considered finding yourself a snake wife? Mu Mangyao seemed to have thought of something, her eyes lighting up as she stared straight at me. Bug off. Is this your way of finding me a wife? Clearly, you're just lusting after my body. I said speechlessly. Sometimes being a tamed beast is really exasperating. My tamer actually wants to use me for breeding? Other tamed beasts might be fine with it, but I'm a grown human man. Plus, I'm no Su Xian. I have no interest in being some grassland hero. Alright, you're still little. Let's not talk about this anymore. Mu Mangyao chuckled a few times, extremely satisfied with her dragon beast, and couldn't resist planting a couple of kisses on my face. Little maid, you're too bold. The lingering warmth of the young girl remained on my face, and my forehead darkened with annoyance. Getting saliva smeared all over my face, how outrageous. I'm a dignified saint lord here, and this little maid is truly too audacious. Is that so? My apologies. Mu Mangyao smiled faintly, showing not a shred of remorse. Alright, go get some rest. I'm still a bit hot and need to take a shower. Mu Mangyao, sweating from absorbing my feedback, was drenched in fragrant perspiration. With a wave of her hand, she slipped out of her clothes, revealing a pink spaghetti-strap dress that accentuated her curvaceous figure to perfection. Her hourglass figure was on full display, busty in front, round in the back, and unmistakable S-curve. Through the sheer pink fabric, you could even glimpse her trim waist without an ounce of excess fat. A pair of long, fair legs shimmered right before my eyes. Damn, this girl really doesn't see me as an outsider. The big dragon head was stunned, and the little dragon head was equally dumbfounded, completely caught off guard. With a splash, the bathroom curtain was pulled shut, the sound of running water echoed, and a refreshing fragrance of shower gel filled the air. Humming a little tune, the girl called out, "Oh, by the way, Xiaoyan, don't you dare peek." Peek? Little maid, are you insulting me? I retorted indignantly. As the exalted saint, would I need to peek? I could just watch openly, thank you very much. Come to think of it, this saint should probably take a bath too. But alas, your tub is so small, guess I'll just reluctantly squeeze in with you. With another splash, the curtain was flung open, followed by a flustered shriek. Why, you pervy little dragon, get out now. Chapter 7, Dragon's Blast. First show of might. Little maid, your performance has greatly displeased this sacred lord. How dare you say that, you lecherous little dragon. No wonder there are so many dragon-blooded spirit beasts, it's because of degenerates like you. Mu Mangyao tightened the bathrobe around her body, the crushing motion causing vast expanses of snow-white skin to glisten under the lamplight, with water droplets sparkling brilliantly. Fortunately, she wears clothes even when bathing, or this little rascal would have gotten his way. Seems like she'll need to keep an eye on this little troublemaker from now on. However,
With a slight curl of her lips, she smiled and said, "Little Yin, how about this, come with me to test your abilities. I'll reward you afterwards." "What kind of reward?" Jiang Yan asked from his reclined position on the bed. "Guess." Jiang Yan pondered slightly before nodding. "To be honest, it's worth a try." He also wanted to know how strong he currently was. Although there are plenty of talisman-related theories in his mind, true knowledge comes from practice. Without giving it a try, how could he ever gauge his actual abilities? The next day, bright and early, Mu Mengyao carried Jiang Yan and headed for the Sky Dragon Academy. As the premier beast tamer academy in Nanping City, the training grounds boasted free ability testing facilities, known as the testing chambers. Passing by the training field, she spotted numerous students already practicing with their spirit beasts, along with her teacher and classmates. "Class, today we'll learn how to test a spirit beast's abilities. This will help you understand your spirit beasts better and master the testing tools." Instructor Xueqing was imparting her experience, and the students listened with rapt attention, none noticing Mu Mengyao passing by. However, Mu Mengyao had no intention of joining them, choosing instead to conduct her tests in the adjacent training room. Upon pushing the door open, rows of metal mannequin dummies stood motionless, their eyes flickering with faint light as they waited to be activated. "Xiaoyan, let me explain, these are iron stake dummies, classified by grade, cyan steel, violet steel, and gold steel, corresponding to the three cultivation realms of spirit beasts: awakening, transcendent, and commander." Mu Mengyao pointed at the three puppets and said, "But before the battle, we'll do an energy test first, so I can assess your stamina. The more energy a spirit beast possesses, the longer its stamina lasts, allowing it to sustain battles for extended periods. The amount of energy within a spirit beast essentially determines its combat prowess. Come on, hop on." Mu Mengyao placed Jiang Yan onto a seat resembling an electric chair, then handed him a headband and elastic rope with a smile. "Put these on," she said. "This." Jiang Yan stared at the testing device that bore an uncanny resemblance to the Wu Jing happy chair, his expression filled with solemn reverence and an inexplicable sense of foreboding. As Mu Mengyao placed the headband on him and his wrists were restrained, Jiang Yan asked, "This thing isn't going to electrocute me, is it? How did you know?" Mu Mengyao chuckled softly, pressing the button beside Jiang Yan with a slender jade finger. "Let me see all your secrets," she said. Jiang Yan fell silent, he'd been tricked. "But, I'll never tell you anything. ZZZZT. The sound of the instrument operating echoed as streams of energy surged into Jiang Yan's body, not electric currents, but something akin to spiritual energy, probing the inner power within him. But at first, everything seemed quite normal. The screen of the instrument before Mu Mengyao displayed an energy value, starting at 1, jumping to 10, then instantly leaping to 100. Under 1000 is the standard range for awakened tier spirit beasts, while below 5000 indicates transcendent tier creatures. "I wonder what level Xiaoyan will test at." Mu Mengyao watched the screen expectantly, but at this very moment, "Little maid, this holy lord's power is nothing special. Since you're curious, I'll let you have a look." Jiang Yan's gaze turned icy as he unleashed the power of the Dragon Talisman. Dragon Talisman, a talisman containing infinite energy. To put it bluntly, anyone who dares to probe the Dragon Talisman would probably have their eyes scorched blind. As Jiang Yan ceased suppressing the draconic curse power within his body, the next second, with a series of cracking sounds, the instrument groaned under excessive strain, sending parts flying in all directions. Mu Mengyao froze slightly as she watched the instrument stop operating, the value stuck at 500 without fluctuating. Could the instrument be broken? Just as the doubt arose, a series of beeping sounds rang out. "Warning, warning. Unauthorized scanning of high-level spirit beasts prohibited. Remove immediately, please." The numbers on the instrument screen leapt wildly: 500, 1000, 2000, 3000. In the blink of an eye, the reading had surpassed the 5000 mark. And still, the measured value continued to rise, pushing the instrument beyond its limits until black smoke began to pour out. Finally, when the numbers froze at 9999, boom, the instrument exploded. The instrument exploded directly in front of Mu Mengyao, sending a thick cloud of smoke and flying shards grazing past her cheeks. What the hell? Mu Mengyao's eyes widened in disbelief as she stared at the billowing black smoke before her. How could Xiaoyan's test results be this high, reaching 9999? It even blew up the equipment. Could there be something wrong with the instrument? Clickety-clack. As the black smoke cleared, Jiang Yan strode out with a bow-legged swagger, looking every bit the cocky lord as he cast a calm glance at Mu Mengyao. "Little Yao Yao, is it big enough? Do you want to see more?" It's enough." Mu Mengyao stared at Jiang Yan, who was completely unharmed, and instinctively responded. "The instrument's testing limit is 10,000 points, capable of measuring beasts up to commander level. If it's not an issue with the equipment, could Xiaoyan's energy be comparable to that of a commander-level spirit beast? That should be impossible, right?" Mu Mengyao took several deep breaths and regained her composure. "Little flame, come with me to practice on the training dummy now." The best way to test combatability is through actual combat. Let's find out just how strong Xiao is by testing him against the Iron Man dummy. Once the Iron Man dummy is activated, it will enter attack mode. To prevent Jiang from getting hurt, Mu Mengyao decided to let him first spar with the bronze grade Iron Man dummy. Bronze grade? Too troublesome. Jiang shook his head, his gaze fixed on the third golden Iron Man dummy as blue light flickered in his eyes. A surge of psychic energy erupted, transforming into a pair of giant hands that pressed the activation switch of the adamantine-level Iron Man dummy. Crack, crack, crack. In an instant, the Iron Training dummy began rotating its arms and ankles, preparing to enter combat mode. Its eyes flashed crimson, exuding a ferocious beast-like aura. Roar! The Iron Training dummy let out a furious roar directed at Jiang. It seemed to be saying, "Don't wait for me to activate, or I'll kill you." Xiao, what have you done? That's an Iron Training dummy comparable to a commander-level beast. Mu Mengyao panicked slightly. If the Iron dummy activated, both she and Jiang could be in danger. But the next second, a blinding pillar of fire streaked across the sky like a meteor, crashing into the Iron Training dummy with a thunderous boom. A bull-sized hole appeared on the golden surface of the Iron dummy, exposing the mechanical components inside. It lowered its head to examine the gaping wound in its chest, its expression eerily human-like as it registered shock. "Ka, you goddamn cheater?" Chapter 8, The Power of the Holy Lord, entirely on another level. Clank, clank. Screws, nuts, and various metal components came pouring out from the wounds of the Iron Training dummy. Many of the parts showed signs of being melted by lava, evidence of the sheer destructive force behind this single strike. Its face still wore an expression of shock and bewilderment, but soon, as its energy depleted, it toppled stiffly to the ground, oil spilling everywhere. Decent hardness, but the wind-up time for casting is too long. Jiang gazed at the fallen steel-grade Iron dummy. Although comparable to a commander-level spirit beast, this Iron dummy required several seconds to activate. With such a long wind-up, unless he was an idiot, of course he'd seize the opportunity. One dragon blast punched right through it. From this, it appeared Jiang was fairly satisfied with the dragon talisman's power. At the very least, it possessed enough force to annihilate a commander-level spirit beast. Of course, a genuine commander-level spirit beast wouldn't just stand there letting Jiang attack it. "Little maid, this test of yours is utterly boring. This holy lord is practically falling asleep." Jiang yawned, his palm still wreathed in red light as he aimed at the remaining two Iron Training dummies. "Should I smash these two for you as well?" "No, that won't be necessary." Mu Mengyao responded instinctively, her face a picture of astonishment. One move. With just a single move, it obliterated a spirit beast comparable to a commander-level creature. This is absolutely terrifying. And to think, Little Flame just hatched. No wonder she was astonished. Jiang's displayed abilities in combat intelligence were truly astounding. Imagine a newborn infant capable of tearing apart a ferocious tiger barehanded. Even the Empress herself would be startled by such a feat. Moreover, Jiang even knows how to seize the perfect moment in battle. Extraordinary intelligence, possessing its own combat awareness, with absolutely top-tier fighting power and energy. Xiao, you've truly given me an enormous surprise. Mu Mengyao's eyes sparkled as she gazed at Jiang, her face brimming with admiration. Only such a powerful dragon beast could become Mu Mengyao's life-bonded spirit beast. "Come here, let your master give you a hug." "Get lost." Mu Mengyao spread her arms open, only to be immediately glared back into submission by Jiang. "Still don't know who's in charge here, huh? Xiao, don't get so cocky. Do you even know who I am?" Mu Mengyao frowned slightly. Sometimes a tamed beast having too much self-awareness wasn't entirely a good thing. Not obedient in the slightest. "It seems we must let Xiao know her true identity." "I don't care who you are, before the might of this saintly lord, does it even matter?" Jiang looked at Mu Mengyao with calm detachment, as if regarding a mere child. "Strength determines everything." "Very well, you think having strength gives you license to be arrogant, do you?" Mu Mengyao's lips curled slightly at the corners. Since Little Yen held such beliefs, it seemed she'd have to demonstrate an emperor's cultivation speed. Let's see when the time comes, whether her cheat-like cultivation is faster, or Xiaoyan's dragon bloodline is more powerful. "Let's go, I'll buy you some things first, then we'll go home to cultivate." Mu Mengyao picked up Jiang, sidestepping the spilled engine oil on the ground, and walked out of the testing room. Meanwhile, wisps of the special engine oil scent dispersed through the air, slipping past the windows as the gentle breeze carried them to the neighboring testing room. On the other side, in the neighboring testing chamber, boom, 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 the violent sounds of battle accompanied by chilling frost swept through. Inside the spacious testing chamber, the students stood ramrod straight, their eyes fixed unwaveringly on the scene before them. Roar! Amidst the wind and snow, a frost-colored ice dragon with a snow-white body let out agonized roars. Its 2-meter-long draconic form was pinned down by a golden training dummy, utterly immobilized. Moments later, the dragon's head was lifted up slowly by a mechanical arm until it stood erect. Pathetic!
The adamantine great Iron Man dummy uttered a cold mechanical voice before releasing the ice crystal dragon.
Whimper. The frost crystal drake let out a pitiful whine and crawled back to Wu Qian's feet. It's alright, little drake. You did your best. Wu Qian sighed. Was it still impossible? Sorry, teacher Xueqing. My frost crystal drake lost. She looked regretfully at Xueqing and the other teachers beside her. The ice crystal serpent's first battle ended in defeat, but it was an honorable loss. After all, their opponent was a steel training dummy comparable to a commander-level beast. It's alright, Xiao Qian. You've done well. The ice crystal serpent was just born. With more training, defeating this training dummy won't be a problem, several teachers said with admiration. Xueqing also smiled slightly and said, That's true. I originally thought you were a bit lacking compared to Mengyao, but now it seems you're just as good as her. Come on. I hope the ice crystal serpent can reach its fullest potential in your hands. Aha! The teacher's warm inquiry swept away Wu Qian's gloom, and a faint trace of smugness surfaced on her face. As the saying goes, a man rides his beast like a horse relies on its saddle. She already possessed the frost crystal drake, which had long placed her ahead of Mu Mengyao in the race. How could that woman possibly compare to her? However, Wu Qian sighed, maintaining her class president demeanor. Teacher, please don't say that. Mengyao is quite pitiful too. She hasn't even been coming to class lately. She must be utterly heartbroken. Hearing this, Xueqing frowned slightly and said disapprovingly, Don't bring her up again. She rejected the opportunity when it was right in front of her. You'd do well not to follow her example. Alright then. Wu Qian grew increasingly smug internally, attempting to completely ruin Mu Mengyao's reputation among the teachers. However, right at this moment, the stationary diamond great Iron Man dummy seemed to sense something, its mechanical eyes flashing red as it turned toward the adjacent testing chamber. Alert! Alert! Powerful enemy detected. While sounding the warning, it swiftly leapt toward the neighboring testing room. What's wrong with it? Xueqing and the others were somewhat puzzled and followed curiously. Before they could get closer, they caught a pungent smell like the fuel of an Iron Man dummy. This is... Xueqing and the group arrived at the door and were startled by the sight before them. A steel training dummy with a hole punched through its chest lay on the ground, its parts shattered across the floor, with motor oil leaking everywhere. This is a diamond-grade steel dummy. How could someone pierce through it so easily? That's impossible. Doesn't this mean a commander-level spiritual beast was just being tested here? Could it have been one of the teachers? The students eyed their teachers with suspicion. However, the teachers looked equally astonished. Clearly, this wasn't their doing. We teachers have our own specialized testing rooms. It couldn't possibly be one of us. What's more, I personally inspected the training dummies this morning. Every single one was intact. Xueqing declared firmly. Wait, does that mean one of the students did this? The students were startled and began whispering among themselves. Could it be Chunqing Tian, the young master of the city lord's mansion? Xueqing didn't offer any further explanation but took out her identity token to investigate who had conducted the test here. A student's spirit beast capable of piercing through an iron training dummy equivalent to commander level, once discovered, this would undoubtedly be a genius. She absolutely couldn't let this opportunity slip away. Soon, the investigation results came out, and a familiar name reappeared before everyone's eyes. 5 minutes ago, senior high student Mu Mengyao entered the testing room. Mu Mengyao. Seeing this, everyone's expressions froze with disbelief. Wasn't her spirit beast egg supposed to be useless? How could it possibly possess such terrifying penetrating force? This defies all logic. So it was her all along. Xueqing's composed expression shattered, her brows knitting together in bewilderment and shock. How is this possible? If this is truly her spirit beast, then what about Wu Qian and her ice crystal flood dragon? Just clowns? Chapter 9, The Rainbow-Feathered Phoenix. Check Talisman's Suppression. As the name Mu Mengyao was announced, the entire venue fell into complete silence. Mu Mengyao? How is that possible? Wu Qian's face, which had just been reveling in her near victory against the Vajra-level iron dummy, instantly darkened. If even she couldn't accomplish it, how could Mu Mengyao's spiritual beast possibly succeed? Wasn't that a destroyed egg? How could it possibly be stronger than her frost crystal serpent? This doesn't make sense. Though puzzled in her heart, Wu Qian maintained her composure and praised, It seems Mengyao truly has extraordinary fortune, to have found a way despite everything. Yes, truly remarkable. Teacher Xueqing also nodded. But Xiao Chen, you're currently the school's key focus for nurturing talent. Don't underestimate yourself, you're very capable too. I'm nowhere near Mengyao's level, Wu Qian sighed. No, Mengyao shattered this iron training dummy by consuming her beast taming talent. She might be taking the path of a physical cultivator beast tamer. Xueqing explained. Body-refining beast tamers are practitioners who choose the path of utilizing their unique physical constitution talents. Such beast masters can develop combat prowess comparable to spiritual beasts by undergoing the same training as their contracted creatures. Physical cultivation-based beast taming doesn't demand highly sophisticated beasts, but heavily relies on innate talent.
Mu Mengyao possesses extraordinary beast-taming aptitude, consistently scoring at the pinnacle in multiple evaluations, hence why the Academy prioritizes her development.
Chunqing naturally assumed Mu Mengyao was following the physical cultivation path.
There's a drawback to physical cultivation with beast taming, it progresses quickly in the early stages but loses momentum later.
Keep working hard, don't worry too much.
Yes. Encouraged by Chunqing's words, Wuian nodded vigorously.
That's right. With the frost scale serpent being so powerful, what difference could Mu Mengyao's talent possibly make? Does she have a spirit beast?
Elsewhere, Mu Mengyao walked through the Tenglong Commerce Guild, where the flow of people never ceased. As the largest commerce guild in the Great Xiao Kingdom, Tenglong carried all kinds of goods, weapons for beastmasters, potions, tools, protective gear. Products for taming beasts were even more plentiful. Among the most eye-catching were the exclusive weapons for spirit beasts and something called the Beast Happy Hut. Don't miss out when passing by.
Come see my spiritual beast with phoenix bloodline. For just 10,000 yuan, you can buy it once and it might hatch baby phoenixes. Bullshit, isn't that just a crow? What nonsense. This is a three-legged golden crow. In the beast-taming world, selling breeding rights for spirit beasts is considered legal. Jiang Yan didn't understand it, but he respected it. Little Yan, why don't you set up a stall too? With your looks, there might be many little snakes wanting to mate with you?
Mu Mengyao said with a smile. Along the way, numerous serpentine spirit beasts turned their heads, while those with dragon blood even flew up, eager to befriend Jiang Yan.
If Jiang Yan just bent down, perhaps he could make a fortune? Get lost.
With an indifferent expression, Jiang Yan responded to the little maid with just one word.
Alright, if you're shy, forget it. Mu Mengyao wasn't angry and smiled faintly.
At that moment, a voice came from behind.
Mengyao, you're here too?
A young woman in pink clothes with a blooming smile approached, a small and exquisite bird with gorgeous feathers perched on her shoulder. The girl immediately gave Mu Mengyao a hug as soon as she came up, the sheer weight pressing down on Jiang Yan.
Jiang Yan, excuse me? Where are your manners? Are you Wan?
Mu Mengyao froze for a moment as information surfaced in her mind. Su Wan, her childhood best friend, a gifted girl chosen by the Raptor Holy Land.
Right, Mengyao, long time no see. Haven't you contracted a spirit beast yet? Why don't I see one? Su Wan asked curiously.
I think you're about to crush it unconscious, Mu Mengyao remarked with a wry smile, glancing at Jiang Yan wedged in the crevice. Su Wan was startled, her chest heaving slightly as she hurriedly stumbled back 2 steps.
She felt something pressing against her, maybe thinking it was a pendant? No, sorry little one, let me apologize to you. Su Wan wore an apologetic expression, utterly devoid of any airs typical of a prodigy. Forget it. Considering you're still young, I'll let you off this once, my lord.
Jiang Yan waved his hand, communicating telepathically.
Thank you.
I'll let little Luan play with you. Su Wan smiled gently, placing the small Luan Bird from her shoulder in front of Jiang Yan.
Chirp. What kind of lowly creature is this? I don't want to get anywhere near it. The little Luan Bird flapped its wings discontentedly, its multicolored eyes brimming with disdain.
As a colored-feathered Luan Bird carrying a trace of phoenix bloodline, it was born to soar the skies. Why would it approach some scaly creature?
Xiao Luan, stop throwing a tantrum and behave, Su Wan insisted stubbornly. Alright Wan, if it's unwilling then let it be.
Be careful or its stress reaction might decrease your intimacy level, Mu Mengyao said with a helpless chuckle.
However, right at this moment.
Chirp! The multicolored feathered Luan Bird let out a piercing sonic cry as it broke free from Su Wan's grasp.
Beating its wings to take flight, its resentful gaze fixed accusingly on Jiang Yan, as if directing all its fury toward him. Chirp! The rainbow feather Luan Bird's eyes glowed blue as a terrifying surge of psychic energy erupted forth. Little Luan, what are you doing? Why are you using Psychic Storm?
Su Wan furrowed her brows, trying to recall the rainbow feather Luan Bird through their contract, but it was already too late. Buzz! The psychic energy fluctuations transformed into a swirling storm, howling as they swept toward Jiang Yan, distorting the surrounding light into bizarre colors wherever they passed.
Seriously?
All this noble sage did was laze around. How did that offend you?
Jiang Yan sighed helplessly in his mind.
This little Luan Bird's attack was quite impressive. It actually wielded psychic power.
But that's about all it could do.
Jiang Yan's crimson dragon eyes narrowed slightly as a tangible wave of psychic energy surged forth.
Like a pair of massive hands, it forcefully intercepted the rainbow feather Luan Bird's mental tempest, scattering the raging storm into tranquility within moments.
Truth be told, given Jiang Yan's current mastery of the rooster talisman, even remaining perfectly still would render the young Luan Bird's psychic assault utterly harmless against him. But Jiang Yan had no intention of doing so. Disobedient spirit beasts were like mischievous children, needing nothing more than a few lashes of the vine whip to behave.
Chirp! The rainbow-feathered Luan Bird stared at Jiang Yan, who was completely unscathed, its large eyes filled with bewilderment. Chirping non-stop, isn't it annoying?
Jiang Yan's draconic claws aimed at the rainbow feather phoenix, a hexagonal rune flickering in his eyes. Psychic power surged like tidal waves as the dragon's claw casually flicked through the air. Whoosh! A streak of rainbow-colored light shot out, only to be smashed directly onto the garbage bin. Trash scattered and slid down, piling up into a small mountain on the little phoenix bird's body. Xiao Wan, what exactly is going on here? Su Wanwan's face stiffened as she stared blankly at the little Luan Bird in the garbage pile. How did her precious Luan Bird just fly out like that? And looking at it now, it's so dirty. I'm sorry Mengyao, my little Luan seems to be having some issues, I need to check on it. It's fine. Truthfully, the one who should be apologizing is me. Mu Mengyao couldn't help but reach out to ruffle Jiang Yan's hair. You little one, you really didn't hold back at all, but doing it so cleanly was quite impressive. Chapter 10, The Empress Breaks Through. Jiang Yan's reward. Little Yan, your movements are too quick, shouldn't you at least apologize to others? Mu Mengyao smiled without a trace of reproach on her face. The surrounding gazes were drawn, and more people crowded around, shocked to see the multicolored feathered Luan Bird dumped in the garbage pile. The multicolored feathered Luan Bird is hailed as the noblest avian king of beasts, a creature known both for its fastidiousness and obsession with cleanliness. Being thrown into a trash bin right now would probably make it lose its mind. But compared to the Luan Bird's disgraceful predicament, they were far more curious about who could possibly possess such power. You must understand, avian spirit beasts inherently hold a combat advantage over terrestrial ones due to their ability to fly, they can advance or retreat at will. Merely staying airborne already gives novice beastmasters headaches, rendering them helpless. Countless gazes converged on Mu Mengyao and Jiang Yan. At the sight of Jiang Yan, many couldn't help but frown slightly. What race does this girl's spirit beast belong to? I've actually never seen it before? I'm not sure either. If only we had a species compendium, we could scan it. No need to scan. If it can rival a rainbow-plumed phoenix of the same realm, it must be a royal-class spirit beast. TSK, how remarkable. Our great Nanping has actually produced so many beastmasters with royal-class creatures. The crowd buzzed with discussion, even drawing out the managing staff. The Chamber of Commerce strictly prohibits fighting. Who the hell is causing trouble? Don't you know this place is under the city lord's protection? A sinister-looking middle-aged man stepped forward, with a long strand of hair dangling from his forehead, clearly someone not to be trifled with. Oh no, it's Skinflint Lu. That little girl is in trouble now. Those around him hastily scurried away at the sight. However, Mu Mengyao remained composed as she prepared to leave with Jiang Yan in tow. So it's Miss Mu. Manager Lu beamed at Mu Mengyao and said, Young Master Chen has instructed that anything you wish to purchase can be charged to his account. Might Miss Mu grace us with her presence tonight at the city lord's residence to meet him? I don't know any Young Master Chen, Mu Mengyao frowned. It doesn't matter if you don't know each other. Young Master Chen has had his eye on you for quite some time and has always wanted to be friends. Surely you won't refuse this gesture of goodwill? Manager Lu's smile turned frosty. Mu Mengyao frowned. The middle-aged man before her had an air of restrained energy, his smiling face resembling a cold, venomous serpent ready to strike at any moment. But she truly couldn't recall any Young Master Chen. I'll say it again, I don't know any Young Master Chen. Mu Mengyao's eyes flashed with fury. The steward instantly lost his smile, his expression turning to cold contempt. Humph. A little brat like you, refusing a favor when it's offered. This old man will show you today what it means to be stubborn until faced with disaster. Servants, seize this reckless girl causing trouble at the Soaring Dragon Merchant Guild. I'll have her interrogated at the city lord's residence. As soon as the words were spoken, several armored soldiers stepped forward, their eyes sharp and auras fierce. Miss, please come with us. Mu Mengyao was surrounded by them, blocking her path. The situation was growing more dire. These are specially trained body cultivator beastmasters, their physiques no weaker than ordinary transcendent-level spirit beasts. This is getting tricky. Mu Mengyao's expression shifted slightly. Given her and Xiao Yan's strength, the overwhelming numbers against them made escape nearly impossible. However, right at this moment, little maid, why are you so good at stirring up trouble? Jiang Yan had intended to take a short nap, but the beast tamer got blocked. Well, look who's here. Young Master Chen has come knocking. I don't even know any Young Master Chen. Mu Mengyao tried to defend herself, taking a deep breath before asking, let's think about how to get away first. Leave? Isn't it easy to just leave? Jiang Yan glanced at the burly men surrounding him, his eyes filled with disdain, as if he didn't regard them as threats at all. However, the people around couldn't understand Jiang Yan's words, hearing only a few calm beast-like roars. Mu Mengyao, stop struggling. Unless you grow wings today, don't even think about escaping our capture. Manager Lu sneered. But before he could finish his words, he saw Mu Mengyao enveloped in a blue glow, flying skyward under everyone's astonished gazes. No way! It actually King flew.
What's going on here? Soaring through the air, could this girl actually be a master-level beast tamer?
Her spiritual power must have reached the level of telekinesis, someone exclaimed in shock. Though 5 years had passed since the dawn of beast taming era, flying humans still remained exceptionally rare in people's subconscious understanding. Those who could traverse the skies were undoubtedly formidable experts. At this moment, Mu Mengyao's hovering was no less startling than a depth charge, leaving everyone rooted to the spot in shock. Even the body-refining soldiers were momentarily stunned, forgetting their initial mission to apprehend Mu Mengyao. Seizing this brief opportunity, Zhang Yan used telekinesis to carry Mu Mengyao through the air toward the outside world.
Xiao Yan, your telekinesis can actually make you levitate?
Mu Mengyao watched the rapidly passing scenery below, her eyes gleaming slightly. She never expected Xiao Yan's telekinesis to be this powerful. The power of levitation, this marks the sign of a formidable human expert. Even she hadn't been able to hover in midair for quite some time, and somewhat missed it.
Little maid, can't you be a bit steadier? Just hovering, is it really that difficult?
Zhang Yan said with utter calm, just wait until this holy master activates the rabbit talisman, then I'll show you what true sprinting through thin air looks like.
Is that so? Mu Mengyao nodded in agreement.
Then, she and Zhang Yan landed in a safe place, spent their remaining savings to buy 10 pounds of spirit beast meat and a flame potion, and returned home directly. As night fell, the aroma of food filled the rental apartment.
Little one, you've worked hard today, this is a gift for you.
At the dining table, Mu Mengyao changed into a home-style tank dress and placed the flame potion before Zhang Yan.
Bronze-grade flame potion.
Drinking it will refine the flames within you, enhancing your combat power.
Does it taste good?
Zhang Yan took the potion, which resembled a glass test tube, with his dragon claws and downed it in one gulp.
Gurgle gurgle.
Zhang Yan finished it in 2 swigs, wiped his mouth, and thought it tasted alright, kind of like dragon fruit.
Ha! Look at yourself. Mu Mengyao chuckled, holding up a mirror before Zhang Yan and pointing at the pink juice stains around his dragon mouth. Not gonna lie, it's kinda cute. That's enough, little maid, go wash the dishes now. Fine, I'm going. Mu Mengyao rose helplessly, but at this very moment, her hand stiffened slightly, and the plate slipped uncontrollably onto the dining table. Her body trembled faintly as strands of spiritual energy surged uncontrollably toward her dantian core. Am I about to break through? Mu Mengyao gasped in surprise.
After signing the contract with Zhang Yan, she never expected to break through so soon.
Moreover, this sensation wasn't just about a simple breakthrough, it also included the enhancement of her physique.
And all of this originated from her life-bound contract with Little Yen. Little Yen, protect me while I break through my mental barriers. As if fearing Zhang Yan would slack off, she added emphatically, once I break through, I can apply for the probationary Beastmaster certification.
Then we'll have an endless supply of spirit beast meat. Please, no talking, focus on your breakthrough. Zhang Yan calmly waved his hand, enveloping the surroundings with psychic energy.
The world fell into silence, not even the slightest rustle of wind could disturb Mu Mengyao.
Chapter 11, The Composed Dean, Shocked Online.
In the tranquil rental room, invisible psychic energy spread out, sealing both windows and doors, not even a single fly could enter. Zhang Yan understood that beast masters cultivating spiritual energy must not be disturbed during breakthroughs, or the process could easily be interrupted. Of course, this situation only occurs during the early stages of a beast tamer's development, when their spiritual essence is akin to a sapling. The more tender it is, the more vulnerable it becomes to wind and rain. It gets better when it grows a little sturdier. While extending his psychic energy to shield Mu Mengyao, Zhang Yan took the opportunity to examine her carefully. The girl's delicate features carried a unique charm and stillness, exuding tranquility and elegance, with her purple dress adding exceptional grace. The little maid is quite pretty, but compared to the sacred lord's true appearance, she still falls a bit short. While advancing in cultivation can make one stronger, it's unclear whether it allows transformation into human form. Zhang Yan pondered silently when suddenly, ding! New Lazing mission refreshed. Host, please choose your Lazing mission. Mission 1, chat with your beast tamer for 30 minutes. Reward, skill points x1, exp plus 5. Mission 2, as the glorious sacred lord, command your little maid to bathe and undress you. Reward, skill points x3, exp plus 15. Mission 3, get a massage from your maid. You've fought battles your whole life, don't you deserve some pampering? Reward, skill points x5, exp plus 25. Zhang Yan found 3 tasks appearing before him. After a brief moment of surprise, a smile curved his lips. Not bad at all, this system was quite considerate, it even provided optional missions for him to choose from. But as he skimmed through the tasks, Zhang Yan noticed something odd. These missions just keep getting weirder. First it was hogging Mu Mengyao's bed, now it's chatting with her while she bathes and undresses me. Seriously, system, is this even appropriate? He's a proper dragon, after all. Ding, respected host, this mission is formulated entirely according to the template of the Peak Holy Lord and will definitely help you laze your way into becoming a great demon saint lord. Note, there are no penalties for failing the mission.
No problem, just a few minor tasks. Jiang Yan pondered briefly. Considering the Holy Lord's settings, these tasks did seem quite reasonable.
After all, the Holy Lord is the strongest antagonist who has ruled the entire surface world, carried by 8 bearers in a grand sedan chair. He could even maintain a harem without raising any eyebrows. Well, since things have come to this, let's just wash our feet first. Jiang Yan pointed his finger at the third mission. Then, with a ding, the system fell silent. At this very moment, buzz! Mu Mengyao's aura swelled, stirring a gentle breeze that rippled through the living room curtains. Her jet-black hair danced in the air as a newfound heroic aura sharpened her brows. Her beautiful eyes flashed open, gleaming with radiant light. This emperor has broken through. Several days had passed, and she finally broke through this time. Her spiritual power had reached mid-stage of the first rank. Currently, the hierarchy of human spiritual power follows the same classification as spirit beasts, divided into 8 tiers with each tier further categorized into early, middle, and late phases. The Beastmaster Association evaluates a Beastmaster's rank based on 2 criteria. First, the level of their tamed beasts, and second, the Beastmaster's own mental power level. Mid-stage of the first rank, this was enough to qualify as a novice beast tamer. Thanks to Little Flame, otherwise I wouldn't have progressed so quickly. Mu Mengyao sighed with emotion. She had only awakened her beast-taming talent last week, barely stepping into the early stage of the first rank. While ordinary prodigies required a month of cultivation to break through to mid-stage, she achieved it in just a week. All these achievements are entirely thanks to Jiang Yan's nurturing. With that thought in mind, Mu Mengyao gazed at Jiang Yan's delight-filled face and smiled softly. Yan, contracting with you is truly the best choice I've ever made in my life. However, she suddenly noticed a faint, almost imperceptible smile playing on Jiang Yan's face. Little maid, you succeeded in your breakthrough splendidly. In that case, massage my feet for this holy lord. Foot massage? What do you mean? Mu Mengyao froze for a moment, thinking she must have misheard. But the next second, she saw Jiang Yan lying flat on the bed, sticking out only 2 sturdy little dragon feet. What did he mean? Exactly what it sounded like. This guy actually really wants her to massage his feet? Mu Mengyao's fair face flushed red with anger, her temperature rising. Damn it, what exactly do you take me for? Little maid, didn't this holy master help you break through? Though that may be true, still. I even flew you away, solving a troublesome situation. I need to think about it. The next day, at dawn, in the pavilion of Tianlong Academy, Dean Long Qingshan stood with his hands clasped behind his back, intently observing the cloud-like diagram before him. Dean Long, there's something I'd like to discuss with you. A voice came from outside the pavilion. It's teacher Xueqing. What brings you here? Long Qingshan put away the projection and turned to look at Xueqing. It's nothing major, just that I saw someone smash through a steel training dummy rated at the diamond class yesterday. Really? That's absolutely outrageous. Long Qingshan assumed it must be some instructor breaking the rules. He grabbed his coat and stormed out. Which instructor did this? I'm going to teach him a lesson right now. Dean, wait. Xueqing quickly called out to stop him and explained, not a teacher, but a student. A student? Long Qingshan was taken aback. He asked, could it be Su Wanwan? I heard the young lady just returned from 100 Birds Valley. Surely her strength must be remarkable. No, not her. Xueqing shook her head, her eyes filled with helplessness. Then who? Long Qingshan was baffled. It wasn't the teacher, nor was it Su Wanwan. Could it be that kid from the City Lord's Manor also came? That shouldn't be the case. The City Lord's Manor has always looked down on Tianlong Academy. The City Lord's son was nominally a student, but his actual class attendance was negligible. Don't tell me it's Wu Qian. That girl has some talent, but she's still far from enough. The dean is right. You know this person well. It's Mu Mengyao, Xueqing said. Who? Long Qingshan's voice rose several pitches. Mu Mengyao, dean. Absurd. Utterly impossible. Long Qingshan stood up, hands clasped behind his back, his eyes flickering with anger. Teacher Xueqing really went too far. No matter how fond she is of Mu Mengyao, she shouldn't make such jokes. Didn't Mu Mengyao already reject the academy's goodwill? She doesn't even attend classes, just trains alone at home. Does she really think she's a genius like Su Wanwan and the others? Dean, look at this. Xueqing pulled out her phone, its screen flickering with faint light. She had specifically restored that adamantine-grade training dummy and exported its combat logs from yesterday. Though most of the footage was damaged, one could faintly see a small beast standing before Mu Mengyao. The tiny creature fired a lava-like pillar of flame from its single hand, turning the screen blood-red before abruptly cutting to black. After watching, Long Qingshan knitted his brows tightly, exclaiming in astonishment, it really is this girl. But how does she already have a spirit beast? And besides, isn't this little beast's skill power a bit unscientific?
A single strike shattered a steel-grade training dummy? That's warlord-level destructive force. How is this possible? Could a juvenile creature really achieve this? Teacher Xueqing, look me in the eyes and tell me, do you really think this is possible? Dean, though this juvenile creature is indeed remarkable, perhaps you should calm down first, Xueqing replied, caught between laughter and exasperation. She came to seek Dragon Dean's opinion, only for Dragon Dean to have a mental breakdown first. Chapter 12, Intermediate Dragon Rune, Dragon King's Pressure. Xueqing silently watched Dragon Dean's reaction for quite a while before he finally calmed down. Then, Dragon Dean also realized the crux of the matter. What race is this spiritual beast exactly? Why hasn't he seen it before either? This situation shouldn't be possible. He's browsed through several of the Great Xia Kingdom's professional databases. By all logic, there shouldn't be any spiritual beast he doesn't recognize. Strange. Teacher Xueqing, what kind of spiritual beast is this? I simply don't know, which is why I came to consult you, Dean, Xueqing explained. Is that so? In that case, let's observe for now. We'll set this matter aside and have Mu Mengyao participate in the Academy's monthly assessment next time. Having reached this conclusion, Long Qingshan hurried off to search through materials and investigate further. A bit lower, just a little lower. Is this alright? Good, just there, harder. Did you not eat your fill? Little Yen, don't push your luck. Early in the morning, Mu Mengyao's face darkened as she massaged Jiang Yan's shoulders and feet. This guy is way too arrogant, not even a word of gratitude. I must show it with strength who's the real master here. Mu Mengyao gritted her teeth. After this ordeal, she swore to train relentlessly without stopping, determined to show Jiang Yan how formidable she could be. At this very moment. Ding! Congratulations, host. You've successfully had your beast tamer give you a massage, completing the laid-back mission. Reward, skill points x5, exp 25. Ding! Congratulations, host. Your level has increased to level 6. Congratulations, host, for completing 3 cumulative tasks. The taskbar has been updated, rewards enhanced, task count 1. Jiang Yan saw a line of system tasks appear before his eyes and nodded. Leveled up. His body shuddered slightly as his aura broke through like a sprouting bamboo shoot. Bang! In just an instant, Jiang Yan had leveled up. Narrowing his eyes slightly, he could faintly sense the existence of the next branch in his skill tree. It seemed that at level 10, he'd be able to unlock something different. Jiang Yan grew increasingly eager and turned his attention to the system tasks. He could take on 2 missions simultaneously. Mission 1, choose to slack off during Beast Tamer training sessions, declaring sovereignty as the Holy Lord. Reward, 3 skill points, 15 EXP, random item reward. Mission 2, watch 3 hours of dancing videos featuring beautiful women to cultivate refinement and enhance psychic power. Reward, 3 skill points, 15 EXP, random magic reward. Both tasks weren't mutually exclusive. In fact, he could even complete them at the same time. Jiang Yan smiled faintly, picked up Mu Mengyao's phone, and lay on the bed scrolling through videos. Little Yan, have you broken through to level 6? At that moment, Mu Mengyao stared at Jiang Yan in slight astonishment, as information appeared before her. Name, Jiang Yan. Species, Demon Dragon Clan. Level, 6. What the hell? This guy can level up just by getting a foot massage. No, this won't do. She must hurry up and cultivate. In the following days, Mu Mengyao stayed hidden at home to cultivate. Her psychic level rose steadily, nearing the peak of the first tier. Yet she knew this was still far from enough. Simply because during these days, Jiang Yan, who had been lying in bed scrolling through videos, had become even stronger again. Mu Mengyao could only work even harder. Meanwhile, Jiang Yan slacked off even more, binge-watching videos until he dozed off. Days passed like this. Mu Mengyao trained diligently while Jiang Yan either ate and slept, or basked in the sun singing songs, thoroughly enjoying his dragon life. He completely transformed the childhood of a newly hatched dragonling into an old man's leisurely retirement lifestyle. Several days passed, approaching the end of the month. Buzz! Mu Mengyao's spiritual energy fluctuated around her, transforming at times into a dragon, at others into flames, coiling through the void. Her eyes opened slightly, a satisfied gleam flashing within. Good. After tempering my foundation for so long, I'll likely break through within these few days. I wonder how little Yen is doing. Mu Mengyao's lips curled slightly as she spotted Jiang Yan sunbathing in the rocking chair. Jiang Yan's recent breakthroughs had finally begun to slow down. This gave her a glimmer of hope to catch up. As long as she could break through before Jiang Yan, she wouldn't count it as a loss. Little Yen, I've got great news for you. I'm about to break through. Before he could finish speaking, 2 loud bangs suddenly erupted from Jiang Yan, who had been sunbathing while scrolling through videos. Surely not? Mu Mengyao narrowed her eyes suspiciously, staring at Jiang Yan before her, sensing an ominous premonition. This guy, is he about to break through again? Ding! Congratulations, host, for completing the video watching task and earning skill points x3, experience points 15, and dark magic imprisonment curse.
Ding! Congratulations, host, for tirelessly slacking off during Beast Master training and earning skill points x3, experience points 15, and bronze tier item, Flamewave Sword. Imprisonment Curse, dark magic. You can manipulate the power of earth to drag your target into the soil, restricting their movements. Flamewave Sword, bronze tier. When wielded, this sword fully mobilizes the energy within the user, unleashing fiery wave attacks.
Remaining skill points, 11.
The system notification flashed before Jiang Yan's eyes, which he calmly glanced over. Not only did it provide experience points and skill points, but also 2 new rewards. Every little bit counts, so why not take it when it's free? The Flaming Wave Sword can be given to the little maid to use. As for himself, his body is the best weapon, he doesn't need any other arms. System, I want to allocate points, Jiang Yan communicated.
Ding! Host, currently available skill points can activate intermediate level talismans. Please choose. The system prompt ended.
The space around Jiang Yan suddenly darkened, as if he had entered another world, surrounded by pitch-black emptiness. In the darkness, Jiang Yan glimpsed a towering tree, its 3 massive roots glowing faintly, while farther ahead, dim lights flickered in the distance.
It seemed that with just a thought from Jiang Yan, it could be ignited. Beginner Dragon Talisman, 1 out of 10. Beginner Rooster Talisman, 1 out of 10. Beginner Fire Demon Energy, 0/10.
3 choices lay before Jiang Yan, and without much hesitation, he decisively chose the Dragon Talisman. As a dragon, nurturing his innate talisman was naturally of utmost importance. Besides, the abilities unlocked by the Dragon Talisman probably wouldn't be lackluster either.
Ding!
Congratulations, host, for unlocking the intermediate Dragon Talisman and gaining the new ability, Dragon King's Aura.
Dragon King's Aura, you command awe-inspiring draconic majesty.
Any creature facing you will be weakened by the Dragon King's Aura, with those possessing dragon blood experiencing even greater effects.
Pressure-type skills?
Jiang Yan frowned slightly. Before he could even react, the towering dark tree before him erupted into intense light, crimson flames racing up its trunk. In an instant, a lifelike fire dragon materialized, unleashing a mighty roar as it opened its maw.
The oppressive force struck like a hurricane, plunging Jiang Yan's world into darkness in an instant. Outside world. Roar!
In cramped rental room, Jiang Yan couldn't suppress the roar escaping through his clenched teeth. The sound wave wasn't loud, merely stirring up a gentle breeze.
But the next second, the entire building erupted with overlapping roars of terrified beasts.
The voices were utterly terrified, as if they'd encountered some natural predator. Mu Mengyao could even see several bird-type spirit beasts delivering packages suddenly shut their eyes and plummet from the sky. No matter how hard the delivery riders tried to control them, it was useless.
This is the pressure skill. Mu Mengyao's eyes flickered slightly. Pressure-type skills were the mark of a king. Could Xiaoyan become the Dragon King? Chapter 13, Monthly Assessment. Isn't your cultivation speed abnormal?
In the survival of the fittest wild, spiritual beasts always maintain their optimal state. The intimidation skill, which only requires releasing pressure to deter opponents and avoid many fights, is typically exclusive to the kings of their species. The intimidation Jiang Yan displayed was precisely the hallmark of his potential to become the Dragon King.
Little flame, so all these days you've been comprehending the pressure skill.
Mu Mengyao sighed softly. As expected of a pure-blooded dragon clan, your comprehension is absurdly high. However, though Xiaoyan's talent was extraordinary, her own innate gifts were by no means inferior.
What's more, given how diligently she trained, she was certain to surpass Xiaoyan's current realm within days and advance to the second tier first.
Here, try holding this sword. Jiang Yan waved his hand and summoned from the system space a 3-foot-long, 2-finger-wide flame-tied sword. The crimson blade was carved with flame patterns resembling rolling waves, its edge faintly exuding waves of heat.
What a fine weapon!
Feeling the scorching heat radiating from the flame-wave sword, Mu Mengyao's eyes shimmered with astonishment. In her past life, she had walked the path of a physical cultivator and beast tamer, mastering various weapons, which naturally included the long sword. Physical cultivators and beast tamers primarily focus on battling alongside their spirit beasts, so it's only natural they would wield some weapons and equipment.
However, when Mu Mengyao saw the flamewave sword, she immediately recognized its extraordinary nature.
Though only bronze-ranked, it could actually channel its own flames to assist tamers in controlling their beast-taming talents.
Among bronze-tier weapons, this is already considered exceptional.
Even some ordinary silver-tier weapons can't compare to the sword Jiang Yan produced.
Flame Surge Sword? Little Yen, where did you get this? Mu Mengyao asked curiously. Don't ask so many questions. If you don't want it, I'll take it back.
Stop. I'll take it, just give it to me.
The next day.
I heard this month's scholarship is a full 100,000 yuan.
100,000? That's enough to cover my beast taming expenses for a whole month. No way, that's 10 times more than last month. I'm not kidding.
The dean posted the notice in the group chat, you can check it yourselves.
At the entrance of Tianlong Academy, Mu Mengyao walked through the bustling crowd, students' whispers incessantly reaching her ears.
The school provided a sponsorship of 100,000 yuan for the winner, which was no small sum. It was enough for Mu Mangyao to relieve her urgent needs, and it was precisely this news that had brought her here. Little maid, have you prepared everything? With a buzzing sound, a fiery red summoning circle flashed as Jiang Yan suddenly appeared before Mu Mangyao. After several days together, he could now freely traverse Mu Mangyao's beast-taming space. Rest assured, I already bought everything from the convenience store downstairs. We're just waiting to enter the secret realm now. Mu Mangyao's lips curved slightly, her eyes sharp as an eagle's. Excellent. When the time comes, we'll make sure to profit handsomely. Jiang Yan chuckled lightly and followed Mu Mangyao into the academy classroom. At this moment, inside the classroom, classmates, it's been a month since everyone awakened their beast-taming talents. Teacher believes none of you have neglected your spiritual energy cultivation. So, the first question in this monthly exam will test your spiritual energy. As teacher Xueqing finished speaking, the students below the podium instantly erupted in groans. Ugh, who remembers to cultivate spiritual energy right after hatching spirit beasts? Everyone's been obsessed with their spirit beasts, we've long forgotten all about spiritual energy training. There's no need to tense up. Simply progressing to mid-stage of the first rank would already be quite commendable. As Xueqing began calling out the test takers' names, one after another were identified as early-stage first rank. A full 5 minutes passed without anyone meeting Xueqing's requirements, and her frown deepened with each moment. Eventually, Xueqing stopped calling names altogether and simply let the students report their mental strength levels themselves. Sure enough, not a single student in the entire class had reached mid-stage tier 1. Do I need to repeat how crucial spiritual power levels are? If your spiritual power isn't sufficient, how can you possibly unleash your beast-taming talents? Xueqing snapped angrily. At that moment, Wu Qian stood up. Teacher, I've already reached mid-stage tier 1. Oh, let me see? Xueqing glanced at Wu Qian, her eyes unleashing a vast surge of ice-type spiritual power that enveloped the other girl. As expected, you're at mid-first rank. Though you just broke through not long ago and your foundation isn't stable yet, compared to them, you're already doing well. Right at that moment, knocking sounds came from the door. Knock, knock, knock. Everyone turned to look as Mu Mangyao walked in, leading a little beast that walked with splayed feet. Why did Mu Mangyao come? And what kind of spirit beast is that? I've never seen it before. Is it a lizard? It doesn't look like a lizard. Lizards don't have horns, and they wouldn't dare act so boldly in front of us. The students stared at Jiang Yan, their faces full of intense curiosity. The former campus belle actually contracted a spiritual beast I've never seen before. How strange. At that moment, Wu Qian was holding a red cube-like device, aiming it at Jiang Yan. Beep. Unknown spiritual beast not recorded in the spiritual beast guidebook, temporarily unable to retrieve data. Even the guidebook can't identify it? Wu Qian frowned slightly, a sense of foreboding creeping into her heart. Yet with apparent concern written across her face, she said, Mangyao, are you here for the monthly exam? What a pity, we just finished testing spiritual power. You're too late. Coming late meant no testing. Regardless of how strong her spirit beast was, it wouldn't stop Wu Qian from taking first place. However, Xueqing suddenly spoke with gentle sincerity. It's alright. I can arrange a separate test for Mangyao. Teacher, this isn't appropriate, is it? Wu Qian objected. There's nothing inappropriate about it. You're all my students. Teacher Xueqing looked at Mu Mangyao. Mangyao, after these days of cultivation, what's your current mental power level? Mu Mangyao glanced at the disgruntled Wu Qian and the scrutinizing gazes of the others. With a calm expression, she replied, reporting to teacher, I've reached mid-stage first rank. The classroom fell into half a second of silence after these words. You, middle stage first rank? Why? School belle Mu, no offense, but how could a female student like you, without money or resources, possibly be middle stage first rank? Exactly. Even our class monitor Wu Qian, who contracted a frost scale serpent, only reached middle stage first rank. You must be joking. The students voiced their queries, with some even angrily demanding Mu Mangyao to take the test immediately or leave if unwilling. Shut up! Xueqing suddenly shouted in anger. She subtly glanced at the small beast by Mu Mangyao's feet, relieved to see it hadn't gotten angry. These students didn't know about Mu Mangyao's spirit beast, but she did. A single strike shattered an iron training dummy comparable to a commander-level beast, utterly terrifying. If this spirit beast were provoked, even the entire class of students combined wouldn't stand a chance against this little creature. Alright Mangyao, let me test you now. Xueqing placed a hand on Mu Mangyao's shoulder as icy white spiritual energy surged forth like snowfall. With a buzzing sound, a formidable surge of spiritual energy rippled around Mu Mangyao, scorching like flames. Under the clash of spiritual forces, Xueqing gasped in shock, you're at mid-tier first rank. And your energy is so stable, your foundation is rock solid without the slightest fluctuation. How is this possible? Wait, something's wrong. You're already halfway into late-tier first rank. Reaching late-stage rank 1 in just half a month. This cultivation speed is literally like a rocket.
Chapter 14, Dragon's Might Shatters Illusion, awe-striking the entire arena. Mangyao, if my senses aren't mistaken, your spiritual power is about to break through to late-stage rank 1? Teacher Xueqing stared incredulously at the graceful young woman in violet standing before her. Somewhere along the way, she'd inexplicably found herself unable to comprehend Mu Mangyao anymore. When exactly had this begun? As her gaze drifted downward and settled upon Jiang Yan, enlightenment dawned on Xueqing's face. Right after Mu Mangyao contracted this spirit beast, she became like a completely different person. Everything is because of it. At this moment, teacher, are you mistaken? No matter how talented Mu Mangyao is, it's impossible for her cultivation to advance this fast. Wu Qian didn't even bother pretending anymore, attacking outright. Our Wu family burned through resources and hired private tutors, yet I'm only at mid-first tier. How does some orphan from the slums deserve this? Enough, Wu Qian, hold your tongue. Xueqing snapped, her sharp gaze silently ordering her to be quiet. If that spirit beast really attacked, Wu Qian wouldn't even know how she died. But Wu Qian not only ignored Xueqing, she even pointed at Mu Mangyao and said, I get it now. You, Mu Mangyao, must have latched onto Chunqing Tian from the city lord's mansion. No wonder, with some rich young master backing you up, you. She grew more impassioned as she spoke, yet in the very next moment, Mu Mangyao gazed at her with tranquil eyes, as calmly as if observing roadside weeds. The sheer murderous aura radiating from her struck terror into the observer's soul. Her crimson lips parted slightly as she uttered, finish talking? You, don't think talent makes you special. Wu Qian clenched her teeth, still wanting to retort, but just then, a flame-like brilliance ignited deep within Mu Mangyao's dazzling amethyst-brown eyes. Whoosh! Golden sacred flames burst forth through the void, engulfing Wu Qian in an overwhelming tide. The world through her eyes seemed veiled in gloom, her body completely paralyzed. What's going on? My body, I can't move? Wu Qian was shocked as she lost control of her body. The only thing she could move were her eyeballs. She stared in terror as Mu Mangyao's black hair fluttered in the air, an invisible psychic force acting like a cage, pinning her firmly in place. She could sense that if Mu Mangyao wished, she could even kill her effortlessly. No, don't kill me, please, I was just joking. Wu Qian's heart brimmed with the desire to survive as she collapsed limply onto the chair, her back drenched in cold sweat. I normally overlook the weak, but someone as pathetically weak as you, now that's a rare sight. Mu Mangyao's eyes returned to a pale violet hue as she spoke calmly. Repeatedly provoking her like this, did they really think the Empress was some spineless pushover? You little maid, acting quite domineering, but you're still not quite on my level. Is that so? I wouldn't say so. Mu Mangyao walked out of the classroom with Jiang Yan, smiling. The second assessment was to be held collectively on the sports field, so she chose to go ahead first. As she left, the classroom sank into a prolonged silence. The students exchanged glances, their faces blank and helpless. Witnessing Mu Mangyao's return made them realize the unbridgeable gap between them had not narrowed, but instead grown ever wider. Truly worthy of being our academy's top talented campus belle, Mu Mangyao. Sigh, don't even mention it. I doubt even my tamed beast and I together could stand a chance against School Flower Mu in that state. I just noticed the weapon on her back, no doubt she's a physical cultivation beast tamer. In this particular field, we really can't compare to her. Listening to her classmates' discussions, Wu Qian finally snapped back to reality. Her forehead already dotted with fine beads of sweat, her eyes filled with utter panic. No, how could she be this strong? There must be something wrong here. That's right, she must have only focused on her own innate talents while completely neglecting beast taming training. This must be the truth. Just think about it, how could Mu Mangyao, holding a problematic egg and coming from a poor family, ever gamble on a spiritual beast? Her only option was body-refining beast mastery, trading her physical talents for combat strength. This means her weakness is precisely spiritual beasts. Wu Qian exclaimed excitedly, as long as I fully cultivate my frost crystal drake, Mu Mangyao will never surpass me. Teacher Xueqing, I've gained enlightenment, true enlightenment. No, you haven't. Xueqing wore a bitter expression, wanting to remind Wu Qian but unsure how to broach the subject. Previously, she would have found these words meaningful, but now, she truly couldn't agree. After all, that little beast's strength might be even more terrifying than Mu Mangyao. Alright everyone, gather below. The second round of testing will begin shortly. Yes. As Xueqing led the students to the academy's sports field, under the scorching sun, the students stood in square formations, awaiting their evaluations as arranged by their teachers. The academy's higher-ups sat on the shaded podium, their eyes sweeping across the rows of students. Director Su, this time every year is when your illusionary beast gets to show off its prowess. Any new tricks up your sleeve this year? Long Qingshan smiled as he glanced at the balding, portly middle-aged man beside him. Director Su Ning chuckled, you flatter me, Dean. My illusion beast is quite ordinary, hardly capable of any remarkable feats. To be honest, though, this year my illusion beast and I have been researching a new concept, the illusion of the celestial dragon's descent. The Celestial Dragon's descent? Long Qingshan was taken aback.
The Celestial Dragon, just the name alone connected it directly to their Celestial Dragon Academy. This subordinate really knows how to stir things up. Even he felt a hint of anticipation.
Then let's begin. Yes.
Su Ning nodded, formed hand seals with both hands, and summoned a magical beast that shimmered completely in violet, resembling a floating balloon. The moment it appeared, it immediately opened its bull-sized lips, exhaling wisps of violet illusory mist.
The mist spread out, enveloping the students below. This is Director Su's phantom beast. You must steel your minds and hold out till the very end. The teacher's voice lingered in the students' ears, becoming the last words they heard before closing their eyes. The smoke swept over the crowd, drifting not far from Mu Mengyao. Little Yen, maybe you should return to the beast space first. This level is an illusion realm, which can be very difficult for a newborn spirit beast like you, Mu Mengyao persuaded. To be honest, Little Yen was a spirit beast who loved eating and sleeping, with just a hint of lecherousness. If faced with this kind of illusion attack, he'd probably fall for the illusions instantly. Merely an illusion realm?
There's no need for this holy lord to retreat.
Jiang Yen gazed calmly at the approaching purple mist and asked, Little maid, is the secret realm beyond this checkpoint? Correct, but why do you ask? Mu Mengyao replied curiously. Excellent. Then let me speed things up.
A faint golden hue flickered in Jiang Yan's draconic pupils as they narrowed slightly.
An oppressive aura emerged around Jiang Yan, vast as the ocean, stirring up towering waves. Whoosh!
The oppressive force surged toward the approaching purple mist like tidal waves, then collided violently with it. In the next instant, the purple mist was instantly dispersed by the impact, while the residual oppressive force transformed into fierce winds that swept toward the people on the podium. The gusting wind brushed against their faces, causing Long Qingshan and the others to startle slightly as they sensed an immense pressure.
What kind of oppressive aura is this?
So powerful, yet so strangely familiar, it feels like we've encountered it somewhere before.
And isn't this pressure a bit too overwhelming? My legs are going weak. Chapter 15, Dazing the Illusion Beast.
The Hidden Dragon's Secret Realm. As the crushing pressure swept over them, the teachers on the podium shook their heads in bewilderment.
Someone asked, Not bad, old Su. Since when does your illusion beast have this kind of pressure?
No, it doesn't, came the reply. Su Ning stammered hesitantly.
Didn't he even know his own illusion beast?
This oppressive aura clearly didn't belong to his illusion beast, it was from some other spiritual creature.
And now,
on the playground, the students also shuddered under Jiang Yan's terrifying pressure. They slowly opened their eyes, taking in the familiar surroundings.
Damn, Director Su's illusion is so realistic. I actually thought I hadn't fallen for any illusion yet.
That's right, even Teacher Liang Suiking and the others have made it so realistic. The art of illusion is truly terrifying.
Wait, why are we all in the same illusion?
The students looked around, still not fully aware of their situation.
However, right at this moment,
a shadow suddenly descended from the sky, plummeting straight toward the students. A purple spiritual creature resembling a hot air balloon slowly crashed toward Mu Mengyao's formation.
Whoosh!
As the distance closed, everyone finally saw it was Director Su's illusion beast. At this moment, its two large eyes had spirals in them, foam dribbled from its mouth, and it wore a pained expression.
Holy shit!
Director Su's illusion beast just crashed.
Isn't this supposed to be an illusion? Definitely not.
Stop standing there stunned, summon your beasts, we need backup. The classmates scrambled in panic. After all, Director Su's phantom armored beast was a commander-level spiritual creature.
If it falls like this, won't they get hurt?
Fortunately, at the critical moment, the teacher's tamed beast managed to hold up the falling phantom beast,
successfully saved the situation. However, after this incident, the students all began to clamor and discuss. Teachers and the academy's senior officials were also holding an emergency meeting. Director Su, I'm afraid this isn't the so-called Celestial Dragon's descent you mentioned, is it? Long Qingshan frowned. What heavenly dragon descending to Earth? Clearly just a balloon plummeting down.
Of course not, Dean. Su Ning replied with near tears frustration. I swear I wasn't trying to stir up trouble. The phantom beast's coma was completely accidental. The scene was slightly chaotic. But unlike the others, Mu Mengyao stood quietly in place, somewhat dazed.
Xiao, how is your pressure skill so effective against other spirit beasts?
You're not even the same species, this isn't scientific.
Mu Mengyao furrowed her brows, somewhat unable to comprehend Jiang Yan's aura suppression skill. Xiao Yan's draconic might is simply too overbearing. It can even intimidate commander-level spirit beasts into submission? Don't be surprised, that so-called illusion beast is completely brainless.
Jiang Yan pursed his lips without much expression. The pressure was practically smothering his face, yet it kept foolishly releasing illusionary particles.
No wonder it passed out. Alright, now comes the main event.
Jiang Yan glanced in the direction of Dean Long Qingshan, a faint smile curling at the corners of his lips. The little mate had mentioned that the rookie training grounds of the Sky Dragon Academy were quite special, nurturing many spirit beasts with dragon bloodlines.
Moreover, students didn't have to pay to enter for training, and they could keep any rewards they obtained. Isn't this just handing out free money?
Perfect timing. The little maid was too poor and had to come out to make a big score. For this, he had prepared quite a few good things.
Class, quiet.
On the podium, Long Qingshan motioned downward with both hands, a gentle spiritual force like a spring breeze sweeping over the crowd, instantly silencing the venue.
Due to Director Su's illusion beast being unwell, this exam's results will be calculated separately later. We will evaluate everyone's performance based on the recordings shortly. Now, let's proceed to the next stage, the Hidden Dragon Secret Realm Assessment. Make your preparations.
Long Qingshan raised his hands, and a massive cloud chart materialized behind him.
Buzz.
Within the cloud chart, avian creatures with draconic features soared through white clouds, while dense forests sprawled below where faint silhouettes of serpents and insects could barely be discerned. Witnessing this, teacher Xueqing immediately began giving instructions to her students. Although the Hidden Dragon Secret Realm is a beginner's dungeon, the spirit beasts within all contain a trace of dragon blood, making their combat prowess far exceed ordinary spirit beasts.
Everyone must be extremely cautious.
Moreover, every spirit beast you slay will be recorded by the teacher on the leaderboard to determine the final monthly exam champion.
Any more questions?
Teacher Xueqing explained in great detail, and the students nodded one after another.
Teacher Xueqing, I have a question, Mu Mengyao inquired.
Go ahead, Xueqing replied with a rare gentle smile.
I'd like to ask, is there a limit to how many spirit beasts I can slay? Of course not.
Xueqing smiled faintly, feel free to slaughter them as you wish. You can even sell the spiritual beast's resources, every past dean has permitted it. Having said this, Xueqing deliberately glanced at Long Qingshan.
The latter nodded calmly in response.
Seeing this, Mu Mengyao smiled and said, good, then there's no issue.
Moments later.
Dragon Qingshan raised both hands, channeling his spiritual power to teleport students one by one into the celestial chart formed by clouds above.
In mere moments, the plaza was restored to its empty vastness. Dean Long, why are we rushing to open the secret realm so urgently this time?
Exactly. Usually, you'd let us make our grand entrance first, but now.
Alright, I have my reasons for doing it this way.
Long Qingshan remained completely calm as he steadily settled back into his chair. With a wave of his hand, a shimmering screen materialized before him. Displayed upon it were recordings of the students' movements within the Hidden Dragon Secret Realm.
Come, let this dean see how much surprise you can bring me. Especially you, Mu Mengyao.
Within the dark and damp forest of the Hidden Dragon Secret Realm, Mu Mengyao's vision blurred briefly as her feet touched the ground, and when her eyes focused again, she found herself standing amid a dense thicket of jungle. Jiang Yan's figure shimmered as he passed through a hexagram magic array, appearing before Mu Mengyao. Such dense draconic aura, and rather fragrant too.
Jiang Yan took a deep breath, sensing the exceptionally rich draconic energy in the air. It gave him an inexplicable sense of familiarity, not like returning home, but rather the cozy satisfaction of a wolf entering a sheep pen. Enemies, fight, fight, fight.
At that moment, sharp voices came from the sky. Several colorful parrots flew down from above, chanting something, their heads covered in dragon scale-like patterns. Be careful, Xiao Yan. These are dragon blood parrots, they love attacking in swarms and have extremely foul tempers, Mu Mengyao warned seriously.
A flock of elite-level dragon blood parrots could even massacre commander-level beasts unscathed. Boom!
One after another, the dragon blood parrots opened their beaks, emitting tangible sonic waves in concentric circles, attempting to pin Jiang Yan and Mu Mengyao in place. As the sonic waves surged forth, Jiang Yan raised his head, golden light flashing through his eyes.
In his eyes, the dragon talisman seal instantly lit up. Dragon King's aura. Boom!
Jiang Yan's body erupted with a whirlwind, lifting fallen leaves from the ground into the sky.
Chirp, chirp. Holy shit, what the hell? The blood dragon parrots frantically flapped their wings, terrified into screeching birdsong.
A fear that struck at the very core of their being overwhelmed them, their minds short-circuiting as they plummeted uncontrolled to the ground.
Target identified as dragon-blooded spirit beasts, intimidation effect doubled.
Chapter 16 Dragon Rune slaughtering through the secret realm.
It's here for business acquisitions. Help, help, murder.
The blood parrot dragon let out continuous screams of terror as its body plummeted to the ground like a cannonball. Thud after thud, they collapsed like broken-winged birds, unable to even flap their wings. All 13 dragon-blooded parrots fixed their gazes on Jiang Yan simultaneously, their eyes filled with shock and bewilderment. Having lived this long, it was the first time they'd encountered a spirit beast exuding such draconic majesty.
Good job, Little Yan.
Mu Mengyao watched this scene unfold, her eyes gleaming faintly with delight. So Xiao Yan's newly awakened aura is truly formidable, it could even knock down such a large flock of dragon blood parrots.
Don't just stand there gawking, bring it out already. Jiang Yan urged impatiently. MHM.
Mu Mengyao stroked the heavenly spirit bead around her neck and waved her hand lightly. A crimson flame-wreathed sword was clenched tightly in her grasp. In the other hand appeared a greenish-brown snakeskin bag.
Right after, Mu Mengyao wielded her sword with precision, piercing necks or decapitating parrots in single strokes. Every strike found its lethal mark. As several blood blossoms bloomed in the air, multiple dragon-blooded parrots met their immediate demise.
Mu Mengyao swiftly finished off the wounded creatures while her sword flashed, severing the valuable parts of the bloodscale parrots and stowing them into her snakeskin pouch. His movements were neither fast nor slow, yet the entire process flowed as smoothly as drifting clouds and running water. The other dragon-blooded parrots that were getting finished off were utterly terrified, trembling uncontrollably and letting out eerie, whimpering shrieks.
How cruel! Dragon blood parrots, their essence blood can be used to brew rage potions, about 1,000 yuan per 100 milliliters. Their special tail feathers can be crafted into magical armor, 10,000 yuan per catty. The most precious part is their beak ground into powder. It can enhance male vitality. Mu Mengyao's eyes remained calm as the fiery waves of her sword moved with surgical precision, harvesting one dragon blood parrot after another. Pitter-patter, blood sprayed everywhere as the scent of blood uncontrollably filled the air. In the forest, pairs of eyes opened wide, like cats catching the scent of prey, swiftly darting through the jungle's cover as they rushed toward the source. Roar! The hidden dragon secret realm housed spirit beasts that mostly carried traces of dragon blood in their veins. Driven by instinctual yearning, these creatures sought to devour one another to purify and strengthen their draconic lineage. Xiao, the scent of blood spreads too quickly here. Should we move to another location? Mu Mengyao paused her work, two bulging burlap sacks resting at her feet. The collected spirit beast parts in those sacks were already worth roughly 600,000. Even after agent fees, selling them would still net 500,000 in profit. Change locations? There's no need for that. We'll take as many as come. It's high time this holy master improved his living conditions. A ruthless gleam flashed through Zhang Yan's crimson vertical pupils. His gaze swept across the forest shadows, revealing streams of information about each spirit beast in his vision. Name, Lurking Python. Level, 15, Transcendent. Description, a stealth specialized serpentine spirit beast carrying a trace of dragon bloodline within its veins. Name, Dragon Scale Horse. Level, 13, Transcendent. Name, Iron Dragon Ant. Seriously, dragons can eat anything. Looking at all these creatures infused with dragon blood, Zhang Yan couldn't help but complain. Pythons, horses, parrots, even ants weren't spared. Dragons are inherently lustful, that saying couldn't be more true. Jokes aside, Zhang Yan wouldn't hold back when facing these dragon blood spirit beasts. Zhang Yan took a deep breath and summoned the dragon sigils within his body. His gaze abruptly changed as an overwhelming pressure erupted from Zhang Yan's body, sweeping outward like tidal waves. With a loud boom, an immense aura blanketed the heavens and earth. All rustling sounds in the surrounding bushes ceased instantly. One after another, spirit beasts fell from the trees, their pupils losing focus. Thud, thud, thud. In an instant, the sky rained spirit beasts. Neither birds in flight nor beasts on the ground, nor even venomous insects, remained conscious beyond 10 paces from Zhang Yan. The entire field was left with only Zhang Yan and Mu Mengyao still standing. The Dragon Clan. To think such unreasonable spirit beasts exist in this world. Mu Mengyao gazed at the scattered dragon-blood spirit beasts littering the ground, and even she couldn't help but swallow hard. For dragon-blooded spirit beasts, Xiao Yan's aura was like a remote control, dictating their very life and death. These dragon-blooded spirit beasts had no ability to resist at all. This wasn't a matter of strength, it was pure bloodline suppression. Of course, these spirit beasts weren't particularly high level, which is why the intimidation skill worked so effectively. Little Flame, you're amazing. Extra treats for you tonight. Mu Mengyao exclaimed excitedly. Cut the crap, start bagging the money now, Zhang Yan urged calmly. Aha! Mu Mengyao hastily grabbed her sword and dashed out. Working in tandem, the duo stuffed one sack after another into the heavenly spirit pearl, filling their coffers to overflowing. Moreover, as the blood-carrying dragon essence permeated the air, more and more spirit beasts were drawn in, only to be crushed by Zhang Yan's pressure, turning into fragments of spirit beasts. The number of dragon-blooded spirit beasts painstakingly cultivated by Tianlong Academy was plummeting at rocket speed. At this very moment, at the podium, due to the barrier between the secret realm and the real world, the footage on the light screen was delayed by a few minutes. Long Qingshan turned to Teacher Xueqing. By the way, Teacher Xueqing, why do you think that girl asked you those questions? Perhaps she wants to hunt spirit beasts in the secret realm to earn money from their materials. After all, Mengyao's family background, Teacher Xueqing replied. That girl comes from humble origins, and financial constraints are indeed an issue. Whether she can seize this school's 100,000 yuan opportunity remains to be seen. Long Qingshan smiled faintly. Teacher Xueqing also nodded slightly, gazing at the light screen. At this moment,
the delay on the light screen ended, and it began displaying the scene of Mu Mangyao surrounded by bloodwing parrots.
This is the territory of the bloodwing parrots. Mangyao is in danger, Teacher Xueqing said gravely. It's fine, this was intentional.
I wanted to see Mu Mengyao's true capabilities, Long Qingshan chuckled confidently, quite pleased with his arrangement.
I see, Dean. That's truly a brilliant move, Xueqing flattered.
Long Qingshan burst into laughter, but his smile froze almost instantly. On the projection screen, for reasons unknown, the blood parrots suddenly fell from the sky and Mu Mengyao stepped forward with her longsword to harvest them all. From beginning to end, the blood parrot didn't resist at all, not even moving a muscle.
Teacher Xueqing asked suspiciously, Dean, did you arrange this too? Long Qingshan's forehead darkened, absolutely not. Then what's going on here? What the hell is going on? How the fuck should I know?
Long Qingshan was utterly baffled, suspecting the scarlet blood parrot was throwing the match, but he had no proof. However, as the scent of blood spread, more and more scarlet blood spirit beasts were drawn to the scene. Just as Long Qingshan was about to relax, he watched in disbelief as these spirit beasts suddenly collapsed to the ground like they'd drunk counterfeit liquor, falling unconscious one after another.
What the hell are these spirit beasts doing? Long Qingshan was utterly baffled. Why had his dragon-blooded spirit beast immediately fallen asleep upon arrival? Suddenly, he saw Mu Mengyao pull out dozens of snakeskin sacks, causing his eyelids to twitch violently. Shit, this was a setup. Feels like this girl came here to stock up on merchandise. Chapter 17 Bone Serpent Commander. A new record.
More and more people noticed the strange images on the luminous screen. The dragon-blood spirit beasts charged toward Mu Mengyao like mad creatures, only to collapse one after another into deep slumber. With swift strokes of her blade, Mu Mengyao cut them down one by one, carving their flesh into chunks before stuffing them into burlap sacks.
Dean, this doesn't make sense. Why are these spirit beasts from our hidden dragon secret realm throwing themselves to their deaths one after another? The teachers inquired in confusion. To them, the behavior of these dragon-blooded spirit beasts could only be explained as sheer madness.
It was absolutely absurd. These dragon-blooded creatures, usually so protective of their lives, now showed no fear of death.
They didn't even dodge Mu Mengyao's sword, just marched straight to their doom. Damn, they're not even pretending anymore.
Principal, I've observed that students from other places haven't shown this kind of situation.
Why is Mu Mengyao such a special case?
Teacher Xueqing said perplexedly.
Long Qingshan's eyes flickered as he shook his head. Without close observation, I can't say for sure. But if this continues, my dragon blood spiritual beasts will be reduced by half.
Long Qingshan stared at the screen showing the man and dragon, his face turning livid with anger.
After nurturing this dragon blood spirit beast for so many years, could it really face extinction today? Should we terminate the assessment and teleport them out? Someone suggested. Forced teleportation, that wouldn't be a bad solution at all. But Long Qingshan hesitated. Though he had just promised Mu Mengyao she could kill freely, he immediately teleported them out. Where would that leave his dignity? No need for teleportation.
Long Qingshan clenched his teeth slightly but forced a composed smile.
How many spirit beasts a student can slay depends on their own capability.
As academy leaders, we should encourage and nurture our students.
The dean is wise. The teachers seized the opportunity to flatter him. At the same time,
on the scoreboard, Mu Mengyao's name was rising at an alarming speed. While other students were still in the hundreds, Mu Mengyao had already surpassed 1,000 and even climbed past 2,000 points. Dean, I think the historical points leaderboard is about to break records, Xueqing said solemnly.
I know. How could I not know when it's my spiritual beast being killed?
Long Qingshan clenched his iron fist so tightly his knuckles turned pale.
Inside the hidden dragon's secret realm, the burlap sack at Mu Mengyao's feet reached double digits, the scent of blood around her unbearably pungent. Put! Her flamewave sword pierced through the last giant crimson python as Mu Mengyao finally exhaled in relief. That's the last one. Finishing moves, slicing, bagging.
In just these few short hours, she could feel her physical strength nearly depleted. There are simply too many. It feels like a quarter of the secret realm's dragon-blooded spirit beasts have been drawn here.
The entire forest fell eerily silent after the slaughter, not a single chirp or birdsong remaining.
Little Yen, if we keep killing like this, the dean will teleport us out sooner or later.
Wait, where's Little Yen? Mu Mengyao searched for Zhang Yan's figure.
On a nearby open space, Zhang Yan had set up a campfire and was roasting kebabs.
While I've been working myself to death, you little brat have the nerve to enjoy barbecue? Black lines surfaced on Mu Mengyao's forehead. Xiao Yan, were you even listening to me? No. Zhang Yan responded while munching on a skewer of aromatic spirit beast meat.
Grilled spirit beast meat is truly delicious, just missing a bit of cumin and seasoning.
Just as Zhang Yan was about to finish the skewers,
a sinister chill began to seep from the depths of the forest.
More spirit beasts are approaching, and not just dozens, they're swarming in like a tidal wave. That's considerably more than expected.
Zhang Yan furrowed his brow as he sensed them through his psychic awareness, preparing to unleash his aura.
However, Ding! Special laid-back mission triggered. Observe a Beastmaster battling spirit beasts for 5 minutes. Reward, 10 skill points, 50 EXP.
A mission panel appeared in Jiang Yan's eyes, and he frowned slightly.
Observing a Beastmaster confronting a spiritual beast? This was a secret realm, after all, where dragon-blooded spiritual beasts were extremely dangerous. A single misstep could cost him his life. If Mu Mengyao were gone, he would lose his Beastmaster. Jiang Yan's expression turned slightly grave.
System, as my little mate's holy lord, I absolutely can't let her take such risks, unless the pay is raised. For such a dangerous mission, the system only gives skill points and experience points, way too stingy.
Shouldn't it at least offer more money? The system fell silent for half a second. Then, the task content in front of Jiang Yan changed.
Observe a Beastmaster battling a spirit beast, reward, skill points x10, experience points 50, Devil Chi gift box x1. Devil Chi gift box, upon opening, randomly obtain any Devil Chi from one of the remaining 8 great demons. Demonic energy, the fundamental power of the 8 demon kings, possesses various unimaginable abilities. The thunder demon energy of Demon King Xiao grants control over lightning, making it peerless in slaughter. The water demon energy of Demon King Basha allows transformation into water, capable of infinite variations. It can be said that each type of demonic energy represents the unique and formidable power of its respective demon king.
The system, you know me well.
Jiang Yan sighed slightly, his eyes carrying a hint of pity as he looked at Mu Mengyao.
Xiaoyan, why are you looking at me like that? Mu Mengyao asked confusedly.
Little maid, you're already a seasoned beast tamer, time to learn how to harness your own power. Jiang Yan took 2 steps back and, under Mu Mengyao's puzzled gaze, leaped onto the treetop.
What's wrong? Mu Mengyao was still confused, but just then, the surrounding bushes suddenly rustled.
Skeletal snake-like spirit beasts crawled out of the shrubs, their eyes burning with eerie emerald flames, sending chills down one's spine. Wherever they passed, the ground was left with frost-like trails. At the center of the snake horde, an 8-meter-long bone python resembling a flood dragon was slowly advancing. Its fiery aura shimmered with an iridescent glow, having already transcended the ordinary species of skeletal serpents. Bone python, an undead-type spirit beast formed from the remains of a sub-dragon flood dragon. Mu Mengyao's expression grew solemn. Ordinary grade bone spirit snakes, over 100 of them, and there's even a bone flood dragon among them. Xiaoyan, we need to be careful.
Mu Mengyao turned to look at Jiang Yan, only to find the spot empty, nothing there at all? Ha!
Xiaoyan, where the hell are you?
Boom!
A ball of necrotic fire came hurtling towards them. Mu Mengyao leaped into the fray, gritting her teeth as she fought against a swarm of skeletal serpents. Perched on a tree branch, Jiang Yan lounged with one leg crossed over the other, leisurely observing Mu Mengyao's battle. Though he couldn't quite make out what Mu Mengyao was saying, he could imagine it wasn't particularly polite. Keep at it, little maid. This holy master is going to take a nap. Outside world. Good, well done. Long Qingshan couldn't help but laugh when he saw the Bone Serpent clan being disturbed. The Bone Serpents were originally powerful creatures living beyond that forest, yet they were still lured here by the scent of blood. Dean, that little beast still hasn't made its move yet, Xueqing reminded. No matter, Long Qingshan smiled. Teacher Xueqing, you must understand that target practice and actual combat are entirely different things. No matter how powerful that juvenile beast may be, there's no way it could defeat a peak-conditioned commander-grade bone dragon. Chapter 18, The Bone Dragon Trembles in Fear, Spare Me, Ancient Ancestor. In the Secret Realm. Mu Mengyao, facing an entire skeletal dragon clan, felt the overwhelming pressure. The opponents were numerous, with a commander-level spirit beast directing them. Had it not been for Mu Mengyao's status as the Divine Empress and her combat experience from past lives, she might truly have struggled to hold her ground. Xiaoyan is slacking off again. If we want a breakthrough, we'll have to rely on ourselves. Mu Mengyao's eyes remained calm as she swung her flame-wave sword, her gaze simultaneously guarding against the bone serpent amidst the snake horde. The creature arched its body, sitting firmly among the snakes like an immovable mountain. Even when she showed signs of weakness several times, it never launched an attack. The undead-type spirit beast possesses such intelligence, this bone dragon's strength must be considerable. She had no choice but to keep her trump card hidden, biding her time. Time ticked away moment by moment, and before long, 5 minutes had passed. Screech! The bone dragon let out a low, guttural roar, finally unable to resist taking action. It arched its body and suddenly spewed a blast of soul flame. The translucent flames were swift and precise, putting Mu Mengyao through great difficulty to dodge, narrowly avoiding them by a hair's breadth. Oh no! Just as Mu Mengyao evaded the soul flame, a green magic circle emerged on the ground as thorny vines sprouted like tentacles, grabbing towards Mu Mengyao. A skeletal dragon serpent actually knows what elemental magic spells. A mutated species. Mu Mengyao frowned, hadn't anticipated this development. As the bramble thorns closed in, Mu Mengyao gritted her teeth, preparing to endure the attack directly. But at the critical moment, with a loud boom, A mass of deep brown flame descended from the sky, incinerating the tentacle-like thorns into ashes that scattered with the wind. The rustling of leaves echoed from the treetops. Jiang Yan leaped from the treetop, blue light flickering in his eyes as he enveloped Mu Mengyao's body and gently lowered her to the ground.
Xiao Yan, be careful.
Your opponent is commander level, your pressure resistance won't affect them. Seeing Jiang Yan, Mu Mengyao exhaled in relief but still remembered to warn him. Don't worry, this Saint Lord knows his limits. Jiang Yan's expression remained calm as he stepped forward toward the skeletal wyvern opposite him. His casual demeanor seemed to make the surrounding air freeze for several seconds.
Mu Mengyao frowned. Xiao Yan, you're not thinking of close combat, are you? Keep your distance. This isn't like sparring with those iron dummies. Even though Xiao Yan possessed one attack capable of annihilating commander-level opponents,
but that required the target to remain perfectly still.
The bone serpent isn't a stationary target. If little flame charges in like this, isn't it just suicide?
But Jiang Yan paid no heed, drawing ever closer to the bone serpent.
Name, Bone Dragon.
Level, 26, Commander Tier. Introduction, a brutal undead-type spirit beast, skilled in various soul attacks, harboring a trace of true Azure dragon blood within its body. The true blood of the Azure dragon belongs to one of the highest-ranking dragon races. Jiang Yan was burning with curiosity to know where this Azure dragon's true blood had come from. But before that, he'd have to beat this bone dragon into submission.
Hiss. Little one, you look absolutely delicious.
The bone python stared at Jiang Yan, its skeletal jaws parting to reveal a hollow, chilling grin.
However, the very next instant,
Jiang Yan raised a dragon claw toward it.
His pupils shimmered with psychic ripples that manifested tangibly, unleashing a cerulean shockwave that violently crashed toward the bone WYRM. At the same time,
an invisible golden storm erupted with Jiang Yan at its epicenter, darkening the skies for an eerie instant, the overwhelming pressure of a dragon king. With psychic domination bolstered by this draconic majesty, the colossal bone WYRM shuddered violently, utterly immobilized where it stood.
Hiss. No, something's wrong. What's with your aura?
The bone serpent examined the tiny figure before it, the flames in its eye sockets flickering violently.
This isn't over yet.
Jiang Yan's dragon claws gathered luminous specks before them as the surrounding air trembled violently and space itself distorted.
A dragon's blast powerful enough to pierce through the bone serpent's defenses was rapidly coalescing.
At this very moment, under the crushing weight of Jiang Yan's majesty, the bone serpent even began seeing hallucinations. It felt as though it had been dragged into a world of absolute darkness. There, the only source of light was a fiery crimson creature. Wild and untamed, its terrifying aura pulsed from its scarlet dragon form, radiating boundless regal majesty.
HSSSSSS, ancestor above.
A terror born from the depths of its soul erupted within the bone serpent, trembling even the trace of ancient dragon blood flowing through its veins.
This very bloodline it took such pride in was now quivering with fear. Just what kind of creature stood before it?
Hiss.
Mercy, Great One.
Instinctive fear made the bone serpent's body tremble, the flames in its pupils dimming like a candle in the wind, flickering on the verge of extinction. It prostrated itself on the ground, lowering its proud head towards Jiang Yan in submission. The surrounding lesser bone snakes fainted outright, the skeletal fires in their eyes completely extinguished. Thud after thud echoed as the bone snakes collapsed unconscious to the ground one by one.
This holy lord asks you, where did the ancient Azure dragon's true blood within you come from? Jiang Yan communicated. A trace of ancient Azure dragon's true blood suggests there must be more.
If we can find its source, we might discover some valuable treasures.
Hiss. Over there, my lord. That way.
The bone serpent trembled and gestured with its tail toward the distant mountains. Jiang Yan and Mu Mengyao simultaneously turned to look into the distance.
Take us there. Kill any spirit beasts we encounter along the way. Understood? Jiang Yan commanded. The bone serpent dared not resist. The pressure of their superior bloodline weighed on its heart like a mountain, leaving no room for defiance. Then, the man and the dragon mounted the bone dragon python.
Any spiritual beasts they encountered along the way were dealt with by the bone dragon python, saving both time and effort.
As the novice secret realm, the bone serpent was the mightiest creature in the hidden dragon secret realm.
Hardly any spirit beast could survive more than 2 strikes from it before being dismantled and stuffed into Mu Mengyao's pouch.
Outside world.
Dean Long, it's this power.
Chunqing gazed at Jiang Yan on the light screen.
Even through the light screen, she could feel an overwhelming pressure emanating from that young beast's claws. Unbelievable, this kind of power could actually appear in a juvenile beast with a level not exceeding 10.
I recognize this power, but actual combat isn't like target practice. The bone python is inherently cunning, it will definitely flee.
Long Qingshan picked up a cup of tea and spoke calmly. But Dean, the bone python didn't run away, and moreover, a teacher began to interject.
Nonsense, don't I understand the bone python? This is absolutely impossible.
Long Qingshan cursed before turning his gaze to the light screen. Then, his pupils suddenly contracted sharply. To his astonishment, the bone WIRM not only didn't flee but actually crouched down to let Zhang Yan and Mu Mengyao ride it, galloping away into the distance.
Ha! Something's wrong, must be seeing things.
Long Qingshan rubbed his eyes and looked again, only to find the situation unchanged. One human and one beast rode the skeletal serpent, weaving through the forest while the serpent even helped Mu Mengyao slay spirit beasts. Wherever they passed, spirit beasts lay dead in heaps, nearly exterminating all species within the hidden dragon's secret realm. Crack! The teacup in Long Qingshan's hand shattered into pieces as his face flushed from green to purple, then erupted into crimson fury.
Damn you, you bastard. This fucking thing is human. Keep killing like this and the hidden dragon's secret realm will become a dragon beast conservation area. Chapter 19, Top of Monthly Exams. Proudly awarded the scavenger title. Principal, perhaps we should teleport her out first. She's already heading towards the dragon vein. Yes, our screens have a delay. If we don't teleport her out soon, I'm afraid. The teachers exchanged uneasy glances, unprepared for this unforeseen development. Though the hidden dragon secret realm was meant for beginners, Mu Mengyao's actions were beginning to shake its very foundations. After all, no matter how exceptional previous students were, none had ever ridden a skeletal dragon around recklessly slaughtering things. At most, they'd hunt some transcendent-level spirit beasts to earn a couple 100,000. That was considered impressive enough. But Mu Mengyao was different. She came here purely on a harvesting spree. The spiritual beast materials stuffed in those burlap sacks alone were worth nearly several years' salary for their teachers. Without needing any prompting from the teachers, Long Qingshan immediately began casting the teleportation spell. Meanwhile, riding on the bone serpent, Mu Mengyao had already arrived outside a mountain valley. At this moment, the valley was shrouded in mist, with the faint outline of a cave barely visible. Is this the place? Zhang Yan leapt off the bone dragon and strode toward the cave entrance. Xiao Yan, wait.
There's something wrong about this cavern. Mu Mengyao grabbed Zhang Yan's arm. Her spiritual senses were warning her of hidden dangers within. Moreover, fragments of her past life memories vaguely recalled that the hidden dragon realm concealed certain secrets of critical importance.
Little maid, you're far too timid. You should learn more from this saint lord.
Zhang Yan curled his lips and patted the bone dragon beside him.
You, go in first and take a look.
At this moment, the bone serpent, who had been about to praise Zhang Yan for his courage, was momentarily stunned.
It pointed at itself with its tail. Hiss? What the? Cut the crap, of course it's you. Hand over everything valuable in there.
Under Zhang Yan's pressure, the bone dragon had no choice but to cautiously slither into the cave. As it entered, a violent explosion erupted from within the cavern. With a deafening boom, Zhang Yan watched as a towering pillar of flames erupted inside the cave, sending the bone dragon's body flying out. Amidst the chaos, a streak of golden light shot out from the explosion.
Zhang Yan acted swiftly, his psychic energy forming a giant hand that seized the streaking light. Ding! Host has retrieved a fragment of the Azure wood dragon's skull. Xiao Yan, come here quickly.
Mu Mengyao shouted urgently, grabbing hold of Zhang Yan with one hand.
Then, she channeled all her mental energy into the flaming wave sword, activating the escape technique. The next second,
her figure seemed to transform into a sharp blade, whooshing straight across to a location kilometers away from the valley. Explosions followed closely behind, shaking the mountain forest. That was close, nearly a disaster. Mu Mengyao came back to her senses, her heart filled with lingering fear. The flaming blade in his hand had already shattered into iron dust, scattering in the wind.
Little maid, this holy lord has something to digest. Let's withdraw from the secret realm first.
Zhang Yan clutched the icy fragment in his hand as a torrent of memory shards flooded his mind.
Okay. Mu Mengyao nodded, noticing beams of teleportation light streaking across the sky.
She was also enveloped by a beam of teleportation light and sent out of the secret realm.
In the square,
students appeared out of thin air, glancing at each other in mutual confusion.
Why does it feel like the trial time in the secret realm was cut short? How's everyone's progress? Has anyone broken 1,000 points yet? Mission accomplished.
I stumbled upon several spirit beasts left half dead by the bone serpent, barely scraping past the 1,000 mark.
Ha!
I ran into that bone serpent too. The thing was rampaging through the secret realm like mad. I didn't dare get close.
Speaking of which, does anyone know Wu Qian's score? With her crystal frost serpent, it should be pretty high, right? People were talking amongst themselves while searching for Wu Qian's figure. Room.
A pillar of light descended, revealing Wu Qian, her clothes stained with blood, before everyone's eyes.
Whether it was due to the secret realm's influence or not, Wu Qian's demeanor had become even frostier. The ice crystal serpent exerts tremendous suppression on dragon-blooded spirit beasts. Having slain so many of them, cracking 3,000 points shouldn't be a problem, Wu Qian said seemingly casually.
Upon hearing this, some flattering students immediately gathered around.
Sister Wu Qian is amazing, truly the genius of our academy. 3,000 points can rank in the top 3 in the academy's history. Wu Qian's face showed a hint of enjoyment as she sighed. Ah, what a pity though.
There were so few spirit beasts in my area, I barely had any chances to fight.
It's also because the frost scale serpent's aura was too overwhelming, driving all the surrounding spirit beasts away.
Her words earned her several more cheers. Wu Qian responded with a smile while scanning the crowd for a certain figure. Soon, she spotted Mu Mengyao in her pristine violet robes and teased, "Mu Mengyao, your clothes are so spotless, seems the battle wasn't too intense. Though your clothes are clean, your points are in trouble, you know.
Do you agree?" Mu Mengyao glanced at Wu Qian and calmly responded with a faint mum.
There was no need to say anything more to her. Compared to Wu Qian, she now wanted to go out and sell those spirit beast materials with Xiao more. However, just as she was about to leave, Wu Qian stopped her.
"Mengyao, don't be in such a hurry. The results will be announced soon. Don't you want to see how many points a genius like you at mid-level first rank can earn?"
As soon as she finished speaking,
Teacher Xueqing's voice rang out. "Class, since the dean isn't feeling well, I'll be announcing the scoreboard in his place.
Scoreboard first place, and also top of the monthly exam, Mu Mengyao."
"Did you hear that, Mu Mengyao?
First place goes to..." Teacher Xueqing's voice carried through the air, and Wu Qian's slightly upturned lips suddenly froze.
"Who?" Teacher Xueqing asked who the first place was. "Mu Mengyao."
The other students also showed surprised expressions upon hearing this. However, Xueqing continued speaking, her voice trembling slightly. "First place on the points leaderboard, total points, 30,000.
Whoosh! The scene erupted in an uproar.
The students were dumbfounded, not that they didn't want to believe it, but that number, surely it didn't have a few extra zeros, right?
30,000 points. Damn, did Mu Mengyao slaughter the entire Hidden Dragon secret realm? The secret realm janitor, is it? 30,000? Wu Qian's expression froze momentarily before she forced a smile. "Teacher Xueqing, you can't be serious."
"I had to slay 30 transcendent level beasts just to earn 3,000 points.
Could Mu Mengyao possibly have killed 300 transcendent level spirit beasts? Is that even possible in such a short time?" Xueqing sighed softly.
"The facts speak for themselves. As for the details, you're welcome to inquire with the principal when you have time."
"Alright, let's continue announcing."
As each name was called out, the students' expressions grew increasingly dramatic.
Without comparison, there'd be no sense of disparity. Wu Qian's 3,000 points couldn't even hold a candle to Mu Mengyao's score. In fact, some students speculated the dean left because he wasn't feeling well, all because Mu Mengyao had slain too many monstrous beasts, leaving him furious. "The results are out. Are you satisfied now?"
Mu Mengyao looked at Wu Qian, who remained frozen in place, and spoke calmly.
Wu Qian opened her mouth but couldn't utter a single word for the longest time. So embarrassing. Chapter 20, Staggering Achievements, Profit of 2 million. As each score on the rankings was announced one by one,
Wu Qian's face grew increasingly grim. Who could have imagined they'd all be competing against?
Mu Mengyao's points were actually 10 times hers?
Other students were even worse off, with gaps reaching 100-fold.
Is this even reasonable? Mu Mengyao, the dean must be investigating your points.
Once the truth comes out, let's see how you keep up this act, Wu Qian retorted with a cold face.
In her view, Mu Mengyao's unreasonable results only proved that she had used some underhanded methods that couldn't be brought to light.
Good imagination, but sadly reality won't align with your assumptions.
Mu Mengyao smiled serenely. Stop pretending. If you dare, show us proof. The sight of Mu Mengyao's calm demeanor inexplicably ignited an unnamed fury in Wu Qian's heart.
Mu Mengyao merely smiled faintly and turned to leave, having no need to prove anything. As Wu Qian wasn't an actual buyer, displaying it solely for show seemed entirely unnecessary.
Figures you've got no proof.
Let's see how long you can keep up this arrogance, Wu Qian sneered coldly. At this moment, Xueqing also walked over and joined the two girls.
Teacher Xueqing, you've come just in time. Is there an issue with Mu Mengyao's points?
No, Mengyao's points aren't falsified in the slightest, Xueqing replied with a helpless smile.
How is that possible? Then why have you come here? Wu Qian was stunned. Then, Teacher Xueqing looked at Mu Mengyao. Naturally, it's to replenish the Hidden Dragon's secret realm.
Mengyao, sell your spirit beast materials to the school at market price. The teachers won't take advantage of you, Xueqing said with a smile. If these dragon blood materials enter the market, it would disrupt the entire dragon beast material ecosystem in Nanping City.
Mu Mengyao's eyes showed contemplation. The school's intention to reclaim the dragon blood materials was indeed unexpected.
However, if these dragon blood materials could be returned to the hidden dragon secret realm, they could be recycled as resources. If she went out to sell spirit beast materials with Jiang, not only would it be hard to find buyers, but they'd also easily attract unwanted attention, leading to a lot of trouble. In that case, I'll have to trouble you, teacher.
Mu Mengyao nodded, channeling her spiritual energy into the Tianling Pearl.
With a wave of her hand toward an empty space nearby, glowing light flickered as several dark green snakeskin bags materialized out of thin air. Several bags were stained red with blood, as a strong metallic scent permeated the air. A breeze swept through, filling the entire square with the thick aroma of dragon's blood. Students covered their noses and turned to look.
Wait, what's that smell?
But when they spotted the dozen snakeskin bags beside Mu Mengyao, the students froze in shock.
What the hell is going on? So many spirit beast materials. Did Mu Mengyao slaughter every beast in the hidden dragon's secret realm? Wait, don't tell me Mu Mengyao killed all of these herself?
Wu Qian's voice trembled as she asked.
What else could it be?
Teacher Xueqing shot Wu Qian a pitying glance.
Qian, you should know, there's always someone better, and skies beyond skies. Classmate Mu Mengyao strength is beyond doubt.
Even without the frost crystal drake, she could have slain so many spirit beasts. It didn't matter if others yielded the frost crystal drake to her. With her own fortune and capabilities, she could fight her way back regardless.
Teacher Xueqing, let's discuss the price. From beginning to end, Mu Mengyao never once glanced at Wu Qian.
Xueqing nodded and began cataloging Mu Mengyao's spirit beast materials.
It must be said that Mu Mengyao's swordsmanship was superb.
All these spirit beast materials were valuable parts: dragon horns infused with vital blood, beast cores the size of meatballs, claws of various sizes, beaks, plumage feathers. After some calculations, Teacher Xueqing was slightly astonished. These few sacks of spirit beast materials were actually worth around 2 million in total. A single trip into the secret realm was equivalent to several years' worth of their teachers' salaries.
Mengyao, you really are a little butcher. Teacher Xueqing let out a bitter laugh.
The spiritual beast materials displayed here all spoke volumes about the tragic state of the hidden dragon's secret realm. The scene must have been littered with corpses, the forest floor stained crimson with dragon blood. Teacher, I did ask you earlier about there being no kill limit, Mu Mengyao reiterated insistently.
Well,
Xueqing fell silent for a long moment before saying, that may be true, but who would have thought you'd nearly slaughtered your way through the entire hidden dragon's secret realm? If the dean hadn't teleported out in time, I suspect the hidden dragon's secret realm would have to be renamed the Hidden Dragon Nature Reserve. It wasn't that exaggerated, there were still commander-level spirit beasts inside, Mu Mengyao chuckled. Afterwards, she followed Teacher Xueqing to the finance office to complete the formalities and receive her reward of over 2 million. On the spot, a group of students stood dumbfounded, filled with nothing but shock. They weren't the slightest bit envious of those 2 million worth spirit beast materials. Who on earth could have the capability to slaughter so many dragon blood spirit beasts? Even the school principal had to forcibly teleport just to stop Mu Mengyao's massacre. How horrifying was that?
It's hard to imagine what kind of damage she has inflicted on the hidden dragon's secret realm and the teacher's psyche. Her points are actually real. How is that possible?
Wu Qian stared wide-eyed, muttering, there must be some mistake. As the young lady of her family, she couldn't tolerate the fact that she, who possessed a frost crystal serpent, couldn't even surpass Mu Mengyao. However, even if Mu Mengyao possesses formidable combat prowess, she's merely burning through her own beast-taming talent. When it comes to actual beast-taming battles, Wu Qian wouldn't necessarily lose. Gritting her teeth, Wu Qian followed in Mu Mengyao's footsteps.
Finance office.
Little girl, this card has 2.1 million in it.
The password is the last 6 digits of your student ID. Got it. Thank you, Teacher Xueqing. If there's nothing else, I'll take my leave now. Mu Mengyao took the platinum card and prepared to leave. Wait a second.
Xueqing hesitated and said, Mengyao, I wanted to ask you something about your tamed beast.
Mu Mengyao frowned.
The fact that Teacher Xueqing was inquiring about Xiao clearly indicated she had come prepared. However, no matter what, she could not possibly reveal Zhang Yan's information. A pure-blooded dragon, moreover from the demon dragon clan. Even if I told them, no one would likely believe it. Teacher, Little Flame is just an ordinary spiritual beast that underwent some mutated evolution.
Mutated evolution? Xueqing was taken aback.
Mutated evolution refers to the rare phenomenon where spiritual beasts, under extreme environmental conditions, can break through their racial limitations and evolve into new individual forms. But the probability was minuscule, less than 1 in 10 million.
I see. Teacher understands now. Teacher Xueqing nodded with complex emotions, watching Mu Mengyao walk out of the finance office.
Mu Mengyao pushed open the door, and in the sunlight outside, Wu Qian happened to be approaching.
Mu Mengyao, dare to challenge me? At next month's school recruitment, let's settle this with a beast-taming duel, Wu Qian said coldly. She desperately needed this victory to prove she wasn't inferior to Mu Mengyao. Mu Mengyao had intended to ignore her, but suddenly thought of something and asked, a duel is fine. But if we're betting, let's make it big. If I lose, I'll leave Tianlong Academy immediately and never return. Really? Wu Qian's eyes lit up. Mu Mengyao smiled, but if you lose, I get to enter your Wu family's advanced secret realm once. Chapter 21 Devouring Memories. Unleashing the Moon's Demonic Aura.
In Mu Mengyao's past life memories, the Wu family's advanced secret realm was about to give birth to a dragon clan material in the near future. That item would greatly benefit Little Flame, making it necessary for Mu Mengyao to fight for it.
So, do you dare to take the bet? Mu Mengyao looked down at Wu Qian with an emperor-like aura emanating from her. Tian swallowed nervously, feeling slightly tense.
Given Mu Mengyao's terrifying battle records in the Hidden Dragon Secret Realm, if she were to enter the Advanced Secret Realm of the Wu family, she would likely unleash a storm of bloodshed. However, Advanced Secret Realms were ultimately not newbie zones, the spirit beasts there were generally level 20 or above, with commander-level creatures roaming everywhere. Even their Wu family hadn't completely controlled that high-level secret realm, so there was a high possibility Mu Mengyao might die inside.
Wu Chen nodded and said, "Fine, since you want to make this bet, I'll agree to it. See you during the school recruitment then." Mu Mengyao gave a faint smile as she brushed past Wu Chen. That same night, Mu Mengyao returned home and immediately summoned Jiang. Buzz buzz. A flash of white light filled the bedroom, and a small emerald-green dragon materialized on the bed. The faint glow from the two horns on its head pulsed rhythmically, like a slow breath. "Little one, are you alright?" Mu Mengyao gazed intently at Jiang, whose body was emitting a faint heat. She could sense that Jiang's soul aura was growing stronger, yet there wasn't the slightest sign of him waking up. Legends say that the demonic races could devour souls to strengthen their own spiritual foundation. I wonder if little Yan, being part of the demonic dragon race, might also possess this soul-devouring ability. Mu Mengyao silently pondered. We can only wait a little longer. Time passed. Jiang's consciousness seemed to drift into another world. A man in his cyan blue robe was grinding medicinal powder, while the liquid in the crucible before him bubbled furiously as it boiled. Where is this sage lord right now? Jiang surveyed his surroundings and found the man before him inexplicably familiar. How strange, where have I seen him before? This sense of familiarity came from the dragon horns on the man's head and the azure scales on his arms. A half-dragon humanoid? No, perhaps it's a dragon that has taken human form. Jiang wasn't quite sure. When in doubt, he turned to his system. System, what's going on here? Ding! Esteemed host, you are currently absorbing memory fragments from the Azure Dragon Skull, which can be converted into your knowledge and abilities. Memory fragments? Jiang recalled that he had once used telekinesis to control the skull of an azure dragon, feeling slightly dazed. The demon race truly possesses the ability to devour others' souls. No wonder I ended up here, it was because I was devouring souls. Your potion blending skill has improved. Your alchemical fire control technique has improved. Notification after notification appeared before his eyes, and the scenes in his vision quietly transformed. The Azure Dragon Man began the lengthy process of brewing medicines, refining elixirs, and concocting potions, yet Jiang watched utterly enthralled. A demon's instinct is to devour souls. By absorbing the Azure Dragon's soul essence now, he was essentially acquiring knowledge for free, skipping numerous detours in his path. However, as Jiang's pharmacological knowledge grew, he gradually began to notice something unusual about this Azure Dragon Man. Thud thud thud. The Azure Dragon Man tossed herb after herb into the medicine jar, his lips curled into a sinister smile. Dragon's Whisker Herb, Male Vitality Powder, Dragon's Essence, Tiger's Whip. Without exception, all of them were aphrodisiacs. Even in his healing potions, this guy had added some aphrodisiac herbs. Jiang was speechless, utterly unsurprised by the Dragon Clan's peculiar tastes. Their secret concoctions left no room for ambiguity, not a single substance that could help with reproduction was overlooked. If I were to use potions, I'd need to carefully consider the dosage. With these thoughts running through his mind, Jiang approached the final stages of his absorption process. When he opened his eyes, he had already returned to Mu Mengyao's bedroom, lying on the bed with something soft pressing down on his body. A refreshing shower gel fragrance wafted through the air, mingling with the girl's natural scent that drifted into his nostrils. Jiang gazed calmly, his dragon horns nudging Mu Mengyao aside. Outside the window, the bright moonlight like silver frost spilled across the floor through the windowsill. The moonlight was just right, a perfect day to open a mystery box. With a smile curling at his lips, Jiang declared, System, the Azure Dragon soul has been fully absorbed. I'm ready to open the demonic chi gift box. Consuming one demonic chi gift box may randomly grant you a type of demonic chi, including but not limited to fire demonic chi, thunder demonic chi, water demonic chi. The 8 demon lords possess 8 distinct elemental attributes: wind, fire, thunder, mountain, water, moon, earth, and sky. Each type of demonic energy had its own unique characteristics. As long as it wasn't fire-based demonic energy, Jiang was perfectly fine with it. Ding! Demon Chi gift box opened successfully. Congratulations, host, for obtaining Lunar Demon Chi of Zhulan. Lunar demonic energy. You wield the power of lunar demonic energy, capable of freely manipulating the gravity of all things through telekinesis. The gravitational pull of the moon, the gravity of Earth, all shall become your tools, controllable forces to wield in battle. Moon demon energy, the elder demonic force of the 8 demon kings. Is this the power of demon sorcerer Xolan? Very well, let this sacred lord see for himself. After reading the system prompts, Jiang began processing the streams of information flooding his mind, absorbing knowledge about the moon's demonic energy. Lunar demon energy. To put it simply,
it's the manipulation of gravity through incantations. This differs from the telekinetic control of objects granted by the Rooster Talisman. Lunar demon energy uses psychic force to alter gravity itself. One affects objects, the other affects gravitational forces. This meant that with just a thought, Zhang Yan could eliminate the gravitational force attached to any object, causing the target to lose balance. At this moment, Zhang Yan remained unaware of the changes occurring in his body. Suddenly, the illusory image of a violet-blue Taoist robe appeared around his form, accompanied by a cascade of pitch-black long hair flowing down his back, all shimmering with an ethereal glow. Buzz! Suddenly, threads of violet-blue demonic energy erupted from Zhang Yan's body. They seemed almost sentient as they surged toward the full moon in the sky. Pulled by the demonic energy, the moon outside the window appeared to draw ever closer. Bathed in moonlight, the bedroom became bright as daylight. Silver frost scattered across Mu Mengyao's face as she instinctively opened her eyes. Who's there? She bolted upright, her gaze snapping toward the windowsill only to see a full moon hanging high in the sky now hurtling directly toward her window. The moon was falling. Mu Mengyao was startled, and upon closer inspection, she realized the full moon was being rapidly pulled closer by something resembling chains of azure light. What baffled Mu Mengyao even more was that the source of those chains turned out to be her little flame. What on earth is happening? What did little flame just do? How could it possibly have dragged the moon over here? Xiao Yan, wake up! Mu Mengyao nervously shook Jiang Yan beside her. The moon is roasting your butt. What's the matter, little maid? Jiang Yan opened his eyes to see the full moon descending before him. He was slightly startled. Had the moon been pulled over? If it were allowed to come any closer, several of Blue Star's top powerhouses might have mobilized with plans to shatter the moon. With a wave of his hand, Jiang Yan dispersed the lunar demonic energy surrounding him. The full moon ceased its approach, gradually retreating as if returning to its proper orbit. Xiao Yan, you truly frightened us to death. Seeing this, Mu Mengyao heaved a huge sigh of relief. But what kind of ability is this, to possess such formidable power? Chapter 22, Little Flame. Just submit to me. Little Flame's only at level 6, yet it can pull the moon closer. This can no longer be called an ability. It's practically divine might. The forces of nature remain terrifying even on Blue Star. The tidal changes caused by the approaching moon could affect tens of thousands of beast masters and even trigger a catastrophe. Mu Mengyao never imagined that a demonic dragon clan could wield power on such a massive scale. Of course, Mu Mengyao understood that despite the moon appearing magnified in the window, its actual distance remained immensely far. Even if Little Flame exhausted all his mental energy now, he still might not be able to make the moon crash into Blue Star. What are you thinking about, Xiao Yan? Mu Mengyao asked, looking at Jiang Yan who seemed lost in thought. It's okay. Jiang Yan shook his head and gazed up at the gradually shrinking moon in the night sky. Controlling the moon's gravity was just one application of the lunar demonic energy. More importantly, it could manipulate the gravity of other objects. If Jiang Yan were to manipulate other objects, such as rocks, water currents, or clouds, could he also create new variations? Highly likely. Jiang Yan pondered slightly, an image forming in his mind. With a wave of his hand, he levitated the enemy, then altered gravity to draw in surrounding dirt and rocks, encasing them to form a massive stone sphere. Or perhaps, with just a flick of Jiang Yan's dragon claw, gravity could be rewritten, forcing his opponent to hurtle straight into the grasp of his talons. He could even wield it defensively, altering the gravitational forces around himself to create a repulsive field capable of deflecting both enemies and physical attacks. Lunar demonic energy, fascinating indeed. Jiang Yan clenched his fist, a sharp glint flashing through his eyes. To unleash the power of demonic energy, there's one more thing I need: vast mental force. System, how long until the next skill branch can be unlocked? Ding! Reporting to host, upon reaching level 10, a new skill branch will automatically unlock. Consuming 20 skill points can unlock it in advance. Current skill points, 13. After hearing the explanation, Jiang Yan nodded in understanding. Since I can't unlock any new talismans or the demon sorcerer's abilities for the time being, I might as well strengthen the Rooster Talisman first. Perhaps the Rooster Talisman could be used to enhance one's psychic abilities. Moreover, the Rooster Talisman's telekinesis and the Moon Demon's energy can combine into a decent combo. System, allocate points, upgrade the Rooster Talisman, Jiang Yan commanded, and a ding sounded in his ear. Ding! Skill points successfully consumed. Congratulations, host, your Rooster Talisman has leveled up. You have obtained the intermediate chicken talisman, Divine Mind Manipulation. Divine Mind Control. With your immense spiritual power, you can first invade the target's mind, then temporarily dominate their actions within a short period. Note, Divine Sense Control is equivalent to will projection. After being controlled, the target's brain will suffer severe damage. Jiang Yan glanced at the description of the intermediate chicken talisman and couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. What a mastery of psychic manipulation. Manipulating an opponent's body in a short time, what difference does that make compared to a mental assault? with powerful mental energy invading the opponent's mind though demanding great skill from the user. Do not forget, Jiangyan is a demon.
The demon excels in the domain of souls, though it's unclear what level of creatures he can currently control. Buzz. At this very moment, alongside unlocking the rooster talisman, ripples of space began undulating around Jiangyan's head.
Unlike last time, Jiangyan, now experienced in controlling psychic energy, didn't let it surge wildly. Instead, he gathered and restrained it within his mind. At most, it stirred a gentle breeze that lifted the strands of hair on Mu Mengyao's forehead, causing the window curtains to rustle softly. Rustle, rustle. Mu Mengyao frowned slightly as she looked at Jiangyan standing before her. It seemed he had grown even more formidable.
Little Yen, what exactly happened just now? Could you explain? The moon's slacking off. Got a problem with that? Jiang Yan responded as he turned over in bed. The moon's slacking off.
Little Yen, what nonsense are you spouting now? Mu Mengyao frowned, feeling that Jiang Yan was teasing her again. However, the more Jiang Yan acted this way, the more it ignited Mu Mengyao's thirst for knowledge. Hee, little one. Mu Mengyao's expression shifted subtly, her beautiful eyes tinged with a hint of ingratiation. You must be tired after cultivating for so long. How about I give you a massage? As she spoke, she moved closer to Jiang Yan and rubbed his shoulders. You've grown up, little maid, Jiang Yan remarked with surprise as he glanced at Mu Mengyao. Just then, his system pinged, assigning him a new laid-back mission. Laid-back mission, play the role of a slave owner by urging a beastmaster to give you a 10-minute massage, enjoying a leisurely dragon life. Reward, 5 skill points, 25 EXP, and a choice of 1 out of 3 weapon packages. Not bad, a new mission has arrived. Jiang Yan nodded slightly, his psychic energy transforming into a long whip that flicked lightly through the air with a crisp snap.
A sonic boom ripped through the air. Little maid, haven't you eaten? Put some more strength into it? Or do you need me to feed you my holy whip? Mu Mengyao was dumbfounded. Wait a minute. How are you pushing your luck even further? She just wanted to ask about Jiang Yan's hidden cards, yet he actually got smug about it. Little one, are you threatening me? Indeed, do you wish to resist? Slap slap. The whip cracked twice through the air with a sudden, explosive snap.
Mu Mengyao choked back the words on the tip of her tongue. She had no doubt that Jiang Yan truly intended to bully her. Damn it, even a tiger bullied by a dragon went down on its luck. You just wait.
Harder. Yes. Celestial Dragon Academy, inside the pavilion. Alas, times change. After all these years, can the secrets of the hidden dragon sanctuary no longer be concealed?
Long Qingshan held a wine cup, gazing at the full moon in the sky as he took a small sip. Beside him, a composed middle-aged man clad in golden armor stood with his hands clasped behind his back, looking up at the moon.
Qingshan, you must hand over the artifacts from the hidden dragon sanctuary to me now, said Chen Xiao, the city lord of Nanping. Wait a little longer, now is not the right time. Long Qingshan took a sip of strong liquor. It's been 5 years already, and it's still not time? My child is about to go to college. Do you understand?
Chen Xiao's expression turned slightly cold, his hands clenching tightly behind his back. Long Qingshan smiled but remained silent.
He gazed at the full moon in the sky and smiled. Xiao, don't you think tonight's moon is extraordinarily round?
Round and enormous, as if it's about to fall down.
I don't want to hear your nonsense. All I want to know is what you can do with the hidden dragon's secret realm in your hands. Allowing so many spirit beasts to be slaughtered by a damn girl, is this really how you treat your lifelong effort? Chen Xiao roared angrily as the armor on his body suddenly gleamed with white light.
But just then, he saw Long Qingshan suddenly freeze, his face filled with utter astonishment. Long Qingshan had been his friend since childhood, and this was the first time he'd seen such an expression on the other's face. What's wrong? Chen Xiao looked curiously at the sky, only to see the full moon above suddenly enlarge in his vision as if someone had yanked it downward. The surrounding air grew abruptly saturated with moisture, the warning sign of an incoming tidal surge.
What on earth? Chapter 23, Becoming an Apprentice Beastmaster. Enjoy the benefits. The next day, at dawn, a strange rumor began circulating through Nanping City. Last night, the moon seemed to deviate from its orbit, advancing slightly toward Nanping City. Some suspected a powerful spirit beast was manipulating the lunar body. Overnight, all sorts of rumors spread wildly. Some said the moon had come alive, others claimed powerful beings were conducting secret experiments behind it, and so on. Did you hear? People from our Nanping City have been chosen by the Moon Palace. Both the city lord and the dean of Tianlong Academy witnessed it personally. Really? Such a thing happened? I also noticed the moon looked unusually large last night. It's true. There are videos on Douyin, and some even posted surveillance footage. The moon was pulled down by chains, but the chains disappeared afterward. Mu Mengyao walked along the misty street, listening to the chatter of passers-by, and found herself inexplicably wanting to laugh. Most of them had no idea about the truth, and the rumors were indeed getting more and more outrageous. Still, how did Xiaoyan, as the person involved, manage to stay so composed? Xiaoyan, why do you feel like you're not reacting at all?
Mu Mengyao curiously looked at the little dragon at her feet. Jiang Yan strutted with a swaggering gait, walking with vigorous energy as he calmly stated, "Little maid, the Saint Lord is digesting memories.
Don't disturb me." Oh, Mu Mengyao nodded in understanding.
Although Jiang Yan didn't specify what it was probably a reward he obtained from the hidden dragon's secret realm. The man and dragon pair soon arrived at their intended destination, the Beast Tamer Association. An enormous, majestic building stood in the near distance, its architectural style grand and imposing. It was only 7 in the morning, with dawn's faint light just breaking. The Beastmaster Association hadn't opened yet, but the entrance was already crowded with people waiting to conduct their business. There were advanced beastmasters riding magnificent horses with mythical dragon scale patterns, as well as newcomers to the profession still cuddling their baby rabbits. A few blacksmiths wearing silver badges on their chests swaggered about, clearly showing off their status.
Yet regardless of their standing, everyone was held back by an utterly ordinary glass door, as if some magical force behind it kept them all in check.
The Beastmaster Association, the lifeline hub of the entire Great Xiao Nation, is the department upon which countless beastmasters depend for survival. Since the inception of all people beast taming and the establishment of the Beastmaster Association, it has become an official organization. The City Lord's Mansion handles administrative affairs, bearing responsibilities similar to that of a mayor. Meanwhile, the Beastmaster Association is responsible for protecting the city, wielding substantial power and commanding countless powerful individuals.
Little girl, since we're already here, why not take the Junior Beastmaster Qualification Exam? Jiang Yan glanced at the Beastmaster Association and asked.
I'd love to, Mu Mengyao said with a slight, bitter smile,
but becoming a Junior Beast Tamer requires second-stage spiritual power, and your level isn't high enough yet. You need to be above level 10 first. Alright then. Jiang Yan nodded and began to wait.
After the Beastmaster Association opened its doors, Mu Mengyao walked toward the application desk for apprentice Beastmasters. Hello, please place your palm on the tester. We need to assess your psychic power level.
The receptionist smiled slightly and gestured toward the glass orb tester beside her. Okay.
Mu Mengyao was just about to begin her test. Her hand was suddenly bumped, sending the glass sphere flying to the ground where it rolled away with a clatter.
Hey, move aside. Can't you see there's an alchemist here?
A robed man strode forward with an air of arrogance, his eyes flashing with concealed satisfaction after knocking Mu Mengyao's hand aside. He was a pharmacist, the most important profession in the entire beast tamer system.
As long as beast tamers needed potions to restore their spiritual energy, they could be considered elites among men.
Behind him trailed a few minions swaggering with arrogance.
Stupid girl, we're talking to you. Make way for our boss, or you'll regret it.
The clamoring voices reached them, causing Mu Mengyao to furrow her brows slightly. Restrained by the other party's status, she refrained from taking action within the Beastmaster Association. Little maid, enduring insults, that doesn't seem like your style. Jiang Yan transmitted his voice to her. He's an alchemist, treasured dearly by the Beastmaster Association.
We're outnumbered right now, let's not provoke them for now. Are pharmacists really that precious?
Jiang Yan smiled calmly. Having absorbed the memories of the Azure Dragon, he possessed vast pharmacological knowledge that made ordinary pharmacists seem utterly incompetent.
Jiang Yan's crimson vertical pupils locked onto his opponent as an intangible surge of lunar demonic energy erupted forth. With a buzzing sound,
the pharmacist completely lost control, floating up into the air while exclaiming, holy shit,
what's happening? Think being a pharmacist makes you special?
Jiang Yan raised his hand, and the man directly soared into the sky, spinning mid-air.
Stop, I'm an alchemist.
He let out a scream like a slaughtered pig. The surrounding lackeys were dumbfounded. This was the first time they'd seen someone dare to lay hands on an alchemist.
Mu Mengyao was slightly stunned. Xiao Yan was too impulsive. Starting a fight within the Beastmaster Association was the most unwise choice.
This wasn't the soaring dragon commerce. Here, with just a casual wave of their hand, an alchemist could make countless beastmasters eager to serve.
Thinking this, she pulled Jiang Yan along as they left. Let's go, Xiao Yan. Poof. Jiang Yan's dragon claw flicked lightly, sending the man crashing to the ground. The apothecary turned pale and couldn't help vomiting.
The surrounding people turned away, faces full of disgust.
Ugh, how revolting. Damn bastard, I'll make you regret this.
Zhou glanced at the surrounding crowd, his face flushed with anger.
How dare they humiliate him in front of so many people? They must have a death wish. Meanwhile, Mu Mengyao switched to another window. Here you go, this is your Novice Beastmaster badge. With this badge,
you'll enjoy the purchasing benefits from the Beastmaster Association. The young lady handed over an elegant bronze-colored medal.
Alright, thank you.
Mu Mengyao took the badge and asked, by the way, I'd also like to apply for an alchemist qualification assessment.
Alchemist assessment?
The counter lady was surprised for a moment before handing Mu Mengyao a form. Very well, you'll need to pay an exam fee of 100,000, plus material costs. After completing the payment, Mu Mengyao brought Jiang Yan to the waiting area. Xiao Yan,
are you really applying to become a pharmacist? Exactly. Zhang Yan nodded. The arrogance displayed by that pharmacist earlier wasn't without reason. Beast masters at any level simply can't function without potions. Mental strength potions restore mental energy, stamina potions replenish a beast's combat power, and strength potions can even enhance physical power. It's safe to say that apothecaries are golden professions, the kind that radiate wealthy vibes just by walking around. But Xiao Yan, are you sure you're up for this? The apothecary examination isn't child's play. Mu Mengyao couldn't help but ask. Don't panic, you'll understand soon, Zhang Yan said calmly. One by one, candidates entered the examination room from the waiting area, and soon it was Mu Mengyao and Zhang Yan's turn. After the duel, a human and a dragon entered the examination room. All that lay before them were 3 medicinal herbs and some test tubes. Little Yan, I actually understand a bit about potion-making techniques. Let me help you? Mu Mengyao picked up the recipe before them. However, no need for such trouble. Zhang Yan opened his mouth and exhaled a surge of fiery demonic energy, the blazing flames roasting the 3 medicinal herbs. Precisely controlled heat evaporated droplets of green medicinal essence, which dripped through the air and gathered into the medicine cup. A peculiar medicinal fragrance filled the air. With just a light sniff, Mu Mengyao felt an incredible comfort wash over her entire body. How could this be? Was it really this easy to refine? Chapter 24, Exquisitely Detailed Psychic Power. Stunning the Empress. Recipe, Greenwood Sap. Recipe ingredients, green white grass, autumn tree sap, peony essence. Description, Tier 1 Spirit Beast Potion, restores extremity wounds and replenishes a small amount of stamina when consumed. Mu Mengyao held the recipe sheet, the illustration perfectly matched the potion Zhang Yan had just concocted. The medicinal fragrance filled the room as Mu Mengyao stood slightly dazed. The purity of these potions was unquestionable, their effects identical to those described in the recipe. Her mental fatigue, along with the shoulder soreness from recent sword training, had dissipated significantly because of this. The effect was even better than some masterpieces created by top-tier alchemists. Mu Mengyao asked with mild astonishment, Yan, is your alchemy skill for real? With his void alchemy technique, he manipulated the medicinal liquid effortlessly through the entire process, condensing all of it into a glass vial about the thickness of a finger. TSK, this is nothing. Later, this sage lord will show you what a true Dragon Clan secret potion looks like. Now that's what I call the pinnacle of effectiveness. Zhang Yan smirked triumphantly as he placed the condensed potion into the testing device, awaiting the results. The machine beeped rhythmically, analyzing Zhang Yan's potion. Yet he remained utterly calm. As the Azure Dragon, who commanded both the skies and the art of healing, his alchemical skills far surpassed humanity's mere 5 years of development. Zhang Yan only needed to casually intervene to produce a top-tier potion. Moreover, with the immense mental power granted by the Rooster Talisman, he could easily manipulate and precisely control the medicinal ingredients. Dragon Clan's secret potion. Mu Mengyao felt a bit strange, deep down finding Zhang Yan increasingly mysterious. After waiting briefly, the test instrument displayed its results. Greenwood Elixir, Tier 1 Potion, Supreme Grade. Hearing this, Mu Mengyao's furrowed brows relaxed. Little Flame had passed the first trial. This top-grade elixir quality might just earn a perfect score in the first round. Xiao Yan, the pharmacist exam has 2 rounds, and the difficulty increases exponentially. The second round requires you to develop specialized potions targeting spirit beasts. Are you confident you can handle it? Mu Mengyao reminded him. Don't worry, Zhang Yan waved his hand dismissively. It's no big deal, just diagnosing someone's condition. Piece of cake. As he spoke, a series of steps descended from below, forming a stairway that spanned from top to bottom, connecting to the second level. Mu Mengyao and Zhang Yan ascended the steps and entered the examination chamber for the second trial. Congratulations to both of you for passing the first test. I will now be your guide. Why is it you two? The staff member for the second challenge was none other than one of the subordinate henchmen from the previous alchemist. He stared blankly at Mu Mengyao and Zhang Yan, completely bewildered. This girl actually managed to pass the first round of the pharmacist qualification exam too? Weren't you supposed to apply for an apprentice beast tamer? How did you end up qualifying as a pharmacist instead? I took the exam because I felt like it. Is there a problem? Mu Mengyao glanced calmly at the man, her eyes signaling him to lead the way. Though the man didn't get along with Mu Mengyao, he didn't say much more and led both her and the dragon to the second assessment room. Upon entering, they could see a pink and tender little pig spirit beast. It had 2 tiny painted wings on its belly and wore a melancholic expression, looking thoroughly displeased with everyone. Your examination task is this spirit beast. Cure it, and you'll pass the pharmacist assessment. Fail to heal it, and you'll have to wait for the next round. The man crossed his arms and sneered. Remember, you only have half an hour. Wait, where's the medical record book? Mu Mengyao frowned. Also, even regular pharmacists take 3 hours to prepare specialized potions. How did yours get shortened? In Nanping City, we pharmacists are the examiners. Take it or leave it, I've already started the countdown.
The man snorted coldly and pressed the timer in his hand.
If Mu Mengyao became a pharmacist, wouldn't that mean he'd gained another enemy?
Besides, he still had the grand pharmacist backing him up, no need to panic at all.
Hurry up, little girl.
We're all eagerly awaiting the rise of a new pharmaceutical genius. Ha! With a crisp snap, the man closed the examination room door amidst laughter.
Mu Mengyao's face was icy.
These arrogant fellows dared to trample on the rules so casually.
Xiao, if it really doesn't work out, let's take the exam somewhere else.
It's just 100,000, we can afford it now, Mu Mengyao said coldly.
Zhang Yan didn't respond.
While Mu Mengyao had been arguing with that person, he had already approached the little pink pig.
Without a medical record, there's no way to check the cause of the illness. However, compared to misleading medical records, Zhang Yan trusts his own eyes more. System, check target information. Name, Flying Cloud Beast. Attribute, Flight. Race potential, mid-tier King Beast level.
Level, 10, Peak Awakening tier, on the verge of breaking through to Transcendent. Description, a pitiful skycloud beast that turned into a pink pig after accidentally consuming hogweed grass. Having lost its ability to fly, it may break through its shackles if a kind soul helps it take flight again.
Oh, after reading the system panel, Zhang Yan was stunned. This creature was actually a royal beast species of flying-type spiritual beast?
However, it had mistakenly ingested medicinal herbs, causing it to transform into a pig-type spiritual beast. The solution was to concoct a potion that could help it fly again.
Assist with flight.
Zhang Yan rubbed his chin with dragon claws. Mid-air flight was typically the exclusive ability of flying-type spirit beasts or high-tier creatures. Helping a pig take flight would probably leave most people at a loss. But for him, the Demon King possessing lunar magic and the Rooster Talisman, this wasn't difficult at all.
Little one, do you want to fly?
Zhang Yan leaned in close to the flying cloud beast and grinned at it.
Poof.
The flying cloud beast glanced up at Zhang Yan before closing its eyes again, its mood seemingly bottoming out.
Everyone else refining pills was human, why was it a spirit beast this time? Is there no hope left for it in this lifetime? Sob sob. The skywing beast let out pitiful sobs. Mu Mengyao stared in shock. How did Little Yen manage to make someone cry? Little Yen, maybe we should just go back. It's innocent too. Don't rush, how can we leave without getting our freebies first?
Zhang Yan said while patting the flying cloud beast's shoulder. His gaze subtly sharpened as tendrils of blue light spread outward. Buzz. Telekinesis swept toward row after row of medicine cabinets. Since all the medicinal herbs in the examination room were free for the taking, Zhang Yan naturally seized this opportunity to fleece the Beastmaster Association for all it was worth. Psychic threads stretched out like silk, retrieving each medicinal herb.
10 different ingredients spun midair under Zhang Yan's scorching demonic flames.
The entire process unfolded like Zhang Yan had transformed into a master illusionist, manipulating the medicinal ingredients with fluid, effortless grace. Mu Mengyao was slightly astonished. Such meticulous psychic control was unbelievable to witness from a mere awakened tier spirit beast. The nearby Skysoar beast also froze in astonishment, letting out a surprised snort.
Oink oink, could I still be saved? Chapter 25, Consuming the Spiritual Liquid. The Empress's Breakthrough.
As Zhang Yan moved, one by one, medicinal herbs were taken out from the medicine cabinet, threaded through by fine strands of psychic energy. The flames roasted the medicinal herbs, soon filling the air with a strangely fragrant aroma of traditional medicine. Zhang Yan's control was akin to a master deeply immersed in the potion-making industry, with the entire process flawlessly smooth, leaving no room for criticism. But as time passed, the herbs in the medicine chest grew fewer and fewer.
Mu Mengyao sensed something amiss.
She walked over, picked up a wooden box from the ground, and gave it a shake. It was completely empty.
This can't be right.
Why would Xiao Yan need to consume so many medicinal ingredients just to brew one potion?
Could it possibly be crafting a third-tier potion? But that shouldn't be possible. How long has Little Yen been born? Even if he gained some benefits from that secret realm, he shouldn't have reached the level of concocting third-tier potions, right? Watching Zhang Yan focus intently on his potion-making, Mu Mengyao didn't disturb him, instead observing his every move. She noticed rows of prepared glass bottles lined up before Zhang Yan, a staggering dozen or more. As wisps of medicinal liquid streamed into the glass vials, Mu Mengyao's expression changed slightly. Holy cow! Little Yan's back for more supplies. The key point is, others need 3 hours to brew potions, yet Little Yen just waves his hand and it's done? Even fleecing sheep isn't this fast. Little Yen, if we get caught, we'll be dead. Don't worry, I've blocked the cameras with flames, they won't notice a thing. Zhang Yan chuckled confidently.
Behind him, demonic flames of fire stretched outward, their distinct vermilion hue of ember flame obscuring the surveillance lenses. In the entire examination room, only 3 pairs of eyes truly witnessed what transpired. Truth be told, Zhang Yan had initially planned for a quiet assessment, but fate had other ideas. Encountering an old enemy as the examiner likely meant grievances were already being aired elsewhere. Becoming a certified potion master must be extraordinarily difficult, no point hanging myself from a single tree.
Jiang Yan turned the situation around. Wasn't it nice to freeload potion ingredients for alchemy?
Of course, if the other party insists on courting death, Jiang Yan wouldn't mind manipulating him with divine will and turning him into an idiot.
Time slipped away minute by minute.
On the other side, in the monitoring room,
Zhou Qi and several pharmacists were serving as examiners for this session.
Zhou Qi's assistant and underling approached him from behind and whispered, "Brother Zhou, that little girl actually passed the first round of the pharmacist qualification exam. But don't worry, I've already assigned her to that stupid pig. Without unforeseen circumstances, she'll never be able to complete the task." "Ha, I knew I was right to let you manage the herbs in my examination room. You certainly haven't disappointed me." Zhou Qi's face twisted into a chilling smirk.
That girl actually passed the first test? So what? As long as I'm the examiner, she'll never clear the assessment.
Beside him stood two figures, a woman in a red cheapao holding a folding fan, and a white-haired old man engrossed in a book. Both noticed the shift in Zhou Qi's expression and frowned slightly, but neither spoke a word. Zhou Qi was considered a prodigy among the younger generation of alchemists, capable of effortlessly concocting first-tier potions within an hour and completing second-tier ones within a single day.
Moreover, he was already applying to become a junior alchemist. Offending someone with such promising prospects simply wasn't worth it. Little Zhou, what happened to the surveillance cameras in your examination room? Why was there only flame with no footage?
The woman in Cheongsam fanned herself gracefully while asking with a smile.
Red sister, don't worry, let me adjust the angle a bit.
Zhou Qi's face practically split with grin with happiness at getting to chat with a beautiful woman.
After repositioning the camera, they could finally see inside the examination room.
The screen revealed medicinal ingredients floating midair, each herb, spirit fruit, and magical beast material dancing on invisible threads of telekinetic energy.
Before anything could be seen clearly, the flames engulfed the camera's view once more. Clatter!
The cheapao-clad lady's folding fan suddenly slipped from her hand as she stared in shock. Void alchemy. Such a technique, only a monarch-tier pharmacist could possibly perform it. Could it be that the contestant in this examination room is actually a king-rank pharmacist? Pharmacists share the same ranks as beastmasters, ranging from novice, junior, intermediate, senior, to master rank, king rank.
Yet in this Nanping city, forget king rank, even master rank pharmacists are rare. How could someone be conducting alchemy in the void?
Zhou Qi was also stunned, turning to his assistant.
Are you sure she's the woman inside?
No doubt about it, boss.
Impossible to be wrong, the assistant replied blankly.
The elderly man reading nearby set down his book, fingers trembling slightly, and said, "Don't just stand there, switch to another camera feed."
Alright.
Zhou Qi immediately switched to another angle. This time, the camera's view was completely unobstructed.
The telekinetic threads vanished, and the medicinal herbs disappeared without a trace.
All one could see was a girl in a purple dress bending over to feed a light blue potion into a little pig's mouth. "I remember this little pig spiritual beast apparently has psychological issues. Can the potion cure that?" the woman in Cheongsam asked. "Unclear, but according to the psychic beastmaster's intuition, this little pink pig wants to learn how to fly," the white-haired elder said solemnly.
For an ordinary pig-type spirit beast, flight is nearly an impossible feat.
Yet at the very moment this pink pig swallowed the potion, it suddenly seemed to shed gravity's pull, floating into the sky while paddling its four stubby legs with joyous snorts.
Levitation potion.
There's no such formula for mixing those potions. What's more, levitation potions are extremely difficult to compound, hard to prepare, and the formula is exceptionally rare. Yet this girl casually produces a levitation potion straight away.
The Cheongsam-clad woman blinked in astonishment, snapping her folding fan shut. This little lady is rather intriguing. This is impossible. Zhou Qi's voice turned shrill as he gripped his assistant's neck with forceful hands. Didn't you fucking say it was some girl inside? Since when can some damned girl wield such alchemical prowess? Are you fucking kidding me? Okay, done.
In the alchemy chamber, as Mu Mengyao fed the potion to the flying cloud beast, the little pink pig also emitted happy squeals.
Oink oink. Boss, I absolutely adore you.
The flying cloud beast's big snout pressed close to Jiang Yan's face as it extended its tongue for a lick.
Hey, enough. This sage lord has cleanliness issues.
Repay me with money when you're prosperous someday. Keep your mouth to yourself, Jiang Yan said helplessly.
Chomp. Just you wait, boss.
I'll definitely bring my big sis to repay you properly.
The skycloud beast gave Jiang Yan one last reluctant glance before flying away along the passage. Seeing it leave, Jiang Yan also walked toward the examination room exit. Little maid, it's time for us to go taste test those second-tier potions.
Mu Mengyao nodded slightly, her fingers beneath the violet dress clutching 3 warm potions. Second-tier potion, Blazing Sun Spirit Liquid. After consumption, it can significantly boost psychic energy while having a physique-refining effect for beast masters with fire attribute constitutions. With just this single dose of blazing spirit elixir, Mu Mengyao felt certain she could break through to the second rank. Xiao Yan had given her too many delightful surprises. Chapter 26. The price of absorbing spirit fluid is exploding your pants. That evening, as soon as Mu Mengyao returned home, she immediately took a seat by the wooden table. 3 potions lay quietly on the tabletop, each glass vial shimmering with a fiery luster inside. The tiny bubbles within gleamed golden, resembling little suns slowly rising. Xiaoyan, why do I feel there's something odd about your blazing sun potions? Just being near the glass vials makes my entire body feel feverish. Yeah, I added a bit of Sanglung's secret medicine, which might make the effects more potent. Just be careful when absorbing it. Jiang Yan pushed the potion toward Mu Mengyao, saying, but little maid, let me warn you first, this potion might have side effects. I'm not sure what they are. Are you sure you want to drink it? If it were this morning, I might have hesitated, but now. Mu Mengyao smiled faintly, picked up a vial, and downed it in one go. She didn't hesitate in the slightest. Gurgle gurgle. The slightly warm medicinal liquid slid down Mu Mengyao's throat into her stomach. Within moments, Mu Mengyao's entire body turned crimson, her skin flushed pink while beads of sweat formed on her burning cheeks. An indescribable surge of power began welling up inside her body. This feeling, I'm about to break through. Mu Mengyao's body shuddered as a fiery crimson aura burst forth from within, shattering all obstacles hindering her breakthrough, including her clothing. The sound of ripping fabric echoed through the air. Late first stage. Peak late first stage. Just one final step away from early second stage. But, Mu Mengyao felt a sudden coolness against her skin. When she looked down, she froze in place. What's happening? Tattered shreds of clothing scattered around, revealing smooth, flawless skin, her slender waist as sinuous as a serpent, without even a hint of excess fat. The maiden's graceful S-curve figure, accentuated by the torn fabric, gained an added allure of wild beauty. Jiang Yan picked up a solar flare potion and witnessed this alluring scene. Damn girl, you're being pretty bold there. Keep working hard, little maid. You've got even greater potential, Jiang Yan said calmly. Don't look, Xiaoyan, you're going too far. Did you do this on purpose? Mu Mengyao's face flushed crimson, the young girl's cheeks burning with both anger and embarrassment as she gritted her teeth and demanded, aren't you going to explain what's going on here? As she spoke, she shielded herself with her clothes to blot Jiang Yan's lingering gaze. Just side effects from the potion. Nothing to explain. If you want to get stronger, this is the price. If you can't handle it, I'll drink the rest of the potions myself. Jiang Yan calmly picked up the 2 potions, preparing to down them in one gulp. The Azure Dragon's memories contained no descriptions of side effects. Jiang Yan had no idea about the potion's side effects either. It turned out to be heightened lust. Recalling the dragon race's notorious lustful nature, Jiang Yan thought this made perfect sense. The old dragon was concocting potions, clearly for reproductive purposes. Even ordinary potions can have bizarre side effects, like being so potent they blast clothes right off. Imagine this, as a mighty shapeshifting dragon, handing someone a cultivation elixir who could predict what might happen next. Elder Azure Dragon truly sets the gold standard for propagation tactics. Wait a second. At that moment, Mu Mengyao grabbed Jiang Yan's arm, her gaze softening as a gentle smile graced her lips. Xiaoyan, 1 dose is enough for you. Why not leave the remaining flame potion to me? Once I reach the second rank, this emperor shall master an unparalleled cultivation technique. By then, even if Xiaoyan lazes around, few within the 3rd tier would stand a chance against this emperor. Moreover, once I absorb both bottles of spiritual liquid, Xiaoyan will be surpassed by this emperor. To be frank, Xiaoyan, if you hand over both bottles of spiritual liquid to the sovereign, I can grant you the title of Gurgle. Mid-sentence, she watched as Jiang Yan downed both bottles of blazing sun spiritual liquid in one gulp, not a single drop remained. Jiang Yan exhaled lightly, 2 streams of tangible heat escaping his mouth. Drink it or don't. With those parting words, Jiang Yan hopped onto the bed, hands clasped behind his back. Finding a comfortable position, he began digesting the gains from the blazing sun elixir. Absorbed 1 blazing sun elixir, plus 100 EXP. Ding! Congratulations, host's level has increased to 7. 40 experience points required for next level, 30/70ths. Absorbed a solar elixir, experience points plus 100. Ding! Congratulations, host's level has risen to 8. A system notification appeared before Jiang Yang. Wave after wave of heat erupted from the dragon's body, releasing an overwhelming aura. Especially around the lower abdomen, an exceptionally scorching current of heat surged wildly. If not for Jiang Yan's formidable mental strength and exceptionally keen control over his body, he might have been transformed into a breeding-obsessed dragon beast by this medicinal potency. Fortunately, this saint's will is resolute. Jiang Yan rubbed his little belly with a faint smile. As his level increased, he increasingly sensed the vague skill tree in his mind was about to be illuminated. I wonder what the next skill tree will bring, some kind of spell, or perhaps another one of the sage's abilities. Attention, upon reaching level 10, host can unlock a brand new skill branch, the system announced. Seeing this, Zhang Yan nodded slightly. Having just reached level 8, he needed to figure out how to speed up his progress. Little maid, are there any valuable secret realms nearby? Zhang Yan asked Mu Mengyao. Xiaoyan, have you finally come around? Are you going to train in the secret realm? Mu Mengyao asked with disbelief. No, you've leveled up. It's time for you to train in the wild. I'll just watch from the sidelines, Zhang Yan replied with a grin. What do you mean it's time for me to train? Shouldn't you, as the beast tamer, be the one doing this? Mu Mengyao was feeling a bit overwhelmed. Just how could she ignite Xiaoyan's fighting spirit? A phrase naturally surfaced in her mind, lead by example. Yes, she would train diligently herself and then show Xiaoyan the results. At that time, he would surely be amazed by her and embark on the right path. Since that's the case, I actually recall a wild secret realm that's about to emerge. Mu Mengyao stroked her chin in contemplation. In the days that followed, Zhang Yan spent his time consolidating his cultivation while diligently striving to live a leisurely life. To his surprise, someone from the Beastmaster Association personally delivered a pharmacist's professional certification to him. Thus, Mu Mengyao also became a rare dual profession prodigy, an apothecary and a beastmaster. Of course, the title of apothecary belonged to Zhang Yan, and even in the profession of beastmaster, Mu Mengyao felt Zhang Yan was more suited to the role than she was. Thank you, Miss Mu. I'll be taking this potion. Here's your deposit, 100,000 in total. At the door, a young lady from the Beastmaster Association respectfully carried away a wooden box. It's nothing. As an alchemist, it's simply my duty. Mu Mengyao smiled faintly and accepted the 100,000 yuan bank card the other party handed over. And the next second, upon closing the door, with a swift motion, Zhang Yan effortlessly snatched Mu Mengyao's bank card from her grasp. Xiaoyan, what are you doing? Nothing special. As a pharmacist, this is rightfully mine. You're so stingy, it's just one potion, Mu Mengyao said angrily. But right at that moment, a series of emergency sirens suddenly sounded from outside the window. Whoa, whimper. Attention all citizens, a wild dimension is descending. Please do not go outside. Chapter 27, Wild Dimension Descends. Talismans approaching. Attention citizens, a wild secret realm is descending. Please remain indoors. In the broadcast, the wailing air raid sirens blared. Simultaneously, a female voice was warning the residents of Nanping City. Wild secret realm. Zhang Yan and Mu Mengyao stood by the window, gazing at the scene outside, momentarily lost in thought. In the sky, pitch-black fissures began materializing out of thin air. Those cracks spread across the void like the claws and fangs of some monstrous creature, swiftly shrouding half the sky. As time passed, these patterns gradually coalesced into a spiral shape, transforming into a vortex-like portal that now hovered above the forest beyond Nanping City. The wild secret realm seems to have appeared sooner than in my previous life. Why? Mu Mengyao slightly furrowed her brows, unable to reconcile why there appeared to be discrepancies with her past life memories. However, it wasn't significantly earlier. Unlike ordinary secret realms, wild secret realms have no classification system, they're more like completely untamed wilderness. It's possible this place already teems with countless high-level spirit beasts, or it might just be an ordinary spirit beast sanctuary. In any case, the emergence of a wild sanctuary means a battle for tokens is about to begin. Whoever obtains the sanctuary token from the wild sanctuary gains free access, essentially holding a free entry pass. Moreover, those who control the sanctuary token even wield certain privileges within the sanctuary, becoming half-rulers of the domain. Of course, obtaining a secret realm token is no ordinary challenge. Xiaoyan, by my calculations, we might just have a shot at joining the fray for this wild secret realm's treasures. Mu Mengyao's gaze was sharp. Zhang Yan nodded and walked back into the room. After the man and dragon had earned some money, the first thing they did was upgrade their living quarters. At this moment, Mu Mengyao could cultivate her mental power and evaluate her beast-taming abilities right at home. Before entering the secret realm, prepare all kinds of potions first. Zhang Yan arrived at his alchemy lab, where the rooster talisman's telekinetic force transformed into threads to manipulate ingredients, initiating void alchemy. The wild secret realm still needed a few more days to stabilize before anyone could pass through. Zhang Yan seized this opportunity to purchase medicinal herbs and brew potions while simultaneously collecting skill points and experience values. After several days, he leveled up once more, reaching the critical 9th level. Name, Zhang Yan. Race, Demon Dragon Clan, Young Sage Lord. Race potential, unknown. Level, 9. Skill points, 9. Unlocked skill tree branch, intermediate dragon runes, 0/20. You possess infinite energy and can unleash dragon blasts. You emanate a Dragon King's intimidating aura that weakens opponents. Low-tier fire demon energy, 1/10. The Ember demon energy grants you formidable flame manipulation abilities. The flames carry a soul-scorching effect,
exceptionally effective against psychic-type enemies. Mid-tier Rooster Talisman, 0/20. You possess the ability to forcibly project consciousness onto others. With vast telekinetic power, you can effortlessly lift and manipulate targets. Moon Demon Energy, you gain the power to manipulate various gravitational forces and utilize them for offensive purposes. Mission Board, empty. Note, upon reaching level 9, the host can unlock a brand new skill tree. Just by lying flat, you can directly advance to level 10 and unlock new skills. However, Jiang has been practically suffocating at home these past few days. It's high time he took his Beastmaster out for a spin. Coincidentally, this wild secret realm is exceptionally unique, permitting entry only to Beastmasters and spiritual beasts below the 3rd tier. The messages released by the City Lord's Mansion and the Beast Tamer Association should be genuine. Xiao, save some potions for yourself, don't sell all of them, understand? Mu Mangyao reminded him. The difficulty of wild secret realms far surpasses that of beginner realms like the Hidden Dragon Secret Realm. There are no strategies, no restrictions. Entering this realm, everyone is either an enemy or a foe. There's no such thing as friends here. Yes, I'm already prepared. Jiang Yan nodded. He had stocked up on some recovery potions these days, but their side effects were quite severe, so he didn't dare use them on himself. Soon, a whole week had passed since the wild secret realm first appeared. The broadcasts on television had also completely stabilized, no longer showing the fuzzy images from before. Mu Mangyao took Jiang Yan by bus to the entrance of the wild secret realm. This wild secret realm had attracted the attention of the entire Nanping city. By the time the human and the dragon got off the bus, the area around the entrance was already packed with people. Street food stalls could be seen everywhere along the roadside, the aroma of meat filling the air. Some were busy setting up their stalls, while others lay on the ground catching a rest. Quite a few mercenary groups had also gathered nearby, appearing to have set their sights on the secret realm as well. Is that the entrance to the secret realm? Jiang Yan watched as the armored warriors from the City Lord's mansion gathered around a spiraling, azure blue portal at the center of the crowd. They were the City Lord's men, tasked with guarding this secret realm. Huff, puff. A gentle breeze blew as the secret realm entrance softly rotated, seemingly exuding a magical allure that tempted people to leap inside. Xiao, the secret realm isn't very friendly to us, it's a flying-type realm, Mu Mangyao said gravely. It's mostly filled with bizarre rocks and cliffs inside. To obtain precious resources, one must possess the ability to fly. A flying-type secret realm? Jiang Yan was slightly surprised to find that the little maid could actually discern the entrance to the secret realm. However, a flying-type secret realm wouldn't be a problem. He possessed the Moon Demon Chi and the Rooster Talisman, making flight no difficulty at all. A man and a dragon began their way together. At this moment, the City Lord's guards were maintaining order. Everyone, only Beastmasters below the 3rd tier may participate in this secret realm expedition. Please queue in an orderly manner. Those who don't meet the requirements, don't come here just for fun. Otherwise, you'll bear all the consequences yourselves. The soldiers from the City Lord's mansion shouted. The crowd that had come to inquire grew slightly restless, sensing that this secret realm was somewhat different. But men will die for wealth, as birds for food. It's worth risking your life for money. The crowd formed several lines, and Mu Mangyao was among them. But instead of waiting for a summons from the City Lord's residence, she was approached by a man with dark green hair. His eyes blazing like torches, he immediately spotted Mu Mangyao in the crowd. Mangyao, why are you standing in line? If you want to enter the secret realm, just tell me. As the young City Lord, I can get you in directly. Chen Tian arrived in a hurry with his entourage, his eyes blazing as he stared intently at Mu Mangyao. Mu Mangyao felt extremely uncomfortable under his gaze, her eyes turning frosty. Who are you? You don't even recognize this young master anymore? Chen Tian's expression grew slightly colder. He was the young City Lord who had been rejected by Mu Mangyao for 3 years. Why should I know you? Are you so remarkable? Mu Mangyao frowned. Mangyao, let's talk somewhere else. Chen Tian smirked coldly, his gaze shifting to Jiang Yan beside Mu Mangyao. You wouldn't want to see your newly hatched spirit beast become ingredients for my soup, would you? Jiang Yan was completely baffled. Why on earth was this guy dragging him into things? Do you think this holy lord is easy to bully? Jiang Yan's eyes gleamed with a blue light as his psychic energy surged forth. With a loud boom, Chen Tian was sent flying by a tremendous force, knocking over several pedestrians in his path. Holy shit, young master, are you alright? The guards looked utterly bewildered. Chapter 28, The Crowd Attacks. The Empress reveals her majesty. Thud thud thud. Young City Lord Chen Tian was sent flying by telekinetic force, rolling several times across the ground to the point of even breaking several trees. Holy shit, young City Lord, are you alright? Seeing him collapsed on the ground, the surrounding guards rushed over in a hurry to help Chen Tian up. Do I fucking look alright to you? The latter roared furiously, blood-flecked spittle flying from his mouth. Did you see who did it? Air. The crowd fell silent, their gazes turning to Mu Mangyao and Jiang Yan. The action had been too swift. with everyone focused on Mu Mangyao, who could remember how the deputy city lord went flying. I'm asking you bastards who did this. Chunqing Tian roared angrily. We saw it, we saw it. Several guards wiped their sweat and pointed at Zhang Yan. It must be this girl's tamed beast. Just now when we were distracted, it suddenly attacked the young city lord. Its intentions are absolutely vile. I think it's necessary to take him into the city lord's mansion for a thorough interrogation. Indeed, we have a dedicated interrogation room. We suggest this young lady come along as well. Hearing this, Chen Xingtian's expression softened slightly. These people weren't complete fools after all. However, the person who secretly struck just now possesses such terrifying power, definitely no ordinary figure. Could this little beast really possess such power? Chen Xingtian pondered for a while before shaking his head. Mu Mangyao contracted a spirit beast egg that was congenitally defective, even cursed by demons. It's impossible for it to hatch a powerful spirit beast. Yet the moment this thought crossed his mind, fury welled up within him. Mu Mangyao's life was already ruined, yet she dared to treat his goodwill with utter disdain. Does she really think she's some noble white phoenix? Humph, the weak should know their place. Mu Mangyao, don't say I didn't warn you. Hand over your spirit beast, or I'll be taking you back with them too, Chen Xingtian said coldly. As he spoke, the guards behind him raised their weapons, forming a circle around Mu Mangyao and Zhang Yan. It's all because of this pretty face that trouble comes knocking. The crowd around Mu Mangyao looked at her wistfully, pity in their eyes. What a pity, yet another young maiden in her prime was about to fall prey to Chen Xingtian. These few barely second-rank guards won't even be enough to entertain me for long. Mu Mangyao gave a cold smile, gracefully raising her jade-like hand as a cluster of golden holy flames ignited in her palm. Whoosh! The surrounding air distorted under terrifying heat, scorching waves causing nearby onlookers to blanch. Such horrifying temperature. What beast-taming aptitude level does this girl have to be this terrifying? Young master, there's something suspicious about this girl. The guards gulped nervously as they stared at Mu Mangyao. Are these temperatures for real? Before even getting close, it felt like needles pricking the skin. Fuck being timid. Publicly obstructing the city lord's peacekeeping? Arrest them! Chen Xingtian roared angrily. Yes. The guards nodded and steeled themselves as they rushed forward, surrounding Mu Mangyao from all sides. Mu Mangyao lightly tapped the ground with her foot, her figure fluttering elusively like a butterfly. Her hands engulfed in flames like soaring dragons, trailing long fiery tails as she clashed fiercely with the crowd. Zhang Yan silently observed from the sidelines, watching Mu Mangyao skirmish with the group while lost in thought. The little maid currently lacks sufficient combat prowess to quickly resolve battles. Zhang Yan pondered slightly, recalling the reward from his previous laid-back mission. 3-in-1 weapon pack. After opening the package, you may choose one weapon from 3 different types. Begin the draw now? Drawl. Zhang Yan nodded. Suddenly, a black treasure chest appeared before him, creaking open with a groan. 3 streaks of glowing light emerged from the chest, hovering in front of Zhang Yan. Silver Shark Sword, Silver Tier grants tracking ability akin to a shark's instinct, with damage reflection effects that manifest as shark fin counterattacks. Silver Magical Pufferfish, Silver Tier recite special incantations, and you can fluently wield spells with outstanding effectiveness. Damaged Mother Child Bracelet, Bronze Tier. The wearer of the Child Bracelet can partially utilize the abilities of the Mother Bracelet's bearer. Luckily, there are 2 silver-grade weapons. Zhang Yan nodded, his gaze fixed on the second shimmering silver pufferfish. Isn't this just Dad's magical pufferfish? Only it's plated with silver now, looking more noble, and has a broader range for exorcisms. You can even stab vampires with this silver pufferfish. Honestly speaking, the magical pufferfish is quite impressive. The thought of the little maid chanting demons, devils, evil spirits, begone, sent an inexplicable wave of laughter through Zhang Yan. However, silver-grade weapons were good, but what could truly enhance the little maid's combat power was the Saint Lord's abilities. Zhang Yan pondered for a few seconds before choosing the third weapon, the broken twin bracelets. To perfectly slack off in battle, he had to improve the little maid's combat effectiveness. If every problem required the Saint Lord to step in, what was the point of having a maid at all? Even a vase should be a combat-capable one, and the mother-child bracelets solved this problem perfectly. Thinking this, Zhang Yan felt his hand grow heavy as a pair of jade bracelets, one large, one small, appeared in his palm. He slipped the larger bracelet onto his own wrist and tossed the other to Mu Mangyao. Little maid, catch this and put it on. Surrounded from all sides, Mu Mangyao's ears perked up as she stepped on an opponent's shoulder and leapt into the air. Her hand slipped through the jade bracelet, securing it firmly around her wrist. Perfect opportunity. The surrounding guards watched coldly, their eyes turning frosty at the sight. Hasn't anyone ever told you that trash shouldn't talk tough? Mid-air, without any leverage, you're nothing but a floating target. Got you now. The guard's legs transformed into bestial limbs as they lunged for Mu Mangyao's ankles. But just at this moment, in midair, Mu Mangyao sensed the energy within her body and froze momentarily. Could she actually wield some of Xiaoyan's abilities now? To test this conjecture, she pointed one hand toward the group below, and a faint dragon-shaped curse seal pattern emerged in her palm. Boom! Mu Mengyao's palm unleashed a terrifying explosive force, like a falling meteor striking the ground, enveloping several people. The recoil was so strong that even she was sent flying backward. Damn it, since when did she have this move? Defend now! It's useless, we can't hold on any longer. The guards gritted their teeth and resisted, but their bodies were gradually forced lower under the Crimson Dragon's blast. Finally, with a resounding boom, a spectacular firework of flames erupted on the spot. The guards were sent flying, landing heavily with grievous wounds, blood spilling from their mouths. At this sight, the people around them were all startled. After such a prolonged struggle, with a single strike the enemy was defeated. This girl is way too good at hiding her true abilities. Thought it was just a pushover, but this little girl actually has attacks of this caliber. Not bad, the power of that move is already comparable to a strike from a commander-tier spirit beast. Those guards lost fairly. So young, yet with such a trump card, this girl must have a mysterious master behind her. The seasoned onlookers discussed Mu Mengyao with a hint of wariness in their eyes. Meanwhile, Mu Mengyao, who was directly involved, was sent flying by the force of the dragon burst. She took several backward steps before finally steadying herself. She looked at her right hand with a faint expression of disbelief. This power, it's absolutely terrifying. Her right forearm had turned slightly black from the recoil force. It was hard to imagine just how much damage her opponent must have suffered. Chapter 29, Lunar Demon Chi, Gravitational Crush. Sizzle. On the ground, rows of City Lord's mansion guards lay unconscious, their uniforms charred black. No one could have imagined that a seemingly delicate young girl could unleash such devastating combat techniques without even summoning her beast companion. Since all these guards belonged to the City Lord's mansion, it was the Lord's household that would bear this humiliation. Pairs of watchful eyes turned towards Chunqing Tian, whose youthful princeling face was etched with equal parts astonishment and bewilderment. How is this possible? Chunqing Tian's face turned ashen as he stared at his fallen guards, his mind reeling with shock. These were elite guards who trained tirelessly in martial arts day and night, and yet they'd been toppled so effortlessly? Isn't Mu Mengyao supposed to be a beast master who hasn't even used her contracted beasts yet? Are all these people just eating their fill without doing anything? However, Chunqing Tian understood the problem didn't lie with his attendance. Mu Mengyao, I never expected your talent to grow so much in such a short time. This truly surprises me. Chunqing Tian's gaze turned grave as he sneered coldly at Mu Mengyao. But what does it matter if your talent is high? Even if you can defeat my guards, what about your contracted beast? Guards, hold Mu Mengyao back and stop her from recalling her beast. I'll personally go capture that tamed beast of hers. A spiritual beast I'd never even seen before, probably some worthless trash. A crowd of underlings surged out from behind Chunqing Tian. This time, though, they merely contained Mu Mengyao from afar rather than charging in headfirst. Chunqing Tian is such a bully, picking on those weaker than himself. Since he couldn't beat that girl, he just went after her spirit beast instead. That poor little spirit beast is in for a rough time. It'll probably get torn to shreds by Chunqing Tian's contracted beast. Ah, everyone might as well treat this as a show. What a pity, such a talented young girl, yet her tamed beast looks so frail and skinny. One glance and you can tell it won't last in a fight. The onlookers gazed at Jiang Yan with pity in their eyes, as if already envisioning him being shattered into pieces by the four fragments. You dare lay a hand on my little Yan? Mu Mengyao couldn't help but smile. Chunqing Tian wants to capture little Yan? This was simply the funniest joke she'd ever heard. Setting aside levels, Xiaoyan's current strength had already reached heights beyond her comprehension. She had no doubt that even if they encountered a commander-level spirit beast over level 20, Xiaoyan could subdue it with ease. After all, judging by the energy emanating from the bracelet, Xiaoyan's destructive power was truly astonishing. Go ahead if you want. Just don't come crying to me when you're reduced to ashes by a single blast of fire. Such bold words. Do you think you've contracted a frost scale drake? Besides, even if it were an ice crystal serpent, it would still have to coil up when facing my dragon python. Chunqing Tian's eyes turned ice cold as he swung his hand, swiftly tracing out a blood-red summoning array. TSK. A piercing serpent's cry rang out, the shrill sound waves forcing everyone to cover their ears. A golden dragon serpent emerged from the magical array, its scales resembling python hide, eyes sharp and piercing, with a single horn growing atop its head. The moment it appeared, it arched its body menacingly towards Jiang Yan, its serpentine form radiating a predatory aura as if ready to devour him. Buzz! Suddenly, a foul wind howled through the area, causing the surrounding spectators to hastily step back, visibly startled by the dragon serpent's formidable presence. Some weaker spirit beasts even fainted straight away from fear. Dragon Python, a serpent already bearing dragon-like characteristics, a royal-class spirit beast no weaker than a flood dragon. However, as the foul wind swept toward him, Jiang Yan merely stood there in a daze, not even blinking, his face etched with an indescribable wry smile. This holy master just wants to peacefully laze about. Why is it so damn difficult? Go find the little maid if you have business. What has that got to do with this holy lord? How troublesome. I suppose I'll test this holy lord's new demonic energy on you. Jiang Yan lazily stretched and yawned, his gaze locking onto the golden-horned dragon python across from him. What's wrong, little one? Too scared to run? Chunqing Tian sneered coldly as he approached with his golden-horned dragon python.
Jiang Yan stood frozen in place, filled with nothing but overwhelming joy.
So, were you finally intimidated?
It seems the imposing majesty of this young master's golden-horned dragon python remains as terrifying as ever.
Ha! Golden-horned dragon python, I want to see its corpse within 10 seconds, do you understand?
Hiss. The golden-horned dragon python originally wanted to roar at the sky, but suddenly fell silent. Those golden vertical pupils locked onto Jiang Yan, filled with shock and doubt.
What's going on? This little runt looks so small, yet his aura is as terrifying as a mountain? Never mind, take a bite first.
Though sensing a trace of Jiang Yan's oppressive aura, the golden-horned dragon python still slithered forth, its barrel-thick body swift as lightning. Within moments, it closed within 5 meters of Jiang Yan, opening its blood-red maw to clamp down on the dragon's head.
Clang!
The python's jaws clamped down, yet it felt as if it had bitten into an entire planet. The full might of a celestial body was repelling its bite, rendering it completely immovable.
Hiss!
The golden-horned dragon python's eyes flashed with alarm as it approached Jiang Yan, suddenly sensing that fierce, pristine draconic aura emanating from his body.
Wrong! All wrong! It mustn't attack him. The golden-horned dragon python pulled out its fangs, ready to retreat, but right at that moment, a dragon's claw gently pinched the tail of the golden-horned python. The force wasn't great, but it clung to the golden-horned dragon python like a magnet. Thinking of leaving just because you came? Did this holy lord grant you permission? Jiang Yan smiled faintly, dark blue demonic energy rapidly swirling in his pupils. Moon's demonic energy, gravitational crush, altering the gravitational force of the air, directing it toward the target. Suddenly, the air around the golden-horned dragon python rapidly condensed, forming a cylindrical pillar that came crashing down upon its head with overwhelming force. Hiss! It let out a terrified serpentine cry.
Its 8-meter-long python body was pinned to the ground like a tiny snake, completely immobilized.
Crack! Snap!
Scale after scale could no longer withstand the immense pressure and began to shatter, with flying fragments piercing the dragon python's body as torrents of blood gushed out. The crimson python blood flowed along the ground, forced deep into the soil by the oppressive air pressure, saturating the earth.
Enjoy yourself. If you survive 30 seconds, this sage lord might spare you.
Jiang Yan crossed his dragon claws behind his back and strolled toward a nearby food stall.
The onlookers couldn't understand the dragon tongue Jiang Yan spoke,
yet watching his retreating figure, they inexplicably sensed the aura of a mysterious powerhouse.
Why does he always give off the impression of being extraordinary?
In their eyes, it clearly did nothing. Yet the golden-horned dragon python lay pinned beneath it like a dead snake. Such behavior made it hard not to suspect it was actually the most deeply hidden powerhouse.
Though shocked, the onlookers weren't afraid.
Chunqing Tian, however, was different. His mind was in turmoil, flooded with complex emotions.
Shock, bewilderment, fury, disbelief. Golden-horned dragon python, what madness has possessed you?
Get up and tear it apart now, unless you want me, the young master, to lose my temper. Chunqing Tian was furious, delivering a wild flurry of kicks to the golden-horned dragon python. In his eyes, the golden-horned dragon python seemed bewitched, bleeding profusely while remaining stationary.
This was clearly a fixed match. HSSS, HSSS, HSSS. Stop kicking already. Save me first. The golden-horned wyvern python was on the verge of collapse. Chapter 30, The Brutality of Competition. This sage lord suggests killing them all. Hiss hiss hiss. The golden-horned wyvern python grew increasingly frantic, its roars intensifying by the second. If it weren't for being suppressed by air pressure, it would really love to take a bite out of Chunqing Tian. Can't you see it's almost done for? Golden-horned dragon python, why are you glaring at me? Are you thinking of rebelling? Chunqing Tian's face darkened as he kicked the golden-horned dragon python a few more times. He gazed at the distant battlefield, where Mu Mengyao was gradually breaking free from the encirclement, leaving those second-tier physical cultivator beast tamers running around in circles. A bunch of useless trash. Couldn't even handle a single woman. I truly wonder if City Lord's mansion has been feeding you all for nothing. Mu Mengyao, today's your lucky day.
Seeing Mu Mengyao slipping from his control, Chunqing Tian's face darkened as he summoned a beast-taming array to retrieve the golden-horned dragon python. Before leaving, he cast a profound glance at Mu Mengyao and Jiang Yan. If you want to enter the wild secret realm, let's see if you've got the life to get in and come out alive. With Chunqing Tian's departure, his lackeys scattered in all directions. Jiang Yan was enjoying grilled spiritual beast meat at a roadside stall while observing the secret realm's surroundings. At that moment, quite a few people were gathered around the secret realm, but since their location was on the outskirts, this battle didn't attract much attention. Among those who had rushed to this wild secret realm were many high-level beast tamers. A second-tier combat fluctuation wasn't noteworthy enough to catch their interest. Xiaoyan, this thing works great. Thanks for it. Mu Mengyao's slender jade-like hand gently tousled Zhang Yan's hair as she spoke with a playful smile. It's all because you're too weak. Zhang Yan didn't hold back at all, sighing helplessly. Little maid, with combat skills like yours, you don't even compare to that girl we met earlier. You mean Wu Qian? In what way am I inferior to her? Mu Mengyao frowned. Her family is rich. What do you have? Not just that girl, but even the cute girl who brought a flying bird last time has more money than you. Xiaoyan, do you really think money can let you do whatever you want? You're too materialistic. Don't be ridiculous, Mu Mengyao retorted while leading Zhang Yan to join the queue for processing their secret realm entry permits. Just as the man and dragon were about to follow the crowd for registration, a familiar voice sounded behind them. Dream Yao, are you queuing here too? Su Wanwan's familiar figure approached. She came before Zhang Yan with a playful grin. Hey, little fellow, long time no see. Address this dragon as Holy Lord. Zhang Yan slightly frowned, communicating through telepathy. Saint Lord? Fine, little Saint Lord. Su Wanwan reached out to measure Zhang Yan's height with her hand and smiled. Ha, it seems you've grown taller. By the way, Meng Yao, what level is your beast companion? Can it enter the secret realm? We can enter the secret realm now, Mu Mengyao said with a smile, never expecting to run into an acquaintance here. By the way, Mengyao, I've got great news for you. I heard someone actually defeated Chunqing Tian, and he had to swallow the loss, too scared to fight back. Su Wanwan exclaimed excitedly. She arrived late and missed the battle between Mu Mengyao and Chunqing Tian. Mu Mengyao's expression remained calm as she smiled faintly. Oh, that's quite delightful to hear. Ha, that guy got what he deserved. But Mengyao, wanna team up for the secret realm expedition? Su Wanwan asked. Team up? Exactly. My little Luan Bird has already reached level 9. Don't worry, with the two of us teaming up this time, we'll definitely be able to protect you. Watching Su Wanwan's confident smile as she patted her chest, Mu Mengyao almost wanted to tell her the truth. However, rather than letting this girl run around recklessly, it'd be better to have her tag along. Xiaoyan, what do you think about forming a team? Mu Mengyao looked at Zhang Yan. Without realizing it, she had already subconsciously developed a habit of seeking his opinion. Team up? Zhang Yan sized up Su Wanwan from head to toe. The girl had a voluptuous figure, already blossoming into graceful beauty at a tender age. Her every movement was accompanied by a radiant smile, drawing sideways glances from many passers-by. Unlike Mu Mengyao, this girl had a lethal weapon every time she walked. It made people's eyelids twitch, terrified that her buttons might fly off. Having a backup maid follow along wouldn't be too much of a problem, at least it'd be pleasing to the eyes. After some thought, Zhang Yan asked, what's in it for me if I team up with you? Ha, Su Wanwan was taken aback. She had assumed Zhang Yan would never refuse. Benefits? Isn't it enough that I'd be protecting you all? Hearing this, Mu Mengyao coughed, nearly bursting into laughter. Alright, Mengyao, just follow us. No need for you to exert yourself too much. Sounds good. I'll conserve my strength so I can protect you too with more vigor later. Su Wanwan nodded and followed Mu Mengyao to register. The Great Xia Kingdom had an ironclad rule. Whenever a wild secret realm descended, all citizens of Great Xia must report immediately and organize people to conquer the secret realm. For those who come to the secret realm, neither the City Lord's Manor nor the Beast Tamer Association will prevent them from entering. On the contrary, those who enter the secret realm and survive will even be rewarded with merit points. With so many people, we don't know if we'll be able to obtain the secret realm tokens. Looking at the overcrowded registration area, Mu Mengyao sighed helplessly. Mengyao, the competition is brutal. As long as we can ensure our own safety, that's enough. Su Wanwan said resignedly. This Supreme Lord has a way to reduce the competition, Zhang Yan declared, crossing his arms. What way? Zhang Yan grinned, molten lava bubbling from his dragon maw. Too many people? Just kill them all then? At the entrance of the wild secret realm, the spiral gateway rotated silently. The upper echelons of the Beastmaster Association were stationed at the secret realm's entrance. City Lord Qin Xiao stood not far from the secret realm's entrance, flanked by several figures clad in Beastmaster Association robes. City Lord, this wild secret realm might have been triggered by one of the spirit beasts from our Beastmaster Association. Wouldn't it be better to hand over the exploration rights to us? A woman in a red cheepo spoke calmly. Lady Yaoji, the nation's laws are clear here. Exploring secret realms is our duty, so please don't obstruct us. Qin Xiao smiled faintly. There was absolutely no way he'd let go of meat that had already reached his lips. Moreover, this secret realm might hold one of his closely guarded secrets. However, right at this moment, Father, hurry and save my golden horned lightning python. A voice came from outside the tent. Chen Xiao and the others frowned. They were discussing important matters when someone dared to barge in unannounced. However, Seeing the hurried figure of Chunqing Tian, everyone's expressions cleared as they smiled knowingly.
Bastard, don't you know we're discussing crucial affairs?
Chen Zhao's face darkened, raising his hand as if to slap Chunqing Tian. But as Chunqing Tian summoned the golden horned dragon python, Chen Xiao frowned deeply.
Such grievous wounds. Wretched child, did you use the golden horned dragon python to fight against a commander-level spirit beast? No, Dad, it was that girl Mu Mangyao. Chunqing Tian recounted the incident in full detail.
With absolutely no other option left, the golden horned dragon python was barely breathing. He had no choice but to turn to his father, the city lord, for help.
Chapter 31, Moon Demon Energy plus Rooster Talisman equals Planetary Devastation. Young City Lord, are you saying you saw Mu Mangyao? The medicine mistress in red Chonsam asked curiously. Where was she? Chunqing Tian glanced at the medicine mistress in surprise, not understanding why she placed such importance on Mu Mangyao. Sister, why do you value some random girl so much? Rather than thinking about her, we should focus on how to track down those spirit beasts.
Beside Yaoji, a slender girl with twin ponytails spoke with reluctance. She had never received such attention from her elder sister.
Why should an outsider girl get her sister's regard like this? Miss Yaoji, do you have any restorative potions?
I beg you to heal my son's golden horned dragon python. This little spirit beast is gravely wounded.
This city lord would be deeply grateful.
Chen Xiao slightly lowered his head and bowed respectfully toward Medicine Ji. One's own son, no matter how foolish, is still flesh and blood. He couldn't possibly watch as his son's spirit beast died right before his eyes. Faced with this situation, he had no choice but to compromise.
Easy enough,
I happen to have brought a potion crafted by one of our Beast Tamer Association's masters.
And it's someone you're familiar with, none other than Mu Mangyao.
Medicine Princess smiled faintly as she handed a glass vial of potion to Chen Xiao.
At these words, the crowd fell silent, all eyes fixed on Medicine Maiden with expressions of disbelief. How old could Mu Mangyao be? Just a young girl, yet being addressed as Grandmaster? How utterly absurd this world was. Lady Medicine, are you joking? Chen Xiao frowned slightly.
But Medicine Ji didn't explain anything to him, merely smiling as she led the Beast Tamer Association group away.
He arrived outside the door. The younger sister of the Medicine Maiden, Peony, could no longer hold back and asked, Sister, what are you doing? Our reputation as alchemists can't just be handed out to outsiders, you know. She also didn't believe Mu Mengyao's potion could be called a masterwork. Little sister, that's where you're mistaken. Yao Ji smiled mysteriously. Outsiders only see Mu Mengyao's surface-level strength.
Yet she knows that behind Mu Mangyao must stand a grand, kind, and gentle alchemy master, concocting medicines from the void, even curing that flying cloud beast's malignant ailment, indirectly triggering the opening of the wild secret realm.
Mu Mangyao is truly enigmatic.
Lady Yaoji exclaimed in amazement, Little sister, you must understand there are skies beyond skies, and masters beyond masters.
One cannot judge others by conventional standards. Yeah, sis, stop lecturing me, Peony retorted.
Right now I'm more interested in learning how to capture those cloud-steed beasts. They're precious spirit creatures that can enhance the potency of our medicinal herbs. Listening to her elder sister's tall tales, she'd much rather venture into secret realms to complete missions for the Beastmaster Association. Shaking her head, Lady Yaoji walked outside where, before everyone's eyes, she began the ritual to open the wild secret realm.
Now, everyone please get ready. The secret realm is about to open.
Any rewards obtained within it will not be claimed by the Beastmaster Association.
Moreover, those who emerge alive will receive military merits as rewards. As soon as the words fell, the surrounding onlookers erupted into thunderous cheers.
In wild secret realms, treasures abound everywhere. Take as much as you can.
Untouched by human development, these realms offer resources far richer than those in areas exploited for countless years.
Those who had long awakened to the gambler's mindset cared not how they might die, only how much money they could bring back. Buzz, buzz, buzz. As the line advanced toward the secret realm's entrance, the serpentine queue grew shorter and shorter.
Soon, it was Mu Mangyao and Su Wanwan's turn. The two girls held hands tightly, ensuring they wouldn't be separated during the teleportation.
Jiang Yan flashed a relaxed smile, yawned, and casually stepped through the secret realm's entrance.
What's different about this new secret realm? After a dizzying whirl, the disorientation faded.
Opening his eyes, Jiang Yan found himself in a waist-deep swamp with pristine water where faint shadows of swimming fish could be seen. Towering ancient trees grew in the marshland, their aged and weathered trunks so thick it would take multiple people to encircle them. At the same time, a line of text appeared before Jiang Yan's eyes.
Ding! A slacking-off mission has been issued. Host is required to help Mu Mangyao obtain the secret realm token while lying down. Rewards, 10 skill points, 100 EXP, random gift box.
A random gift box, with good luck. You might even draw out an adorably naive water demon from it.
Jiang Yan frowned slightly at the system's prompt. This system has random rewards like this? It can produce living demons out of thin air?
Jiang Yan thought for a moment, recalling the purpose of entering this dungeon realm. First, to seek the opportunity to break through to tier 10. Second, to hunt monsters for money and buy medicinal herbs. The past few days of refining medicinal girls had drained too much. All the money earned earlier had turned into cold, unfeeling potions one after another.
Sigh, lacking money is indeed a troublesome issue. Jiang Yan sighed slightly. Little maid number 2, does your family have a lot of money?
You're still young, not fit for safekeeping, let this holy lord help you with that.
Ah, Su Wanwan looked puzzled. Holy sovereign, are you talking to me? Her delicate oval face showed traces of bewilderment. Why would the sacred lord still demand payment from her?
Before she could ponder further, distant water surfaces erupted as fleeing fish sent turbulent ripples outward. Reflected upon the water's surface, crimson-feathered falcons circled overhead, their razor-sharp gazes locking onto Jiang Yan and his companions.
Blazing Falcon. Level, 17, Transcendent.
Introduction, a short-tempered spirit beast that enjoys living in groups and frequently patrols its territory. Status, intruders detected on their territory. It is about to rally other flame falcons and prepare to counterattack. I didn't expect to encounter a beast horde right after arriving.
Jiang Yan frowned slightly. Falcons aren't draconic creatures. Without dragon bloodline, dragon fear effects hold little sway over them.
Moreover, there's something of a natural rivalry between falcons and dragons. It's possible the dragon fear might provoke some fire falcons to swoop down and cause trouble.
Let's just leave.
The fire falcons are wary of our combat strength.
We just need to retreat from this territory. Mu Mengyao explained, leading Su Wanwan as they prepared to depart.
But at this very moment, screech! In the sky, the leading flame falcon let out a piercing screech as its body plummeted downward, diving like a cannonball.
How is this possible? The blazing falcon's attack speed is unnaturally fast, as if being pushed to the brink. Look out!
Mu Mengyao had no time to think and immediately assumed a combat stance with Su Wanwan. Jiang Yan stood in place, a contemplative expression on his face. Seeing this, Su Wanwan summoned her multicolored feather phoenix while comforting. Don't be afraid, little Saint Lord.
Big Sis Wanwan will protect you. Would this Saint Lord need your protection?
These are merely appetizers. Jiang Yan looked at the sky full of swift flaming falcons, fast-moving and numerous, totaling 13 in all. A perfect method he could employ was to utilize his surroundings. Jiang Yan took a deep breath, his eyes glowing blue as powerful psychic waves surged forth. And that wasn't all. Dark blue demonic energy emanated from Jiang Yan's dragon claws, pulling surrounding rubble and wooden fragments into the sky. Boom! Under the dual influence of psychic force and gravity, a massive boulder quickly formed midair, trapping all 13 fire falcons within.
What's happening? Su Wanwan froze in shock. Chapter 32, Uprooting the Weed. The saint shows no mercy. Boom!
Around the swamp, rocks embedded in patches of mud were tugged skyward, enveloping the flock of blaze falcons as they gradually formed a massive spherical jigsaw puzzle.
The blaze falcons frantically beat their wings, desperately trying to escape Jiang Yan's technique. But their gravitational pull had been stripped away by Jiang Yan. Even their feathers were blown off, yet they couldn't escape. At that moment, the sound of gentle applause rang out. Snap! The colossal hovering sphere abruptly closed with a thunderous clap. The flame hawks let out deathly wails as their bones creaked and groaned under the tremendous crushing force. But they could do nothing but watch death approach. Perhaps they never imagined that merely trying to drive an intruder from their territory would result in being effortlessly slaughtered by the enemy. In the blink of an eye, the rocks and wooden fragments shrank into a sphere, hanging in midair like a miniature planet. Drip, drip, drops of blood trickled down, spreading across the surrounding area. The swamp's surface was stained red, with the scent of blood spreading through the mist. The first experiment was a success. It seems this saint's mastery of talismans and demonic energy is quite decent. Jiang Yan slowly unclenched his fists and glanced at the stunned Mu Mengyao and Su Wanwan. Both women wore expressions of astonishment, especially Su Wanwan, whose eyes nearly popped out of her head. What the heck is going on? Little Holy Lord, was it you who attacked them just now? Su Wanwan gazed at Jiang Yan with trembling pupils, stammering as she spoke. She had just vowed to protect Jiang Yan, yet the slap to her face came way too soon. She didn't need to lift a finger at all. Chirp chirp chirp. Holy moly. On her shoulder, the multicolored winged Luan Bird covered its eyes with its wings, its body trembling violently in terror. In an instant, he killed all those red birds, utterly terrifying. Little Yen, what kind of skill is this? Mu Mengyao's gaze was solemn as she stared at the massive, star-like sphere hovering in the sky. Blood seeped through the crevices of the rocks, dyeing them scarlet like a blazing formation, the visual impact of this scene reaching its peak. Even someone as composed as Mu Mengyao was stunned by Jiang Yan. Not even her past life experience had prepared her for this ability. Blazing fast spellcasting, unparalleled aerial combat prowess. Little Yen, you're truly a little monster. Mu Mengyao gazed at Jiang Yan with emotion, her eyes growing increasingly determined. But little Yen, you don't need to lift a finger from now on, leave it to me. She simply couldn't believe that someone who'd been lazing around all this time could surpass her own diligent training. Impossible. Absolutely impossible.
It must be that she hadn't worked hard enough. Oh, Jiang Yan glanced at Mu Mengyao in surprise and said, then let's go.
While flame falcons themselves don't carry valuables, their nest must hold some treasures. Alright, Mu Mengyao nodded and led Su Wanwan through the swamp in search of the flame falcon's nest.
Soon, after passing through a thicket of shrubs, they spotted a towering ancient tree reaching 100 meters high, its trunk as thick as a giant's thigh.
Among its branches, several birds' nests were visible with scorch marks on the leaves, unmistakably the flame falcon's lair.
The flame falcons love hoarding resources for their hatchlings.
I wonder how much loot these nests contain.
Mu Mengyao dashed toward the nests with quick leaps and soon stood before one, eagerly scooping out the eggs.
Su Wanwan and Jiang Yan stayed behind to keep watch. Little guy, what was that move you just pulled? My little Luan Bird actually. Don't ask too many questions, kid. You wouldn't be able to learn it anyway. Jiang Yan spoke calmly, a faint glimmer flickering in his eyes.
The moon demon Chi and the rooster talisman are required to manipulate rocks and gravity, forming this formidable technique, planetary devastation. He gazed at the towering ancient tree before him, his eyes slightly narrowing.
Why do I feel like I'm being watched?
At this very moment, Mu Mengyao suddenly called from the tree, Little Yan, come take a look at this. Hearing this, Su Wanwan and Jiang Yan climbed the giant tree together to reach Mu Mengyao. Inside a massive nest lay several fiery red eggshells, with basketball-sized eggs resting quietly within.
These were the eggs of a flame falcon. Wow, Mengyao, we've struck gold. These bird eggs will hatch into flame hawks, they're definitely going to fetch a hefty price. Su Wanwan's eyes lit up. Exactly right. Flame hawks are natural-born hunters, and those raised from eggs become incredibly affectionate.
On the black market, a single flame hawk egg goes for around 500,000.
There are 5 eggs here, that makes 2.5 million. Just saying the number out loud made Mu Mengyao breathing quicken noticeably.
A few pennies can embarrass a hero. She understood the value of these bird eggs and reached out to take them away.
Wait a second.
Jiang Yan suddenly spoke, causing the two women to freeze in their movements.
What's wrong?
The two women looked at Jiang Yan curiously, noticing his gloomy expression with a concealed smirk on his dragon mouth.
Naturally, it's about eradicating the root of the problem. This Saint Lord has never eaten bird eggs worth 500,000 each before.
Jiang Yan grabbed a fire falcon egg, opened his draconic maw, and unleashed a sudden burst of scorching flames.
Boom! Under the blaze, the egg instantly turned crimson, releasing a mouth-watering aroma. A breeze carried the scent of the perfectly cooked egg, leaving the two women momentarily stunned as they stared at Jiang Yan with wide-eyed astonishment. What are you looking at me for? Grab your chopsticks, he said.
Jiang Yan smiled slightly, opened his dragon maw, and took a bite of the bird egg. With a crisp crunch, the eggshell was chewed to pieces by Jiang Yan, mixing with the rich eggy aroma that lingered deliciously in his mouth. Rustle, rustle. As he moved, the dense leaves around him inexplicably began shaking violently.
Jiang Yan watched with disdain in his eyes. Really knows how to endure, huh? Little Yan, what are you doing? Mu Mengyao frowned deeply. Little rascal, you're too cruel.
Su Wanwan even placed her hands on her hips and scolded angrily. Even if this bird egg isn't for sale, it doesn't deserve death. Faced with the questioning from the two women, Jiang Yan remained silent. He opened his dragon jaws, ready to devour the second bird egg. At that very moment, the leaves rustled noisily. 2 piercing eagle cries rang out from the foliage. Screech! 2 smaller-sized flame falcons emerged from the treetops. Their auras were restrained, unlike ordinary flame hawks, with dark patterns adorning their bodies as if they were mutated variants.
Heh, finally decided to show yourself, huh?
Jiang Yan's eyes turned icy, his gaze already locked onto the 2 fire shrikes. Azure psionic energy swept out with a hum. The movements of the 2 female flame falcons froze for an instant. Jiang Yan raised his dragon claw, and blazing explosions erupted forth.
Boom! Boom!
2 thunderous booms sounded as 2 bloody holes were blasted through the flame falcon's body by tremendous force, sending it crashing into the swamp below. Thud thud thud. Violet ripples spread across the water's surface, mirroring the turbulent emotions of Mu Mengyao and Su Wanwan that refused to calm for the longest time.
The flame falcons couldn't have all flown out. There must still be guardians remaining at their nest.
These 2 mutated female flame hawks have been hiding in the foliage all along, and I actually failed to notice them.
Mu Mengyao's expression shifted slightly as she spoke gravely. What a serious lapse in judgment. If those flame hawks got close, they'd surely pierce right through with a single claw strike. Without Xiaoyan's keen perception, both she and Su Wanwan would have been in grave danger. Chapter 33, Activating a New Rune. Lightning Fast Bunny. Purr purr.
In the marshland, 2 flame falcon carcasses sank beneath the murky waters, streams of blood swirling upward to stain the surface crimson. Perched on a tree branch, Su Wanwan witnessed this scene, her wide eyes brimming with bewilderment. How could this happen?
My beast taming talent should be exceptionally sensitive to avian spirit beasts. Why didn't I notice these 2?
That's because they're mutated spirit beasts with extremely high stealth attributes, deliberately left behind by the flame falcon flock to guard their nest.
Mu Mengyao's expression was grave. What? Su Wanwan belatedly realized, her delicate face showing astonishment. So if we had gone to pick up those spirit beast eggs earlier, we would have been ambushed by them? Not bad, and there's a high likelihood of losing your life.
Mu Mengyao said with a solemn expression, staring at the sharp beaks and talons of the two flaming falcons in the swamp.
If caught by these things, you'd be lucky to escape with your life.
So it seems, we've misjudged the little saint.
Su Wanwan looked at Jiang Yan with an apologetic expression.
I'm sorry, I shouldn't have said those things earlier.
Jiang Yan remained perfectly calm, waving a hand dismissively. No matter. Hurry and retrieve the items, this saint has a schedule to keep. He glanced at the great tree. Apart from these blazing falcon eggs, there should still be some secret realm medicinal herbs and spirit fruits. Of course, the most precious treasures here are undoubtedly the blazing falcon eggs. Alright. Mu Mengyao nodded, knowing this was no place to linger.
The scent of blood in the secret realm was as conspicuous as a signal flare. Once this spreads, the surrounding spirit beasts would go mad with desire and charge over.
Mu Mengyao worked swiftly, checking each nest one by one before quickly moving on. Not long after the group departed, ripples surged across the marshland, leaves rustling wildly as several dark figures arrived at the scene. Rest assured, young lord, this time we deliberately teleported Mu Mengyao into the territory of the Flame Hawks. She won't escape even if she grows wings. Captain Chu, I trust your work, but that woman's spirit beast is a bit peculiar. Will those Flame Hawks really be enough? Don't worry, these dozen-plus Flame Hawks are all transcendent level in strength. Even if a mid-tier beast master comes, their commander-level beasts will just become food. Excellent, ha ha ha.
Chen Tian led a team of men to the base of the Flame Falcon's nest. The moment they arrived, the scent of blood filled the air, and their faces lit up with joy. There's blood, which means a fight must have taken place. Go check if that woman has fled or died. Alive, I want to see her. Dead, I want to see her corpse.
Chen Tian's eyes turned icy as he issued the command.
He had warned Mu Mengyao long ago, if she refused to submit to him, he would destroy her utterly. This was the path she had chosen for herself. Young master, we've found 2 corpses here. There are more corpses here, over a dozen of them. Upon hearing this, Chunqing Tian and a black-robed youth rushed to the scene together.
Hurry, check if any of them is Mu Mengyao's body.
Chen Tian exclaimed excitedly. The black-robed youth, Chu Feng, shook his head. This doesn't smell like human blood.
It's more like blazing falcon blood.
He drew the sword from his belt and lifted the corpse from the water. It was clearly the blanched bodies of 2 flame hawks.
What about the other locations? Chen Tian felt an ominous premonition as he asked.
Our reporting, sir. The other areas also have flame hawk corpses, some even decomposed into mush. Someone approached holding several broken flame hawk bones.
Chen Tian's face darkened, his expression fluctuating between emotions. Damn it! That woman got away again. Didn't you all assure me she wouldn't escape?
Not only did she escape, but she also counterattacked and killed so many fire falcons. How could this happen? Chen Tian coldly surveyed his surroundings, and no one dared to meet his gaze. Chu Feng's face was filled with solemnity. As someone who had undergone specialized training since childhood, he understood clearly that hunting this many flame hawks required far more than just luck. Apart from tactical coordination, one must also possess the strength to kill with a single strike. From the on-site investigation, it's highly likely these 13 male flame hawks were killed simultaneously, which means the young master's enemy is anything but simple. Chu Feng said gravely.
No need to state the obvious, what I need is for you to devise a way to eliminate her.
Chen Tian's eyes burned with rage, his mind consumed solely by thoughts of vengeance.
Patience, young master, I still have a plan. Chu Feng elaborated, though this tactic is devastatingly powerful, its after effects must be severe.
Once we locate them, given their sub-transcendent beast partners, they'd stand absolutely no chance of resisting. Hearing this, Tian's anger eased slightly as he smiled and said, very well, Chu Feng.
Try to capture her alive if possible. I want to have some fun with her. Yes, at this very moment.
Mu Mengyao and her group, having left the Flaming Falcon, arrived at a tree hollow to rest. Outside the tree hollow, the sky gradually turned golden, night would soon fall. The dim golden light spilled into the tree hollow where Mu Mengyao and another young woman sat cross-legged, meditating. Jiang Yan lay in the tree cavity, basking in the setting sun as he gazed at the distant sunset.
If time flows in secret realms too, then are these realms miniature worlds or projections of unknown dimensions?
I wonder if there are projections from the hellish worlds. Lost in silent contemplation, Jiang Yan found himself missing the other 8 great demons a little.
Of course, the main reason is missing their demonic energy.
The lunar demonic energy is quite useful. It can harness natural magic power, making it extremely convenient on Blue Star.
Speaking of which, ever since Blue Star's spiritual energy resurgence, the landmass has expanded exponentially compared to before. Could it be that the crust is also absorbing spiritual energy, causing it to grow in size?
Jiang Yan crossed his legs lazily, pondering while absent-mindedly rubbing his little belly.
Feeling a bit hungry, he casually picked up a fiery red spirit fruit nearby and took a bite. With a crisp crunch, sweet juice trickled down the corner of his mouth. The fragrant pulp was chewed a few times before being swallowed in one gulp. The flesh of the fruit transformed into abundant energy, continuously strengthening Jiang Yan's physique. Suddenly, you consumed a blazing eagle fruit, gained 20 experience points, physique enhanced. Ding! Congratulations, host, your level has increased to 10. Buzz! Jiang Yan's body shuddered slightly as a surge of energy far surpassing anything he'd felt before erupted from within. Level 10 achieved. Jiang Yan had officially stepped into the ranks of extraordinary spirit beasts. But clearly, Jiang Yan's transcendent level was far from ordinary among spirit beasts. This wasn't the end. Ding! Host has reached level 10. Consume 10 skill points to unlock a new rune. Current remaining skill points, 19. Light it up. Without hesitation, Jiang Yan immediately chose to activate. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have unlocked a new branch on the skill tree, the Rabbit Talisman. Low-tier Rabbit Rune, your speed rivals lightning, even the keenest dynamic vision can barely track your movements. Note, the Rabbit Talisman's speed doesn't consume stamina. Remember, speed is power. Reading the system's prompt, Jiang Yan's eyes glazed over momentarily as a deep purple hexagonal talisman rapidly lit up in the depths of his pupils. The talisman that commands speed, a rabbit that can race against time itself. Chapter 34, The Dragon Body Swells. The Holy Sovereign is enormous. Congratulations, host has obtained the Rabbit Talisman, 0 out of 10. Current remaining skill points, 9. Staring at the system notification before him, Jiang Yan's expression grew slightly exhilarated. The Rabbit Talisman, wielding the pinnacle of speed. In anime, this talisman has had its fair share of shining moments too. Truffle, who possessed the Rabbit Talisman, completely outmatched Uncle Long. Jade, who possesses the Rabbit Talisman, raced against the Wind Demon, Xiao, to test their speed. Of course, the more crucial point is that the Rabbit Talisman perfectly compensates for the drawback of the Rooster Talisman's hovering inability to achieve rapid flight. The combination of the Rabbit Talisman and the Rooster Talisman grants the ability of rapid flight. With the addition of the Dragon Talisman, he became the supreme ruler dominating the skies. Though flying spiritual beasts are said to be the overlords of the sky, Jiang Yan, armed with these three talismans, could not only fly more steadily than them but also faster. One could say he outflied the flying spiritual beasts themselves. Moreover, with mastery over flight, frightening people would be entirely within his capabilities too. After all, besides aerial spirit beasts, only those king beasts with levels exceeding 50 could achieve levitation. Meanwhile, Jiang Yan's body was undergoing transformations as well. Cracking sounds emerged from throughout Jiang Yan's body as his bones began elongating. The dragon claws began to elongate, becoming as sharp as blades. 2 dragon horns sprouted from his head, coiling skyward like a pair of inverted daggers. At this moment, Jiang Yan's draconic form began to grow taller, not by much, but steadily and relentlessly. Within seconds, Jiang Yan's height increased from his original half-meter stature to a full meter tall. The little belly fat around his waist has slimmed down a notch, and the majesty innate to the dragon race is gradually emerging. Crack, crack, crack. As Jiang Yan's body grew, the not-so-spacious tree hollow was crushed, the trunk emitting ominous cracking sounds. What's happening? Mu Mengyao and Su Wanwan were startled awake by the commotion. Opening their eyes, they saw Jiang Yan now transformed beyond recognition. His crimson draconic pupils exuded domineering majesty, while 2 sinuous little horns had sprouted from his dragon head, radiating an aura befitting a true monarch. You're Little Yan? Mu Mengyao slightly furrowed her brows. Even as a seasoned beastmaster, she could barely recognize Jiang Yan now. Jiang Yan's transformation was extraordinary, not just in size but also in the explosive surge of his spiritual energy. A spiritual aura uncommon among ordinary spirit beasts shimmered within those pupils. The higher the intelligence, the greater the potential of the spirit beast. Mengyao, for some reason, I feel the little Saint Lord seems a bit sinister. I'm kinda scared. Su Wanwan gazed at Jiang Yan, traces of worry flickering across the maiden's delicate features. The current Jiang Yan emanated an intangible pressure that made her feel as though a boulder were pressing against her chest, leaving her almost breathless. Phew! Su Wanwan took a deep breath, patting her chest. What exactly is the little saint's species? That aura and the power it displayed earlier, I feel it's far more formidable than even the divine phoenix. I'm not entirely certain myself, Mu Mengyao pondered, then smiled. Could it be a sacred beast species above the monarch rank? Wanwan studied Jiang Yan intently, her hand unconsciously reaching out to stroke his chest. Let's not talk about me right now. Jiang Yan gazed at the full moon rising in the sky. We only have 3 days. If we don't find the secret realm token, we'll be forcibly teleported out. We should first think about how to find the secret realm token tomorrow. Mu Mengyao nodded. Indeed, secret realm tokens usually appear within the territory of the strongest species in the realm. Tomorrow we should head towards the center of the secret realm. We should find the most powerful species there.
In her previous life, she hadn't entered this secret realm and wasn't clear about its most powerful species.
However, in a flying-type secret realm, flying-type spirit beasts should dominate. Alright, if that's the case, shall we sleep first then? Su Wanwan lay inside the tree hollow, instinctively resting her body against Zhang Yan's tail.
Mu Mengyao narrowed her eyes slightly, gazing at Su Wanwan with a somewhat unfriendly look. This girl's eyes have been a bit off from the very beginning.
Is she trying to steal Little Yen from me?
Little Yen, this venerable one feels slightly unwell tonight.
Mu Mengyao sat cross-legged and gently collapsed onto Zhang Yan's belly.
Her entire head sank into it, while her palm still gripped one of Zhang Yan's dragon arms. Looking at the two girls lying on top of him, Zhang Yan slightly furrowed his brows.
No room beside me, is there?
The little maid is bold indeed, daring to sleep in the same bed as this holy lord. Zhang Yan pondered briefly, but ultimately chose not to drive the two women away. The even breathing sounds of the two women soon arose. Zhang Yan closed his eyes, familiarizing himself with the use of charms in his mind. In his spare time, he would mentally practice the charms and demonic energy. As a demon, it could virtually go without sleep. Just then, Zhang Yan heard the system's notification chime in his ear.
Ding! New task has been refreshed. Host, please accept it promptly. Side Mission 1, witness a Beastmaster's level increase once. Reward, skill points x10, exp 50, random magic potion recipe. Side Mission 2, enjoy 10 hours of sunbathing. Rewards, skill points x5, exp 25, fire magic proficiency +1.
Side Quest 3, sharing a bed, rest alongside 2 or more Beastmasters on 3 separate occasions.
Reward, skill points x10, exp 50, demon artifact gift box. Mission refreshed. Zhang Yan finished reading the system tasks and nodded.
Completing these 3 missions should be enough to raise him to level 12. To lie flat better, one must have strength, and the little maid's level is too low. I'll hold back these past few days to give the little maid some experience. This holy lord should take a chance to lie flat as well. Zhang Yan lay on the ground, closing his eyes to rest. The night was deep, the moon hung high.
The 2 humans and 1 dragon squeezed into the tiny tree hollow and fell asleep. At the same time,
beneath a large tree, a group of people chatted around a campfire, their chests adorned with the Beast Tamer Association's insignia. A twin-tailed woman was using the campfire's glow to refine potions by its flickering light. Lady Xiao is truly diligent. Not only is she talented, but she works so hard, a role model for all of us. That's right, Miss Xiao is the youngest junior pharmacist in our Nanping city, destined for extraordinary achievements in the future. A group of people showered Xiao with praise. Xiao's expression remained unchanged as she continued her work, but the faint upward curve at the corners of her lips betrayed her inner thoughts. Rustle. Soon, Xiao finished preparing the potion.
Letting out a calm breath, she announced, Grade 2 Physical Enhancement Potion, increases flight speed of winged spirit beasts by 40%, superior quality. The people around showed slight delight upon hearing this. They had a mission to complete on this trip. Getting secret realm tokens from the Flying Cloud Beast clan by force would be extremely difficult. They hold the home advantage after all. But with this stamina potion that can increase the speed of the Flight Cloud Beast clan's flight, they might be able to trade for the secret realm token. With Miss Peony's help, we're bound to find the secret realm token during tomorrow's Flying Cloud Beast operation. You all flatter me too much.
Peony smiled gently, though she felt quite pleased with herself inside. Such a trivial flying cloud beast, capturing it is child's play for this young lady.
Chapter 35, Lucking Out in the Secret Realm. Did Father's lucky spell take effect? The next day, at dawn,
the marshland morning held less mist, as sunlight filtered through the treetops to dance upon the water's surface, golden beams illuminating a hollow tree trunk. Buzz! Invisible currents of energy swirled around Mu Mengyao's body, transforming her into a living pump that drew spiritual energy from her surroundings to fortify her mental strength.
Mu Mengyao's cultivation realm steadily advanced, approaching the imminent breakthrough to the 2nd rank.
Once achieved, she would unlock tier-level spells and become eligible to apply for certification as a junior beastmaster.
I wonder if little Yen has taken my diligent cultivation to heart.
Mu Mengyao slowly opened her eyes, gazing through the swamp at the withered tree in the distance. There lay Zhang Yan, reclining on the tree trunk with his legs crossed, his dragon body soaking up the sunlight, scales glinting faintly.
Tap tap tap. Drops of glistening water dripped from the treetops, splashing onto Zhang Yan's head.
Zhang Yan opened his eyes. The sunlight was filtered through a thin mist, not an ideal day for sunbathing.
Fortunately, there were other tasks to be completed. Let's go, little maid. Time to search for the secret realm's token. Last night, he learned from Mu Mengyao about the crucial importance of the secret realm token. The secret realm token not only grants free access to the secret realm but also confers certain privileges. Another key advantage lies in the secret realm token's ability to investigate the resources produced within the secret realm and directly teleport to their exact location. At that time, possessing a secret realm token would be like having a fertile field ready to be cultivated at will. You can reap the rewards immediately once they're ready. By manipulating the Secret Realm token, you can achieve long-distance teleportation.
It's safe to say that owning a Secret Realm token equates to possessing a life-saving trump card.
Yeah, it's really time to leave. Let me call Wan. Mu Mengyao nodded and climbed into the tree hollow to wake Su Wan.
The group set off once more, heading straight for the heart of the Secret Realm. Jiang Yan couldn't fathom how the two girls could discern directions, simply assuming they'd been taught relevant knowledge at school. Splash! Wading through the marshland with water reaching waist height, Mu Mengyao and Su Wan had no choice but to ride on a makeshift raft cobbled together from two wooden logs. Along the way, numerous wild spirit beasts attempted to interfere, but most were swiftly dealt with by Mu Mengyao and Su Wan using their beast-taming talents.
When it came to dealing with avian spirit beasts, Su Wan's spirit beast was even more effective than Mu Mengyao's.
As they traveled onward, Mu Mengyao's training bore fruit, her aura grew increasingly profound, bringing her to the threshold of breaking through to the early stage of the second rank. Wan, your avian beast talents are as overpowering as ever, those flying-type spirit beasts won't let me get anywhere near you. Nowhere near as impressive as the young sacred lord.
The two women chatted and laughed as they walked ahead.
Completely unaware that amidst the thicket, a pair of eyes was fixed intently on the two humans and one dragon aboard the raft.
Snort, cough, Yun.
A small, panther-like spirit beast darted through the jungle, its back adorned with two wings that fluttered gently, making no sound as if the air itself remained undisturbed. Its movements were extremely cautious, the entire process like stealth itself, not a single sound escaped.
So quiet that Jiang Yan seemed completely unaware of its presence.
It took out a fruit from who knows where and tossed it right above Jiang Yan and the others' heads.
Ah!
Jiang Yan lay sprawled on the raft, lazily stretching his limbs as his draconic jaws parted slightly.
This secret realm is so dull, haven't even encountered a single spirit beast above commander rank. However, there are only two explanations for this phenomenon, either there are no commander-level spirit beasts in this secret realm, or this area has already become the territory of some powerful spirit beast tribe. Jiang Yan hoped it was the latter, as that would mean they weren't far from the secret realm token. But just at that moment,
a bright red fruit came flying through the air. Su Wan, who had been keeping her eyes wide open to observe their surroundings, failed to notice it in time and got hit squarely on the head.
Bang!
A loud thud echoed as his forehead struck the fruit.
Ouch!
Su Wan clutched her head, watching as a precious tree fruit tumbled to the ground before her.
What's going on here?
Why are spiritual fruits falling from the sky?
Not bad, Wan. You've got incredible luck.
This is actually a second-tier spirit fruit, the crimson feather fruit. I hear eating this can significantly boost one's physical speed. Mu Mengyao smiled gently as she gazed at the fruit that had landed on their raft and spoke these words.
Is that so?
Su Wan looked at the spirit fruit by her feet and was just about to reach for it when the fruit was snatched up by a massive dragon claw. Jiang Yan grabbed the crimson feather fruit and tossed it into his mouth with a swift motion. A crisp crunch sounded as bright red juice splattered everywhere. Using crimson feather fruit, your speed has increased.
Rabbit talisman proficiency +1, now 1/10. Ha! Su Wan was stunned. Weren't those her fruits? What are you staring at? Got a problem with this venerable one eating a fruit? Oh, and no problem.
Su Wan shook her head, covering her slightly swollen head, and continued paddling. As the raft moved forward, everyone gradually noticed something was amiss. Their luck seemed unnaturally good along the way. They either stumbled upon tree fruits or had various spirit herbs rain down from the sky, as if someone was deliberately feeding them.
Mengyao, don't you think our luck is a little too good?
Su Wan scratched her head and asked in confusion. Mu Mengyao looked up at the dense, broad tree crowns around them and said gravely, "It may not be luck, it's more likely someone has been deliberately leading us here step by step."
Really? Su Wan frowned. Jiang Yan remained silent, though he hadn't seen who was doing the feeding.
But upon reviewing these materials, most of them didn't have any side effects.
I'll just have to consider myself lucky. Could it be that I've been struck by father's luck charm?
Jiang Yan pondered for a moment, then shook his head. That seemed unlikely. Mu Mengyao swept her stern gaze around and declared, "Whoever you are, show yourselves now.
We've already spotted you. Rustle."
As the words faded, a tremor ran through the treetops.
Fei Yun, big brother, it's been ages since we last met.
A spiritual beast's figure slowly descended from the sky. Its body resembled a little tiger, but what set it apart were the wings growing from its back, making it look like a flying cat with wings. The Feian beast gazed softly at Jiang Yan. It had come to repay a kindness. The Cloudsoar beast, a high-ranking aerial spirit beast, is in no way inferior to the rainbow-feathered Luan Bird among its kin. Mu Mengyao's mind flashed with relevant information, realizing this skycloud beast might be one of the strongest spirit beasts in this secret realm.
But at that very moment,
from the nearby bushes, several figures clad in black stealth outfits slowly emerged.
So you actually discovered us. However, meeting us means your streak of good luck has run its course.
Chunqing, Tian and the others emerged slowly from the bushes, still clad in their specially designed stealth attire, with cold smiles on their faces. To think we'd encounter a skysoar beast. What incredible luck! Chapter 36, The Rooster and Rabbit Talismans, Masters of the Skies. As Chunqing, Tian and his group stepped forward, the expressions of all three parties turned stiff and uneasy. The flying cloud beast tilted its head. These people, when did they arrive? Flying cloud beast, and Chunqing, Tian Tu Mangyao, how did you know they were following us? Su Wanwan exclaimed in astonishment. A happy accident. Mu Mengyao never expected that her casual yell would actually summon them. She looked at Jiang Yan and asked, Little Yan, is this skycloud beast the one we know? Jiang Yan nodded, but little maid, these people come with ill intent. This holy master is counting on you. This skycloud beast was the test subject from the Beast Tamer Association. I never expected this creature to be the indigenous spirit beast of this secret realm. This means the secret realm's token is most likely kept within its tribe. When the time comes, we just need to have the flying cloud beast lead us to its tribal settlement. Perhaps we'll obtain the realm token there. We mustn't delay. We have to take the flying cloud beast and leave immediately. Mu Mengyao also became aware of this, casting a guarded glance toward Chunqing, Tian and his group across from them. The City Lord's Mansion and the Beastmaster Association would explore the secret realm beforehand to gather partial intelligence, and they were well aware that the mist cloud beasts were the most powerful species in this realm. Capture this lone mist cloud beast, and we'll have leverage to negotiate with their tribe. If we obtain the secret realm token, it'll be a great achievement. Chunqing Tian's lips curved slightly as he ordered his subordinates to act swiftly. Catch it. Understood. Black-clad guards hurled their darts, each attached to silk threads that tangled around the soaring cloud beast's wings as they flew past. Fly, Flyun. Why is it always me who gets hurt? The Flyun beast roared unwillingly, writhing as it tried to break free. Come down obediently. At the forefront, Chufeng gave the silk thread a forceful tug. Whoosh. The skycloud beast was yanked down like a kite. Bang! The skycloud beast crashed onto the marsh's water surface, sending up a spray as the city lord's retinue slowly dragged it closer. Release the flying cloud beast. Mu Mengyao's eyes turned icy as she raised her right hand adorned with the mother-child bracelet. The dragon's explosion gathered in her palm. Buzz, buzz. An overwhelming aura radiated forth, causing Chunqing Tian's expression to change abruptly. This is bad. That woman's preparing an immensely powerful attack. Stop her quickly. Don't worry, young master. With us here, she won't get her way. Chu Feng raised his hand and summoned a black vine-based summoning array. The guards behind him also conjured arrays of dark vines. Soon, massive ravens with jet-black bodies materialized behind them. Screech! Caw! The incessant cries of crows rose and fell, their tangible sound waves spreading out, causing ripples to tremble across the water's surface. Mu Mengyao and Su Wanwan covered their ears, their expressions subtly changing. The Great King Crow, a flock-oriented avian spirit beast. These spirit beasts excel at swarm tactics. A massive flock of raven kings, while emitting synchronized sonic waves, uses their aerial advantage to harass their opponent. Extremely formidable combat power. King Crow, sound wave formation, restrict their movements. The rest of you crows, engage them in guerrilla tactics. Kill without mercy. There are no projections in this secret realm. No one will ever know what we've done. Chu Feng had undergone professional training. His chain of commands was meticulously reasoned, leaving no room for criticism. However, wait, little Chu, I want those two women alive. Chunqing Tian sneered at the corners of his mouth. But, Chu Feng's expression turned slightly solemn. From a combat perspective, he was very reluctant to hold back. Fine then, we'll eliminate their spirit beasts first. Just capture the beast masters alive. At the sound of the command, the giant raven behind Chu Feng, with a wingspan reaching 3 meters, let out a piercing cry and charged forward first. Its jet-black avian eyes gleamed with a falcon-like sharpness. Echoed through the air as swarms of giant ravens blotted out the sunlight with their flapping wings, their nimble forms leaving Mu Mengyao no opening to strike. Flying-type spirit beasts hold an overwhelming advantage. With aerial dominance, they can strike with unparalleled flexibility. Dragon blasts struggle to lock onto them. Each King Crow is around level 19, and the largest one isn't even your ordinary level 19. Mu Mengyao frowned gravely. These individuals were specially trained by the City Lord's estate as elite blades for conquering secret realms. Even if they could break through to the commander level rank, they forcibly suppressed it. They persisted in accumulating power within the transcendent level range, building an utterly terrifying foundation that could rival even ordinary commander-level beings. Wan, come closer. Mu Mengyao took a deep breath and drew a bronze-level longsword from her heaven soul pearl. The enemy outnumbers us, we must retreat for now. Little Yen, when the fight starts, buy me 3 seconds. Got it. Su Wanwan nodded solemnly. Why? Jiang Yan asked. What? Mu Mengyao was taken aback, not understanding Jiang Yan's meaning. Why would this holy lord flee from such a weakling? Jiang Yan calmly watched the swooping great king raven,
Xiao Yan.
Now is not the time to act tough.
Mu Mengyao frowned, worrying that Zhang Yan might stubbornly confront the enemy.
The enemy's King Crow holds air superiority and has undergone professional training, charging head-on would be unwise.
That's right, young holy lord, we should retreat first. Their gazes are terrifying. Su Wanwan also said nervously. Caw caw caw.
The crow's caws grew closer. As the sonic waves expanded, both Mu Mengyao and Su Wanwan felt a sharp pain in their heads.
There's no time left. With clenched teeth, Mu Mengyao prepared to forcibly activate her escape technique. Suddenly, whoosh!
A tail feather shot through the air at blinding speed, striking Mu Mengyao's longsword with pinpoint accuracy. With a metallic clang, the recoil force sent her sword flying from her grasp.
No matter what you intend to do, I won't give you any opportunity.
Chu Feng's eyes gleamed with calm determination as sharp tail feathers materialized in his grasp. He was no orthodox beast master, whether it was body cultivation or spell cultivation, he practiced both. True beast masters walked the dual path of physical and mystical mastery.
Attack!
At Chu Feng's command, the King Raven was already swooping down over Mu Mengyao and the others.
However, buzz! Beneath Zhang Yan's feet, ripples spread across the water's surface as invisible psychic waves radiated outward.
Within those crimson dragon eyes, a hexagonal rabbit rune began glowing with an eerie luminescence. The next instant, boom, a sonic boom erupted as Zhang Yan's figure blurred into a streak of shadow before vanishing entirely from sight. The surrounding time seemed to have been slowed down. In the next instant, Zhang Yan appeared directly above the swarm of king crows. The dragon's maw parted slightly as draconic flames gathered, unleashing a devastating dragon's blast that swept forth with terrifying force. With a thunderous boom, flames erupted across the sky, engulfing the massive king crow in a fiery inferno. As if time itself had slowed to a crawl. Zhang Yan could even see the king crow's triumphant expression gradually twisting into pure terror.
Ah, that was too fast. Chapter 37, Uncatchable Speed. Ah,
the great King Raven hadn't even realized what was happening when the intense flames completely engulfed its body. The fire exploded midair, sweeping every single great King Raven into its fiery embrace.
Boom!
The sky erupted in a brilliant burst of fireworks, flames painting the heavens as innumerable great King Ravens plummeted earthwards, their feathers scorched black.
Zhang Yan returned to his original position without appearing to have moved at all.
The crowd only saw a blur before their eyes as all the royal crows in the sky were engulfed by flames.
So fast. Mu Mengyao's pupils trembled slightly.
Through their beast contract, she sensed Zhang Yan's movements, but her naked eyes couldn't keep up at all.
At most, one could only glimpse a dark shadow flashing by. Everything else was completely indiscernible.
But this speed left Mu Mengyao utterly dumbfounded. This was simply impossible for a dragon beast to possess.
Even if Little Yan was a pure-blooded dragon, he shouldn't have such speed, right? Otherwise, it would simply be too unfair.
Mu Mengyao frowned in confusion, unable to comprehend how any spirit beast could possess such heaven-defying offensive power while also having absolute speed.
What is this? A born assassin? Beside her, Su Wanwan covered her lips with her hands, watching as the king crow plummeted into the water, exclaiming, What's happening? The colorful feathered Luan Bird perched on her shoulder also widened its eyes in shock, flapping its wings and chirping incessantly, chirp, chirp. As the king crow's beast master, Chu Feng, and the others were struck with even greater shock. Hiss! A sharp pain surged through their minds, causing Chu Feng and the others to clutch their heads. The soul contract was violently shaken due to the severe injury of the Raven King, teetering on the verge of shattering. How is this possible? The Raven King, comparable to a commander-level entity, why did it lose its combat capability in an instant? Chu Feng's brows furrowed tightly, his face flickering between shock and disbelief. Could the great horned owl, which could instantly obliterate it, have been taken down by a high-level spirit beast inside the secret realm? But this can't be right. His king crow was a spirit beast comparable to a commander-level creature, with actual combat power of at least level 25. What level of spirit beast could possibly defeat the king crow without anyone noticing a thing? Moreover, there shouldn't be any reason for this spirit beast to attack either. Could it be that our group had offended them somehow? Just as Chu Feng was frowning in thought. Chu Feng, what have you done? Are you messing with me? Chunqing Tian's expression stiffened slightly before he glared fiercely at Chu Feng. How could the king crows be completely wiped out? Is this how you trained them? To Chunqing Tian's eyes, the great crow king plummeted downward in an instant. Whether it was due to internal strife or some sudden affliction, this outcome was far from what he had wished to see. Such a bunch of fools. I don't know why the city lord's mansion bothers keeping trash like you around. Damn it. Filthy lowlifes, just like crows, I never should have let my father bring you into the secret realm in the first place. Young master, the great king crow. Hearing Chunqing Tian's words, Chu Feng and his companions slightly lowered their heads, secretly clenching their fists. They too were living, breathing people, and being chastised by Chunqing Tian like this naturally stirred some anger in them. What's more, the great king crow was gravely injured, his life hanging by a thread. Captain Shu, What exactly just happened? I'm not sure either. All I saw was the aura around that little beast suddenly transform, then everything blurred before my eyes. Next thing I knew, the great king crow was plummeting. Chu Feng gazed solemnly at Jiang Yan. For some inexplicable reason, he found himself utterly unable to penetrate Jiang Yan's aura. His talent was completely ineffective in detecting this spirit beast. Never mind, no matter what, we must first defeat the opponent for our young master. If the Dark Crow King can't do it, we'll take action ourselves. They won't get lucky again. Chu Feng's eyes turned icy as he gripped several jet-black metal tail feathers in his hand. Following his lead, the crowd took out throwing darts and hurled them at Mu Mengyao, Jiang Yan, and Su Wanwan. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The sound of slicing air approached as sharp tail feathers aimed straight for everyone's faces. Watch out, everyone. I'll summon Luan to take us away. Su Wanwan cried out in alarm. No need. Mu Mengyao sighed, turning her gaze to Jiang Yan beside her. With Xiao Yan here, there's no need for us to flee. What? Su Wanwan froze, instinctively looking towards Jiang Yan. In a flash, Jiang Yan's figure blurred and vanished from the spot. He disappeared. Su Wanwan was startled, then saw all the incoming tail feathers freeze mid-air before instantly being sent flying back. Whoosh, 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 ding ding dong dong. The darts flew back one by one, their feathered tails returning precisely to where they came from. Faster than flying. In the blink of an eye, deep wounds that reached the bone appeared on Chu Feng and the others, with flying daggers piercing clean through their bodies. How is this possible? Chu Feng's eyes widened in shock as a piercing pain surged through his body. Instantly, he knew exactly who his opponent was. That little beast has a big problem. Even the dull-witted Tian finally realized it, staring at Jiang Yan in shock as he suddenly noticed the creature had grown another size larger. Doesn't this mean it's become even stronger? Damn it, run! Tian sensed something amiss and immediately turned to flee. Yet, with a flicker of movement, Jiang Yan blurred into an afterimage, cutting off Tian's retreat. As you said, the wild secret realm has no surveillance formations. Even if you die here, no one would ever know. Jiang Yan's serpentine pupils fixed onto Tian as he advanced step by step towards him. Wait, don't you dare mess with me, I'm the young city lord of the city lord's manor. Tian panicked, hastily retreating several steps as he cried, no, stay back, someone stop it, quick. Yet, no matter how Tian pleaded for mercy, none of the onlookers lifted a finger. First, they couldn't even protect themselves, and second, they had completely lost faith in Tian. Does such a brainless young master who only knows how to berate and strike his subordinates deserve to be saved? Tian watched as fear engulfed him like a tidal wave. No one could save him now. With a thud, he dropped to his knees like a lapdog, begging, Great Beast King, no, Sacred Beast Lord, I beg you, spare my life. I'll do anything you ask. It was them who attacked you, not me. You can kill him, but please spare me. Snot and tears streaming down his face, Tian pointed frantically at Chu Feng and the others. This undisguised demeanor was a far cry from his previous arrogance, as if he were a completely different person. Don't let him get away. Mu Mengyao and Su Wanwan looked at him with contempt. This guy wasn't repentant, he simply realized he was about to die. Jiang Yan advanced step by step toward Tian, but just then, Chu Feng let out a mournful sigh as he clutched his bloodied abdomen and stepped in front of Tian. You can't kill the young master. Oh? Jiang Yan calmly gazed at Chu Feng, feeling a flicker of willingness to converse with such a person. The young master bears a secret curse placed by the city lord's manor. If you kill him, the moment of his death will be witnessed by the city lord. None of you will escape, declared Chu Feng. This is indeed troublesome. Jiang Yan nodded, that makes sense. In that case, I'll spare his life. Really? I'm so grateful, Sacred Beast Sama. Tian's face lit up with ecstasy as he saw Jiang Yan step aside to make way. He really wanted to live. You fools. While groveling with gratitude, Tian quickly strode toward the distance. However, divine consciousness descends. Chapter 38, The Power of Intermediate Talismans. Obtaining the Secret Realm Token. Divine Sense descends. A low, icy voice manifested within Tian's consciousness. Immediately afterward, excruciating pain lanced through Tian's skull as if a steel needle had been driven straight into his brainstem. Hiss! Tian's eyes were bloodshot as he clutched his head in agony. Breathing heavily like a beast, his body began to tremble uncontrollably. Young master, are you alright? Chu Feng quickly stepped forward to check on Tian. No, nothing's wrong. Tian shook his head, released his grip, and revealed eyes that were completely different from before. At this moment, Tian's gaze turned profound as he slowly swept his eyes over Jiang Yan and the others, a faint smile appearing at the corner of his lips. Let's go. With Tian's command, he strode away from the battlefield first. Chu Feng and the others were somewhat confused but still followed in his footsteps. They encountered no obstruction, moving farther and farther away from Jiang Yan. Captain Chu, it actually didn't follow us, someone remarked. Could this be a trick? Chu Feng frowned slightly and shook his head.
I don't understand its nature, but it's still young, not intelligent enough to scheme.
That makes sense. Its Beastmaster just formed the contract, so it must be quite young indeed. As the crowd buzzed with discussion, Xu Feng approached Chunqing Tian's side. Young master, this was our miscalculation. We willingly accept punishment upon our return. He bowed his head low, adopting the posture of a servant. But, no need.
Chen Tian suddenly smiled faintly and slowly turned to face the crowd. You are indeed loyal, but this holy master just remembered something. This holy master dislikes people with the surname Chen. As his words fell, Xu Feng and the others still wore expressions of bewilderment.
Sacred Lord? What does this statement mean?
Just as everyone was perplexed, Chen Tian had already raised his right hand and, with a swift motion, pierced through his own left chest. His hand went straight through his chest, shattering his heart instantly. Chen Tian's pupils slightly lost focus, taking on the ghastly pallor of a dead man. But what was truly terrifying was that Chen Tian never showed the slightest hint of pain from start to finish. What? The entire venue suddenly fell silent as Xu Feng and the others' pupils constricted to needle-point size. The young master has committed suicide. When the crowd gathered around, Chen Tian had completely lost all signs of life.
Suicide, suicide.
Xu Feng's pupils trembled violently as he abruptly turned his head. Through the gaps in the forest, his gaze seemed to catch sight of a small dark green beast's figure. As if through the leaves, he could see Jiang Yan curling his lips into a tranquil smile. A surge of intense fear suddenly gripped Xu Feng's heart, his body trembling uncontrollably. His dread toward Jiang Yan had reached an entirely new level.
It must be it. Elsewhere, in an open area. Little Yan, are we really going to let Chen Tian go just like this? Mu Mengyao asked Jiang Yan while untying the Cloudsoar beast beside her.
At this moment, the exhausted Cloudsoar beast had fallen unconscious from overexertion during its violent struggle. Su Wanwan and Mu Mengyao were busy untying the steel cables from the Cloudsoar beast's body. That guy did warn us that killing Chen Tian would bring trouble. Jiang Yan lay sprawled on a rock, basking in the sunlight. But given Chen Tian's petty and vindictive nature, if we don't root out the problem completely now, we'll likely face even greater troubles in the future.
Mu Mengyao frowned and said, don't worry, he won't get another chance.
Jiang Yan smiled, basking in the sunlight as he stretched comfortably. The warm sunshine soaked into his body, bringing an indescribable sense of relaxation.
However, suddenly, whoosh, 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 through the sky came a series of sonic booms. Fei Yun, Fei Yun, Fei Yun. One after another, winged cloud beasts appeared in the sky, but unlike before, these were all fully grown adults, their massive bodies as formidable as tigers. The wings on her back were exceptionally massive, with a wingspan reaching 6 meters. A sky-blotting swarm of Cloudsoar beasts descended, their countless eyes locking onto Jiang Yan and his companions. Great! It's the flying cloud beasts, they actually came to us on their own. Su Wanwan's face lit up with joy as she happily watched the scene unfold. Something's wrong.
Mu Mengyao suddenly spoke up, her gaze sweeping over each soaring beast as her expression grew increasingly grave. These flying cloud beasts were clearly not in a pleasant mood. Roar! Suddenly, an ear-splitting tiger roar echoed through the air as a colossal crimson-furred beast came swooping down from the sky. The moment it appeared, its ferocious expression was clear, its predatory eyes locking onto the tiny flying cloud beast before Mu Mengyao and her companion.
Damned humans! How dare you lay a hand on my brother? Crush them!
The flying cloud beast king let out a roar, unleashing a formidable surge of mental energy.
Beast King, this is all a misunderstanding. We didn't lay hands on your brother. We're saving it. Both Mu Mengyao and Su Wanwan understood the words of the winged cloud beast king.
But the enraged winged cloud beast king had no intention of giving them a chance to argue.
Squadrons of ferocious-looking winged cloud beasts swooped down upon them.
Every single Cloudsoar beast emanated the oppressive aura of a commander-tier creature, with some even surpassing that level and reaching the tier of general-class beasts. General-class beasts. These were the great commanders among spirit beasts, beings capable of leading entire armies of their kind. And now, within this fleet of Cloudsoar beasts, no fewer than 3 such general-class entities had appeared.
This was bad.
Mu Mengyao couldn't help but furrow her brows, her sense of crisis reaching its peak. In terms of combat power, it was already a hopeless situation.
Little Yan, can you escape?
Mu Mengyao looked at Jiang Yan, placing her final hope upon him. Now the little Feiyan beast had fallen unconscious, leaving no time for explanations. Their only chance was to rely on Jiang Yan's speed to flee. However, Jiang Yan remained exceptionally calm, not out of confidence in his combat prowess, but in his potion.
Skycloud Beast King, if you want this Saint Lord's potion, trade it with a secret realm token. Why bother putting on this act?
After the little Skycloud beast fled back, it must have reported the existence of the levitation potion to its king. A potion capable of granting the Skycloud beasts the power of flight. This would be of immense value to their entire clan. In case weaker Skycloud beasts dare not fly, just one dose of medicine can let them experience flight in advance and overcome their psychological fears.
Little beast, what nonsense are you spouting? The Skycloud Beast King roared furiously, its intimidating presence undiminished.
However, the flying speed of the Skycloud beasts around it noticeably slowed, their eyes revealing hesitance. Seeing this, Zhang continued, the little Skycloud beast was saved by this holy lord. Who would have thought you'd repay kindness with treachery? Such behavior truly lives up to your tyrant tiger reputation.
Tyrant tiger?
The flying cloud beast king narrowed her tiger-like eyes, glowering at Zhang Yan with ill intent.
She had a creeping suspicion she'd just been insulted, but couldn't quite prove it. Fine, since you've seen through me, I won't bother pretending anymore, the king declared.
The flying cloud beast king swung its tiger claws, sending a crimson streak of light soaring across the sky before landing right in front of Zhang Yan. It floated there silently, a mystical token, placed precisely within Zhang Yan's effortless reach.
A dragon's claw thrust outward and seized the secret realm token in one swift motion. Ding!
Congratulations, host, for obtaining a secret realm token, the flying cloud beast secret realm.
Chapter 39, Water Demon Barbassa. You raise me then. Ding! Congratulations, host. You've obtained a secret realm token, the flying cloud beast secret realm.
The system notification concluded, confirming that the token in Zhang Yan's hand was indeed a genuine secret realm pass. Even Zhang Yan hadn't expected this fiery-tempered tigress to be so unexpectedly straightforward. Handing out secret realm tokens just like that, pretty generous of them. Zhang Yan stared at the flying cloud beast king and asked, impressive.
I didn't expect you to be this generous.
Heh, don't get the wrong idea, kid. The flying cloud beast king growled softly, transmitting a domineering older sister's voice directly into Zhang Yan's mind.
I've given you the token, but you must agree to one condition.
Her eyes narrowed slightly as she gazed at Zhang Yan with appreciation.
No matter what the condition is, this Saint Lord agrees. Zhang Yan nodded calmly and said, as everyone knows, this Saint Lord always keeps his promises.
No matter what the condition was, agreeing first couldn't be wrong. Anyway, with the secret realm token secured, even in the worst-case scenario, I can just manipulate the token to enter the secret realm later. The flying cloud beast king isn't someone you need to pay much attention to either. However, the sky cloud beast king merely curled the corners of his lips slightly and said, very well. The condition is actually quite simple, you must raise me.
Seriously, sister, are you kidding me? I'm a dragon, for heaven's sake. Even Zhang Yan was left speechless. You're quite bold.
You misunderstood. What I meant was, now that you possess the secret realm token, you must unconditionally provide potions to nurture our Cloudsoar beast lineage. The Cloudsoar beast king explained. Very well, this sacred lord agrees. Zhang Yan nodded. Now that he possessed an entire secret realm, feeding a flying cloud beast tribe was no concern at all. Besides, there was no way he'd personally gather the materials for the potions. A ready-made flying cloud beast is right here, perfectly suitable to be used as a utility creature. Even if the secret realm is later discovered by the City Lord's Mansion and the Beast Tamer Association, Zhang Yan can still employ the flying cloud beast tribe as tools to resist official development. Of course, the most crucial point is that by accepting the flying cloud beast king's offer, it means he'll have an entire flying cloud beast tribe as his backing. One must understand, the strength of these flying cloud beasts should not be underestimated. Each one is an elite warrior.
In that case, a pleasant cooperation.
The flying cloud beast king soared into the sky, waving its enormous wings before disappearing beyond the horizon. However, it deliberately chose not to take the young flying cloud beast with it, seemingly with purpose. Shortly after it flew far away, several flying cloud beasts behind gathered close.
Chief, why did we give the token to such a young beastling? Yes, can it cultivate us with potions? Questions came one after another.
The flying cloud beast king's gaze turned grave as he slightly slowed his flight speed. From the moment they entered the secret realm, I've been monitoring it. That little beast not only annihilated an entire flame falcon flock with a single strike, but is also extremely cautious.
Its intelligence is definitely no weaker than ours. But even so, is there really a need to leave the little beast king with him? Not that bad? Do you have any idea how fast that guy can fly?
The sky cloud beast king's tiger face was stern, his tone exceedingly grave. She witnessed Zhang Yan instantly slaying the king crow. That terrifying speed was something even she might not be able to match. What's more crucial is that Zhang Yan's ruthlessness and decisiveness even earned her grudging admiration. This little beast was bound to become a regional overlord once it matured.
Let's go. That was my younger brother's own choice.
With a command from the winged cloud beast king, it flapped its wings and vanished.
On the other side, Zhang Yan, holding the secret realm token, came before the two girls, Mu Mengyao and Su Wanwan. Mengyao, what were they just roaring about? Su Wanwan was still completely baffled.
She had only seen Zhang Yan and the flying cloud beast king roaring back and forth. Then the flying cloud beast king just retreated. It was truly very strange.
Mu Mengyao's expression was grave.
With her innate talent of beast affinity, she could understand both Zhang Yan and the flying cloud beast king's words. Little Yan, since we've ascertained the flying cloud beast king means no harm, there's no need to agree so hastily.
What if the token is fake? Little maid, you're being rather foolish. With a helpless smile, Jiang Yan raised the secret realm token and activated it toward the sky. Buzz! Beams of teleportation light descended from the heavens, each streak representing one person being transported away. The teleportation range covered nearly the entire secret realm. With a single thought, Jiang Yan teleported most of the people within the secret realm out. With fewer people, all the resources would belong to them. How about now, little maid? Still think it's fake? Jiang Yan asked. Mu Mengyao felt slightly dizzy at this moment, murmuring, no, not fake. A teleportation beam, this was an exclusive privilege of a secret realm token. This was actually a genuine secret realm token. To be honest, she truly hadn't expected the secret realm token to come into her hands this way. She had originally thought there would at least be a fight, or lengthy negotiations. So they just handed it over so readily? Young Saintess, this is actually a genuine secret realm token. Su Wanwan exclaimed in shock, both delighted and utterly bewildered. Jiang Yan has the secret realm token, doesn't that mean Mu Mengyao also has one now? Her best friend Su Wanwan is actually a wealthy lady who owns an entire secret realm. We're rich. Alright, quit standing around dumbstruck. Go collect tribute offerings for this holy lord. Jiang Yan casually tossed the secret realm token to Mu Mengyao. It's actually the real secret realm token. Mu Mengyao was slightly surprised as she examined the token, confirming it was undoubtedly authentic. Without wasting another moment, she immediately used the secret realm token to begin plundering its resources. However, with a full day having passed, most of the treasure within the realm had already been scavenged by other explorers. Even so, Mu Mengyao's haul remained remarkably substantial. 2 days passed, and Mu Mengyao's gains had reached at least 10 million in value. These 2 days, she was either collecting resources or on her way to gather more. At night, when they were tired, they would sleep in a tree hollow with Jiang Yan. The little Feiyan beast also accompanied them, acting as both their guide and interpreter. While Mu Mengyao was busy gathering resources, Jiang Yan spent every day basking in the sunlight. Ding! Congratulations, host, on completing 2 slacker missions. Sunbathing enjoyment reward, 5 skill points, 25 EXP, 1 fire demon energy proficiency. Sharing a large bed reward, 10 skill points, 50 EXP, random demonic artifact X1. Ding! Host's experience points have reached the limit, level breakthrough to level 11. On a rock, Jiang Yan lay lazily, basking in the sunlight. A mighty aura erupted from his body, shaking the surrounding leaves into a rustling frenzy. Flying fish. The boss broke through again. Truly amazing. The little flying cloud beast nearby fluttered over, gazing at Jiang Yan with starry-eyed admiration. Little one, remember you're a sky tyrant tiger, stay composed, understand? Jiang Yan glanced at the little flying cloud beast. Aha! Good, go train now. Jiang Yan dismissed the little flying cloud beast, then proceeded to open the demon artifact gift box. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have obtained Basha's water demon Hellgate. Detailed explanation of the Hellgate has been automatically delivered. Chapter 40, Breaking Through to Tier 2. The Stunning Little Maid. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have obtained Basha's water demon Hellgate. Detailed explanation of the Hellgate has been automatically delivered. 2 lines of subtitles appeared before his eyes, leaving Jiang Yan momentarily stunned. The Gates of Hell? The demonic artifact was actually the Gates of Hell that sealed the 8 great demons. Doesn't this mean that by opening the Gates of Hell, he could release the other 8 great demons? Streams of memories flooded into Jiang Yan's mind, completely absorbing all knowledge about the Gate of Hell. Gate of Hell, a mystical portal capable of releasing or sealing the water demon, Basha. As its master, you can freely open or close the Gate of Hell. After a long while, Jiang Yan rose from the rock and exhaled a turbid breath. A pair of deep eyes grew extremely grave. Before him, a dark green doorframe slowly materialized, then swiftly faded into the void. The Gate of Hell he controlled belonged to the water demon Basha, but fire and water are incompatible. Jiang Yan couldn't be certain of Basha's current state. Opening it recklessly would only unleash a demon. Jiang Yan wasn't worried about Basha slaughtering the human world, he was worried Basha would drown him first the moment she stepped outside. After all, given Basha's notoriously violent temperament, she really wasn't someone to be trusted. Still, Jiang Yan found Basha's ability to manipulate oceans and water resources through her water demon Qi utterly tantalizing. System, can I forcibly seal Basha using the Gate of Hell? Ding! Esteemed host, the Gate of Hell is merely a passage and does not possess the effect of compulsory recall that. Jiang Yan nodded in understanding. It seemed his idea of recruiting Basha as a fighter had fallen through. In that case, Jiang Yan rolled onto his side, casually picked up a nearby rare spirit fruit, and took a big bite. The sun shone brilliantly, and the breeze was just right. Eating spiritual fruits, humming a tune, just lying flat in peace is enough. Leave the rest to time. Great, little Yan is napping again. Nearby, Mu Mengyao stood beneath a massive boulder, watching Jiang Yan basking in the sunlight. A subtle arc curled at the corner of her lips.
These past few days, while gathering resources, she hadn't neglected her own cultivation. At last, she was finally about to break through to the second rank. It must be known, her second rank was unlike the second rank of ordinary people. Both beast taming talents will be enhanced once she breaks through to the second rank. At that point, with 2 beast taming talents, her spiritual power will receive double the improvement. Then, she'll be able to unleash some formidable secret techniques and never lag behind Xiaoyan again. She might even surpass that little monster Xiaoyan. Sorry about this, little Yan overtaking on Ben's happens to be this emperor's specialty. You just lie there and relax. With this thought, a subtle smile unconsciously curled at the corners of Mu Mengyao's lips. Mengyao, what are you thinking about? You're grinning so happily. Su Wanwan walked over, carrying a pile of freshly gathered tree fruits and medicinal herbs. These past few days, she had often caught Mu Mengyao secretly glancing at Jiang Yan. Whenever Jiang Yan slacked off, Mengyao would smile especially brightly. Seeing Xiao Yan reminds me of something joyous. Mu Mengyao waved her hand dismissively. That's true. If my little Luan Bird were as talented as Xiao Yan, I'd probably be too excited to sleep. Su Wanwan gazed enviously at Jiang Yan's retreating figure and teased, speaking of which, Mengyao, with Xiao Yan being so exceptional, don't you ever feel inadequate? The two had been best friends since childhood, so they spoke to each other without much reservation. Inferiority complex? Impossible. This emperor has always been confident, never once felt inferior. So what if little Flame is just smart, powerful, high-leveled, and fast, just possessing those few merits? What else does he have besides these? Mu Mengyao said confidently, Wanwan, just you wait and see. I'll surpass Xiao Yan in no time. Oh really? Su Wanwan showed slight surprise. Mu Mengyao sat cross-legged, concentrating her spiritual energy as she drew upon the mystic chi of the secret realm. Buzz! Streams of spiritual energy surged uncontrollably toward Mu Mengyao. The unique cultivation technique of the Great Emperor forcefully absorbed all surrounding mystic chi within a 100-meter radius. A hazy mist of spiritual energy transformed into a thin veil, enveloping Mu Mengyao completely. Su Wanwan stood amidst the mist, feeling her entire body baptized by the spiritual energy. What terrifyingly formidable cultivation talent! It's unimaginable that even a talented beast tamer like Mengyao has fallen behind Little Flame. Just how powerful is it? Su Wanwan turned to look at Jiang Yan, her eyes sparkling with little stars. Time flew by swiftly as Mu Mengyao's breakthrough progressed at an astonishing pace. With a resonant hum, the surrounding spiritual energy surged like tidal waves, funneling into Mu Mengyao's body. The disturbance in the spiritual energy startled Jiang Yan awake, his sharp gaze sweeping over Mu Mengyao. Oh, so my little maid has made a breakthrough. Ding! Congratulations, host! By observing Beast Tamer Mu Mengyao breaking through to Tier 2, you've completed the Lazabot mission. Rewards obtained, skill points x10, experience points 50, random magic potion recipe. Congratulations host, your experience points have reached the upper limit. Level upgraded to 12, next level requires 120 experience points. Congratulations, host. Obtained the magic potion formula from Dad, Spirit Conduction Elixir. Spirit Conduction Elixir. Through a special refining technique, you can concoct a potion capable of communicating with the netherworld. System notification concluded. Jiang Yan felt a surge of newfound power coursing through his body as his scales grew even brighter, shimmering with a metallic luster. The dragon's body grew slightly taller, and its two sharp, blade-like horns extended a bit higher. A faint smile appeared on Jiang Yan's face, not because of his level, but because he had obtained the Soul Link Elixir, a miraculous potion capable of directly communicating with the netherworld. He could now negotiate directly with Basha in the underworld to obtain her water demon chi. Demons are the source of demonic energy, and even if they are sealed into the underworld, remnants of demonic energy will still remain. Thus, demonic energy is not crucial to demons. Even if they lose a portion, they can recover it. Demons care more about how to escape the underworld. A glint of satisfaction flashed in Jiang Yan's eyes. Holding the secret to leaving the underworld, he was certain Basa wouldn't resist the bait. Thinking this, Jiang Yan jumped off the rock, preparing to brew magical potions. Just then, Mu Mengyao suddenly appeared in front of him. Ahem. Mu Mengyao feigned composure with a light cough and said, Ahem, Xiao Yan, the weather is quite nice today. As she spoke, she inadvertently released a trace of second-tier aura, her eyes watching Jiang Yan expectantly, hoping to catch a flicker of astonishment on his face. However, Jiang Yan simply strode past her without a glance, walking off into the distance. What does this little guy mean? Mu Mengyao frowned and blocked Jiang Yan's path, continuing to cough. Little maid, if you're sick then go get treated. Why are you following this holy master around? Jiang Yan asked with a frown. Xiao Yan. Mu Mengyao's breathing quickened momentarily. Haven't you noticed I've already reached the second rank? Second rank? Not bad. Jiang Yan nodded calmly, breezing past Mu Mengyao like a gentle wind. This dismissive attitude made Mu Mengyao grit her silver teeth. This little guy must have been shocked by her, but was too proud to admit it.
With such talent, yet choosing to laze around, this emperor shall see what level you've reached now. Almost instinctively, Mu Mengyao pulled up Jiang Yan's status panel. Name, Little Flame. Race, Demon Dragon Clan. Level, 12. Level 12, how is that even possible? Xiao Yan broke through, again? Chapter 41, Devouring the Water Demon's Evil Qi. Xiao Yan, broke through again? Mu Mengyao was momentarily stunned. How is this possible? Her ceaseless day and night cultivation actually couldn't compare to Xiao Yan's lazy cultivation speed. Is this really fair? Mu Mengyao remained silent for quite some time before finally calming her emotions. Her gaze regained its composure as she said calmly, although Xiao Yan has been slacking off the whole time, he's absorbed so many spirit fruits even a pig could level up after eating that much, so it's perfectly reasonable for Xiao Yan to improve. This sovereign only needs to replenish her resources properly, and surpassing Xiao Yan again won't be a problem. At this moment, how's Mengyao doing? Was Xiao Yan startled by you? Su Wanwan walked over and asked with a smile. Mu Mengyao fell silent once more before replying, something like that. Pretty much the same? That's strange, I could have sworn Xiao Yan broke through again. Su Wanwan muttered softly to herself. So you knew Xiao Yan had his breakthrough. Alright, Wanwan, are you really not Xiao Yan's mole? Wanwan, I really appreciate your help. Mu Mengyao's forehead darkened as she silently picked up some fire-attributed spiritual herbs and began her cultivation. She refused to believe it. With her second-tier cultivation and mastery of various cultivation techniques, including herbal assimilation, fire chi absorption, and more. With assistance like this, unless Xiao Yan cheats, she can only be surpassed by her. This emperor must surpass you. On the other side, Jiang Yan jumped down from the rock and walked to a quiet spot, preparing to brew the potion. He recalled the recipe for the Spirit Communion potion in his mind. The brewing technique for this magical potion was relatively simple, presenting little difficulty for him to prepare. However, some materials here are quite rare and need to be searched for carefully. But perhaps we could ask the little skycloud beast if it has any materials. Jiang Yan shouted toward the sky, little flying fish. Flying fish. The tiny cloudsoar beast sliced through the sky, its figure hovering before Jiang Yan. Seeing Jiang Yan's aura surge once again, the little Feiyan beast was startled. Flying fish. Big bro truly is big bro, your level has surpassed mine already. The little Feiyan beast's eyes shone with a trace more admiration. Little flying fish, I have a task for you. Fetch me these materials listed here, and be quick about it. Jiang Yan waved his hand, handing the little Feiyan beast an ingredient list and a vial of potion. This was a speed potion he'd concocted by drawing upon the rabbit talisman's magic power. After consumption, it grants a permanent 1% speed boost from the rabbit talisman. Though only 1%, this speed enhancement actually surpasses most adult flying cloud beasts. If given to a young flying cloud beast, its speed could even exceed that of an adult. Flying fish. The little sky cloud beast's eyes lit up, sensing this potion would greatly benefit it. Without hesitation, it grabbed the potion with its paw and gulped it down in one go. Buzz. Ripples of energy radiated across the skycloud beast's body as its frame grew more muscular, its crystalline wings becoming even more radiant. Here's one more. Consider it a gift from me to the Beast King. Don't sneak a drink, this effect only works once per spirit beast. Jiang Yan took out another Azure speed potion and cautioned. Flying fish. Flying fish. Thank you, boss. Where you lead, I'll follow. 99 feasts in 3 days. The little flying cloud beast nodded eagerly, its face grave as if bearing a solemn mission. With a swift whoosh, it vanished beyond the horizon. 3 hours later, Jiang Yan successfully obtained the materials for the young skycloud beast and, following the formula, brewed a spirit awakening elixir in a single attempt. I wonder what expression Basa will have when she sees that I possess her gate of hell. Jiang Yan took a bottle of dark green potion and downed it in one gulp. The liquid was sweet, tasting almost like glucose upon entering his mouth. The next second, a mirror-like image appeared before Jiang Yan. It depicted a desolate world with countless floating rock fragments. On one of the massive boulders, a mermaid with an entirely azure body was brewing some sort of medicinal concoction. The aura of the Holy Sovereign. Demon Basa turned her head to stare directly at the scene, her eyes flickering with subtle changes upon seeing Jiang Yan. Saint Sovereign, you're actually still alive. I thought that mysterious method had already killed you, yet you've miraculously survived. Upon hearing this, Jiang Yan fell into brief silence, pondering deeply. From these words, did it mean the Saint Sovereign had been taken away by some mysterious means? Could it be the system? No way. Could this template have been extracted from the Holy Lord himself? This is really a bit too much. Such petty tactics are beneath this Saint Lord's notice. As for you, Basa, I, the Sacred Lord, have already returned to another world of freedom. Do you wish to escape this hell? Escape hell. Bersha's expression turned slightly solemn, her movements slowing. Yet almost instantly, her face hardened with ruthlessness. With someone as weak as you? Whoosh! A sharp water arrow shot forth, swiftly piercing through the mirror's surface. Yet since the mirror lacked physical substance, the attack didn't harm Jiang Yan at all. Not a physical entity? Basha showed a flicker of surprise, hesitated for a moment, then smiled and asked, Holy Master, how would you have me leave then? Jiang Yan was unfazed by her ambush. Mutual wariness among the 8 great demons was already standard practice. Taking you out of hell is not difficult. I'll open the Hellgate for you, so you can leave this place. Jiang Yan waved his hand, and a Hellgate emerged, its Bagua insignia corresponding to Basha's Water of Can. Hellgate? Wait, you're not tricking me, are you? Basha's pupils contracted in shock before she warily eyed the Hellgate. Yet after briefly sensing its energy, even the tentacles on her cheeks began quivering with excitement. A faint mystical sensation confirmed that this Hellgate truly belonged to her. Great sage, my dear brother, release me at once, and together we can conquer the world. I naturally wish to free you, but as you know, opening the Hellgate requires a sacred artifact. I was brought to this world through mysterious means, and my current strength is regrettably limited. Jiang Yan wore an expression of utmost pity, so convincingly sorrowful that there was no chance Basha wouldn't take the bait. The seal artifact, yes, opening the gates of hell requires the Pandora's box. Basha nodded and asked, how do you need me to help you? At this point, Jiang Yan knew his scheme had succeeded perfectly. You need to dedicate your water demon chi to me. Water demonic energy? No problem at all. Basha nodded and began to softly chant the incantation. A surge of deep blue demonic energy erupted from her body, beginning to travel along the surface of the spirit-linking potion towards Jiang Yan. At the same time, outside world, Jiang Yan's dragon body was undergoing the baptism of water demonic energy. His entire body was enveloped in dark blue demonic energy, which poured into his dragon form through his eyes, mouth, ears, and every orifice. Ding! Absorbing Bassa's sacrifice, you have successfully mastered the power of water magic. Ding! Detected that the host is being targeted by Demon Bassa's spell. Chapter 42, The Beast Tamer Association's Shock. Ding! Detected that the host is being cursed by Demon Bassa. Compulsory curse. You must release the Demon Basha within the shortest time possible, or your soul will suffer backlash. A curse? Jiang Yan frowned slightly. Basha truly wasn't so straightforward after all. While offering the water demon's aura as sacrifice, she still found time to play a dirty trick. Not that he had ever trusted her in the first place. With a mere thought, Jiang Yan dissipated the mirror surface of the spirit conjuring potion. The absorption of water demonic energy was forcibly interrupted, and Basha's curse shattered along with it. How could this be? Demon King, you greedy fiend, how could you bear to halt your devouring? Impossible. The voice of Demon Basha echoed beside Jiang Yan's ears, eventually fading into serene reverberations. Alas, the Sacred Lord treats you as a brother, yet you scheme against him. Jiang Yan shook his head calmly and sighed. Wasn't a straightforward promise enough? Must you insist on signing that cursed contract? When have I, the Sacred Lord, ever broken my word? Utterly absurd. Though, after absorbing a portion of Basha's water demonic energy, the power I now wield over water currents is already remarkable. Jiang Yan's dragon claw aimed at the swamp's surface and gave a casual flick. Splash! Crash! A stream of water rose up, soaring through the air like a water dragon. Then came the second water dragon, soaring into the air, followed by the third. Under Jiang Yan's control, within a range of 500 meters, these water dragons could be said to hit wherever they were aimed. However, beyond 500 meters, accuracy declines sharply. Whether it hits becomes a matter of fate. The maximum control range is roughly 1,000 meters, capable of generating 50-meter height tsunamis. Given my current level, this is quite decent. Jiang Yan was relatively satisfied with the power of the water demon chi. As a demon himself, leveling up would enhance his internal fire demon chi, water demon chi, and moon demon chi. Of course, the enhancement was greatest for the fiendish flame energy. Pack up and get ready to leave. If we stay any longer, the city lord's manner might grow suspicious. Jiang Yan turned to reunite with Mu Mengyao and the others. In the Flying Cloud Beast tribe. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. A lively little Flying Cloud Beast figure streaked across the sky, moving so fast that even some of the elite-level Flying Cloud Beasts couldn't keep up. Only some Flying Cloud Beasts at the commander level can keep up with its speed. Flying fish, flying fish. Ha, Big Bro's potion is really amazing. They can't possibly catch up to me. The little Skycloud Beast let out excited chirps, its cat-like face brimming with pride as it watched the adult Skycloud Beasts fall behind. Suddenly, an exceptionally large crimson Flying Cloud Beast flashed before it, growling in a low voice. Little brother, have you had enough fun? Get down here right now. Flying fish. Got it, sis. No need to be so fierce. The little winged Cloud Beast glided on its feathers, following the Cloud Beast King as they landed in the tribe. The Cloud Beast tribe consisted of platforms carved into the cliffs. A team of human beast tamers stood on one of the platforms. Several adult Cloud Beasts glared at them menacingly, their drool dripping from their jaws, plop, plop onto the ground. With the arrival of the Sky Cloud Beast King, they parted a path,
allowing the Sky Cloud Beast King and its young to approach the humans. The lead peony swallowed hard and stammered, Flying Cloud Beast King, my name is Peony.
I'm an alchemist from the Human Beast Tamer Association. We mean no harm.
Not long ago, Peony led her team into the territory of the Cloudwing Beasts, only to be swiftly surrounded by several formidable creatures radiating immense power. The aura emanating from them thoroughly crushed any thought of resistance in Peony's accompanying bodyguards, and the group was subdued without a fight, brought captive to this place.
Peony withdrew a vial from her pocket. We've come to negotiate. I can provide you with potions that enhance flight speed. All I ask in return is your secret realm token.
In exchange, our Beastmaster Association will synthesize these potions for you free of charge.
Flight-enhancing potions?
The Flying Cloud Beast King slightly furrowed his brows, his tiger-like eyes turning toward the young Flying Cloud Beast by his side. By sheer coincidence, Jiang Yan had also given her younger brother a speed-enhancing potion. The effect was undeniable, his speed surpassed even that of a Flying Cloud Beast at the commander level. For Flying Cloud Beasts, speed was synonymous with combat prowess and more importantly, status. Originally, the Flying Cloud Beast King had been quite satisfied with Jiang Yan's potion. However, now this young girl before him actually also possessed a potion that could enhance flying speed.
Comparing goods from 3 vendors, she understood this principle well. Your potion can increase flying speed? Upon hearing this, Peony vowed confidently, yes.
Moreover, through my refinement, its effects are twice as potent as ordinary speed potions.
Is that so?
Then this king shall have a good look. After brief contemplation, the Flying Cloud Beast King said, very well. Have your people drink the potion, then choose one of our Flying Cloud Beasts as an opponent for a speed contest.
Win, and I'll let you leave. Agreed, no problem.
Peony replied with unwavering confidence in her potion. Her gaze swept across the Flying Cloud Beasts, each massive as an elephant, and her expression turned solemn.
Each one is tougher than the last, this won't be easy to win. Suddenly,
she caught sight of the little Cloudwing Beast and her eyes lit up.
Beast King, can I pick any Cloudwing Beast I want? As long as it's one of the Cloudwing Beasts present here, you're free to choose any.
The Cloudwing Beast King nodded.
Good, it's decided then, you, come out.
Peony curled her lips into a confident smile, pointing her finger at the little Flying Cloud Beast.
Flying fish? Me?
The little Feiyan beast pointed its tiny paw at itself, seemingly full of question marks.
Are you kidding me? It looks so weak and small, you'd actually lay a hand on it? What are you staring at? I've had issues with you for a long time, fall out immediately.
Peony said sternly, her face hardening.
Flying fish.
Little Flying Cloud Beast's small face darkened.
As 3 days passed, people who had been teleported into the secret realm were successively teleported back out.
Some were forcibly transported out by Jiang Yan, but a small portion remained unreturned. Jiang Yan intentionally held back precisely to minimize the number of people who might learn he had obtained the secret realm token. Compared to handing over the token to claim national merits, Jiang Yan believed that holding onto it himself would maximize his benefits. At this moment, in the square outside the secret realm, buzz, buzz, one after another, teleportation beams appeared, and all the remaining people inside the secret realm were transported out. Only a few dozen people remained, among them Mu Mangyao and Su Wanwan.
Ugh, what kind of damned secret realm was that? Finally made it out alive. Ha ha ha, I'm out, I'm alive and out.
As long as I sell these spirit herbs, I'll have the money to save my sister. Amidst the crowd, murmurs of discussion rose and fell like waves, some voices brimming with joy, others laden with sorrow. However, when the members of the Beast Tamer Association, such as Xiao, were teleported out, their faces were already filled with shock and terror.
Peony, are you alright?
Medicine Maiden approached with her entourage.
Sis, I think I ran into a ghost. Peony recalled the little Skycloud Beast's performance and couldn't help but plop down onto the ground.
Her back was already soaked with cold sweat, and she couldn't utter a word for the longest time.
Damn that little Skycloud Beast, it was genuinely fast as a ghost. Chapter 43, A Perfect Exit. Clues to the Phantom Mask.
Sis, you wouldn't believe what I saw in the secret realm, none of those Skycloud Beasts were normal.
Can you imagine?
A Skycloud Beast that looked just a few years old was actually faster than spirit beasts that had taken flight potions. Especially during flight, the moment it took off, it produced visible mock rings. Watching Peony ramble incoherently, Lady Yao and the Beastmaster Association members behind her all frowned in unison. Peony, calm down first, don't panic.
Take your time and tell us exactly what happened.
The Medicine Princess held her younger sister Peony's hand, signaling her to calm down.
Peony took a deep breath, nodded, and briefly recounted what had happened.
But the deeper Peony spoke, the more deeply Medicine G and the others frowned. They roughly understood what Peony meant. They had taken the flight potion to exchange for the token, only to be challenged by the Flying Cloud Beast King to test their results. So Peony chose a young Flying Cloud Beast as her opponent, and the outcome was Peony's side being utterly crushed by a mere level 11 juvenile Flying Cloud Beast.
Are we sure this isn't some kind of movie plot? What kind of small skyflutter beast could possibly have such speed? Lady Yaoji, I believe Miss Xiao is simply exhausted, and not obtaining the secret realm token drove her to such extremes. Yaoji pondered slightly before shaking her head. She knew her sister's temperament well, she would never resort to such acts. Her gaze shifted to the few who had exited the secret realm alongside Xiao. She noticed their faces were equally pale with lingering fear, clearly terrified by whatever had transpired. After all, following Xiao's defeat, they were not only surrounded by skycloud beasts but also robbed of all their valuables. Lady Alchemist, those were no ordinary skycloud beasts, they were outright bandits. Lady Xiao speaks the absolute truth, I've even got video evidence, someone explained. Really? Yaoji showed faint surprise. If a young skycloud beast truly possessed such speed, then the secret realm might be even more precious than she'd imagined. Let's discuss this matter after we return. At her command, Medicine Princess and her group left the plaza. Little Flame, what are you looking at? Mu Mengyao noticed Jiang Yan staring fixedly at a corner of the square and followed his gaze curiously. There, a group of people clad in black stealth suits were being teleported out. It was Chu Feng and his team. It's Chunqing, Tian and the others, but how odd, why do they all look so downcast? Su Wanwan wondered aloud. Mu Mengyao frowned slightly. Strange. Chunqing Tian isn't even with their group. What? How is this possible? Su Wanwan focused her gaze and indeed couldn't see Chunqing Tian's figure. This realization startled her slightly. Could it be? Chunqing Tian has already. Shoo. Mu Mengyao shook her head. This matter has nothing to do with us. Mind your own business. Su Wanwan nodded vigorously while she and Mu Mengyao simultaneously turned their gaze towards Jiang Yan, who possessed the secret realm token. If anyone had the best opportunity to make a move, it could only be Jiang Yan. While the two women were observing Chu Feng was also watching them. Captain Chu, although we've made it out, the young master Behind Chu Feng, one of the team members wore a worried expression. There's nothing we can do, we lost our gamble to them. Chu Feng's expression remained impassive as he looked at Jiang Yan, his gaze slightly solemn. Chunqing Tian had died before their very eyes, with countless witnesses seeing the young master take his own life. They had no way to justify themselves. Most likely, upon their return, they would only meet with the city lord's fury. But Chu Feng understood, survival of the fittest. On the battlefield, there was no mercy. Defeat meant just that, defeat. Fair is fair. But I just can't understand why we can't be teleported out early. Even our means of contacting the outside world seems to have been severed. Someone frowned and said, behind every anomaly lies a reason. Perhaps we were allowed to survive intentionally. A deep sense of wariness surfaced in Chu Feng's eyes. It was the first time he'd felt such oppressive force emanating from a spirit beast. It was so cunning it didn't seem like a spirit beast at all, but more like a demon. Finally, Chu Feng helplessly sighed. Let's go. Jiang Yan watched as Chu Feng and the others departed, then gave his dragon claw a light pat. Done. With this, there won't be any more annoying flies buzzing around. Although it was his first time killing, Jiang Yan didn't feel the slightest psychological burden. In the world of beast tamers, it's survival of the fittest. Chunqing Tian wanted to kill him, so he should have been prepared to be killed in return. As for curses, mourning, or encounters with demons, Jiang Yan smirked disdainfully. Sorry to disappoint, but he himself was the demon. At that moment, a sleek silver luxury car was parked by the roadside, its body bearing the character Su. A middle-aged man dressed in butler attire stepped out of the vehicle and approached Su Wanwan. Young miss, as expected you've emerged safely. Please come back with me at once, Butler Lu said with a bow. Uncle Lu, wait a moment. Su Wanwan cheerfully tugged at Mu Mengyao's hand. Mengyao, Xiaoyan, would you like to come over to my place? Things in Nanping City might remain unsettled for some time. Hearing this, Mu Mengyao was caught off guard. Though Wanwan was a bit scatterbrained, she was also remarkably attentive to details. In that case, let's lay low at the Su family for now. Xiaoyan, what do you think? Mu Mengyao turned around, only to find Jiang Yan already seated inside the Su family's luxury car. Let's go. When do we leave? Jiang Yan said calmly. Upon seeing this, Mu Mengyao's eyelid twitched. Damn, this guy really doesn't stand on ceremony at all. The group boarded the Su family's car and headed towards the Su estate outside Nanping City. During the ride, Su Wanwan took chilled drinks from the luxury car's refrigerator and cheerfully fed Jiang Yan with a beaming smile. Mu Mengyao watched from the side, her beautiful eyes slightly furrowed with a hint of jealousy. That girl definitely has ideas about her Xiaoyan. Xiaoyan, is it tasty? Su Wanwan asked. Not bad, just that my shoulders are a bit sore. Jiang Yan nodded. I'll go. Mu Mengyao and Su Wanwan exchanged glances, sparks of rivalry flickering in their eyes. The butler driving in the front seat couldn't help but glance curiously at Jiang Yan a few more times. He wondered to himself, what exactly is the origins of this little beast? Why do both young mistresses hold it in such high regard? How peculiar. Ding ling ling. At that moment, the butler's phone rang, and he picked it up to answer. What? The young mistress hasn't returned from seeking medicine, and the patriarch's shadow poison has erupted? Understood. I'll have the young lady return immediately. Second miss. Butler Lu turned his head, only to meet Su Wanwan's icy glare. Uncle Lu, I understand. Let's get going.
At this moment, Su Wanwan seemed like a completely different person, radiating coldness from her entire being.
Wanwan, your grandfather's illness. Mu Mengyao frowned. It's nothing serious, it'll be cured completely soon. Alright, fine then.
Mu Mengyao nodded gravely, recalling that the old patriarch of the Su family had passed away from illness exactly 1 year later in her memories.
Because of this, Su Wanwan didn't even take the Beastmaster College entrance exams. This doesn't bode well at all.
As the vehicle entered the Su family manor,
a sudden system notification chimed in Jiang Yan's ear. Ding! Warning!
Host is being observed by the Shadow Mask.
Chapter 44, Plundering the Water Demon's Aura. Stunning the cute girl. Ding! Warning, you are currently being observed by Nigga's Shadow Mask.
Seeing this line of crimson warning text, Jiang Yan's expression grew slightly solemn. The Shadow Mask, and specifically Nigga's own mask at that.
Isn't this something from Jackie Chan Adventures? How did it end up in this world? Ding!
Reporting to host, the Shadowcon masks and demon magic all belong to otherworldly items that can be summoned through summoning magic.
The system explained. Otherworldly summoning magic, huh? The ability of a beast tamer is summoning.
It said that some beast tamers possess the innate talent to summon spirit beasts from other worlds. Being able to summon the ghostly masks from another world, Jiang Yan thought the probability was slim, but surely not non-existent. Now that he was here, he might as well try to get his hands on those ghostly masks. With this thought, Jiang Yan gazed out the window, watching as the car slowly drove through the colossal gates ahead.
The Su family manor, though called a manor, is practically indistinguishable from a small town.
The entire mountain range falls within the Su family manor's domain, with lights ablaze from the foot to the waist and summit. The car rolled up the mountain path, its wheels crunching crisply through fallen leaves. Leaves flew past on either side as the car took a full half-hour just to reach the mountaintop. Atop the mountain peak, the true visage of the Su family manor emerged from within the colossal structure. An array of resplendent architecture and gilded sculptures of every hue adorned the summit. The air hung thick with aqua-blue water elemental energy, so dense it nearly coalesced into mist. As Jiang Yan's sedan came to a halt, dusk had already begun creeping across the sky.
The second girl is back, and it seems she's brought some extraordinary outsiders with her. Heh, this ought to be interesting.
On the rooftop of the tallest building, a middle-aged man with half his face concealed in shadow smiled faintly.
Second master, the old master has awakened.
A voice came from afar, and the middle-aged man nodded in response.
I'll go right away. Meanwhile,
the sensation of being watched that Jiang Yan felt dissipated as soon as he stepped out of the car.
Mu Mengyao and the others followed Butler Lu, step by step, into the heart of the manor. Great news, Miss Wanwan. The master has woken up. Butler Lu took another call and looked at Su Wanwan with surprise. I knew Grandpa would be alright.
Su Wanwan nodded vigorously, her chest heaving with such intensity that it nearly popped her buttons.
Mengyao, Grandpa's fine now, come with me to my place.
Su Wanwan grabbed Mu Menyao's hand and led her toward the hills behind the estate. Along the way, passers-by approached with bright smiles on their faces.
Wanwan, aren't you going to visit your grandfather? I'm not going. He just woke up,
and he's bound to have a bunch of people fawning over him right now.
I can't be bothered to watch that. Su Wanwan offered a brief explanation as she led Mu Mengyao along a stone-paved path.
The higher one ascended, the more abundant the spiritual energy became at the mountain peak. Even the mist condensing on the plants was infused with spiritual energy.
Wanwan, your family's water element spiritual energy is truly abundant. Mu Mengyao gazed at the pervading water-attributed spiritual energy and let out a faint sigh.
Fortunately, our Su family's foundation lies in water-attributed beast taming.
Right from its establishment, my grandfather used water-attributed spirit beasts to carve out our legacy here in Nanping City.
Originally, grandfather had exceptional water element talent.
If not for that incident, he might have. Su Wanwan's expression dimmed slightly, prompting Mu Mengyao to quickly change the subject. By the way, Wanwan, why did you bring us here? Oh, I almost forgot the main thing.
There's a magical spring in the backyard hills of my home whose waters can strengthen the body.
See how sturdy I am? That's because I secretly drank from it. Su Wanwan rolled up her jade-like arm as evidence, though it wasn't until she puffed out her chest that Mu Mengyao nearly believed she meant actual muscles. Alright, we get it. They're big enough, Mu Mengyao said flatly. The little maid is still young. She can drink a bit more, Jiang Yan said calmly. Yeah, Xiao, I think so too. Hey, you too. The two women and one dragon continued forward, arriving at the spring that Su Wanwan had mentioned. After consuming 100 milliliters of high-quality spirit spring water, your control over water-attributed demonic energy has improved. After consuming 1000 milliliters of high-quality spirit spring water, your water-attributed demonic energy has been strengthened.
granting special effects against all water-based attacks. At a spring barely wider than a bull's mouth, Jiang Yan gulped down every last drop of the spring water in just a few mouthfuls. The effect is decent, but the generation speed is too slow. Jiang Yan turned to look at Mu Mengyao and Su Wanwan, both holding bamboo cups as they drank and chatted.
So, Mengyao, do you feel more physically mature now? I guess so. Really? Let me see the results. Jiang Yan paid no attention to the two women's discussion about the spring's effects and instead turned his gaze toward a nearby lake. At the back of the mountain lay a vast lake, its surface sprawling across an area equivalent to several football fields. Jiang Yan speculated that the lake was enhanced by spatial formations, otherwise, a mere backyard mountain could never hold so much water. Under the moonlit sky,
a gentle breeze swept across the mirror-like lake, carrying waves of delicate fragrance, rippling circles across the water's surface as the bright moon above swayed with laughter. Such a vast body of water is perfect for training my water demon Qi. Jiang Yan made his way toward the lake. Taking advantage of Su Wanwan and Mu Mengyao testing the spring water's effects, he prepared to manipulate his water demon Qi. However, just as Jiang Yan drew near the lake, a massive creature beneath the surface slowly opened its eyes. A dark shadow swam beneath the waters, moving swiftly toward Jiang Yan. Jiang Yan sensed the approaching danger, slightly furrowing his brows as he aimed his palm toward several spots on the lake.
Something's coming. Boom!
Suddenly, on the lake's surface 10 meters away from Jiang Yan, a water column as thick as a vat erupted, slicing through the air like a missile as it hurtled toward Jiang Yan.
Oh no! Su Wanwan's face turned pale upon hearing the commotion. Her grandfather had just recovered, and she had been so caught up in her fun that she forgot to warn Jiang Yan. The mountain lake behind them was guarded by a colossal beast. That guy is actually a water-type general beast from grandfather's team. Just one step away from becoming a king rank. Little Yan.
Mu Mengyao also saw Jiang Yan facing the silver water column head-on, her face turning anxious. At this speed, it's already too late for her to recall Little Yan.
However, right at this moment,
Jiang Yan's expression grew slightly serious as he raised one dragon claw.
BZZZZT.
Wisps of deep blue smoke tinged with black energy erupted from the dragon's claws. As if enchanted by magic, it clung to the silvery missile-like water column, and in the very next second, the torrent actually halted. Roar! The creature in the lake seemed quite puzzled, releasing a stream of bubbles. Then, it gathered energy once again, attempting to attack Jiang Yan. However, Jiang Yan focused his mind, his dragon claws rotating slightly. Simultaneously, the waves on the lake's surface violently churned, swiftly rotating in tandem. The water's spin accelerated rapidly, and soon a terrifying whirlpool formed on the lake's surface, sending the creatures below into a dizzying turmoil. The demonic aura of water forcibly seizes control of others' water-based resources. On the shore, Su Wanwan was utterly stunned, covering her mouth. How can Xiao still control water?
Chapter 45, Ghost Shadow Mask Tattooed on Your Body? You're Xiao. Splash! The whirlpool on the lake surface was spinning at high speed. The force generated caused the entire back mountain to resonate with the sound of rushing water. The lakeside aquatic plants were uprooted and, mixed with the distorted full moon, deeply sank into the very center of the whirlpool. Seeing the rapidly spinning vortex on the lake's surface, Su Wanwan was utterly shocked, her mouth agape. Before, Jiang Yan's teleportation didn't seem too surprising since he hadn't been paying close attention. But now, how could Jiang Yan, a fire-type spirit beast, possibly control water? Wait, so not only can he control water, but he's also making the Su family's guardian beast dance to his tune? This defies all logic. Mengyao, quickly tell Xiao to stop. Toad Grandpa is about to get thrown off.
Su Wanwan grabbed Mu Mengyao's hand, noticing her still tense expression.
Wait a minute. Xiao seems to be mastering this ability. Mu Mengyao said gravely.
Jiang Yan slightly closed his eyes as he wielded the water demon Qi, gently swaying his dragon claws without coming to an abrupt stop.
This movement seemed as if he was comprehending some new skill. Exceptionally talented spirit beasts would sometimes self-enlighten skills when facing danger, thereby breaking through predicaments. Could it be that Little Yan just grasped a water-based skill while confronting the water pillar attack? Actually, Jiang Yan's situation wasn't quite what Mu Mengyao had imagined. He wasn't comprehending a skill, but rather experiencing a partial mutation in his water-type demonic energy after drinking from the spirit spring. It was similar to exploring new ways to wield a sword previously limited to basic movements like horizontal slashes or straight thrusts. But now, his sword has gained additional disarming techniques, allowing him to knock away others' weapons during combat. The water demonic Qi can seize control over others' water-based energy. Jiang Yan named this ability Water Plunder. Plundering ability, a new application of water demon Qi. From now on, when encountering water element spirit beasts or beastmaster teams, my vulnerability to water attacks will be gone. Jiang Yan's face remained expressionless as he opened his eyes,
gradually ceasing the movements of his hands. The whirlpool on the lake surface also slowed progressively, its contained blue-black demonic chi transforming into wisps of smoke that returned to Jiang Yan's dragon claws. Seeing this, Mu Mengyao's eyes shimmered with joy as she asked, "Little Yan, have you comprehended a new water-based skill?" Jiang Yan nodded slightly, no need for surprise. This Saint Lord's comprehension has always been thus. Is that so? Mu Mengyao's smile grew even brighter. A fire-type spirit beast learning water-based skills, the enemy would never see that coming, would they? But Xiaoyan, what kind of water control ability is this? Could you explain it to me again? Su Wanwan also looked expectantly at Jiang Yan. Yes, Xiaoyan, you even made Grandpa Toad dizzy. I really want to know what kind of skill this is. Really want to know? Jiang Yan slightly lifted his dragon claw, gazing at the two women. MHM. Mu Mengyao and Su Wanwan nodded simultaneously. Alright then. Jiang Yan's dragon claws rose, causing the lake's surface to ripple instantly as streams of water lifted into the air, coalescing mid-flight into a magnificent aquatic palace. Such exquisite control left Mu Mengyao and Su Wanwan utterly stupefied. Mengyao, isn't Xiaoyan's true attribute actually water-based? Even the water-type spirit beasts in our families aren't this outrageous. I'm not sure either. Mu Mengyao herself began to question Xiaoyan's attributes. What a sight to see in my lifetime, dual water and fire attributes. Now that's rare. However, right at that moment, the palace in the sky suddenly shattered into droplets of water. A torrential rain pattered down, rolling like beads across the lake's surface, forming shimmering curtains of liquid pearls. What are you doing, Xiaoyan? Woo, my new clothes are all soaked. In the pouring rain, Mu Mengyao and Su Wanwan's clothes were completely drenched by the storm. Their hair clung damply to their shoulders, leaving both girls looking thoroughly disheveled. A scrutinizing gaze swept over her, followed by a teasing voice, "Not bad, little maid. The spring's effects seem quite potent, you've grown up well." Upon hearing this, Mu Mengyao's fair and delicate face flushed crimson with indignation as she retorted, "You perverted little dragon. I swear I'll never find you a single wife in the future." Jiang Yan ignored her completely and continued descending the back mountain alone. After leaving the back mountain, Su Wanwan took Mu Mengyao and Jiang Yan to freshen up at the manor. Following dinner, they were summoned by the head of the Su family. "Grandfather, you asked to see me?" In the spacious study, Su Wanwan entered with Mu Mengyao by her side. An elderly man with graying hair stood with his back turned, tidying up the bookshelf at his desk. He was none other than the current head of the Su family, Su Hansan. "Xiao Wanwan, when you bring friends home, why don't you ever tell your grandfather first? This way, I can prepare gifts properly for our guests." Smiling without turning his head, Su Hansan took hold of a book from the shelf. "Grandpa was supposed to be unconscious, weren't uncle and aunt eager to chat with you? Mengyao and I certainly don't have time for your worries. Little one, still holding a grudge? Hasn't Grandpa always cared for you? Humph, liar. I was nearly killed by that bastard Chunqing Tian, and Grandpa didn't even know I'd entered the wild secret realm. Well, truthfully I didn't know, but I was poisoned after all, huh?" The grandfather and grandson were chatting. Jiang Yan, meanwhile, silently observed Su Hansan from the side, detecting a faint familiar aura about him. "Ding! Host is being secretly observed by Phantom Mask. Be cautious." The system warned once again. "The old man has a ghost mask on him?" Lost in thought, the old man turned around and said with a smile, "I've heard Wanwan mention you too often. Little girl, your talent isn't bad. And you, little spirit beast, though unknown what species, must be uncommon indeed, as you're the first to ever run circles around my old friend. You flatter us too much, grandfather. Both Xiaoyan and I are quite ordinary." Mu Mengyao replied modestly, her peripheral vision catching Jiang Yan's subtly tightened expression. "What's the matter?" Mu Mengyao followed Jiang Yan's gaze and saw Su Hansan shrouded in shadows, his face covered in green patches, his skin a sickly dark hue, with unsettling crimson pupils. "He's a demon?" Mu Mengyao was startled but quickly steadied her expression. "Ahem, my apologies. I must have frightened you like this. Cough, cough, cough." Su Hansan suddenly broke into violent coughs, raising a hand to cover his mouth. On the arm was revealed an Azure tattoo clutching two bone clubs, the unmistakable emblem of the Ghost Shadow Legion. "Damn!" Jiang Yan stared at the familiar emblem, feeling as though the hall's lights had dimmed by several degrees. Ghost mask tattoos on the skin, even the old man's got style. Little Jade had the Shadowcon emblem tattooed on her, after all, she was the former Shadowcon queen. "Old man, you're too old for this kind of thing. Wanwan, take your friends downstairs. Grandpa's feeling a bit sleepy." At that moment, Su Hansan pulled out an exquisite little box and handed it to Mu Mengyao. "Oh, this is a gift for both of you. I hope you'll like it." Chapter 46, Don't get the wrong idea, the Sacred Lord is here to rob. Su Hansan's palms took on a dark, shadowy hue, emanating an unsettling chill. It made even his hands clutching the gift box seem several degrees more dangerous. With his palm suspended midair, Su Hansan narrowed his eyes slightly. "Girl, you wouldn't think your grandfather would harm you, would you? You've misunderstood. It's just that this gift is too precious, so I must thank Grandpa Su profusely. Mu Mengyao hesitated briefly before accepting the old man's gift box. It's alright. Since you're my granddaughter's friend, it's only right for this old grandpa to give you a little gift. Su Hanshan's expression lightened slightly, yet remained darkened. Soon after, Mu Mengyao and Su Wanwan left the hall and entered a resting room. On the way to the room, Jiang Yan remained silent, watching as the people around them pointed and whispered. Look, Mrs. Friend is here again, most likely here to swindle the old family head out of his favors. Yes, ever since the old family head fell ill, more and more people have been approaching the young lady under the guise of treating him. These people clearly have ulterior motives. It doesn't matter, someone will eventually deal with them and make these fraudsters pay. That's right. Overhearing the servants' conversation, Mu Mengyao slightly wrinkled her brows. The situation was more complicated than she'd anticipated. By now, they had arrived before a closed door. Mengyao, stay in my room tonight and lay low before heading home. Su Wanwan pushed open a door, revealing a young maiden's boudoir filled with a faint sweet fragrance. The entire room radiated a rosy pink ambience. Don't mind their words, just keep Grandpa's gift safe, Su Wanwan reminded before quietly leaving. Mu Mengyao closed the door and walked to the window, gazing at the depths of the night outside with a slight frown. An ominous premonition tugged at her. Something would surely happen tonight. Crack! Mu Mengyao opened the exquisite small box in her hand, revealing a translucent gemstone the size of a pigeon's egg. The gemstone displayed an attribute-less white hue, and the moment it appeared, the spiritual energy in Mu Mengyao's mind began to fluctuate violently. It's actually a spirit energy stone, a treasure that can help me enhance my spiritual power and unlock a second spirit beast space. Mu Mengyao's face showed a trace of surprise. A beast master whose spiritual power has reached the second rank must condense a second beast space to store more spiritual energy before they can break through to the third rank. Moreover, opening a second beast taming space is a prerequisite for applying to become a junior beast tamer. Mu Mengyao's expression was grave as she ran her fingers over the somewhat polished spiritual energy stone. This object was far too precious, making her feel somewhat embarrassed to accept it. Little Yen, Grandpa Su's condition seems problematic, should we try to save him? Save him? Hearing these words, Jiang Yan couldn't help but curl the corners of his mouth slightly. The old man's skin had turned bluish from the erosion of the Shadow Clan emblem. His eyes bloodshot, he was undoubtedly on the verge of losing all rationality. Never mind whether the old man could control the Shadow Clan forces, he might not even realize there were spies planted right beside him. Of course, Jiang Yan wasn't afraid, he just found it troublesome. Saving people wasn't the sacred lord's style. Killing and plundering are the true ways. My little maid, you're thinking too small, Jiang Yan said with a faint smile. Little Yen, you're not planning to do something wicked, are you? Mu Mengyao frowned, sensing a trace of unease from Jiang Yan's smile. Bad thing? Not quite. I was just thinking that if the old man completely loses control, what I need might surface. Wouldn't that be too dangerous? Don't worry, this sacred lord has his own ways. Jiang Yan smiled mysteriously. At this very moment, clip-clop, clip-clop, a series of hurried footsteps came from outside the door. From the sound of it, there were quite a few people coming. Can't even sit still anymore, so impatient? Jiang Yan slightly furrowed his brows as he saw the door being kicked open. You damn swindler, you even dared to take the old master's spirit energy stone. Hand it back immediately. A middle-aged man with a sinister expression and pallid skin strode in. He was followed by a large group of servants armed with weapons, each accompanied by a giant blue toad squatting beside them. Beast-type spirit creature, frost water toad. Ribbit, ribbit. An overlapping chorus of toad croaks echoed through the room, icy breaths emanating from their gaping mouths. Second master, no need to waste words with them. Previously it was charlatans approaching the young mistress, but now these frauds dare impersonate the second young lady's classmates. I suggest we detain her, give her a proper whipping, and interrogate her thoroughly. The lead servant gazed at Mu Mengyao with burning eyes. Su Penghui, the second son of the Su family's old patriarch, sneered coldly, no problem. Take them down now. At his command, all the frost water toads instantly sprang into action, puffing up their cheeks as water-based energy surged violently. Wait a second. Jiang Yan raised his dragon claw and began communicating telepathically. What? Are you still going to claim you're a doctor? Su Penghui's expression turned chilly as he mocked. You think I'd believe your nonsense about being able to cure illnesses? I've already summoned an apothecary from the foot of the mountain to treat the old master's illness. When the time comes, I'll bundle you all up and deliver you to the Spirit Beast Tamer Association's honored guests. Don't get me wrong, I just want to clear something up. Jiang Yan's icy gaze swept over the crowd of puff-cheeked frostwater toads, their watery attacks poised to unleash at any moment. A subtle curve played at the corner of his lips. I, the Sacred Lord, am here to rob you. Hand over all your valuables, now. As the words fell, Jiang Yan's dragon claws swiftly slashed through the air, streaks of dark blue watery demonic energy spreading like mist across the ice water toad's body. The mist coiled around the toad's bloated form like chains, preventing it from unleashing its mouth-borne attack. Cluck cluck cluck. With their mouths forcibly sealed, the panicked frostwater toads frenziedly activated their skills, causing their maws to expand larger and larger. Their bodies turned uncontrollably towards Su Penghui, gathering energy. Waves of dangerous aura filled the room. It seemed the next moment, they'd unleash their water cannons. Seeing this, Su Penghui turned deathly pale and shrieked, "Damn it! What have you done? Stop! Stop! Sorry, it's already too late." Jiang Yan smiled faintly. The next second, with a thunderous boom, from the Su family estate, a towering geyser erupted, blasting through the roof and catapulting a figure into the night sky. Su Penghui, swept up by the raging torrent, was flung across the square, tumbling across the ground uncontrollably, unable to stop. If he hadn't been wearing defensive armor, that strike would have absolutely left him half dead. Boom! Su Penghui crashed heavily onto the ground, forming a deep crater where he landed. Struggling to his feet, he glared in Jiang Yan's direction. His chest heaved violently as a mouthful of old blood involuntarily spewed forth. Damn it! What the hell is this kid's background? The servants were shocked by the scene, frozen in place and not daring to speak. Such audacity! How dare anyone lay a hand on the second master like that? Ribbit, ribbit! In the mist-filled room, clusters of toads slowly emerged, surrounding a majestic and domineering spirit beast. Chapter 47, Let's have a great flood of Golden Mountain. The rib-biting sounds continued to echo forth. The frigid water toads scattered fearfully from Jiang Yan's vicinity, each still carrying their respective beast masters on their backs. Mist spread from the manor, drawing countless gazes. Step by step, Jiang Yan emerged from the mist into the crowd's line of sight. Skeptical expressions appeared on their faces. Wait, the second in command was sent flying by this little thing? What kind of madness is this? Second in command, are you alright? Bastard, do I look alright to you? Feeling the gazes around him, Su Penghui's face grew even darker. The servants nearby timidly retreated a few steps, not daring to provoke their second master's foul mood. Su Penghui gritted his teeth, struggling to his feet as he glared fiercely at Jiang Yan. Damn it, this time he'd run into a tough adversary. Isn't that girl supposed to be a student? I just wanted the spirit energy stone back, but now things have escalated. She's playing tough. Little brat, let's see how you dare rob our Su family. Someone, go to the back mountain and fetch grandfather's tamed beast. At Su Penghui's command, several errand servants immediately departed atop frostwater toads. But this wasn't over yet. Su Penghui also mobilized the strength of the entire estate, even recalling the guard unit stationed at the foot of the mountain. The other side seemed poised to surround them. Mu Mengyao stood behind Jiang Yan, her brow slightly furrowed. Xiaoyan, although old man Su is suspicious, we don't need to break with them outright right now. They have superior numbers, we must retreat first. The entire Su family outnumbered them, with nearly every member wielding a water element spirit beast. Surrounding her and Jiang Yan, they'd already begun gathering water-based skills as hydropumps and water guns coalesced in the spirit beasts' mouths. A dense water mist began spreading, obscuring their positions completely. No, this is the home turf of water-type spirit beasts, and with that massive lake in the back mountain, if we alarm the old master, we'll never escape. Mu Mengyao grasped the severity of the situation and immediately dragged Jiang Yan away. Little maid, what are you afraid of? This is my domain. Jiang Yan chuckled lightly as his figure flickered, vanishing instantly. Wait here and don't move. I'll be back in no time. Jiang Yan's voice echoed faintly by her ears, yet it sounded so grating. Wait, what exactly is Xiaoyan planning to do? Even Mu Mengyao couldn't help but complain. How could he run away without calling her along? I haven't even gotten on board yet. That wretched little Yan, always dropping the ball at critical moments, what a useless teammate. Hee hee, little girl, it seems your cowardly spirit beast has abandoned you. Su Penghui blocked Mu Mengyao's path with a group of followers, his expression mocking. I can give you the spirit stone, but you must let us leave. Mu Mengyao clenched the gift box in her hand and spoke calmly. Even if you hand over the spirit stone, it's useless. If I, Su Penghui, don't throw you and your spirit beast into the dungeon, I'll jump off this mountain peak right now. Su Penghui sneered coldly. More and more people surrounded them, pushing Mu Mengyao into a corner of the manor. Yet it was precisely at such a moment that she appeared exceptionally calm, her cold, resolute pale face radiating determination. What an impressive Su family. So what if you're a water element clan? Do you think this venerable one fears you? Mu Mengyao took a deep breath, and golden red rays of holy flame flickered to life in her eyes. Don't forget, she's already reached the second tier. The sovereign-level spell Blazing Heaven Devastation she cultivated in her past life could now be cast in a weakened version. Sacred Flames, Anahai. One incantation after another was chanted by Mu Mengyao, her entire body enveloped in a blinding golden flame. She transformed into a golden figure of fire, the blazing flames atop her head rising into the night sky, shaping into massive fireballs as scorching as the sun itself. The entire night sky was illuminated as bright as day by the fiery glow. The terrifying heat seemed capable of burning through the void, leaving everyone parched as the surrounding water attribute spiritual energy evaporated completely.
Damn it! This girl's gone mad.
Su Penghui gasped in shock, never expecting Mu Mengyao to unleash such a move.
All beast tamers, unleash water bullets to block this strike. Yes. The Su family side moved swiftly, their contracted beasts gathering water elemental energy.
Water bullets were the Su family's ultimate hidden technique, not particularly powerful individually, but their true strength lay in seamless fusion.
With enough practitioners joining forces, they could even trigger an 8th grade tsunami.
At this moment, a pair of crimson eyes calmly observed the scene from an attic window. Su Hansan stood by the window, his dark lips curling into a faint smile as he calmly remarked, "Aoi, look how driven these young ones are. The children have all grown up now." He turned his gaze to the shadows beside him, where an elderly woman with unchanged features sat quietly in a wheelchair, her face adorned with a gentle smile as she looked ahead, but her eyes lacked luster, as if all vitality had drained from them.
Oui, just wait a little longer."
Su Hanshan's crimson eyes flashed with restless anxiety. When they tire of their games, this old man will use them to bargain for your return. As he spoke these words, he faintly saw his beloved's hand twitch slightly. Overwhelmed with joy, he nearly leaped down on the spot.
Yet at this very moment, rumble rumble.
A series of tremendous booms drew nearer and nearer.
The entire estate began shaking violently as if the earth itself were moving. Tools in the attic swung wildly, crashing down with a clanging din. An achingly familiar scent drifted through the air. Su Hanshan's expression changed dramatically as he sprinted to the window.
This is... He froze in place instantly as he watched a massive muddy wave surging toward them like a tsunami from the back mountain.
That intense yet familiar fishy water scent. Who the hell mobilized all the water from the back mountain lake? Is this meant to tear down his manor?
Damn it, the timing's still off, they must not come to harm.
Su Hanshan's face momentarily contorted as he swept his hand through the air.
An intricate and radiant summoning array materialized in the bedchamber. From the magic circle emerged a dark black dragonfish radiating the aura of a peak general level beast, its blackened dragon whiskers framing a ghost mask insignia emblazoned on its forehead. Simultaneously, several shadows separated from beneath Su Hanshan's feet, coalescing into slender figures wearing black outfits, hybrid shadow ninjas. Come with me to hold back the floodwaters, and let's capture them all while we're at it. Gripping his wheelchair, Su Hansan soared through the void, launching himself from the attic. At that moment, the battle outside also came to an abrupt halt due to the unexpected turn of events.
Oh my god, the water from the back mountain lake is flooding down. Wasn't the guardian beast watching over the back mountain lake?
Don't even ask, that old toad's already passed out from fright.
What should we do now? Are we just going to sit here and wait for death?
The Su family members turned pale, a sense of despair spreading among them. Watching the towering wave higher than a 3-story building accelerated by the sloping terrain, it truly felt like the end of the world. What was even more terrifying was the sight above the surging waters, a spirit beast calmly riding the waves, its expression utterly serene, completely devoid of any awareness of being the mastermind behind this calamity.
It's him! How is this possible? Upon seeing Jiang Yan's figure, Su Penghui's face turned alternately pale and purple. Why him? How could that tiny beast possibly stir up such terrifying waves? Chapter 48, The Phantom Legion appears, revealing the trump card. Boom!
Under the dim night sky, a massive wave came crashing with devastating force, snapping trees in its path and making spirit beasts howl in anguish. The Su family's buildings were all washed away by the floodwaters of such magnitude that the Su clan could do absolutely nothing to stop it. Pairs of eyes stared desperately at that tiny spiritual beast figure. Immortal beast, please retract your divine powers.
Is this fucking enemy something our Su family can possibly handle?
Su Penghui observed the despair etched on the faces of his clansmen, his heart equally unsettled.
Hey, girl, looks like your spirit beast wants to kill you too,
he shouted at Mu Mengyao trapped in the encirclement.
Make it stand down now, or we'll all die.
But Mu Mengyao didn't even glance at him, her gaze fixed in Jiang Yan's direction with faint suspicion in her eyes. Her pupils reflected the towering wave that engulfed the entire estate, and the expression in her heart could no longer be described as mere shock.
But an emperor is still an emperor after all.
She exhaled a turbid breath slightly and mentally communicated with Jiang Yan, Xiao, just scare them a bit, don't wipe them all out.
I have my own plans, the old man probably can't hold back much longer. On the towering waves, the howling winds roared past Jiang Yan's ears as he responded with a faint smile. Here it comes.
At that precise moment, a massive black dragon fish soared out from a stilted pavilion. Its dark scales gleamed like armor, while 2 dragon whiskers swayed like tentacles, radiating ripples of azure energy.
Buzz! As the concentric rings of ripples spread toward the tidal wave, the surging waters were unsurprisingly halted in their tracks.
Even more astonishingly, the flood reversed course, flowing backward until it returned to the mountain lake behind the estate. This dragonfish's water element manipulation was formidable not through brute force, but sheer mastery of its tier.
Race, Abyssal Dragonfish. Genetic potential, Lesser Sacred Beast tier.
Level, 49, Peak Commander tier.
Description, a dragon-blooded fish species from the ocean depths.
Blessed with vast draconic heritage, it possesses extraordinary physical strength and hydrokinetic mastery.
Legends claim that should a dragonfish transcend the monarch threshold, it may ascend to true dragonhood.
The potential of a low-rank sacred beast reaches level 49, placing it at the pinnacle of the general tier. Because becoming a monarch-class creature is excessively difficult, the rank spans a full 20 levels, meaning any creature between level 30 and level 50 can be classified as a monarch class. But this abyssal dragonfish had already grown to the peak of general level, just one step away from king level. One could say that even if this abyssal dragonfish encountered a king-level spirit beast, it would absolutely have the power to fight. Jiang Yan's gaze turned somewhat grave, though only somewhat, as he had a way to deal with this fellow.
Ha! It's the old master's dragonfish. Wonderful! We're saved!
Below, cheers erupted from the Su family members, completely unaware that shadowy ninja assassins were closing in from the darkness.
Poof! Poof!
Shadowy ninja figures emerged from the ground one after another, grabbing members of the Su family and knocking them unconscious before laying them on the stone plaza of the estate. Meanwhile, the elderly Su family patriarch descended from the sky, pushing a wheelchair.
Where did all these ninjas come from? And second master, I sense something wrong with the Lord's condition.
Steward Lu gazed solemnly at old Master Su, who was treading through the air, his face utterly devoid of human expression. Completely numb would be an accurate description.
Father, why would you?
Su Penghui also sensed something amiss, but before he could question further, shadowy ninja apparition seized him and hauled him to the plaza.
At that moment, Jiang Yan swiftly flew to Mu Mengyao's side. Little Yan, is this the opponent you've been waiting for?
Mu Mengyao wore a bitter, helpless smile.
The old master is already half-stepped to becoming a king.
I feel like our chances of surviving against the city lord would be higher than against him. Despair wasn't quite the right word, she still firmly believed in Jiang Yan.
Well, you could say the truth has finally surfaced, Jiang Yan said with a yawn. Are you alright? Mu Mengyao noticed Jiang Yan's movement. It's nothing.
I just expended a great deal of mental energy earlier, so I'm feeling a bit sleepy. Jiang Yan's previous departure wasn't to directly control the floodwaters, but rather to arrange the key elements for mastering the overall situation.
At this very moment. Ha, little one, I really owe it to you, otherwise I couldn't have guaranteed everyone would escape.
Su Hansan stood in the center of the square littered with bodies, unable to hold back his laughter. One after another, ninja soldiers had surrounded Jiang Yan and Mu Mengyao, clutching sharp shurikens in their hands.
Old man, you're really ganging up on the weaker side here, Jiang Yan said with a smile.
Hee, you naive little spirit beast, the world has always operated on the principle of the strong dominating the weak.
Isn't that precisely my strength?
Su Hansan smiled faintly with unwavering confidence, declaring, moreover, today I'll not only outnumber you but also overpower you by sheer size.
Abyssal dragonfish, devour them both. Roar!
The colossal abyssal dragonfish, as large as an ocean liner, flapped its fins and dove rapidly toward Jiang Yan and Mu Mengyao. Its overwhelming momentum made the surrounding air tremble with thunderous roars.
Boom, rumble.
A massive shadow cast over them, making Jiang Yan and Mu Mengyao feel as if they were facing a towering mountain.
Yet, just at this critical moment,
Jiang Yan didn't flee but stood his ground, gazing confidently at the deep abyss dragonfish.
Foolish, did you truly believe this old man would let you leave alive?
All of you shall become the blood sacrifice for this old man.
Die for me,
Su Hansan said with a savage expression. The abyssal dragonfish accelerated once more, its speed so swift it nearly left after images.
Old man, you didn't honestly think this holy lord only learned to control lake water during my long absence, did you?
Jiang Yan chuckled darkly as he slowly raised his dragon claw, where a blazing torch of flames roared to life.
The fiery light spread outward, illuminating the darkness behind Jiang Yan's form.
Giant beastly figures with wide, tiger-like eyes stood towering behind Jiang Yan, their crimson bodies equipped with two massive wings on their backs.
Whoosh! Whoosh! Whoosh!
The sound of wings unfurling rang out from all directions as colossal figures emerged from the darkness. It was none other than the Cloudsoar beast hordes that had completely surrounded the Su family manor. The Cloudsoar beast king at the forefront stared mockingly at the abyssal dragonfish, its monarch-level aura erupting with terrifying force. Boom! As if subjected to a dimensional downgrade, the moment the Tiger King aura of the flying cloud beasts was unleashed, the abyssal dragonfish felt a dual terror both in soul and flesh. The little cat eats small fish, the big cat hunts large fish, and the mighty sky tyrant naturally goes after the dragonfish.
Splendid, kid. You've barely arrived and already gifted us such a grand feast. I knew I wasn't wrong about you, sister.
The flying cloud beast king bared its fanged maw in a tiger's grin. Behind it, the pack of flying cloud beasts licked their tiger claws and arched their wings, poised to strike. They were all teleported out using secret realm tokens, informed by Jiang Yan that there were benefits to be gained outside. Just as expected. They had never seen such enormous fish within the secret realms. The moment they laid eyes on the abyssal dragonfish, their primal hunting instincts were triggered.
Chapter 49. The King Descends from Heaven, Suppressing the Ghost Face.
As one flying cloud beast after another appeared behind Zhang Yan, the scene fell into utter silence. So Xiaoyan had this hidden card up his sleeve all along.
Mu Mengyao gazed solemnly at the horde of flying cloud beasts.
She had originally thought that old man Su, who bullied the weak, was shameless enough, but never imagined there was an even more unscrupulous master, or rather, not quite. She had initially assumed Zhang Yan would demonstrate his strength and engage in a fair and honorable battle with the abyssal dragonfish. Yet, Xiao Yan's approach truly dazzled her. Using the secret realm token to summon the flying cloud beast herd when you can't win, call for backup. Perfectly reasonable. Didn't Elder Su just try to bully the weak with numbers and suppress the young with seniority? Now the tables have turned, it's old man Su's turn to have a headache. Next, we can have a proper fight. Zhang Yan calmly raised his dragon claw, the flames upon it blazing fiercely. The firelight illuminated old man Su's dark, scowling face. At this moment, bewilderment dominated the latter's face, mixed with an overwhelming sense of shock and fear. Roar! The soaring cloud beast stood poised for battle. Every single adult among them emanated the aura of a commander-level creature, while the leading cloud beast king projected a presence even more terrifying than the abyssal dragonfish. Without a doubt, this was a king-level spirit beast.
Wait a minute. Su Hansan sensed the robe-like gazes and auras from the flock of cloudsoar beasts, and panic completely overtook him. She quickly said to Zhang Yan, "Little one, let's talk this through properly, let's discuss this calmly." The little remaining reason in his mind erupted into a violent storm of emotions. Damn it, this wasn't supposed to be how the script went. After preparing for so long, he thought he'd only be dealing with a juvenile beast, yet this creature could not only control massive waves but also call for reinforcements. And most importantly, there's just too goddamn many of them. Little ones, ganging up on an old man, how shameful is that? My apologies, but this world operates on the law of the jungle. Not only does this holy lord intend to overwhelm you with numbers, but I'll also bully the weak with my might. Zhang Yan curled the corner of his lips and threw Su Hanshan's earlier words right back at him. Hearing this, Su Hanshan completely lost it. You baby. Speaking English won't help you, soaring cloud beast king, attack. Roar. The battle erupted with a thunderous boom. At that very moment, the Beastmaster Association members commissioned by Su Penghui coincidentally arrived at the mountain's foot. What's going on? Is there really no one to open the gate at the Su family manor? Sister, what do you think? At the foot of the mountain before the Su family's closed main gate, Peony stood frowning while glancing back at Medicine Maiden behind her. Perhaps it's too late at night. Let's wait a little longer, Medicine Maiden replied calmly. Peony grew extremely impatient, shouting inside again and fiercely kicking the door with thunderous thuds. Those around her couldn't help but cast helpless glances in her direction. Medicinal Maiden frowned slightly. Little sister, why have you grown so restless since leaving the secret realm? Did the Cloud Strider beast frighten you into some psychological distress? What are you talking about, sis? Do you think I'd be scared of a flying cloud beast? Peony stomped angrily towards Xiaoji, her twin ponytails swaying with each step, declaring, last time I wasn't at my best. If I get another chance, I'll definitely beat that little flying cloud beast. I could even surpass a fully grown one. Is that so? How impressive indeed. Lady Yao forced a resigned smile. Sis, what's with that look, don't you believe me? Peony huffed angrily. It's just that those cloudsoar beasts aren't here right now, otherwise I'd really show you what genuine. Before the words were finished, a thunderous boom erupted in everyone's ears. From the depths of the Su family manor, atop the mountain peak, terrifying sound waves came rolling through. Even from this vast distance, the silhouettes of two gigantic beasts could be seen clearly. Deep Abyss Dragonfish, and the Flying Cloud Beast King. Peony instinctively uttered the names of the two colossal beasts. Wait, why is the Flying Cloud Beast King appearing here? This can't be. Hold on, if the Flying Cloud Beast King is here, does that mean those Flying Cloud Beasts have come too? Peony's concern was not without reason. In the darkness, a flock of flying cloud beasts swarmed the Abyss Dragonfish, their overwhelming presence shaking the entire mountain forest. Even at the foot of the mountain, the tremors could be felt beneath one's feet. Sis, it's them, they're definitely the cloudsoar beast herd from the secret realm, no mistake about it. Peony panicked, hiding behind Medicine G's back as she cried out in alarm. So what are you waiting for? Go show them what you're made of. I'm not feeling well today. Peony hastily fabricated an excuse. Medicine Fairy sighed helplessly and flicked Peony's fair forehead with her finger. If he really came out, you'd be unhappy again. Then, gazing solemnly at the mountaintop, she said to those beside her, inform the guild leader and the city lord's residence. This battle has already exceeded our scope. Yes, mountaintop battlefield. The battle was gradually drawing to a close. The deep abyss dragonfish couldn't hold its own against overwhelming numbers, especially since the flying cloud beasts weren't just attacking recklessly, they coordinated seamlessly. Even if the deep abyss dragonfish could leverage the mountain lake, the flying cloud beast king wouldn't give it the chance. It was only a matter of time before Su Hanshan's defeat. Jiang Yan stood in the square, locking eyes with Su Hanshan from a distance. Old man, the result of all your painstaking efforts is nothing but a scam orchestrated by the ghost shadow mask. How pitiful. Jiang Yan's words were calm, yet each one struck like a dagger to the heart. Bullshit. Su Hanshan's forehead veins bulged violently, his entire demeanor seething with fury, perhaps realizing his grand scheme was on the verge of ruin. Do you have any idea how much I've sacrificed to bring Ahui back to life? Do you? You students lecture about morality and justice, but what good is that when faced with life and death? My Ahui saved so many people in Nanping City with her medicines, but in the end, I ask you, who could save my Ahui? A mere spirit beast. Do you really think you can control everything? Don't be so naive. Su Hanshan reached out from behind his lover's back and pulled out a dark purple ghost-faced mask. Once I put this on, I'll fear nothing. Ah ha ha ha. But at that very moment, Jiang Yan activated the rabbit talisman, and in the next instant, he appeared before Su Hanshan as if teleporting. The dragon's claws gathered fiery light, blazing toward Su Hanshan. Petty tricks. Su Hanshan sneered as he swiftly retreated, clutching the ghost shadow mask in his hand. But then, Jiang Yan laughed and threw a punch at the silver-haired old man in the wheelchair. Boom! The flickering firelight illuminated the old man's pale, numb face. No! Ah hui! Su Hanshan's pupils constricted. It was already too late to wheel the chair away. But at this very moment, always preaching about how much you love your wife, yet in truth, you'd rather leave wearing a mask than stay guarding your beloved's corpse. Jiang Yan's expression remained impassive as his dragon claws hovered before the silver-haired old woman's face. With a slight sigh, he murmured, "Old man, is this what you call sacrifice? This? How could this happen?" Hearing this, Su Hanshan sank into deep remorse. Staring at the mask in his hand, it felt like a piece of chilling iron, bitterly cold to the bone, yet impossible to cast aside. Didn't I do all this to resurrect Ahui? Why wasn't she brought back? Why? Su Hanshan's eyes were bloodshot, teetering on the brink of a frenzied outburst. A soft squelch sounded. Suddenly, a dragon's claw pierced through his chest, blood dripping downward. Sorry old man, but you lost this one. Chapter 50, Ghost Shadow Mask acquired. Looting the treasury. Sorry, old man, you lost. At some unknown moment, Jiang Yan appeared behind Su Hanshan, a dragon claw piercing through his right chest, just narrowly missing vital organs, yet the strike was enough to shatter his consciousness. Little one, just who exactly are you? Su Hanshan's eyelids drooped heavily, but before losing consciousness, he couldn't help stealing one last glance at Jiang Yan. For some reason, the name Jiang Yan had repeatedly mentioned kept surfacing in his fading thoughts. Sacred Lord, was that its true name? Turning his head with effort, Su Hanshan glimpsed his unconscious clansman sprawled across the ground, including his beloved granddaughter Su Wanwan. Perhaps I should have left with Ahui long ago. Su Hanshan's eyes slowly closed as his body slumped to the ground. With a relieved smile, he whispered, "Thank you." Plop. The old man collapsed weakly, clinging to his last breath. Jiang Yan gazed calmly at the old man, his expression remaining utterly unchanged. Slowly bending down, the dragon's claw fished out the purple ninja mask from the puddle on the square. The dirty water left no stain on the ninja mask. A gleam swept across its surface, leaving it as good as new. Seeing this, Jiang Yan couldn't help but smile slightly and say, "Meeting an old friend in a foreign land, it's been a long time, nigga. Now, you belong to this sacred lord." As he finished speaking, the ninja mask trembled slightly, and shadowy soldier apparitions began manifesting around Jiang Yan. Jiang Yan's gaze turned frosty as a surge of psychic energy radiated out, sweeping across each spectral soldier. Boom! 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 The shadow warriors all exploded into puffs of black smoke, dissipating into nothingness. Still acting mischievous, eh? System, teach them a proper lesson. Jiang Yan chuckled coldly as he stored the shadow mask into the system's dimensional space. Ding! Congratulations host on successfully obtaining a supreme treasure, Niga's shadow mask. Would you like to spend 10 skill points to decompose the ghost shadow mask into a branch of the host's skill tree? After decomposition, the power of the phantom mask will be completely mastered by its host. Remaining skill points, 34. With 34 skill points left, I simply can't spend them all. Jiang Yan hesitated no longer and agreed to the decomposition. Analyzing in progress, please wait a moment, host. Perfect, after cleaning up the shadow soldiers, I'll go check out my spoils. Jiang Yan nodded slightly. Within his draconic pupils, the image of the rabbit talisman materialized as his form transformed into a blazing afterimage, weaving through the square with a trail of fire. Little maid, that old man is yours to handle. Got it.
Mu Mangyao walked over, looking at Su Hanshan bleeding profusely on the ground with pity in her eyes.
Old man, she sighed, why did you have to provoke Xiaoyan of all people? She took out a recovery syringe and injected it into Su Hanshan's neck.
After Su Hanshan's vital signs stabilized, Mu Mangyao carefully reviewed Xiaoyan's entire operational process, inwardly marveling. From the very beginning of driving the mountaintop lake to force Su Hanshan to reveal himself, to then using the secret realm token to open its entrance, summoning a group of elite enforcers. Afterward, he used his strategy to provoke Su Hanshan, breaking his psychological defenses with piercing words before delivering the fatal blow. The entire process flowed effortlessly, meticulously logical. Attacking the city was secondary. Attacking the mind was paramount. If not flawless, this plan was at least dazzlingly brilliant. Mu Mangyao felt that even if she were in Jiang Yan's position, she couldn't have done better than him. Although Little Yan's intelligence is indeed impressive, he's still too prone to laziness. But this time, even I have to admire him. Just as Mu Mangyao was murmuring to herself, the battle across the entire Su family manor had completely concluded. With a thunderous crash, the abyssal dragonfish slammed heavily onto the ground, collapsing numerous houses and structures in its wake. Its entire fish body was bruised and battered everywhere, its dark black form oozing blue blood that emitted a rather unpleasant odor. Roar roar! The flock of Feiyan beasts circled above the sea abyss dragonfish's body. Looking down at the abyssal dragonfish below, their tiger-like eyes revealed undisguised contempt. Ugh, this thing stinks. Could it be that he pissed himself? Kid, this prey isn't going to satisfy us. The flying cloud beast king led the descent, gliding down to land before Jiang Yan. The other adult flying cloud beasts also looked utterly vicious. This could be tricky. While these sky cloud beasts might help Xiaoyan, things could get complicated if we can't offer them something satisfactory. Mu Mangyao watched the sky cloud beasts encircling Xiaoyan, her eyes filling with concern. If the other party made excessive demands, how would Xiaoyan possibly handle it? Young Xiaoyan probably hasn't encountered such a situation before either. However, you want rewards, don't you? Facing the flying cloud beast king's intense gaze, Jiang Yan showed not the slightest trace of panic. Great, we don't want much, just a few hundred of those flying potions you gave us last time will do. Let's not say we're being unreasonable. How about giving you a 1-month deadline? In that case, you only need to refine about a dozen each day, huh? The flying cloud beast king couldn't help but burst into laughter himself. Exploitation is in their very bones. This price feels a bit troublesome. I think you must have something else you desire more. Jiang Yan stood up, his gaze fixed on the northeastern corner of the Su family manor. The flying cloud beasts all followed his line of sight, where they saw a large gate standing undisturbed. Above it, an inscribed plaque bore 2 bold characters, warehouse. With the Su family members all injured and unconscious, why not just help himself to whatever rewards he fancied? Split it 50-50. You contributed the effort, while I provided the solution. Any objections? Kid, this king likes you more and more. The flying cloud beast king let out a coy, distinctly feminine laugh. Just look at how quick-witted this one is. Compared to our hefty flying cloud beasts, it's sheer intellectual domination. Roar roar. Yes, why didn't we think of emptying someone else's home? The other sky cloud beasts also showed expressions of sudden realization. Empty the treasury. Listen to that, how utterly inhuman. They love it. Hurry up, just wait a little longer and others will wake up. Jiang Yan was the first to enter the warehouse. After disabling several security traps installed inside, he began executing his plan to empty out the entire warehouse. As for psychological pressure, you couldn't call it substantial, it'd be more accurate to say there wasn't even a shred of it. I saved the entire Su family. What's wrong with eating some of their food? You think labor comes free of charge? Alright, seems like this emperor worried for nothing again. Watching Jiang Yan's practice looting movements, Mu Mangyao lightly covered her face with her hand, not quite knowing what to say. She was actually worried that Jiang Yan might be frightened by the Cloudwing Beast's exorbitant demands. Yet unexpectedly, Jiang Yan completely threw convention out the window. He didn't even bother pretending and headed straight for their treasury. Mu Mangyao began to suspect whether Jiang Yan had already scouted the terrain beforehand. Otherwise, how could he be so familiar with the treasury's location? Was this Little Yan's plan all along? Mu Mangyao muttered strangely. Little maid, what are you standing there for? Hurry up and fetch the sack. Oh, coming. I brought the biggest sack. Chapter 51, First Summon of the Phantom Soldiers. The two sides meet. How about it? That kid isn't moving as fast as me, is he? Roar roar. Of course, your majesty. With our flying speed and this physique, we can loot the warehouse with ease. Excellent. He. Inside the warehouse, the flying cloud beasts raced through the air like living lawnmowers, leaving not a single blade of grass in their wake. They ransacked everything. Dried spiritual herbs and medicinal ingredients with special properties, all were plundered from the storage cabinets. Of course, these flying cloud beasts specifically picked the largest treasures to select. No good, the flying cloud beasts are too fast. At this rate, they'll strip the vault bare. Mu Mengyao watched the scene gravely, pondering for a moment before deciding to split up with Jiang Yan. Little Yan, you search this side, I'll go over there, pick out the rarest and most precious spirit herbs. Although the storeroom appears vast, the quantity of medicinal herbs stored here is indeed substantial. However, due to the old master's illness, much of the inventory has been depleted. What remains is valuable, but not particularly profitable. No need for all this trouble. Jiang Yan waved his hand, hearing the system's notification chime in his ear. Ding! Congratulations, host! You have successfully unlocked the skill tree branch for the Phantom Mask. Gained full mastery over the Phantom Mask, including summoning rites. A complex and immense surge of memories flooded into Jiang Yan's mind. His brow furrowed slightly as he digested the knowledge now residing in his thoughts. There wasn't much additional change. With the Shadowkan mask in his possession, he now represented General Ninja of the Shadowkan army. With supreme authority over them, he could summon Shadowkan soldiers at will. Come forth, my shadow ninjas! With a stomp of Jiang Yan's foot, crimson-eyed figures draped in black wings emerged from the surrounding shadows. Upon appearing, they hesitated momentarily, studying Jiang Yan as if verifying his identity. Stop staring, I am your master. Jiang Yan impatiently waved his hand and tossed several burlap sacks toward them. Hurry up, give me the entire storage room, pack it in sacks, got it? As soon as these words fell, shadowy ninjas armed with coarse linen sacks dashed forward in swift strides. The speed accelerated, transforming into a shadow that darted between the shelves of the warehouse, gathering materials. Niga's Shadowkan army is the legion of shadow ninjas summoned by the sorcerer. They are also the most commonly seen ninjas in anime. These versatile ninjas possess both agile speed and considerable strength, capable of effectively carrying out various commands. Not bad. With just a slight exertion, I've already summoned so many shadow ninjas. If I expend more mental energy, I could probably conjure even more. Jiang Yan nodded, somewhat satisfied with the ghost ninja's speed. Xiao, why do they obey your commands? Mu Mengyao frowned slightly, unable to comprehend what Jiang Yan had done. Little maid, get your level up first before speaking to this holy lord. This holy lord is tired and needs a nap. Jiang Yan found a sofa to lounge on, crossing his legs and resting. Moonlight spilled over Jiang Yan's body, casting an almost adorable glow on his face. Alright then. Mu Mengyao's expression remained calm, with no anger in her heart. She could see traces of exhaustion on Jiang Yan's face. Exhausted from the long day, the little fellow was truly worn out. Taking out a coat and draping it over Jiang Yan, she quietly began tidying up the clutter as she directed shadow ninjas to carry away sack after sack. Half an hour passed. Inside the manor. This is too strange. Not a single member of the Su family in the entire square was harmed, they had all merely fallen unconscious. The potion mistress from the Beast Tamer Association and her team had already arrived at the battle-scarred square. Scattered across the ground in the garb of the Su family, they lay sprawled as if the sky were their blanket and the earth their bed. Among them was an exceptionally colossal abyssal dragonfish, sprawled across the plaza, blowing bubbles from its mouth, its large eyes crossed out like two giant X's. It looked utterly defeated. Seeing this, Medicine Princess wore a grave expression. To subdue such a powerful deep abyss dragonfish in such a short time, those cloudsoar beasts must possess extraordinary strength. But sister, where have the cloudsoar beasts gone? Why did they disappear? Peony gripped Medicine Fairy's sleeve, warily looking around in all directions. Either they've left, or... Yao Ji's gaze swept toward the open doors of the Su family's treasury. Peony's face paled slightly as comprehension dawned on her. Sis, you don't mean to say they didn't leave, but went to loot the storeroom instead? The members of the Beast Tamer Association nearby frowned slightly, feeling an invisible pressure weighing on their shoulders. Damn it, to easily surround and kill a nearly king-tier dragonfish, just how savage are those cloud-winged beasts? Just at this moment, inside the warehouse, elongated shadows began to stretch across the floor. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. A closer look revealed they were actually ninjas draped in black attire, with Mu Mengyao and Jiang Yan following behind them. Mu Mengyao, is it you? The two groups stared at each other wide-eyed, neither having expected the other to appear here. What are you all doing here? Yao Ji inquired. Mu Mengyao's mind raced as she tried to come up with an excuse. Jiang Yan was also thinking hard. Without a reasonable explanation, they could easily be mistaken for criminals and face nationwide pursuit from the Great Xia Kingdom. Just at that moment, roar roar, kid, that's not fair, where'd you get all those underlings? The figures of the Skycloud beasts swept forward, slamming straight into Medicine Mistress and the Peony Maidens. Tisk! Peony gasped as she saw the Flying Cloud Beast King appear. It's indeed them. Little girl, what are you doing here? Surely you're not trying to interrupt my plans, the Flying Cloud Beast King said coldly. This is bad, things are getting worse. Mu Mengyao wished time would slow down. If Medicine Ji and the others found out they could summon the Flying Cloud Beast, wouldn't that be tantamount to announcing that the secret realm token was in their hands? The vanished young city lord is indeed a matter of great implication.
The city lord's residents might even come hunting us down for this. At this point, is silencing the only option left? A flash of coldness flickered through Mu Mengyao's eyes.
Her hand tightened around the heavenly spirit pearl hanging at her chest.
Yaoji and the others also sensed something amiss.
A magic circle began forming on the back of her hand. A summoning array was about to be unleashed.
Miss Yaoji.
Suddenly, Jiang Yan's gaze turned grave as he looked at Yaoji and the others. Quickly capture those damn ninjas. They've allied with the flowing cloud beasts and are trying to destroy the Su family. Despite our desperate resistance, we were still too late and could only try to stop them from plundering the warehouse.
But, you must have reinforcements coming, right?
Jiang Yan's words left Yaoji and the others momentarily stunned.
What's going on? Could there be more to this story? There are indeed reinforcements, but can we hold out until they arrive? Replied Medicine Ji. Hearing this, Jiang Yan understood. It seemed silencing witnesses was no longer feasible. If reinforcements were coming, the only way to prove his innocence would be to sever all ties with the Cloudwing Beast. Chapter 52, Lighting the Skill Tree. The Horse Talisman. Under the cover of night, in the direction of Nanping City, Jiang Yan spotted several massive airships faintly approaching in the darkness of the night.
From a great distance, one could see spirit beasts as massive as small mountains densely crowding the airship, creating an ominous sense of impending storm. The officials are about to arrive. If I can't clear my name in time, I might get hauled into the Beast Tamer Association for some tea.
He might even get summoned to the city lord's manor.
Though Jiang Yan himself wasn't afraid, he had a little made to consider.
At this point, there was nothing left but to deploy the blame-shifting tactic.
Taking a deep breath, Jiang Yan stared at the flowing cloud beast king standing nearby waiting to enjoy his misfortune, his expression gradually hardening with resolve.
King of the flying cloud beasts, scram if you don't want to die.
Otherwise, when the elite forces of our Beast Tamer Association arrive, we'll wipe out even your lair. The entire flying cloud beast horde fell silent for several seconds, all glaring at Jiang Yan with tiger-eyed fury.
Outrageous! How utterly insolent! The character 4 King on the Cloudsoar Beast King's forehead wrinkled into a tight knot. Damn kid, what the hell are you up to? Hurry up and hand over the stuff from the warehouse.
The flying cloud beast king growled in a low voice. Yet Jiang Yan directly blasted him with a dragon explosion. For the Sky Cloud Beast King, a monarch-level spirit beast, the damage wasn't significant, but the humiliation was extreme.
Boom! On the spot, a puff of smoke erupted, obscuring everyone's vision. Kid, the Sky Cloud Beast King was just about to unleash its fury. Hurry back, a powerful being approaches. Do you truly wish to be imprisoned in a zoo and reduced to a breeding tool for Sky Cloud beasts?
Jiang Yan's voice pierced through the void, resounding within the mind of the Flying Cloud Beast King. Screech! The Flying Cloud Beast King's expression grew slightly grave as he cast a glance toward Nanping City's direction.
Someone's coming, and they're powerful, the pressure's intense. Fall back for now. Following the Sky Cloud Beast King's command, wings flapped, instantly dispersing the smoke. One after another, the flying cloud beasts soared into the back mountains, vanishing into the night. The secret realm passage Jiang Yan left was still in the back mountains, so he wasn't worried they couldn't return.
With a thought, he had the other shadow ninjas slip into the shadows one by one, merging seamlessly with the darkness. As expected of Lady Yaoji from our Beast Tamer Association, instantly scattering the Cloudsoar beast herd and sending those ninjas fleeing in panic in mere moments.
Jiang Yan watched Yaoji and the others with an unreadable expression.
The moment those words were spoken, the Beast Tamer Association members froze in disbelief.
What's going on? What did this Medicine G do? Didn't she just arrive? Why does it sound like she contributed so much? Silver-tongued rogue, you're clearly in league with those Cloudwing beasts. Peony glared at Jiang Yan.
Jiang Yan didn't even glance at Peony, his eyes instead appraising Medicine Maiden and several elderly Beastmaster Guild members.
These people had seniority but no achievements, utterly unpromotable. And this was precisely the point Jiang Yan could provide and exploit. Heh, don't talk nonsense. We clearly worked together to resist the flying cloud beast.
Although the treasury was robbed, we still managed to protect the Su family's lives. Defeating the beast horde and protecting the Su family manor is a great achievement.
Young miss, you wouldn't want to lose this precious merit, would you?
As Jiang Yan finished speaking, Peony pursed her lips, still wanting to retort. But among the Beast Tamer team, several members were already growing restless.
Miss Peony, our families have been peasants for generations. We're truly tired of being poor. Yes, we're desperate to improve.
Someone began pleading with heartfelt persuasion.
You're being completely unreasonable.
Peony's delicate face flushed with anger.
Little sister, you should leave now. Medicine Maiden suddenly spoke as well. Sister, how could you also? Don't ask too many questions, kid. Go play somewhere else. Medicine Maiden spoke while walking toward Jiang Yan.
Little one, you're quite clever, even more impressive than what your Beastmaster has shown me so far.
Mu Mengyao's forehead darkened with annoyance. What kind of remark was that?
A bunch of worldly people couldn't possibly comprehend the magnificence of an empress like her. Not at all, it's all thanks to Senior Medicine Maiden's life-risking rescue. After exchanging some polite compliments with her, Jiang Yan began discussing the specifics of their testimony.
Moments later,
the Beast Tamer Association's airship arrived, disembarking a large group of healing-type spirit beasts who proceeded to examine the condition of the Su family members. Fortunately, only a few suffered minor injuries, and almost no one died. Miss Yaoji, we'd appreciate your cooperation in providing a statement. Inside the makeshift interrogation room, beneath dim lighting,
Jiang Yan and his group stood outside the door, listening to the conversation between the interrogator and medicine maiden inside.
This battle was the most perilous fight I've faced in my career. My potions were completely exhausted, and my spirit beasts suffered heavy casualties. Yet even so, my team and I fought desperately against the Cloudsoar beast horde.
But you know, we're ultimately just alchemists, overcoming such difficulties would be too demanding, so I asked Mu Mengyao to stall the ninja troops.
Fortunately, her spirit beast was both brave and resourceful, buying us precious time to defeat the flying cloud beast. In the end, we barely achieved victory at tremendous cost, using a soul-devouring potion that hurt us nearly as much as the enemy.
The association's entire stock of potions was depleted. Going back will probably mean wasting tens of millions again just to brew more.
I see, that must have been quite taxing for you all.
It's nothing. Serving the nation and its people is our duty. The ones we should truly thank are student Mu Mengyao and her spirit beast. Alright, I understand now. Listening to the conversation inside, Jiang Yan sighed softly. Now this is what you call a sly old fox. This is professionalism at its finest. Damn impressive. Mu Mengyao sighed faintly, she seemed so skilled.
Soon after, Mu Mengyao also went in to give her statement.
But with Medicine Ji setting the precedent, the interrogator didn't give her any trouble. Instead, he even praised Jiang Yan and Mu Mengyao.
He also mentioned that next time they visit the Beast Master Association, they could receive the association's Medal of Honor.
The next day, at dawn,
after a night of investigation, Jiang Yan slept overnight in Su Wanwan's room. Suddenly, a rumbling sound erupted from Jiang Yan's stomach.
Hum. Ding.
Host has experienced battle, experience points have reached the limit, level increased to 13.
Next level requires 260 points. The system notification sounded, jolting Jiang Yan awake as he sat bolt upright. He discovered he'd actually leveled up purely through his own efforts. This seemed to be the first time he'd advanced relying solely on his innate talents. No way, wasn't he supposed to be slacking off? How could he be putting in effort?
Jiang Yan frowned slightly and said discontentedly, "Bring me the resources." With a wave of its dragon claw, a shadow soldier appeared before him, hauling a burlap sack. Jiang Yan then reached into the sack and began stuffing the Su family's cultivation resources into his mouth one by one. Among them, the most extravagant was a blade of grass, its surface intricately carved with mysterious dragon-shaped patterns, densely packed and throbbing with an aura of immense energy. Top-tier cultivation resource for beast tier, ancient dragon crystal grass. Ding! Congratulations to the host for consuming ancient dragon crystal grass. Experience points plus 999. Experience value has reached the limit, level upgraded to 14.
Ding!
Congratulations to the host for reaching the experience limit, level increased to 15.
Detected available skill tree branch, activate now? Is that even a question? Activate!
At Jiang Yan's command, a melodious notification chime rang in his ears.
Ding!
Congratulations, host has successfully unlocked a skill tree branch and obtained Horse Talisman.
Chapter 53, Purifying the Curse. It's like bringing the dead back to life. 10 skill points consumed. You have successfully unlocked the Horse Talisman.
As the system notification ended, Jiang Yan felt as though he could see the dimly lit skill tree in his mind. Another branch had now been illuminated. And upon that branch, the pattern slowly formed a hexagonal talisman, engraved with the image of a gallant horse's head. The Horse Talisman, renowned as a cure-all charm. With this talisman, no matter what injuries Jiang Yan suffers, he can recover instantly. Moreover, it could even be used on others if deployed for healing. Wouldn't profits overflow like a brimming basin? But soon, Jiang Yan abandoned the idea of making money with the Horse Talisman. Since he'd come to lie flat, there was no need to work himself so hard. Anyway, a demon's lifespan was endless. He had all the time in the world to grow.
System, display panel.
With a thought from Jiang Yan, a translucent panel materialized before him.
Name, Jiang Yan. Race, Demon Flame Dragon, Juvenile Sovereign. Race potential, unknown. Level, 15. Skill points, 14. Activated skill tree branch, Intermediate Dragon Talisman, 3/20. You possess limitless energy capable of unleashing dragon blasts. Additionally, you wield draconic majesty that weakens your opponents. Intermediate Rooster Talisman, 2/20. Your consciousness can forcibly invade the target's mind, briefly controlling them, with immense telekinetic power capable of easily manipulating objects. Novice Rabbit Talisman, 1 out of 10. Your speed is lightning fast. With mastery, it holds the potential to transcend time. Novice Horse Talisman, 0 out of 10. You possess the healing ability to remove all harmful external forces from a target's body.
Fire Demon Qi. The infernal Fire Demon Qi grants you formidable flame manipulation abilities, with flames that inflict soul-burning effects exceptionally effective against psychic enemies. Moon Demon Qi. You wield the power to manipulate various gravitational forces and utilize them for offensive attacks. Water Demon Qi. Your Water Demon Qi can forcibly plunder the opponent's water-based attacks, seize control of water resources, and your water manipulation proficiency is extremely high.
Taskbar, none. Current skill points, 14 points.
After browsing through the current panel, Zhang Yan let out a slight sigh of admiration. With 4 talismans in possession, and the ability to combine them into a system,
each passing day brings more hope. With 14 skill points remaining, should I upgrade the rabbit talisman or the horse talisman?
Zhang Yan hesitated for a moment before ultimately choosing the rabbit talisman. Speed is often a symbol of power.
Moreover, as explained by the rabbit talisman's capabilities, once mastered, it can even transcend time itself.
This means he could travel to the future, or return to the past.
The time manipulation ability truly impressed Zhang Yan. Shouldn't anyone come to disturb me now?
Zhang Yan glanced out the window. The Su family manor had few pedestrians about, as people hadn't fully returned after last night's incident. Morning light spilled across the windowsill as Zhang Yan basked in the warm sunlight, feeling a gentle warmth seep into his being.
Just as Zhang Yan was preparing to enhance the rabbit talisman, buzz buzz. Beside them, Mu Mengyao's eyes suddenly snapped open, and the surrounding space rippled like the surface of a lake. A section of space seemed to fuse completely with Mu Mengyao's being. Is this the little maid opening her second beast taming space? Zhang Yan watched Mu Mengyao's transformation intently.
Every time a beastmaster advances to a new tier, they can unlock an additional beast space, allowing them to form contracts with new spirit beasts. However, these are merely ordinary contracts, nowhere near as rare and valuable as the life bond contract formed with one's initial spirit beast.
Even so, each new beast space represents a massive leap in power for the beastmaster. After all, why fight alone when you can gang up on them?
Not bad at all. The little maid has broken through too.
Zhang Yan crossed his legs and lay on the bed, waiting for Mu Mengyao to complete her breakthrough.
No need to rush using the skill points yet, saving them might come in handy if any unforeseen troubles arise later.
5 minutes later,
Mu Mengyao completed the process of opening her beast taming space. She opened her eyes and exhaled deeply. That was close.
Suddenly being able to open a beast taming space, I almost couldn't react in time. Luckily, this emperor has experience, but...
Mu Mengyao turned to Zhang Yan with a baffled, almost tearful expression. Xiao, don't tell me you broke through again. After opening her beast taming space, she even broke through to the mid-stage of the second rank.
This boost must definitely be Little Flame's feedback. Alright, little maid, this holy sovereign is hungry, go cook me a meal.
Zhang Yan lazily lounged on the sofa, basking in the sunlight with a drink in hand.
Oh, fine then.
Watching Zhang Yan lie there so carefree, Mu Mengyao's eyebrows drooped listlessly, overwhelmed by a profound sense of defeat.
Even with such wholehearted cultivation, can I still not catch up to Xiao? Damn it. After breakfast, Mu Mengyao and Zhang Yan passed by the square of the Su family estate.
The airships of the Beast Master Association had already departed, leaving only a few medical staff in the square attending to Su Hansan.
Chairman, we've tried every method available. These curses can't be purified. Our medical technology has its limits. Alright, you all can disperse for now. I'd like to have a word with him.
Standing beside Su Hansan was an elderly man with silver hair, dressed in an old-fashioned suit, hands clasped behind his back, and wearing a gentleman's hat. His expression was solemn. Chairman Lu, I didn't expect you'd spare a moment to see me, especially at this critical juncture.
While receiving treatment, Su Hansan looked at his old friend of many years and smiled.
Lu Yensong, president of the Beastmaster Association.
I'm not afraid of death.
I should have died years ago, but unfortunately I dragged on until now, Su Hansan said with a bitter smile.
Lu Yensong remained silent, his face stern as he stared fixedly at Su Hansan.
After a moment of silence, Su Hansan sighed and said, Old Lu, I'll have to rely on you to look after the Su family from now on, especially my second granddaughter.
Where is that cursed artifact?
I'll have someone study it, there might still be a way to save you, Lu Yensong said gravely.
It has already been destroyed.
Su Hansan recalled in his memory how the phantom mask had been taken from him by Zhang Yan. But the little fellow didn't seem to be bewitched by that mask, perhaps it could control the mask.
Fragments of cursed relics would also work, Lu Yensong pressed further. Nothing. I don't remember anything. Su Hansan shook his head and lay back to gaze at the clear blue sky.
Seeing this, Lu Yensong sighed softly.
Su Hansan was deliberately seeking death. Old man, what are you chatting about?
Zhang Yan moved closer to the hospital bed, looking at the two old men with a smile.
It's you.
Su Hansan smiled faintly. Let me introduce you, this is my childhood brother, Lu Yensong, president of the Beastmaster Association. You can seek his help if you encounter any issues in the future.
Cough cough.
After saying these words, Su Hansan began coughing violently again. People from the Su family surrounding them quietly wiped their tears, suppressing their sobs.
It seems this old man isn't planning to reveal the secret. No need to silence him then.
Jiang Yan maintained a calm expression, pondered slightly, and decided to let the old man live a while longer.
Old man, seeing how miserable you are,
I've got a bottle of poison here.
Why not try it? No pain, just instant death.
Jiang Yan handed the potion to the old man as he spoke, while simultaneously using his dragon claw to grip the old man's arm, secretly activating the horse talisman.
Ahem, no, is that even human language you're speaking?
Su Hansan laughed in exasperation, but suddenly, his expression turned to one of shock.
How could this be? The curse is actually being purified. Chapter 54, Warehouse Robbery. The Su family was shocked. This feeling, it can't be wrong. Su Hansan, who had been tormented by the ghost shadow mask for so long, only felt the heaviness in his body being transferred. Like water from a sink, it leaked out from one point. Su Hansan slightly turned his head and saw the beast's paw pressing down beneath him, his pupils contracting sharply. It was that one. Why did it save him? Could it be because he hadn't revealed its secret? Su Hanshan's eyes showed a hint of surprise, but he masked it expertly. Old man, desperate times call for desperate measures. Who knows?
Maybe poison can neutralize poison, Jiang Yan said with a faint smile.
You little fellow, you've certainly got character. Su Hanshan nodded. Very well.
With death upon us, let's see if this thing can indeed use poison to combat poison.
He lifted the potion Jiang Yan handed him and swallowed it in one gulp.
In an instant, Su Hanshan's body jolted violently, his soul seeming to leave his body as if detached.
Beep.
The instruments connected to Su Hanshan's body also emitted urgent beeping alarm sounds. The surrounding people's expressions changed drastically as they exclaimed, the old family head has truly lost his senses.
How could anyone believe the words of a mere spirit beast? Father! Su Penghui gripped Su Hanshan's hand tightly, his gaze fixed deathly on Jiang Yan. You damn fool! Just because you have connections with an alchemist, you think you can pass yourself off as one, is that it? Now it's settled. With my father gone, none of you will escape. Guards, seize that girl and the spirit beast, I'll sacrifice them to honor my father. Yes. A group of men circumvented Lu Yensong, surrounding Mu Mengyao and Jiang Yan. Lu Yensong scrutinized Jiang Yan, his voice icy.
Little one, you'd best give me an explanation. Otherwise, the Beastmaster Association's prison will be your home for the rest of your life.
At this very moment, a sharp slap echoed.
A hand rested on Lu Yensong and Su Penghui's shoulders.
My son, old Lu, dying alone is so boring. Could you stay with me for a while? A chilling, sinister voice rang out from behind them.
Lu Yensong and Su Penghui stiffened before slowly turning their heads.
Holy shit?
The onlookers swallowed hard as they watched the elderly family head, Su Hansan, sit up from the sickbed.
Good heavens!
That brat's poison has scared the old master's ghost straight out of his grave.
Father, spare me. I'm not ready to die yet. Su Penghui turned to look at Su Hanshan's pale face and immediately dropped to his knees. Jiang Yan was speechless beside them. That potion of his was just an used psychic elixir from last time.
At best, it would only allow the old man to chat with his deceased wife.
It's not really poison.
Let's just say, old man Su really knows how to play pranks.
Boss, why do you still have such a twisted sense of humor? Lu Yensong looked speechlessly at Su Hanshan, his face still showing traces of shock and doubt. That little one actually managed to revive Su Hanshan. Even Nanping City's medical team couldn't accomplish this, yet it somehow did. It's as miraculous as bringing the dead back to life. I just had a chat with my dear wife.
She scolded me and forbade me from going to find her, so I had no choice but to come back for now.
Su Hanshan burst into laughter, the darkened hue fading from his skin. His entire appearance reverted to that of an elderly man, weathered with age yet brimming with vitality. It was as if the old patriarch's vigor and vitality had suddenly returned. He's back, everything's back to normal, this man's a miracle doctor. I told you this little beast would do the trick. Old patriarch, we were worried sick about you. We almost thought that little beast had poisoned you to death. Su Hanshan glanced at the Su family members and waved his hand grandly. Enough. The reason I recovered today is partly because the curse is fading, and partly because this little fellow produced a secret treasure to heal me. That potion was incredibly precious. I am willing to offer a quarter of the family storeroom's reserves as thanks to them. As she finished speaking, Mu Mengyao and Jiang Yan's expressions turned slightly strange. The treasury? Wasn't that already looted bare? Father, this is most inappropriate. Su Penghui quickly stepped forward to stop the old man from speaking further. Su Hanshan's grizzled brows furrowed deeply as he angrily retorted, objection? What objection could there possibly be? Do you deem my life unworthy of a mere quarter of the treasury? No. When you were critically ill before, I didn't tell you two pieces of news, one good and one bad. Which would you like to hear first? Stop keeping me in suspense, just tell me already. The good news is the storeroom is still intact, and everyone's alive.
But the bad news is, everything inside, including the shelves, has been cleared out.
What? Su Hansan froze on the spot. 5 years of the Su family's accumulated wealth had been emptied overnight. Who the hell did this? That's impossible.
After a series of investigations, Su Hansan fully realized the fact that the Su family's enormous fortune had been completely emptied. As for who did it, Yaoji and others said it was the Shadow Ninja.
Yet Su Hansan never suspected Jiang Yin.
Simply because he couldn't control the phantom mask, let alone anyone mastering it in just one night. The truth must lie with someone else. In the living room, Su Hansan occupied the head seat, while Jiang Yin and Mu Mengyao sat casually to the side.
Little guy, my apologies. You understand my family's situation, this is the only way I can properly thank you, Su Hansan said with deep regret. I see this girl has already opened a second spirit beast space. How about gifting you a spirit beast with king tier potential?
The preciousness of a spirit beast with king tier potential goes without saying.
Mu Mengyao couldn't help feeling somewhat embarrassed upon hearing this.
They took someone else's warehouse and even walked away with a spirit beast, not even sheep get sheared this thoroughly.
No need.
Jiang Yin refused outright, not out of guilt, but because he couldn't be bothered.
A spirit beast with only king-level potential, what's the point in raising it? Just an extra mouth to feed with zero combat ability. Isn't that a complete waste of resources?
Besides, even if I were to make a contract, having a little cloudsoar beast would be fine too. Old man, this Saint Lord saved your life, so make yourself useful.
When I have need of you in the future, you'll answer my call. Jiang Yan left a single sentence behind as he walked out of the living room on his own. Mu Mengyao quickly followed after him. The Holy Lord, you say? Su Hansan gently stroked his beard, his gaze following Jiang Yan's retreating figure.
This spiritual beast possesses such wisdom and strength, its future accomplishments are beyond estimation. After Mu Mengyao and Jiang Yan left the living room, a small flying cat with a tiger-like head emerged from the white clouds, darting toward Jiang Yan.
Ow ow ow. Big bro, sis sent me to join you.
Jiang Yan looked up to see a massive white-furred tiger with cloud-patterned wings leaping down from the sky.
Little flying cloud beast, when did you switch to a new skin?
Name, Ethereal Winged Tiger, Flying Cloud Beast Variant.
Attribute, Space. Level, 13.
Race Potential, Low-Tier Sacred Beast.
Introduction, the elusive Skywing Tiger awakened its ancient bloodline in peril.
Harnessing the mutated power within it properly may lead to further evolutions in the future.
Wait, can this silly little kitten actually mutate and become a low-level sacred beast?
Jiang Yan furrowed his brows. This little Skycloud beast, who'd been following him around calling him Big Bro every day, actually possessed such talent that didn't make sense, did it?
Chapter 55, Ethereal Winged Tiger. Taming a new underling. Little flying fish, tell me honestly, what exactly did you eat?
Jiang Yan frowned as he looked at the phantom winged tiger, which had grown noticeably larger than before. At this point, the creature's physique matched that of a fully grown Siberian tiger, with sleek muscular contours across its body. Its broad back appeared spacious enough to comfortably seat 3 people. When its pair of snow-white cloud-like wings unfolded, their span reached up to 5 meters. This kind of growth rate, eating feed wouldn't even make you grow this fast.
Ow ow ow. Boss, I don't know either.
The ethereal winged tiger's massive head brimmed with innocence as it shook repeatedly from side to side.
Alright, seems I won't get any information from you.
Jiang Yan let out a faint sigh as he took out the secret realm token to communicate with the flying cloud beast king. After a short while, the familiar fluctuation of soul power resonated from the secret realm token.
What is it, kid?
The flying cloud beast has mutated.
Why are you sending it with me? Naturally, to help you. I need a reasonable explanation.
Jiang Yan said sternly. There was a brief silence on the other end, followed by streams of information flooding into Jiang Yan's mind.
That was a story about the little Feiyan beast and its sister. After reading it, Jiang Yan's eyes showed comprehension. So that explains it. The little Feiyan beast and its sister were supposed to hatch simultaneously, but its sister hatched years earlier and had even grown into a king-level spirit beast by the time the little Feiyan beast finally managed to hatch. And the little Skycloud beast, upon hatching, already possessed the ability to traverse the barriers of secret realms, in other words, spatial abilities. The ancestor of the Skycloud beast was a mighty creature that commanded the powers of space and slaughter. This ability made the Skycloud Beast King realize that the meaning of her existence was to pave the way for the little Skycloud Beast, aiding it in achieving ancestral reversion. The young Skycloud Beast represents the future hope of its species. The Skycloud Beast King allowed it to follow me precisely because I possess the secret realm token, enabling me to summon the Beast King anytime to protect its offspring. Everything clicked into place as Jiang Yan processed this logical sequence in his mind. Ethereal winged tiger, with spatial attributes, and the presence of an elder sister protector. TSK. Truly an offer too tempting to refuse. Jiang Yan gazed at the goofy-looking ethereal winged tiger before him, deep in thought. His entire thought process took no more than 10 seconds.
At this moment, Mu Mengyao stood frozen beside him, gazing at the ethereal winged tiger with disbelief.
A holy beast grade bloodline. The ethereal winged tiger. This is a spirit beast that should appear in the future, yet there are no records of it now. One dragon, one tiger, with these, this emperor is destined for greatness. The key point is, if I contract with the ethereal winged tiger, she will surely surpass Xiaoyan's cultivation speed. At that time, she'll surely regain her lost dignity. Little one, I've got this beast space that's quite spacious. Would you like to come play in my beast space? If you get tired from playing, you can just sleep there directly. Mu Mengyao bent slightly towards the ethereal winged tiger, coaxing it with utmost sincerity and radiating genuine goodwill. The talent of 10,000 beasts affinity was activated. However, what? Who are you? I came here looking for my big brother. The void-winged tiger took 2 steps back, positioning itself behind Zhang Yan. Mu Mengyao's face stiffened. Wait, what? Why does his beast affinity even surpass Xiaoyan's? This guy's just like Xiaoyan, completely lacking in discernment. Can't he see how outstanding this empress is? Little maid, this sacred lord can help you contract the ethereal winged tiger. But I have one condition, unless you encounter troubles you can't solve, don't disturb this holy master's rest. Deal. It's settled then. Mu Mengyao's eyes lit up as she nodded decisively. With the ether-winged tiger's enhancement, would she still fear being unable to surpass Little Yen in cultivation? When Little Yen saw her and the ether-winged tiger training diligently, he surely wouldn't be able to resist joining in disciplined cultivation himself. Alright, I'll ask first. Zhang Yan looked at the ethereal winged tiger. Little one, to become my underling, you must first form a contract with her. Zhang Yan pointed his dragon claw at Mu Mengyao, whose face was flushed with excitement. The ethereal winged tiger tilted its small head in confusion, letting out a puzzled "Awwa? Boss, if you're this powerful, why would you become her contracted beast?" Well, my dragon stomach is a bit sensitive, so soft food suits me better. Zhang Yan said calmly. Anyway, just listen to me, accept her contract, and I'll have your back from now on. Alright, boss. The ethereal winged tiger nodded, pressing its basin-sized head close to Mu Mengyao's face. Mu Mengyao's heart pounded as she reached out and formed an intricate dragon-shaped seal, pressing it onto the void-winged tiger's forehead. V-Room. The mark imprinted on the ethereal winged tiger's forehead like ink spreading on water. An ordinary contract was successfully formed. Xiaoyan, I really can't thank you enough. Mu Mengyao said excitedly, wrapping her arms around Zhang Yan in heartfelt gratitude. The sensation of the girl's softness carried an intoxicating, natural fragrance. Zhang Yan struggled with his dragon claws twice as his head was buried deep within. You insolent little maid. Just wait until this holy lord achieves human form, you'll pay for this. After some playful banter, Zhang Yan turned to serious matters. The ethereal winged tiger could save Zhang Yan a great deal of trouble, allowing him to relax peacefully, but first, he needed to do his research. Little maid, show this holy master its skill panel, Zhang Yan commanded. Alright. Mu Mengyao brought up the ethereal winged tiger's status panel. Race, ethereal winged tiger. Skill panel, Dimension Stride, Space-type skill, allows travel between secret realms and reality, must be near realm entrance, Fierce Tiger Dive, Flight skill, concentrates immense energy and wings for reckless plunge attack, causes recoil damage to user, Intimidating Roar. Zhang Yan skimmed through them briefly, his gaze settling on Dimension Stride and Fierce Tiger Dive. No offensive space-type skills available. Is it because my level's still too low? Never mind, this Flying Tiger Assault will do just fine. Zhang Yan pondered slightly. The Flying Tiger Assault kills 1,000 enemies at the cost of 800 allies. It sounds dangerous, and in reality, it isn't safe either. Of course, things would be different with the horse talisman. Execute the Flying Tiger's fierce assault to attack, then return for treatment with the horse talisman. No matter how severe the injuries, they heal instantly. At most, it just consumes a bit of mental energy. Zhang Yan pondered for a moment before deciding on the future combat strategy for the ethereal winged tiger. By the way, little flying fish, let me give you a name. Gazing at the mountain-like ethereal winged tiger before him, Zhang Yan fell into deep thought. Roar! Boss, I'll follow whatever you say. The ethereal winged tiger nodded its massive head. Since you're so big and fortunate enough to have mutated, how about I call you Dayun, Great Fortune? Zhang Yan pondered. The flying tiger strikes fiercely, with the horse talisman as insurance. Isn't that just like the fully insured transport trucks on the national highway? No worries if you hit the opponent, take it up with my insurance. Too far to see clearly, thought it was a speed bump. Aru? The ethereal winged tiger nodded blankly, accepting this new name. The only question now is whether Dayun has the courage to charge headlong into danger. I'll need to find an opponent to test the waters. Zhang Yan pondered. At this very moment, Xiaoyan. Su Wanwan came running from not far away, her eyes slightly red. Grandfather told me you saved him. I really don't know how to thank you enough. Since you're so eager to show gratitude, why not be its sparring partner? Zhang Yan pointed at the ethereal winged tiger and asked. Sparring partner? Su Wanwan was slightly taken aback. Chapter 56, Instant Recovery. The horse talisman stuns the top student. Su family training grounds. Mengyao, I still don't understand Xiaoyan's intention. Am I supposed to be this big tiger's sparring partner? Most likely, yes. Su Wanwan and Mu Mengyao chatted while gazing at Zhang Yan and the ethereal winged tiger in the sky. Above, fierce winds howled as the ground below rapidly receded behind them. Zhang Yan rode atop the ethereal winged tiger's back. The creature was extraordinarily broad, making it an ideal mount. His gaze moved downward, surveying the training grounds. The Su family primarily focused on water element spiritual beasts, so the entire training area resembled a marshland environment, with wooden stakes planted just above the water surface for standing. In the early morning hours, a thin mist hovered over the training field, blanketing everything in a white haze. The foot traffic was sparse too, with hardly any trainees to be seen. Right here. Zhang Yan waved his hand, signaling Su Wanwan to summon her spirit beast. Su Wanwan nodded and raised her hand to trace a bird-patterned magic array in the air. With a whoosh, a resplendent Luan Bird with iridescent feathers emerged from the magical formation. Outside the mist, two elderly figures sat circled around a stone table. Old Lu, have you figured out what kind of spirit beast that is? Which one? The winged tiger or that little creature? Definitely the little guy who saved me. Oh, I can't quite tell, but that winged tiger is extraordinary. It likely surpasses royal grade racial potential. That little beast is probably even slightly more formidable than the winged tiger. Lu Yensong and Su Hanshan gazed at the training grounds, filled with admiration. Beside them, a graceful young woman in white robes was serving tea to the two elderly folks. Grandfather, President Lu, that winged tiger is massive and exudes an imposing aura. How could that little creature beside it even compare? Su Shuixian asked. Narcissus, you're just unaware of the truth here. Su Hanshan stroked his beard with a smile. Don't judge spirit beasts by appearances. Lu Yensong nodded in agreement, offering guidance. Some powerful beasts don't necessarily show their strength outwardly. Narcissus, don't just memorize textbook knowledge at university. Real combat reveals truth. Chairman speaks wisely, though my combat skills aren't weak either, Su Shuixian argued. These two spirit beasts aren't as extraordinary as you make them out to be. The two elderly men smiled without speaking, silently observing the training grounds. Chirp. Beast Master, it's still so early. The multicolored plumed Luan Bird flapped its wings angrily, its beak chattering away as it threw a morning tantrum. Alright, Shell Luan, go defeat that tiger. Su Wanwan pointed at the ethereal sky tiger opposite her. Tiger? What kind of lowly creature dares to disturb my rest? The rainbow feather phoenix turned its head and caught sight of the ethereal winged tiger in Zhang Yan. Its neck instantly stiffened with shock. Why does this tiger have wings? And don't forget about that little monster. Roar! Tian let out a piercing roar, and a gale of bloody wind howled from his maw. Chirp chirp! The rainbow-feathered Luan Bird instantly became disheveled in the wind, weakly turning its head towards Su Wanwan. If you want it dead, just say so directly. The young Luan Bird tilted its neck, foaming at the mouth as it collapsed onto the wooden perch. It had actually fainted from fright. The ethereal winged tiger's intimidation carried flying-type attributes, which had an amplified effect on the rainbow-feathered Luan Bird. Moreover, Zhang Yan was present, leaving the rainbow-feathered Luan Bird utterly bewildered until it fainted on the spot. Little Luan, are you alright? Su Wanwan held the rainbow-feathered phoenix in her arms, gripped with tension. Roar, boss, why does it seem so weak to me? The ethereal winged tiger tilted its head slightly. Zhang Yan furrowed his brows in contemplation, his gaze piercing through the mist as if he could see Old Man Su in the distance. Old man, send someone over here for us to practice on. Zhang Yan's thoughts flowed directly into Su Hanshan's mind. Look, Narcissus, Wanwan's rainbow-feathered Luan Bird is considered top-tier even among monarch-level species, yet it was defeated in a single encounter. This proves the winged tiger's strength. Su Hanshan suddenly laughed. Surprise flickered across Su Narcissus's face as she stubbornly retorted, that's only because my little sister's rainbow-feathered Luan Bird's level was too low. If my commander-level tamed beast were to go, it could never defeat me. Alright, then give it a try. Su Hanshan smiled faintly. Su Shuixian slightly furrowed her brows. I can't help feeling like I've been tricked. Yet in the end, she walked toward the training ground where Zhang Yan was. Tap, tap, tap. From within the mist came the rhythmic sound of approaching footsteps. Zhang Yan, Mu Mengyao, and Su Wanwan all turned their attention toward the source. Dressed in flowing white robes, Su Shuixian stepped leisurely into the training ground and smiled. Little sister, after all this time apart, you're still so weak. That winged tiger is only a few levels higher than the rainbow-feathered Luan Bird at most. If even it can't defeat the tiger, sigh, I guess I'll have to step in. Shuixian Jia, Narcissus' sister. Su Wanwan's expression cooled slightly at the sight of Su Shuixian. Mengyao, this is my biological sister, Su Shuixian. Don't let her youthful appearance fool you. She's already a junior at Imperial Capital University. Tell Xiao Yan and Xiao Hu to watch their step around her. Yes. Mu Mengyao nodded slightly. The name Su Shuixian would later represent a renowned water element beastmaster throughout the Great Xiao nation. Is this winged tiger your spirit beast?
It's well trained, but this one.
Su Shuixian eyed Jiang Yan with a slight frown.
What a strange young beast, I can't discern any of its traits at all.
With a flick of her flowing sleeve, a keen-eyed green serpent slithered out from within.
The moment it emerged, its size began incrementally increasing. In no time at all, it transformed from a small water snake into an Amazonian anaconda. The slender cyan serpent scales bore intricate patterns resembling water element formations, channeling hydraulic energy into them. The Azure Moon Serpent, a newly advanced commander-class beast at level 31. A level 31 Azure Moon Serpent, truly a master-level opponent. Flamey, let me take command of this battle.
At the very least, we won't lose too disgracefully. Mu Mengyao stepped forward, her gaze razor-sharp as she spoke.
No need. Jiang Yan's lips curved slightly as he took the smaller bracelet from the paired set with his dragon claw and fastened it around the ethereal winged tiger's tail. The paired bracelets allowed the wearer of the child bracelet to use some of the skills of the mother bracelet's wearer. The power of the horse talisman was shared with Dayun through the mother bracelet. Although it wasn't the full 100% effect of the horse talisman, it was sufficient.
Go, Dayun.
Use Flying Tiger Assault.
Awah!
The ethereal winged tiger gave its wings a mighty flap, erupting with blinding white light as vast amounts of flying-type energy gathered on its feathers, granting it tremendous flight speed.
Whoosh!
With a flap of its wings and a forward lunge of its tiger claws, it swooped down like a falcon. Its target was precisely Su Shuixian's Moonlight Spirit Python. Such explosive speed, but this must be an assault-type skill, dealing 1,000 blows to the enemy at the cost of 800 to oneself. All I need to do is dodge, and I'll avoid taking any damage. Su Shuixian calmly analyzed the situation and decisively commanded the Azure Moon Spirit Python to evade.
Thud!
As the Azure Moon Spirit Python slithered away, the ethereal winged tiger's attack found only empty air.
It crashed heavily onto the ground, its aura withered and weak. It's over. Su Shuixian sneered, Celestial Moon, use Frost Tornado.
The Celestial Moon Spirit Python swiftly coiled its body, preparing to unleash its skill.
Suddenly, roar!
The ethereal winged tiger flashed with white light, its injuries rapidly dissipating as its aura became completely refreshed.
How is this possible? Su Shuixian's face was filled with disbelief. Chapter 57, 1 month of quiet cultivation. The first high-level talisman. Roar! Dayun's imposing aura was restored to its peak, its tiger eyes brimming with vigor.
With a single flap of its wings, it gathered energy and swiftly pounced towards the Azure Moon Spirit Python once more.
This reckless fighting style caught Su Shuixian completely off guard. Azure Moon, dodge now.
The Azure Moon Spirit Python twisted its serpentine body, but the airborne void tiger struck instantly, too close to evade.
Bang!
The tremendous impact sent up a cloud of smoke, instantly spreading out in all directions.
As the dust settled, the Azure Moon Spirit Python panted heavily, its serpentine body coiled and still ready for battle. The phantom-winged tiger lay motionless on the ground, its feline eyes tightly shut as if completely drained of fighting spirit.
Thank goodness Qingyue is at the commander level, or we'd really be in trouble. Su Shuixian shuddered with lingering fear that winged tiger definitely wasn't getting back up now, right?
However, Dayun, you're not done yet, are you?
Jiang Yan flew over to Dayun's body and gave it a gentle pat with his dragon claw, personally activating the horse talisman.
As if by magic, Dayun's injuries rapidly healed, and it suddenly opened its eyes, roar. Ready to fight again. He's recovered again. How is this possible? Su Shuixian was completely panicked. She wouldn't actually lose to an extraordinary great spirit beast today, would she? Screech! Dayun charged forward again, grappling fiercely with the Azure Moon Spirit Python. At this point in the battle, victory or defeat no longer mattered. Jiang Yan obtained Dayun's experimental results. The horse talisman was viable.
From now on, he could just rely on Dayun to bump into people while he peacefully lay back and relaxed. The battle ended swiftly, with both sides suffering heavy losses.
Dream Yao, this, am I seeing correctly? What kind of spirit beast is this? How can its willpower be so tenacious? Su Wanwan exclaimed in surprise. Willpower?
Mu Mengyao shook her head with a bitter smile. She could clearly see that it was Jiang Yan who had been healing the sky-winged tiger, which enabled it to hold on for so long. But Xiao Yan's healing energy is actually this terrifying. It's practically like a full recovery from near death.
At this moment, the two elderly men, Su Hanshan and Lu Yinsong, walked over. Narcissus, what did I tell you? Was Grandpa wrong? Su Hanshan looked at the despondent Su Shuixian and smiled faintly.
Grandfather, I lost to that winged tiger, not the other little beast.
Su Shuixian still wanted to argue. Is that so? Seems your eyesight still needs work. Su Hanshan smiled, exchanging a glance with Lu Yinsong. Both saw the astonishment reflected in each other's eyes. They had witnessed Jiang Yan's ability clearly instantly restoring that winged tiger's combat strength. This ability used in combat might not kill the opponent outright, but it can gradually wear them down, sapping their will to fight. another incredible skill.
At that moment, Su Wanwan stormed over angrily and confronted Su Shuixian. Sis, Grandpa almost had an accident yesterday.
How could you come back so late? Su Shuixian sighed slightly and explained, it's all because a wild secret realm appeared in Nanping City, causing all the teleportation arrays to overload. I reported it under my recruitment teaching assistant identity, but we still had to stay a few extra days before returning. By the way, this wild secret realm's appearance has drawn geniuses from across the nation. Your Beast Tamer College entrance exam in Nanping City this year will likely be twice as difficult. Mu Mengyao led Jian Yan back to the room. Recalling Su Shuixian's words, she fell into deep thought. The wild secret realm has attracted many geniuses. It seems Tianlong Academy's direct recruitment might also be affected. Xiao Yan, there's only 1 month left until the campus recruitment. If many talented people really come, we need to practice hard, Mu Mengyao said solemnly.
But, Jiang Yan, completely carefree, lay on the bed scrolling through his phone while munching on the fruit passed over by Dayun.
Oh whoa, big bro, following you is seriously the best.
Dayun mimicked Jiang Yan's behavior, sprawling lazily on the carpet with his tiger-like body.
No way, could it be? Witnessing this scene, Mu Mengyao grew concerned. Dayun, come train with me? Aru, training?
Dayun rolled over, his big head not even glancing at Mu Mengyao.
TSK.
Mu Mengyao sighed helplessly and spread her hands. Just finished dealing with the stubborn old man, now here comes another problem to handle.
This life is unbearable. Time flew by swiftly as Mu Mengyao and Jiang Yan stayed at the Su family manor for several weeks.
During rare moments of leisure, Jiang Yan completed several laid-back tasks, accumulating skill points that now totaled 40. There wasn't much progress in terms of level, rising only by 1 to reach level 16. The higher the realm of a spirit beast, the more experience points it requires to level up, making progression increasingly difficult. However, it's worth mentioning that there seems to be no news of Chen Qingtian's death from the city lord's mansion.
The last day of May.
Early morning, clear skies with white clouds. The Heavenly Dragon Academy welcomed its annual recruitment day, with the school gates crowded with parents holding parasols, their eyes brimming with hope that their children would pass the admissions test. Xiao Yan, after over half a month of training, I dare say Dayun and I have caught up to you in combat power.
Amid the crowd, Mu Mengyao declared with excitement. Oh, who gave you that confidence?
Jiang Yan cast a faintly disdainful glance at Mu Mengyao. Over the past few weeks, Jiang Yan had ordered Dayun to train its Flying Tiger Assault. With good innate talent and proper nurturing from the little maid, the results achieved are quite decent.
However, the little maid's confidence seems to have skyrocketed.
This is naturally my confidence as a beastmaster.
Mu Mengyao patting her chest, said confidently. Yeah right, you Chunibu girl. Jiang Yan rolled his eyes disdainfully. She was always claiming to be some reincarnated great emperor. Empress Mengyao? Empress Yao Yao? What a joke, she's nothing but an edgy teenage girl. You don't believe me? Fine, let's make a bet. For this campus recruitment, I won't need your help Dayun and I can defeat all our opponents. Mu Mengyao said with slight anger. If I lose, I'll fulfill any request of yours. If I win, you'll train properly. Do you dare accept? Alright, I'll consider it, said the Holy Master. Jiang Yan yawned, tuning out Mu Mengyao voice as he turned his attention inward to examine his system panel. Check mid-level skill branches. Mid-level Dragon Talisman, 6/20ths, mid-level Rooster Talisman, 4/20ths. Remaining skill points, 40. Consume 20 skill points to upgrade intermediate skill tree branch to advanced level. Skill tree branches can be upgraded through skill points or developed through personal training. Jiang Yan had gained a few more points in his skill tree these past few days, but progress was still too slow. After brief consideration, Jiang Yan allocated his 14 skill points to the intermediate Dragon Talisman. Ding! Skill points consumed. Your Dragon Talisman has been upgraded to advanced. Choose the monkey when available, pick randomly when none shows up. Jiang Yan decided to upgrade the Dragon Talisman first, as it was closest to reaching the advanced level and required the least investment. And as a totem, the dragon has never let him down. Just then, a ding sounded. Ding! Host, please check the high-level Dragon Rune. High-level Dragon Rune, max with further development, you've unlocked the beacon totem within the Dragon Rune, which can automatically absorb surrounding draconic energy to weave an apocalyptic twilight capable of dragon extermination. Chapter 58, Hellish Difficulty Campus Recruitment. The Dean seeks help. High-level Dragon Rune, max with further development, you've unlocked the beacon totem within the Dragon Rune, which can automatically absorb surrounding draconic energy to weave together the Twilight of Dragon Slaying. Twilight of Dragon Slaying. Upon activation, your skill tree will be fully illuminated for the duration of one twilight, automatically reaching intermediate proficiency. At that moment, you will transform into an apocalyptic demon dragon, tearing through the final twilight. Skill duration, 4 hours, twilight period. Skill rating, divine tier, once activated, you'll lack nothing. Twilight of the Dragon Vanquisher, a divine tier skill.
Jiang Yan stared at the system interface before him, unable to suppress the surging waves in his heart.
Damn!
The high-level dragon rune is unexpectedly this powerful, truly worthy of being the great totem of our mighty Huaxia.
Completing the entire skill tree, what does that even mean?
12 perfected talismans, dark magic, the demonic energy of fire, the demon empire.
TSK. How is this any different from cheating?
Dusk lasts for a full 4 hours, and that's enough time to accomplish many things.
Jiang Yan suppressed the joy in his heart as surges of energy emerged throughout his body, steadily improving his physique.
Buzz! In the void, invisible energy transformed into multicolored specks of light that rapidly converged towards him.
Like living creatures, they automatically flew to Jiang Yan's lower abdomen, coalescing into a crimson dragon head emblem.
Jiang Yan peered inward at his lower abdomen, discovering a small stone resembling a talisman.
Oh no, I'm growing a gallstone.
Dragon energy from the frost scale serpent, charging progress 0.1%.
Dragon energy from the Azure dragon skull,
charging progress 0.5%.
Dragon energy from Deadwing Dragon 2, charging progress 1%.
Reading the lines of charging prompts before him, Jiang Yan understood, dragon energy gathers within the stone. Once fully charged, the stone can be detonated to unleash the twilight of dragon annihilation. The charging progress appears to correlate with frequency. After a dragon provides energy once, its subsequent contributions yield diminishing progress. Jiang Yan pondered and concluded that the accumulated dragon energy from a certain dragon must have been suddenly harvested by him, leaving naturally born dragons with less sustained accumulation potential. If you want to speed up the charging process, you need to find a place with more dragon-type spirit beasts.
Nanping City is still too small.
Jiang Yan pondered for a moment and decided that for this campus recruitment, it was necessary for the little maid to get into a decent university.
That way, he could absorb dragon energy more conveniently in the future.
Mu Mengyao arrived at the square of Celestial Dragon Academy.
Under their teacher's arrangement, numerous students sat encircling the platform below.
The scene was buzzing with noise, the clamor resembling the ceaseless chirping of morning birds. In the center of the square stood an enormous stone fighting platform, drawing everyone's attention. From a pavilion above the fighting ring, judges and academy mentors overlooked the entire arena, allowing them to easily provide commentary and select students.
Hello, Mu Mengyao, I am Long Qingshan. I believe you know me.
At this moment, a tall and upright middle-aged man approached, his strides exuding an air of authority.
Dragon Academy head, what brings you here?
Mu Mengyao smiled, her eyebrows carrying a hint of confusion. Jiang Yan frowned slightly. Why had Long Qingshan come in person?
Could something have gone wrong regarding Chunqing Tian's matter?
Ha, this isn't the right place, let's go somewhere else.
Long Qingshan led Mu Mengyao and Jiang Yan to the office. As soon as they stepped inside, all surrounding noise instantly quieted.
The air conditioner hummed softly, blowing cool air at just the right temperature.
Classmate Mengyao, I asked you here today because there's something I need your help with. Do you know about the privilege awarded to our school's top graduate? Long Qingshan asked.
Mu Mengyao nodded. Students participate in arena competitions, the top 10 gain the right to be chosen by professors from prestigious universities, and the first place winner can enter our academy's Heavenly Dragon's secret realm to undergo baptism.
Dean, are you suggesting you want my help to achieve first place?
No, there are too many prodigies participating in this campus recruitment.
With your mid-first tier spiritual power, you can't defeat those geniuses who possess 2 spirit beasts.
Long Qingshan waved his hand and said earnestly, so, I only hope you can prevent this spot from falling into the hands of someone from the city lord's residence.
Mu Mengyao fell into deep thought. Jiang Yan also wore a thoughtful expression.
So it wasn't that they were forbidden from entering the Heavenly Dragon's secret realm. I initially thought Dean Long was still traumatized by that incident at the Hidden Dragon's secret realm last time. Long Qingshan continued with a sigh, alas, there are some matters I can't speak of openly. But if you two can guarantee the Heavenly Dragon's secret realm slots won't fall into the city lord's hands, I can arrange direct admission to the Imperial Capital University for you. Imperial Capital University, located in the Imperial Capital, is the most resource-rich institution in Great Xiao Nation, bar none. The might of Imperial Capital University is beyond question, and the students who can study there are all geniuses among geniuses.
Long Qingshan believed this condition would hold tremendous appeal for Jiang Yan and Mu Mengyao.
Wait a moment, Dean Long.
What if Xiao Yan and I actually win first place? Take first place? With just you two? Ha, as if that's possible.
Long Qingshan chuckled helplessly.
Don't even mention this year's school recruitment, it's packed with geniuses. Practically nightmare difficulty.
Even in previous years' recruitments, with your mid-first tier spiritual power, you wouldn't necessarily win first place even if you had decent spirit beasts.
What if? Mu Mengyao pressed on. Ha ha ha, very well, very well. It's good for young people to have ambition. Since that's the case, let's make a bet. With a faint smile, Long Qingshan joked, if you two actually take first place, I'll not only guarantee your admissions, but also personally write a recommendation letter to introduce you to the Imperial Capital Beastmaster Association. How about getting you directly into the system? Can we enter that dragon's secret realm? Jiang Yan added. Go right ahead. Dragon Qingshan waved his hand grandly, brimming with heroic boldness, believing he had established an impressive dean's image before his students. However, Mu Mengyao smiled faintly, slowly raising her hand as a powerful surge of mental energy erupted, revealing the aura of a mid-stage second-order cultivator. Long Qingshan naturally recognized mid-tier rank 2 strength, but typically beastmasters couldn't sense it without actively channeling their spiritual energy. Moreover, Long Qingshan hadn't probed Mu Mengyao's spiritual power earlier. At this moment, when Mu Mengyao voluntarily released her mid-stage second-tier spiritual power, he was utterly stunned. Holy crap! Mid-tier rank 2. Doesn't that mean she's already unlocked a second-dimensional space? Do you have a second tamed beast? Long Qingshan gulped nervously. Thanks to Little Yan's good fortune, I subdued a winged tiger a month ago. Mu Mengyao waved her hand, and a summoning circle appeared. Dayun stepped out of the magic circle, his tiger-like body trembling as an overwhelming aura erupted. Hiss! Long Qingshan gasped sharply, picking up the teacup on the table with trembling hands as he took a shaky sip. This spirit beast's presence isn't bad, but as for your bonded spirit beast... He turned his gaze toward Jiang Yan, who met his eyes and grinned broadly. What now, Dean Long? Still want to check this sacred lord's level? Alright, that's big enough, no need to keep looking. Long Qingshan recalled Jiang Yan's earlier display of punching through iron dummies with his bare hands and repeatedly waved his hands in refusal. The second tamed beast is this powerful. The first tamed beast must be extraordinary. Chapter 59, The Horse Talisman only plays high-stakes games. Afterwards, Jiang Yan watched as Mu Mengyao received contested information from Long Qingshan before they left together. The reason the dean is so wary of the city lord's mansion isn't important. Right now, Jiang Yan just wants to lie down quietly and take it easy. As for whether Dayun can defeat those devilish geniuses attending the school recruitment, no matter, the horse talisman only plays in top-tier matches. The square was now even more crowded than before, with many people not wearing Heavenly Dragon Academy uniforms mixing in the crowd. They were all talented individuals who came by reputation, temporarily participating in the school recruitment either as independent candidates or transfer students. However, among the crowd, Jiang Yan spotted a familiar figure feeding the great King Crow. Xu Feng. Jiang Yan narrowed his eyes slightly. Xu Feng was dressed in familiar black robes, acting as if nothing had happened. Perhaps the reason there hasn't been any news from the city lord's mansion about Chunqing Tian's fate is because Qin Xiao is planning something even more significant. Little Flame. A hand suddenly grasped Jiang Yan's arm. Turning his head, he found Mu Mengyao staring solemnly at Xu Feng. Just then, a figure emerged beside Xu Feng, golden-haired, exuding the natural arrogance of a rich second-generation heir. At the sight of this person, Jiang Yan's pupils constricted sharply. That figure was none other than Chen Tian, who was supposed to be dead. Impossible. Chen Tian had been controlled by Jiang Yan's divine consciousness to commit suicide. Even if he hadn't died, his brain should have been damaged, leaving him a mindless wreck. Yet now, Chen Tian was inexplicably alive and well? Jiang Yan felt a flash of shock, but when he looked again, Chen Tian had already vanished into the crowd, as if he had never been there at all. Xiao, was that an illusion? No. Jiang Yan's expression calmed down as he said coolly, but it has nothing to do with us. Mu Mengyao gave a soft murmur of agreement. Something felt off about the situation, so Jiang Yan decided to first send the shadow ninjas to investigate. The shadow beneath his feet swiftly split into 5 silhouettes, slipping into the shadows of nearby students before vanishing into the crowd. A school recruitment event tied to the city lord's sinister plot. Jiang Yan intended to reap some benefits too. With the unlocking of the Sage Lord template, his personality seemed to subtly shift under its influence. Mu Mengyao arrived at teacher Xueqing's class where students were standing in 3 straight rows. Classmates, this campus recruitment is a battle of geniuses. You're all children from ordinary families, don't put too much pressure on yourselves. Yes. Teacher Xueqing explained the facts to her students with compassionate eyes. After all, Nanping City is just a small place where true geniuses are few and far between. Even compared to the recent influx of geniuses arriving in Nanping City, Mu Mengyao still falls slightly short. Even those outsiders look upon the students of Tianlong Academy with a gaze reserved for country bumpkins. Mengyao, Wu Qian, this time our class is counting on you too. Do your best. Teacher Xueqing looked at the class's last hope. Yes, teacher. Wu Qian nodded, her eyes sparkling with excitement as she looked at Mu Mengyao. A month had passed, and she seemed to have acquired a colder demeanor. Teacher, I'll do my best. Mu Mengyao nodded calmly, her face expressionless. Mu Mengyao, don't forget our bet from last time. Wu Qian sneered as she approached. Naturally. Xiao and I have already prepared to explore your family's secret realm, Mu Mengyao replied calmly.
Such arrogance before the battle even begins. When the time comes, my frost crystal drake will thoroughly dominate your tamed beast.
The school recruitment process proceeded orderly.
As university mentors arrived on site, Dean Long delivered a brief speech before promptly announcing the commencement of the competition.
The match begins.
Next, let contestant Qin Shui face contestant Lin Chunqing. On the arena, the black-clad judge gave the command, and two contestants leaped onto the platform. The first round of competition featured a match between students from outside Tianlong Academy. Neither side held back, they immediately began tracing magical formations with astonishing speed, promptly summoning their respective spirit beasts.
A pitch-black feline, draped as if in a night trader's garb, a shadowcat of commander rank.
The other person's beast partner was a super-great rocky serpent, its body composed entirely of solid rock.
The two spirit beasts went back and forth, battling for who knows how long enough for Zhang Yan to fall asleep, at any rate.
Waking from sleep, I immediately heard the referee shout, "Contestants Mu Mengyao, number 100, and Wu Qian, number 155, please come to the stage and prepare for the beast tamer duel." When it was the little maid's turn, as luck would have it, her opponent was none other than Wu Qian. Zhang Yan glanced at Wu Qian, who was grinning mischievously, as if she had anticipated this outcome all along. Wu Qian and Mu Mengyao rose simultaneously and made their way toward the arena. Leaning close to Mu Mengyao, Wu Qian said with a touch of superiority in her tone, "Mu Mengyao, didn't expect we'd cross paths so soon, did you? You have no idea how much money I slipped in to make this happen.
Must be nice having money to burn." Mu Mengyao was utterly speechless. This was the first time she'd seen someone pay to get their ass kicked.
The two parties soon arrived at the dueling platform.
To Wu Qian's surprise, Zhang Yan didn't step forward to fight. That little coward didn't show?
Smart move, saved himself a beating. Wu Qian sneered and traced an ice element summoning array with her hand.
The next second, a resonant roar of a flood dragon spread out, echoing across the entire square.
A small flood dragon with a silver-white body and razor-sharp dragon horns appeared by Wu Qian's side. Its entire body radiated a heavy aura, bearing residual scars, with draconic pupils sharp as blades. Even those visiting prodigies cast sidelong glances. This flood dragon has remarkable innate talent. Wu Qian reveled in the crowd's attention and sneered, "Mu Mengyao, you're lucky you didn't send your baby beast up here.
Otherwise, my ice crystal drake would have had itself a feast." Just a measly drake? It couldn't even defeat Xiao Yan's underlings, hardly worth his time.
With a light chuckle, Mu Mengyao gestured with one hand as a summoning array slowly materialized.
Roar!
A tiger's roar echoed through the air, followed by the sight of a massive white tiger with enormous wings leaping out of the summoning array.
A winged tiger? How is this possible? How does she have a second spirit beast?
Wu Qian's pupils constricted as she caught sight of the ethereal winged tiger appearing before her.
How do you have a second spirit beast?
Even the frost crystal drake froze on the spot, momentarily forgetting they were in the middle of battle.
Mu Mengyao smiled without answering, recalling Little Flame's phrase, what was it again? Oh right, talk to my insurance company about that.
Great fortune, flying tiger assault. At the command, the phantom winged tiger vibrated its wings, gathering immense flying-type energy.
Its entire wings expanded instantly, enveloping the whole tiger body in their span. With a powerful flap of its wings, a deafening boom erupted as violent gusts surged through the surroundings. The observing students squinted as the fierce winds stung their eyes. Holy shit, that's some insane flying-type energy. Look out, Ice Crystal Dragon, dodge now.
After a month of arduous training, Wu Qian had honed sharp instincts and promptly issued the command. The ice crystal serpent swiftly darted aside, stirring up a flurry of snow and wind that obscured its form, barely managing to evade the phantom tiger's pouncing attack.
Bang!
A violent crash followed, just as expected. Dayun's attack missed its mark, leaving the tiger's body riddled with self-inflicted wounds from the recoil.
Ha ha ha!
Going all out with heavy attacks right away, hurting the enemy 1,000, but damaging yourself 800. You're truly a worthless beastmaster. Wu Qian laughed wildly, but, mid-laughter, her voice suddenly died in her throat.
Ruawar!
A white light shimmered across the void-winged tiger's body from the bracelet on its tail, cleansing all its injuries.
In less than half a second, Dayun's wounds had completely vanished. What? Wu Qian was dumbfounded, completely renewed and refreshed. Are you F***king cheating or what? Chapter 60, The Black Dragon's Jinchuriki, Lan Yuxuan.
Then, appearing before everyone's eyes was the completely revitalized void-winged tiger, its majestic form bearing not a single scar. Not only was Wu Qian stunned, but even the surrounding crowd erupted in baffled murmurs.
What's going on? A time-based ability? Instant reset. This defies all logic. Impossible.
Wu Qian flicked her wrist, her eyes flashing with determination behind black-framed glasses. Mu Mengyao, so what if you have a second tamed beast?
I refuse to believe you can reset it a second time. Icefang Serpent, Polar Tempest.
At the command, the Icefang Serpent lowered its noble head and, like a poised noblewoman, parted its draconic jaws.
Buzz.
A chilling blue whirlwind materialized in its maw, causing the surrounding temperature to plummet instantly. A flurry of fine snow scattered across the sky, torn asunder by the furious gale. Within moments, a massive blizzard tornado took shape with terrifying speed, sweeping toward Mu Mengyao and her ethereal winged tiger.
Don't panic, I still have a chance.
Wu Qian watched Mu Mengyao coldly, waiting to see how she would respond.
However, Dayun, use Flying Tiger Assault again. At Mu Mengyao's command.
Dayun, as if pumped with adrenaline, unleashed the Flying Tiger Assault once again, transforming into a streak of white light as he pounced toward the frost crystal drake amidst the wind and snow.
Don't you know using the same move against your enemy is pointless? Wu Qian sneered mercilessly, dodge it.
Hidden within the raging winds, the frost crystal drake seized the cover of the extreme cold storm to launch a surprise attack on the ethereal winged tiger. Whoosh! An extreme chill mixed with snow and wind assailed Dayun. Its eyes grew sharp as it glanced back at Zhang Yan.
The boss always said, just charge ahead, let the insurance handle the rest. Roar!
With a low growl, as if psyching itself up, Dayun's massive tiger frame plunged directly into the oncoming snow tornado.
Put! Like a man caught in a raging current, Dayun's figure instantly vanished into the snowstorm, leaving only a whirlwind spinning furiously in place. The frigid wind howled as the icy blizzard raged. Everyone around wore expressions of pity in their eyes. Ah, what a pity indeed. If this little one had known to be a bit more tactical, perhaps the outcome could have been different. But now, foolishly trying to tank someone's ultimate move? Isn't that just asking for death?
Not only the students below, but even the teachers from various universities observing the battle shook their heads, their eyes filled with disappointment.
Dean Long, is this the genius Mu Mengyao you spoke of? Look at how she commands the winged tiger, there's not a hint of strategic awareness. Good thing that Frost Scale Drake wasn't given to Mu Mengyao to raise, or it would have truly been wasted, mocked one of the admissions teachers. Long Qingshan wasn't angered and smiled faintly. Professor Liu, isn't it possible that the Frost Scale Serpent is simply too weak, which is why my child doesn't fancy it? Though it remained unclear why the winged tiger had only used one move, losing didn't matter after all. The truly powerful boss was the other spirit beast Mu Mengyao held in reserve. So what, even a king-ranked Frost Scale Serpent isn't good enough for you? Your academy must have an actual dragon then. That's right.
Here in Nanping City, Mu Mengyao possesses a second beast taming space.
Her second contracted beast must be extraordinary. Everyone should remember to observe carefully. Absolutely, absolutely.
Most of these admissions officers hailed from prestigious institutions and likewise considered themselves superior. Under normal circumstances, Long Qingshan would never have indulged them.
But now,
handling such face-smacking could be safely left to Mu Mengyao. While Long Qingshan and the others were talking, the battle's momentum suddenly shifted. For some unknown reason, the violent ice tornado abruptly stopped in place, and its winds grew weaker and weaker. Whoosh! The sound of powerful wing flaps echoed as a massive dark figure emerged from the blizzard. Dayun emerged from the blizzard covered in frostbite, its tiger stripes encased in ice, yet it stubbornly clenched the nearly lifeless frost crystal drake between its jaws, dragging it through the snowstorm.
Roar! Boss, I won this slippery noodle. Dayun roared at Zhang Yan with pride, like a warrior presenting his spoils of war. Hey, boss, come praise me already.
Coming out without even fixing my injuries first makes me look so lame, like a third-rate tiger.
Zhang Yan commented bluntly. Whimper. Boss, you're so strict. Dayun whimpered, its tail glowing as it healed its wounds.
With furious tiger-like eyes, it swatted the ice crystal drake away from its mouth.
It's all this guy's fault. The ice crystal drake let out a silent scream.
With several thumping sounds, the ice crystal serpent rolled to Wu Qian's feet, its dragon blood spilling all over the ground.
This can't be. Ice crystal serpent, get up.
Wu Qian crouched anxiously beside the ice crystal serpent, her face fluctuating between shock and bewilderment.
Why is that winged tiger as indestructible as a damned cockroach? The damn injuries reset again. Why?
Wu Qian pressed hard on the frost crystal serpent's wound without realizing it, until the medical staff arrived on the scene and realized the frost scale serpent's blood had nearly turned icy cold.
Not a classmate, if you want to strangle the frost crystal drake, we really don't have to save it. Oh, sorry, I didn't notice.
Wu Qian hurriedly saw off the frost crystal drake, then sat alone on the arena platform, thoroughly disheveled by the icy wind. At that moment, a hand reached out. It was Mu Mengyao.
Thank. Wu Qian hadn't expected Mu Mengyao to be the one showing concern. She was about to say thanks when Mu Mengyao interrupted. Don't misunderstand, I'm just here for the secret realm pass. Damn it.
Wu Qian's face flushed crimson as she hurriedly replied, I'll give it to you next time.
Alright then, just remember what you said.
Mu Mengyao turned around and stepped off the arena, her voice carrying faintly into the distance. By the way, next time you're craving punishment, don't bother paying a middleman, just transfer directly to me. Mengyao Mu, I swear to God I'll never forgive you.
With just this one remark, Wu Qian was completely defenseless. After this battle, Mu Mengyao successfully advanced to the semi-finals.
The remaining time required only waiting for the semi-final slots to be determined. Due to the unusually large number of participants this year, the Academy divided the admissions tournament into 2 competition zones, with the other zone located at the Back Mountain training grounds.
Let's go, Xiao. We're heading to the Back Mountain to watch Wanwan's match. Mu Mengyao turned around and spoke to Jiang Yan, who stood among the crowd.
Before Jiang Yan could respond, the distant announcement from the Back Mountain echoed, contestant number 188, Su Wanwan, defeated.
Winner, contestant number 78, Long Yuxuan. Su Wanwan lost?
Jiang Yan looked up, hearing the announcement repeat a second time, confirming beyond doubt that Su Wanwan had indeed lost. That girl's skills aren't bad, how could she lose so easily? Just then, when the name Long Yuxuan was announced, the crowd erupted in shocked exclamations, the commotion even greater than when Dian had defeated the Frost Crystal Drake.
Long Yuxuan,
that genius dragon tamer who made it onto the Huaxia Prodigy ranking, he actually came to our Nanping city.
Damn, had I known he was coming too,
I wouldn't have wasted time watching in the square, I'd have gone straight to the Back Mountain training grounds.
Let's go, hurry over and take a look. The audience instantly rose to their feet, surging toward the Back Mountain like a human tidal wave. Little maid, who is this Long Yuxuan? Jiang Yan asked Mu Mengyao.
Her eyes glazed over for a moment before she snapped back to attention. Long Yuxuan is formidable.
Known as the Black Dragon Jinchuriki, he's a genius beastmaster wielding draconic powers. Chapter 61, Advancing to Finals. Mu Mengyao vs. Long Yuxuan.
Long Yuxuan, this name had appeared several times in Mu Mengyao's memories of her past life. In his youth, he went abroad to study and independently contracted with a black-scaled giant dragon. As the representative of the Black Dragon clan, his innate talents were extraordinary, his spirit beasts formidable. It took him merely a few years to become one of the top powerhouses of the Dragon Kingdom. Of course, it wasn't just this that left Mu Mengyao so astonished, but because Long Yuxuan had been her senior brother in their previous life. Due to certain circumstances, the Great Xia Kingdom had launched the Genius Project, and she had enrolled under the tutelage of a powerful master in the Dragon Kingdom alongside Long Yuxuan until the apocalyptic war arrived. Little did she expect to encounter a familiar face in this lifetime here.
Mu Mengyao lamented slightly.
There was no denying her senior brother's formidable strength, but nowadays, her tamed beast is nothing to scoff at either.
Xiao, Long Yuxuan's spirit beast is a Western black dragon.
Its scales grant immunity to magical attacks, its physical strength is terrifying, and it's exceptionally skilled in close-quarters combat.
Mu Mengyao said gravely.
A Western dragon, no wonder the reaction was so intense. Jiang Yan nodded. Since it's a true dragon, then it's not some lesser drake species, but a genuine great WIRM. I wonder whether such a black-scaled dragon could provide draconic energy. Jiang Yan soon got his answer to this question. While pondering this, he saw a white-haired, handsome youth in purple robes riding atop a black dragon emerge from the back mountains. In the sky, the black dragon's wings were as sharp as scythes, its massive body comparable to a large truck, casting a vast shadow wherever it passed. Roar! There's a strange aura. The black-winged dragon rotated its draconic pupils, its gaze sweeping downward to lock directly with Jiang Yan's stare. Their gazes collided, and the black-winged dragon grinned fiercely. Little one, how dare you gaze upon this king? Vroom! An unreasonable surge of draconic might suddenly swept forth, like an ancient monarch glaring down at Jiang Yan from the heavens. Yet as this oppressive aura approached Jiang Yan, it transformed into a gentle breeze, failing to stir even the slightest ripple. Jiang Yan gazed calmly at the black-winged dragon in the sky, sensing a gathering pressure within its draconic pupils. To receive without reciprocation is discourteous indeed. Just as Jiang Yan prepared to strike back, the system's notification tone suddenly rang out, detecting the presence of a lifeform with massive dragon energy. An arrow-like marker appeared in Jiang Yan's field of vision, pointed directly at the black-winged dragon in the sky. Simultaneously, his vision shifted subtly, the entire world turned grayscale, with the only splash of color emanating from the black-winged dragon's body. To be precise, it came from its draconic wings, dragon heart, dragon head, dragon bones, dragon claws. These dragon energy-rich areas contained massive amounts of the power needed for Twilight's dragon slaying. That's quite a bit of energy. Wonder if this divine master has given it his heart and soul. Maybe it could share some with me. A cold smile curved Jiang Yan's lips as he watched the black-winged dragon swooping down, his eyes gleaming with faint excitement. Roar, roar! Youngster, your gaze displeases this king. The black-winged dragon swooped down, its ebony wings slicing through the air like scythes, leaving a razor-straight trail of disturbed air in their wake. Toxarth, restrain yourself. Long Yuxuan's eyes turned solemn as he traced a summoning array with his palm, withdrawing the dark-winged dragon into his beast-taming space. Spreading his own pair of black dragon wings, he soared toward the Academy's administrative buildings. TCH, what a pity. Just a little closer and they'd have entered the Saint Lord's pressure domain. Jiang Yan shook his head, feeling slightly disappointed.
However, Long Yuxuan is participating in the finals, he's bound to encounter it. As time passed, the list for the semi-finals was announced, and immediately afterward, the battles for the final 10 spots in the championship commenced simultaneously in both the back mountain and the main square. Advancing from the semi-finals to the championship requires not only defeating one's opponent but also standing out within a short time frame. Only the first 10 who conclude their battles will qualify for the finals. Xiao, I wonder who our opponent will be this time. Mu Mengyao sat in the contestant seats, surveying the other semi-finalists around her. Most of them were independent examinees, with hardly anyone from Tianlong Academy. Just then, a black-haired youth suddenly approached. Mu Mengyao, can we talk? Chu Feng? Mu Mengyao looked at the approaching figure and slightly furrowed her brows. In the secluded corner, Chu Feng leaned against the wall as he began sharing intelligence with Mu Mengyao. After listening, Mu Mengyao frowned slightly. You mean the city lord's mansion used some unknown method to revive Chen Tian's corpse? You suspect that's not Chen Tian's soul in there, but someone else? Not bad. Chu Feng nodded with a sigh. The young master is already dead. Whoever has taken over his body now is beyond my imagination. Why did you choose to tell me this news? Mu Mengyao frowned, not quite believing Chu Feng's words. To be honest, we'll be assigned to a duel in the upcoming semifinals. It's the city lord's arrangement. I must defeat you. Chu Feng said with sharp eyes. You? Mu Mengyao smiled faintly, glanced down at Jiang Yan, and touched the summoning mark on the back of her hand. You're going to beat me? Yes, Chu Feng sighed slightly. This is essentially a no-win situation. But the city lord made it clear, if I lose, it means certain death for me. You want me to lose to you? I'm afraid your scheme won't succeed. Mu Mengyao kept a stern face, unmoved by Chu Feng's words. No, I watched your battle. Though reckless, it was miraculous enough that I want to entrust her to you. Chu Feng said, pulling a slip of paper from his pocket with coordinates written on it, somewhere outside the city. Alright, I ought to leave now. If I die, you must be wary of Long Yuxuan. He is the sharpest blade in the city lord's hands. Chu Feng's voice grew fainter as he hurried away, disappearing into the crowd. Then, the referee's voice rang out. Contestants Mu Mengyao and Chu Feng, please enter the arena. Hearing this, Mu Mengyao suppressed her curiosity and stepped onto the stage. Just as Chu Feng had said, they ended up running into each other. Jiang Yan watched Mu Mengyao and Chu Feng's battle from below the arena, his eyes contemplative. It was clear that Yun fought with fierce momentum, every move full of deadly intent, his tiger claws slicing through the air with intimidating force. Yet Chu Feng's Crow King merely defended passively, as if deliberately holding back. The cold-blooded city lord, the formidable Long Yuxuan, the resurrected Chunqing Tian, it all seemed like pieces of some grand scheme brewing. As she pondered, suddenly exclamations of surprise erupted around them. Holy shit! Has Chu Feng gone crazy? Why is he using his body to block the winged tiger's attack? With his peak second-stage mental power, why isn't he unleashing his beast-taming talent? Taking the hit with his bare body will probably land him in the hospital for days. Amid the crowd's shocked cries, Jiang Yan watched as Chu Feng stood before the great King Crow, using his body to intercept the massive tiger's claw. With a sudden splash, the tiger's claws flashed with a cold glint, blossoming into a crimson firework on Chu Feng's chest. Chu Feng defeated, sent Mu Mengyao advancing to the finals in an utterly bizarre fashion. Congratulations to Mu Mengyao for advancing to the finals as the second contestant. Next, she will face the top-ranked contestant Long Yuxuan to compete for the ultimate championship. The referee loudly announced, his voice resounding across the entire square. Chapter 62, Black Dragon Flame Prison. Jiang Yan makes his entrance. Congratulations to Mu Mengyao for her victory, advancing to the finals as the second contender. Next, she will face the top-ranked contestant Long Yuxuan to compete for the ultimate championship. The referee loudly announced, his voice resounding across the entire square. The watching students of Tianlong Academy erupted in cheers. Though the victory came somewhat inexplicably, but that genius girl has returned. Everything is back. Not just them, even the executives on the podium wore varying expressions. The admissions teachers who had previously mocked Mu Mengyao were looking rather uncomfortable. To make matters worse, Long Qingshan was roaring with laughter beside them, leaving them feeling as disgusted as if they'd swallowed flies. This girl really has a way of ruining the mood, accidentally making it to the finals just like that, Long Qingshan said with mock dismay. Dean Long, the finals haven't even started yet, teacher Xiao Han from Modi University snapped angrily. What if Mu Mengyao loses to Long Yuxuan? Will you still be this happy then? As an admissions officer for Magic Capital University, she should have been overjoyed to encounter such a genius talent. But Mu Mengyao achievement stemmed from the ice crystal serpent that had rejected their Magic Capital University. This was practically stepping on Magic Capital University's reputation to gain fame. How could she possibly tolerate that? Teacher Xiao Han is right. Mu Mengyao has relied purely on luck to get this far. How could she possibly defeat Long Yuxuan?
Yes, yes. If she somehow wins the championship and qualifies for the baptism in the Sky Dragon secret realm, our school wouldn't even want her. Every admissions officer was a shrewd operator outwardly claiming they didn't want her, couldn't afford her. Yet behind the scenes, they furiously tapped away at their phones, nearly wearing out the screens, just to report back to their respective principals.
Teacher Xiaohan, you're saying that girl can't defeat Long Yuxuan? Asked Long Qingshan. Obviously,
that winged tiger only knows one move, lacks any combat awareness, and relies purely on brute force charges. How could it possibly win?
Xiaohan said coldly. Long Qingshan didn't argue with her and slowly said, indeed, the winged tiger won't suffice, but that doesn't mean Mu Mengyao has lost. After all, Mu Mengyao still had that terrifying creature in her hands. With the conclusion of the semi-finals, the top 10 candidates have been determined.
Among them, 9 were examinees from other regions, with Mu Mengyao being the only one from Tianlong Academy, making her presence on the list particularly striking.
City Lord, rest assured, I will not lose in the final battle.
Long Yuxuan held his phone and spoke softly.
Good. I, the City Lord, believe you absolutely won't be like that good-for-nothing Chu Feng. Then, Long Yuxuan hung up the phone, gazing intently at the purple-skirted girl not far away. So beautiful, what a pity, yet full of openings. Next, the finals of the 5th campus recruitment tournament are about to begin. Contestants Mu Mengyao and Long Yuxuan, please prepare yourselves.
Here, you have surpassed most of the geniuses.
The victor here will enter the Tianlong secret realm in triumph and undergo the baptism of the dragon's inheritance.
The referee's voice was brimming with fervor, stirring up the atmosphere in the venue. Countless passionate students got swept up in the frenzy, transforming into fervent cheerleaders as they roared their support for Mu Mengyao and Long Yuxuan. Teacher Xueqing and Wu Qian sat by the side, gazing with complicated expressions at their only hope. The honor of the Heavenly Dragon Academy now rests upon Mu Mengyao's shoulders. Chu Feng concealed himself in the crowd, cloaked in black robes, casting one final glance at the arena before vanishing into the sea of people.
Dream Yao, go for it. Make sure you avenge me fiercely. Got it. Hearing Su Wanwan's cheers from below the stage, Mu Mengyao nodded.
She took a deep breath and faced Long Yuxuan directly, who stood before her with white hair and dressed in purple robes.
Just need to defeat you. Then Xiaoyan will train hard. Xiaoyan, do you still remember our promise? Mu Mengyao looked at Jiang Yan beside her and said with a smile, if Dayun and I win, you'll have to train properly.
Of course, as the saying goes, a saint's word is unbreakable even by 4 horses.
If you and Dayun defeat your opponents, this saint will personally train you.
Jiang Yan said with solemn seriousness. Then, he removed the master bracelet that allowed Dayun to use the horse talisman.
Roar roar. Boss, I'll definitely make you see me in a new light.
Dayun roared with full momentum.
Good, it seems Dayun is full of spirit.
Seeing Dayun brimming with confidence, Mu Mengyao also grew confident.
The whistle of the referee rang out, and the battle began. Begin the match. Rohar.
Both sides had already summoned their spirit beasts in preparation for this battle. At the very start of the fight, Dayun flapped his cloud wings, transforming into a white streak of light that charged straight at Long Yuxuan and his black dragon. Tokus, let's ignite this decisive battle with a tinge of despair. Black Dragon's infernal flame prison.
Long Yuxuan's handsome face broke into a smile as he abruptly clenched his fist, sweeping his palm upward in a mighty gesture. He seemed to have the situation firmly under his control. And the next second,
on the stone arena, as vast as a football field, clusters of dark red flames ignited one after another, blooming like roses under the night sky. Roar! The black-winged dragon unfolded its side-like wings, radiating a red glow as it gathered surges of fire energy. With one mighty flap of its wings, it unleashed a hurricane force gale that fanned the flames higher.
With a deafening boom,
on the arena floor, dark red flames erupted wildly, spreading like a plague, transforming the entire fighting platform into a sea of fire where no footing could be found.
But that wasn't the end of it.
The flames surged across the sky, forming rows of fiery barriers midair that resembled a prison cage, thoroughly trapping Dayun within.
Arg? What the hell?
Dayun's tiger eyes widened as he turned his head around in bewilderment.
But the black dragon gave him no time to react.
The black dragon transformed into a sharp and dangerous shadow, blending into the sea of flames like a death god harvesting lives.
My apologies, miss. This time I'd like you to permanently lose a spiritual beast.
Long Yuxuan pursed his lips in a smile. The black dragon appeared above the ethereal winged tiger, its draconic body wreathed in flames as cold, crimson vertical pupils flashed with killing intent.
The dragon's muzzle, wreathed in crimson flames, aimed at Dayun's neck and snapped down. Dayun hesitated for a second if it could recover. What was there to fear? Just blow it up straight away. Don't be afraid, Dayun, you can refresh your injuries. Mu Mengyao's eyes narrowed sharply. Though astonished that her opponent could execute such a move, her great destiny remained extraordinary. Dayun charged forward recklessly, its ferocious combat demeanor making even the black dragon frown slightly. Is this guy really that fierce? However,
With a thunderous crash, the collision between Dayun and the black dragon resounded. Dayun's eyes rolled back in pain, nearly drooling from the agony as it attempted to activate the bracelet on its tail. But there was no reaction at all. Malfunction? Oh whoa! Dian let out a miserable scream and immediately fainted. Jiang Yan couldn't understand what Dayun was saying, probably screaming in pain. He stood up and walked toward the arena. Beside him, Mu Mengyao looked bewildered. How could this be? Dayun is supposed to restore injuries, isn't it? Just as she was lost in confusion, a dragon's claw reached out toward her, Jiang Yan wearing an enigmatic half-smile on his face. Little maid, don't worry, this holy master will recover your lost dignity. Mu Mengyao was utterly baffled. Had Little Yin done something? No way. What ill intentions could a mere spirit beast possibly have? Chapter 63, Unaffected by Dragonfire. The Flame Demon. Despair. Xiao Yan, you must be extremely careful. That black dragon's dragonfire. As Jiang Yan step by step approached the blazing combat arena, Mu Mengyao was just about to warn him when she realized Jiang Yan had already stepped inside. How did Little Yen just walk in there? Little Yen, get out now. Don't enter the Blackwing Dragon's territory directly. That's its racial skill. All its attributes get enhanced within the Sea of Flames. Mu Mengyao cried out anxiously. Though the Blackwing Dragon's level wasn't particularly remarkable, barely reaching around level 21 and only just stepping into the commander tier. However, it wielded one advantage that other commander-level creatures lacked: a racial skill inherited from the mighty dragon. Racial skills are abilities inherent within a spirit beast's bloodline, such as the Voidwing Tiger's ability to traverse secret realms and the Icefrost Drake's frigid storm. Dragons, as an inherently powerful and evil race, possess even more terrifying racial abilities. As a dragon ruling over purgatory and flames, the Black Dragon possessed a racial skill called Black Dragon's Infernal Prison. Mu Mengyao was well aware of the terror of this skill, but she hadn't expected Long Yuxuan's Black Dragon to have mastered it at this stage. A racial skill. Jiang Yan nodded, then under Mu Mengyao's horrified gaze, stepped both feet into the arena. V-Room. The dark red flames clung like maggots to bones, crawling up Jiang Yan's draconic limbs towards his torso. Moments later, Jiang Yan transformed into a dragon-shaped fireball. However, Jiang Yan did not feel the intense heat he had anticipated. On the contrary, the flames were pleasantly warm, like winter sunlight, making him feel rather comfortable. Truth be told, this fiery state felt exactly like soaking in a hot spring. Ding! Host has absorbed 0.1% of draconic energy from Blackwing Dragon 2. Host has absorbed 0.1% of draconic energy from Blackwing Dragon 2. The system notification sounded repeatedly. Jiang Yan was startled. This little black dragon's draconic energy was remarkably abundant. Is it because he's a second-generation black dragon? As the offspring of the primordial Black Dragon 2, the draconic energy contained within his body could potentially provide a substantial boost to the charging progress. Just how much remained to be seen. In that case, why not crack him open, tear him apart, and see exactly how much energy he holds inside? Jiang Yan's crimson vertical pupils flickered with a dangerous glint. Yet no one had noticed, still lost in astonishment at Jiang Yan stepping into the Sea of Flames. Hiss! First time seeing such a bull-headed spirit beast. Damn it, that's practically suicidal. Heh, Dean Long, is this the so-called genius you were talking about? One beast contract gets shattered effortlessly, and the other is downright idiotic, just marching right into the enemy's territory. Xiao Han on the podium couldn't help but sneer coldly. The other teachers also began to show hesitation, their expressions doubtful. Long Qingshan wiped his forehead and smiled slightly. Fire-type spirit beasts can weaken fire damage, so there's nothing wrong with going straight in. Heh, that's dragonfire from a true dragon. Do you think it's some ordinary beast flame? Xiao Han sneered. Dean Long fell into silence. Indeed, that was, after all, the dragon flame of a black dragon. Though Western dragons are cruel and evil, their power is beyond question. That little fellow was probably being overconfident. Dragon Academy's dean watched Jiang Yan within the flames, as did countless pairs of eyes all fixed upon him. It appeared Jiang Yan's draconic form was trembling slightly in the fire, as if he could no longer endure the scorching heat. Oh no, the flame temperature is too high. It's about to collapse. Alas, it seems the winged tiger is Mu Mengyao's strongest spirit beast after all. What a pity! A group of Tianlong Academy students sighed in dismay. Losing to Long Yuxuan was nothing to be ashamed of. But they still wanted to win. Someone suddenly spoke up. Wait a minute, why do I feel that spirit beast isn't in pain, but laughing? Though bathed in flames, Jiang Yan's eyes concealed unprecedented excitement. Coupled with his demonic draconic visage, everyone nearby couldn't help but feel thoroughly creeped out. Holy shit, it really is. Feels damn creepy. To be honest, my family comes from a long line of hunters. I've only seen that kind of look in a spirit beast's eyes from the old-timers before. It's the excitement of a hunter spotting its prey. Bro, you're exaggerating too much. It looks just like prey no matter how you see it. While the crowd was still discussing, Jiang Yan had already sprung into action. With a gentle grasp of his dragon claws, the surrounding crimson flames contracted like tidal waves into a single point of light, clutched firmly within his palm.
He popped it into his maw. Boom.
The flames exploded inside his jaws, but merely exhaled a wisp of warm air, leaving Jiang completely unaffected. Flames, it's been so long since I've used them that I almost forgot this holy lord also commands the demonic power of fire.
Jiang smiled faintly as profound orange-red flames, deeper than the black dragon's dragonfire, erupted around his entire body.
Whoosh! Dragonfire flooded the skies centered around Jiang like a torrential deluge, completely washing away the black flames in sight. In its place came a deluge of hellish flames. The black flame prison that had been on the fighting platform vanished without a trace. The platform's surface shattered into fragments of rock that floated into the sky, while the dragonfire painted the void in fiery orange-red hues, casting the heavens and earth into ominous darkness.
Rohar!
Mad whispers transmitted through the flames seemed capable of tearing souls apart, causing everyone nearby to feel their heads might explode at any moment.
Domain skill? No, what kind of ability is this?
Long Yuxuan clutched his forehead, sweat dripping along his jawline, his face contorted in agony.
Impossible. How could this cub's flames be stronger than Toxartha's? Suddenly, Long Yuxuan's expression changed dramatically. In just a few seconds, chunks of his memory had disappeared. Wait, no. This mental stabbing pain, is it devouring my soul? It's a demon. Toxara's, dragon's might. Suppress its psychic energy completely. Long Yuxuan swiftly commanded. Roar! In the sky, the circling black dragon let out a roar filled with fury.
A pair of crimson vertical pupils locked onto Jiang, radiating a predatory gleam fit for dragon slaying.
Lowly creature, repeatedly provoking this king, you deserve to die.
Buzz! That dragon's roar seemed to materialize into tangible sound waves, instantly enveloping Jiang.
Trying to use draconic majesty to restrain this holy master's spiritual power? A decent idea, but unfortunately, Jiang displayed no expression as he calmly unleashed his aura without any emotional fluctuations.
When the dragon talisman was elevated to its advanced stage, the intensity of his aura surged once more.
The contest of draconic might ultimately came down to bloodline purity. Had this been the original black dragon, it might have matched Jiang blow for blow. But the black dragon's second generation fell far short. With a resounding boom, Toxas in the sky shuddered. Roar? What the hell?
An overwhelming pressure, vast as the cosmos, bore down upon it, evoking the primal fear it had felt as a hatchling before its mother.
Gulp!
This king is not afraid. Toxas tried desperately to conceal its terror, but its sickle-shaped wings, its proudest feature, had lost all strength. The massive dragon body came crashing down. Like a falling dove, it landed right before Jiang, where all that awaited it was Jiang's loving pats.
Little one, you've got quite a plump reserve of draconic power within you. Come, let Uncle take a closer look. Chapter 64, Brutality is Praise, unrivaled in school history. Bang, bang, bang.
The black dragon's massive body came crashing down onto the arena with a thunderous impact, kicking up swirling clouds of dust. It tumbled like a rolling wheel across the ground, spinning several times before barely managing to stop right at the edge of the arena.
Jiang's pupils glowed with a faint blue psychic aura as the information about this black dragon flashed before his eyes. Name, Toxas, Black Dragon 2. Race, Black Dragon. Level, 21. Race potential, high-grade sacred beast. Introduction, Toxas is a black dragon possessing a true name.
Excelling in magic and flame, physical body might seem its weakness, but for a dragon whose scales are immune to magic, the flesh is absolutely no vulnerability. Such an outstanding panel, no wonder it possesses so much dragon energy. Jiang scrolled through Black Dragon Toxas' status panel, his fingers sliding until he saw its magic immune scales.
Scales immune to magic? Pluck them off and we could craft a set of dragon scale armor.
Moreover, the dragon blood within this creature is exceptionally pure, perfect for refining into draconic energy to replenish, Twilight of the Dragon Slayer.
In that case, then this holy lord won't stand on ceremony.
Jiang raised his dragon claws, advancing step by step toward the distant black-winged dragon.
Roar! No! Stay away from me! The black dragon Toxarth trembled in its draconic form, unfurling its side-like wings in desperate attempt to flee.
But Jiang reacted with lightning reflexes, his pupils locking onto the black dragon as psychic energy solidified into invisible shackles around its neck, limbs, wings and tail. No matter how violently the black dragon struggled, all resistance proved futile.
Roar! As the dragon's terrified screams echoed out.
The surrounding spectators looked on in confusion. To everyone's eyes, the black dragon seemed to have gone mad, roaring and howling on the spot.
Strange, did this big fellow get too cold up in the sky and fall down?
Below the stage, Suwanwan sat beside teacher Shueching with a puzzled expression.
Wuqian nodded. Not only did he fall, but he also accidentally hit his head.
Now Long Yuxuan is in trouble.
How could this be?
As Tokus Beast Master, Long Yuxuan was more bewildered than anyone else at that moment. The Black Dragon's fall was utterly absurd. It was so powerful, with the blood of the Black Dragon King flowing through its veins, how could it possibly lose its balance mid-flight? Could it be that demonic spirit beast has corrupted the Black Dragon's soul? Just as he was deep in thought, a faint sound of claws piercing flesh rang out, followed immediately by his companion's ear-splitting scream resonating through Long Yuxuan's ears. Arf! Pain! No way? Long Yuxuan stiffly turned his head. Then his pupils instantly shrank to pinpoints, trembling violently. Good heavens! What kind of hell is this? In the arena, beside the Black Dragon's body, Zhang Yan's dragon claws swept like blades, effortlessly slicing open the beast's belly as easily as tearing paper. Torrents of dragon blood splashed onto Zhang Yan's scales, the warmth cascading over him, yet his stern draconic visage remained utterly expressionless, just like a surgeon operating with icy precision, unfazed by the flow of a patient's blood. Not only was Zhang Yan's demeanor completely tranquil, his claws continued their methodical work, snapping wings, severing limbs. Splash! Splash! Blood blossoms bloomed one after another, mingled with the Black Dragon's utterly miserable roars, weaving together into a stage play named Dragon Slaying. Ding! Congratulations, host! Absorbed the blood of Black Dragon 2, Dragon Energy plus 1%. Ding! Congratulations, host! Absorbed the marrow of Black Dragon 2, Dragon Energy plus 3%. Ding! Congratulations, host, for absorbing the heart of Black Dragon 2, Dragon Energy plus 5%. Congratulations, host, the charging progress of Dragon Slaying Twilight has reached 20%. Every system notification was accompanied by another sweep of claws. The Black Dragon's cruel roars grew increasingly hoarse until they ceased altogether. Even the referee was stunned by the bloody spectacle, forgetting to call for a halt. However, just as everyone was blaming Zhang Yan, a strange scene unfolded. Zhang Yan wiped the non-existent sweat from his forehead and waved his hand, activating the horse talisman. Phew! Looting is pretty much done. When it's fully recovered, this holy lord will come back for another round. The Black Dragon became enveloped in white light that acted like an eraser wherever the glow passed. Its wounds automatically healed, and even its severed wings regenerated completely. Roar! This king shall never let you go. The Black Dragon opened its eyes and let out a deep, thunderous roar, as if unwilling, as if cursing. Zhang Yan heard this and frowned. What the hell are you yelling about, kid? The dragon's claw lifted again, aiming straight for the Black Dragon's scales before striking down fiercely. Since we're already here, might as well take some local specialties back home. Dragon scales can nullify magic damage, perfect for crafting a fine set of dragon scale armor. However, Zhang Yan had read in books that the sturdiest scales of a dragon come from a small patch on its back. By the time Zhang Yan finished plucking all the scales from its back, the Black Dragon had already passed out from the pain. Even Long Yuxuan would curse at such brutality if he saw it. But that wasn't all. Zhang Yan activated the horse talisman immediately, pressing forward to heal the Black Dragon's wounds. The scales grew back once more, just like wheat ripening in the fields, filling Zhang Yan with the joyous thrill of a bountiful harvest. Tisk! That's too savage. The students below the stage couldn't bear to watch anymore. This wasn't even a battle anymore, it was complete domination. The Black Dragon couldn't even make a single splash. Damn it! Toxas, return at once. Long Yuxuan's eyes turned frosty as he raised his hand to activate the summoning array, desperately trying to recall the Black Dragon. But the summoning array had barely taken shape when Zhang Yan's demonic flames instantly burned through it, reducing it to nothing. Forced recall isn't working. Goddammit, where are the organizers? Is the Heavenly Dragon Academy not handling this? Long Yuxuan was also infuriated, shouting at the referee in rage, Referee, where's the referee? Why aren't you doing anything about this? Examinee Long Yuxuan, we only offer protection to examinees who surrender. Damn it, the Black Dragon is already this badly injured, and you're still not offering any protection, huh? Long Yuxuan felt indignant, but forcefully suppressed his anger and articulated word by word, I admit defeat. As the words fell, the referee also snapped to attention, activating a formation to separate Zhang Yan, who was clutching a massive pile of dragon scales, from the Black Dragon. He declared loudly, congratulations to examinee Mu Mengyao for claiming the final championship. In this battle, her spirit beast delivered a spectacular performance, one that will stand unmatched in the entire history of Sky Dragon Academy. Let this inspire us all. The referee's voice echoed far and wide. A wave of jubilant cheers erupted at the scene, pressing down on Long Yuxuan like a mountain, suffocating him. Step by step, he walked up to the Black Dragon without uttering a word. The Black Dragon's defiant eyes were now brimming with tears. Its once majestic dragon back was now unrecognizable, scarred with countless bloodied pits where scales had been torn away, leaving it utterly battered and wounded. You cruel demon! Sooner or later, I'll make you pay. Long Yuxuan glared at Zhang Yan with fury burning in his eyes. Cruel? Zhang Yan's expression shifted as he smiled faintly. Thank you for the compliment, but I'm still missing one final piece.
Praise? The final piece?
Long Yuxuan was baffled when his face was suddenly splattered with dragon blood. On the black dragon's back, a single tough scale was torn off by telekinesis and flew back into Jiang Yan's palm.
Premium Black Dragon Scale X1, total, 1000. Great, 1000 dragon scales, now it's complete. Chapter 65, Undergoing the Baptism. Insight soars. Premium Black Dragon Scale X1, total, 1000.
Jiang Yan's mental energy surged forth, gathering the diamond-shaped black dragon scales together, quickly piling them into a small mountain of scales.
The densely packed dragon scales shimmered with a metallic sheen, many still smeared with the black dragon's bloodstains.
A pungent metallic tang of blood permeated the air, bearing silent witness to the black dragon's ordeal. Long Yuxuan's eyes darkened dangerously as his gaze locked onto the mountain of dragon scales behind Jiang Yan.
This bastard. Plucking out dragon scales, then healing them. What else could it be but demonic? Toxes, come back. Long Yuxuan suppressed the anger in his heart and coldly activated the recall formation. The severely wounded black dragon emitted a white glow and vanished from the arena. To the victor go the spoils. Losing is losing, no amount of tough talk changes that. But, Long Yuxuan cast a cold glance at Jiang Yan before leaving. How about a bet? Next time we meet, I'll make sure you see Thokas in its full glory. Fine, I'll be waiting, the holy master replied. Jiang Yan yawned indifferently as he walked toward Mu Mengyao.
Exchanging pointless words with him was no better than discussing with his little mate how many sets of dragon scale armor could be forged from these scales.
Xiao Yan, you.
Mu Mengyao looked at Jiang Yan, who had returned with a small mountain of dragon scales, feeling utterly helpless.
Just for a set of dragon scale armor, you actually skinned one on the spot?
You really know how to make use of local resources.
However,
Mu Mengyao's delicate cheeks flushed with a rosy hue as she exclaimed excitedly, I must admit, tearing apart a black dragon barehanded does look rather dashing.
Damn it, if I lose this bet to him, doesn't that mean I have to grant his wish?
Suddenly, Mu Mengyao's expression changed, her face stiffening slightly.
If I lose the bet, what if Xiao Yan makes some outrageous demand? Jiang Yan looked at Mu Mengyao's slightly flushed face and frowned. What's going through your little maid's mind? Hurry up and pack away those dragon scales. Oh, right. As Mu Mengyao moved, the crowd finally snapped out of their daze. They shouted Mu Mengyao's name excitedly, their voices filled with fervor. Amidst the cheers, some voices of doubt could also be heard. Teacher, how can that little creature overpower a black dragon with its bare hands? Could Long Yuxuan just be all show? Wu Qian asked. How could he be all show? Is it really so hard to acknowledge Xiao Yan's excellence? It's worked extremely hard, Su Wanwan said with evident displeasure. Beside them, teacher Xueqing smiled while mediating between the two students, saying, Alright. While I don't know why Mengyao's spirit beast is so powerful, Long Yuxuan's quick defeat was largely due to his battle strategy. In all his previous matches, he relied on blitzkrieg tactics. The downside is that it drains tremendous energy. By the time of the finals, his black dragon hadn't fully recovered, so losing in such a manner is actually quite understandable. Oh, I see. In that case, even I could have pulled it off. Wu Qian grinned with overflowing confidence. Next time, I'll definitely challenge that little beast one-on-one. If I can defeat it, doesn't that mean I'd beaten Long Yuxuan? Ha ha. Su Wanwan pouted. Go on then, leave and don't you dare make a sound. At this very moment, boom! A golden streak shot across the sky like a missile before crashing onto the arena platform. Dust clouds billowed violently as the entire arena trembled with the impact, teetering on the verge of complete collapse. A handsome middle-aged man dressed in white, adorned with a city lord's emblem on his chest, appeared beside Mu Mengyao. Chen Xiao, the city lord of Nanping. Everyone fixed their gazes on the rising dust, their eyes filled with astonishment. The city lord had arrived. Could it be to commend Mu Mengyao? However, so you're Mu Mengyao, right? Your spirit beast is savage and bloodthirsty, posing a danger to the residents of Nanping City. I find it necessary to take it to the city lord's mansion for observation. Chen Xiao looked down at Mu Mengyao and spoke in a commanding tone. This visitor meant trouble. Jiang Yan frowned slightly. He hadn't expected this old bastard to drop all pretense. How dare you show up directly and try to drag him to the city lord's mansion? The plan fell through, so now you want to use your authority to eliminate both me and my little maid? Desperation drives even dogs to jump over walls. City Lord. Mu Mengyao frowned. Little Yan is my spirit beast, and I can guarantee he won't endanger the residents. You can guarantee? With what authority, you gutter-born wench? Chen Xiao raged. This city lord is giving you one chance, hand him over. Her expression icy, Mu Mengyao cradled Jiang Yan protectively in her warm palms. Chen Xiao, aren't you afraid the Inspector General will learn of your abuse of power? Little girl, so you know about the Supervision Division? Chen Xiao sneered. Very well. Merely imprisoning spiritual beasts isn't enough. As the beast tamer who nurtured such bloodthirsty creatures, you can't escape blame either. As he spoke, he raised his hand and began sketching a massive formation in midair.
As the city lord, Chen Zhao's personal cultivation had reached the peak of beast general level, the same tier as Elder Su. However, being younger, he possessed greater potential to break through to the Beast King realm. There are even rumors online that Chen Xiao has touched the threshold of becoming a king-level beast tamer. A head-on collision wouldn't work, so it's better to make a quick getaway first. A gleam flashed in Jiang Yan's eyes, swiftly taking the shape of a rabbit talisman. At this very moment, City Lord, why so angry? Dragon Qingshan strode onto the platform with a group of admissions officers, positioning himself between Jiang Yan and Mu Mengyao.
Qingshan, do you dare stand against me too?
Chen Xiao said coldly.
Not at all.
I merely wish to remind you, this is Sky Dragon Academy.
My territory. A faint smile played on Dragon Qingshan's lips.
The teachers behind him simultaneously unleashed their formidable auras, Tier 5 psychic energy. It unmistakably meets the standard of a master-level beastmaster. City Lord, casualties are inevitable in any competition, some bleeding is only natural. Exactly, bloodshed is an inherent part of combat. The admissions teachers smiled knowingly.
Bloodshed is normal? Then what about this entire floor covered in blood? Chen Xiao pointed at the black dragon's bloodstains littering the arena and shouted angrily, and what about these flesh fragments and severed limbs? Have you ever seen anyone in a competition rip off their opponent's scales to make armor? Isn't this brutality? Isn't this dangerous?
Chen Xiao spoke with forceful conviction, but Long Qingshan and the others remained unmoved.
Good, very good. Going against me, are you?
Chen Xiao shot a cold glance at Long Qingshan before turning to leave in fury. After he left, Mu Mengyao stepped forward to express her gratitude. Thank you all, teachers, and especially the dean for intervening.
Nothing consequential. By the way, Xiao Mu, would you like some resources?
Our Jiangxia University can provide them to you free of charge.
Old Su, you're acting far too quickly there.
One after another, admission teachers gathered around, all talking at once, leaving even Mu Mengyao somewhat overwhelmed. Long Qingshan stood outside the crowd, his smile gradually turning cold, his expression as if covered in frost. With Mu Mengyao winning the championship, Long Qingshan also fulfilled his promise by sending the two of them to the baptism site within the Tianlong secret realm. Only then did Jiang Yan learn that the Tianlong secret realm housed a dragon pool, where immersion could enhance the purity of dragon blood, along with various other benefits. The dragon's pool was shrouded in mist, its glow hazy and dim.
Thud! Jiang Yan dove headfirst into the tranquil waters, sending up a splash. Xiao Yan, you got me all wet.
By the shore, Mu Mengyao had just changed into a fetching lilac swimsuit when Jiang Yan's splash drenched her from head to toe. Her fair and slender waist was fully exposed, with graceful curves, and her pale legs glistening with water droplets appeared as warm and smooth as jade. Jiang Yan ignored her, focusing on the changes happening within his body. Absorbing Song Dragon spiritual liquid, your comprehension has significantly improved.
Chapter 66, is the new talisman conceptual level? The Song Dragon's blessing. Absorbing Azure Dragon Spirit Liquid has greatly enhanced your comprehension.
Soaking in the cool pool water, Jiang Yan felt his mind refreshingly clear as the spirit liquid washed over his face, bringing him full body comfort.
Several minutes passed.
Beyond the initial coolness, an unexpected itchiness began to bloom in his head.
My head itches, is my brain about to grow again?
Jiang Yan rubbed his temples, feeling all the questions in his mind gradually become clear. Problems like how to combine talismans and how to activate them no longer seemed difficult. Now, even the most complex questions could be solved just by thinking.
Comprehension enhanced.
As everyone knows, a person's comprehension ability is related to innate talent and cannot be improved by any acquired means.
Yet this Azure Dragon Spirit Liquid could actually enhance Jiang Yan's comprehension.
No wonder Long Qingshan and the others were reluctant to let outsiders in, treating this baptism as priceless treasure. However, the more they oppose it, the more it proves that His Holiness must not let go of this baptism.
While pondering,
suddenly, a voice resounded around the dragon pool, ancient and powerful, extremely penetrating. You are the chosen ones this time, and may receive 10 minutes of spiritual liquid baptism. Mu Mengyao's expression turned serious as she replied, Thank you, Elder.
Might you be the legendary Azure Dragon? Correct. I am the celestial Azure Dragon, ruler of skies and grantaire of blessings.
Young one, your spirit beast carries traces of my essence. Did you receive my gift in the hidden dragon's secret realm?
Well, swallowing the Azure Dragon's skull could technically count as receiving a gift, right? With an awkward smile, Mu Mengyao nodded. You're absolutely right, Elder. Xiao Yan shares some connection with you. Would it be possible to extend the baptism duration slightly? Acceptable. 20 minutes, and I'll send you out.
The Azure Dragon's voice echoed through the void, rapidly expanding outward.
Many thanks, Elder.
Mu Mengyao beamed with joy as she bowed toward the empty air.
Doubling the baptism duration, having little yin around truly brings incredible luck. Wait a moment. Suddenly, Jiang Yan's displeased voice rang out. Mu Mengyao turned back. Little Yen, don't be rash now. If we anger Elder Azure Dragon, we might get expelled.
It's not even worthy of being expelled by this holy master.
Jiang Yan gave a slight contemptuous smile and said sternly, Old Sunlong, are you joking by only giving 20 minutes for baptism? Who do you think you're fooling? After finally getting in here, you're telling me there's only 20 minutes?
As the dignified holy master, even his bath time is limited. How amusing.
If you won't perform the baptism, then I'll devour its soul.
Once that's done, I can baptize it however I please.
Young whelp,
how dare you spew such nonsense? Do you believe I won't expel you from here at once? The Azure Dragon roared in fury, its thunderous voice shaking the void. The thick mist trembled and began flowing rapidly, with dragon-like shadows flickering faintly within its depths. Jiang Yan let out a cold laugh as crimson light emanated from his scarlet dragon pupils, with draconic runes surfacing in the depths of his eyes. Buzz! A violent gale erupted with Jiang Yan at its center, scattering the mist with its force and revealing the true form of the Azure Dragon. Yet it was no heavenly Azure Dragon. Instead, it was nothing more than a skeletal dragon's remains reduced to bleached bones. The skeleton was covered in moss and cracks, bearing the marks of time. Within its eye sockets, two raging blue soul flames burned fiercely as the gale swept past. The Azure Dragon's soul flames began trembling violently. The overwhelming sensation of facing a vast ocean struck it instantly. Within Jiang Yan's oppressive aura, it felt nothing but sheer terror.
Majestic as mountains, boundless as seas, their solemn weight crushed all beneath.
As if a casual fit of rage could scatter its soul to the winds.
Bloodline suppression. Why? How could its bloodline pressure be so terrifying? Dragon Lord, little Dragon Lord, I beg for your mercy. The little dragon was blind to not recognize your lordship's true identity. I beg for mercy, Lord Dragon. The Azure Dragon's voice trembled, completely devoid of its previous air of supremacy. No way. There was no choice but to be afraid. Jiang Yan's draconic aura was terrifying, and he could devour souls. If the Azure Dragon refuses to submit, then be prepared to be devoured by demons. At this thought, the Azure Dragon cursed Long Qingshan 10,000 times in its heart. Holy crap! Letting in prodigies was one thing, but letting demons in too? This is going to be the death of it. Old Sanglong, this holy master is feeling a bit hungry today. Jiang Yan smirked coldly, his dragon pupils gleaming with a sinister green light, eyeing the withered bones of the old dragon like a wolf eyeing its prey. Dragon Lord, this humble dragon can bestow the blessing of the Azure Dragon upon you. It will enhance all your attributes, boosting your level and comprehension. Sanlong groveled. If the little dragon dies, there will be no one left to assist the Dragon Lord. Seeing the Azure Dragon act so meekly, Mu Mengyao couldn't help but be shocked. Just what kind of background does Little Yen have? The Azure Dragon's attitude has completely done a 180. Little Yen, if the Azure Dragon's soul dies again, the secret realm might collapse, which would be dangerous for us too, Mu Mengyao advised. Jiang Yan pondered briefly before nodding in agreement. Indeed, now wasn't the time to kill the Azure Dragon. A living Azure Dragon was far more valuable than a dead one. It could provide greater assistance to him, even if it was just a remnant of its soul. In that case, this holy lord shall witness this so-called blessing of yours. No problem, Lord Holy Master. The Azure Dragon switched its tone remarkably fast. Its will to survive was undeniably strong. The skeletal Azure Dragon tilted its head back, mandibles parting as it chanted a series of obscure and intricate syllables. Misty clouds of colorful energy rose from the dragon pool, as the water level rapidly receded, transforming entirely into a swirling multicolored mist that enveloped Jiang Yan. An intoxicating fragrance permeated the air, evoking the sensation of strolling through a sea of blossoms. Taking a deep breath, Jiang Yan felt his draconic form, from soul to scales, become ethereally pure and luminous, while his control over his body sharpened noticeably. Ding! Host has absorbed the Azure Dragon's blessing, receiving minor attribute enhancements across all physical aspects. Host absorbs Azure Dragon's blessing, gains 200 EXP. Level increased to 17. Host absorbs Azure Dragon's blessing, gains 200 EXP, level increased to 18. Ding! Reaching level 20 unlocks a conceptual grade talisman for the host. As Jiang Yan absorbed the Azure Dragon's blessing, his level soared explosively at this very moment. Concept level talisman? Jiang Yan froze momentarily, barely having time to process it when strange movements erupted throughout his body. Crack! The sound of bones growing resonated from every part of Jiang Yan's body. A new force surged within Jiang Yan, an overwhelming sense of power radiating from within. The burgeoning energy transformed into nourishment, propelling Jiang Yan's body upwards in growth. Within moments, he had reached a height of 2 meters, with the claws on both hands elongating into razor-sharp blades. The draconic features on his head became more pronounced, a pair of horns resembling short daggers, glinting with a lethal gleam. Within crimson vertical pupils, a monarch's oppressive aura diffused, making even the Azure Dragon shudder in awe. What terrifying draconic majesty from this little dragon! This must be the Dragon King reincarnated. Trapped for 1,000 years, this old one might finally see daylight again if I could secure its assistance. It's entirely possible to restore the glorious era of the dragon race. In an instant, Jiang Yan's status soared infinitely in the Azure Dragon's estimation. It now regarded him as the dragon race's sole hope. Little flame, it's huge. Mu Mengyao's delicate face flushed slightly pink. The towering dragon physique made her heart race uncontrollably. Chapter 67, Ignite the Rat Talisman. Conceptual Skill, Resurrection. Buzz. Misty vapor enveloped Jiang Yan as he slowly opened his eyes, surrounded by colorful fog. With a sweep of his dragon claw, the mist dispersed, revealing Mu Mengyao's delicate, fair-featured oval face. At this moment, the little maid wore an expression of surprise, her gaze filled with peculiar curiosity. Little maid, what's with that look in your eyes? Jiang Yan frowned slightly and touched his own cheek. There's nothing dirty on it. Oh, sorry Xiaoyan, you've changed so much it made me a bit dazed. Mu Mengyao patted her flushed cheeks. Your Holiness, it's just that your charm is too overwhelming. Song Long chuckled meaningfully. Jiang Yan lowered his gaze slightly, narrowing his eyes. It seemed his knowledge was lacking. I thought only my past self could be this shameless. Never imagined dragons would have it too. Ahem, don't change the subject. Jiang Yan coughed and tugged at the Supreme Ruler-style shorts that had appeared around his waist. Little maid, go receive your baptism quickly. Oh, alright. Mu Mengyao nodded, gathering her long black hair into a bun before leaping lightly into the pool like a fish. She wanted to summon Dayun, but the Azure Dragon informed her there was only enough sacred water left for one person's baptism, so she reluctantly gave up the idea. Jiang Yan arrived by the pond, where the young girl was diving underwater, her fair and graceful figure stirring a blazing fire within him. Huff! That little maid is practically a mischievous sprite. When she grows up, who knows how many men she'll spell trouble for. As her saintly master, keeping her in check is practically a public service. With these thoughts, Jiang Yan quietly averted his gaze, focusing instead on the reflections dancing upon the water's surface. The 2-meter-tall dragon body radiated an imposing aura, causing the surrounding mist to automatically retreat as if repelled by an invisible force field that maintained a 1-meter clearance. Its face bore characteristics of both demons and dragons, majestic yet sinister, with flames occasionally leaking from the corners of its mouth, the very image of a demonic fire dragon. Jiang Yan clenched his draconic claws into fists, and the water's reflection mirrored the motion. With a powerful forward punch, bang, bang, the fist pierced through the air, generating 2 sonic booms in an instant. Power, speed, acuity, every attribute had risen by a level. Is this the might of a sovereign-rank Saint Lord? Jiang Yan smiled faintly with excitement. Physical enhancement was just one aspect. The key was that he could now activate new runes. Ding! Host level has reached 20, crossing the threshold into Commander tier. Congratulations, Host. You may consume 20 skill points to unlock a brand new skill tree. Current remaining skill points, 40. Unlocking the skill tree requires consuming more skill points? That makes sense when you think about it. After all, this talisman possesses a conceptual skill. Recalling the system's words, Jiang Yan activated it without hesitation. Ding! Congratulations, Host. You have obtained the conceptual level talisman, the Rat Talisman. Junior Mouse Talisman, you possess the power to animate sculptures, capable of bringing any statue to life while retaining all its preset abilities, personality traits, and age. It's actually the Mouse Talisman. Jiang Yan's eyes sparkled with excitement, yet his heart grew solemn. The Mouse Talisman could breathe life into sculptures, dolls, and other identity-representing objects. Moreover, every living being that has been enlightened possesses all the abilities assigned to it by others. In other words, by placing the Rat Talisman on the stone statue of the dragon, Jiang Yan could transform the sculpture into a genuine dragon, complete with the dragon's true name, all its abilities, even its personality. Their independent nature and stubbornness make them prone to disobedience. Even after the dragon was revived, its first instinct was to attack the one who resurrected it. The Rat Talisman's power is practically a divine resurrection skill. Even if someone dies, it can bring them back to life through sculptures, complete with their original soul and memories. But its drawbacks are too glaring. Jiang Yan pondered briefly before conceiving an effective solution to the problem. System, upgrade the Rat Talisman to intermediate tier. Before the conceptual level, resurrection, skill, both the Rabbit Talisman and Horse Talisman need to step aside first. So, system, allocate the points. Host, would you like to spend 20 skill points to upgrade the Rat Talisman to intermediate level? 20 skill points, that would completely drain the reserves. But for the power of the Rat Talisman, this sacred one is taking the gamble. Jiang Yan frowned, clenched his teeth, and went all in. Allocate the points. Ding! Rat Talisman upgrade successful. Congratulations, Host, you've obtained the Intermediate Rat Talisman. Intermediate Rat Talisman, 0/40. You possess the ability to animate all things, granting lifeless objects both life and soul. Additionally, you can forcibly terminate the animation, reverting the target to its original state. Note, animated objects will naturally develop a certain degree of affinity toward you. Forced termination means even if the subject refuses to obey, you can still end the animation. Plus, it even grants affection. Jiang Yan examined the mid-level rat talisman panel and felt quite satisfied.
Although it couldn't achieve complete control, it still counted as having a countermeasure, somewhat similar to a method of resurrecting and controlling others.
For some reason, Jiang Yan's mind inexplicably flashed to a certain ninja ability from next door. Edo Tensei? Jiang Yan shook his head. Never mind, he thought.
Once the baptism was over, he'd find a chance to test out his abilities. With this thought, Mu Mengyao's baptism was nearing its end.
Splash!
Mu Mengyao wrung out her soaked dress, then with a gentle flicker of sacred flames, her entire body became dry and comfortable. She smiled and said, Xiaoyan, thanks to you, I'm just one step away from reaching the late second stage.
To be honest, even Mu Mengyao herself hadn't anticipated such rapid cultivation progress.
Strangely enough, how could Xiaoyan, usually such a lazy little beast, always manage to surpass her?
Young lass, gratitude isn't just empty words. Shouldn't you at least bear the Holy Master a child or two? Sun Long joked. How can an old man talk so foolishly?
Mu Mengyao's delicate face flushed slightly as she said, Senior, after all, I am Xiaoyan's beast tamer. Please don't joke about this.
I am not joking,
Sanglong smiled faintly. Let me remind you, now that you've taken action, when the Saint Lord transforms into human form later, you'll naturally become his principal consort and enjoy endless prestige.
The more absurd its words became, the redder Mu Mengyao's earlobes grew. Alright, old Sanglong, this Saint Lord has a question for you. Jiang Yan stopped Sanglong mid-sentence and spoke calmly. Do you want to be resurrected? Resurrect?
Both Sanglong and Mu Mengyao froze with shock, utterly stunned by the suggestion.
Does it even know what it's saying? Revive. Great Holy Lord, do you have any solution? The Azure Dragon now placed absolute trust in Jiang Yan and asked solemnly.
If you wish to be resurrected, then create a statue of yourself as you were in life, and make sure others recognize it as you, commonly known as building reputation. Jiang Yan earnestly explained the key to reviving the rat talisman. A mere statue is not enough, it must also be recognized by the masses. Then what? Asked the Azure Dragon.
Gone. That's all there is to it? Yeah. Jiang Yan's confident expression actually left the Sanglong at a loss for what to do. Is that all? Is that it? There's no damn way this can actually bring someone back to life. Milord, please don't patronize this little dragon.
The Azure Dragon sighed with a wry smile, when suddenly its expression froze as it gazed beyond the mist.
Something's wrong, someone's entered. Chapter 68, Directed Mission to Imperial Capital University. To stay or leave? That's...
Jiang Yan followed the Azure Dragon's gaze, looking at the world beyond the mist. According to Principal Long's explanation, the dragon pool was located in the deepest part of the secret realm. Beyond the mist, countless birds and beasts lived, all possessing dragon lineage and formidable strength. Yet now, one dragon beast after another fled in terror through the clouds and mist, stirring up billowing swirls of vapor. In the distance, several giant beasts could be seen, along with a blurry human figure, frantically slaughtering dragon-type spirit beasts. In no time, the distant mist was tinged with a layer of crimson, transforming into a bloody haze that spread everywhere.
At the same time, Jiang Yan's ears rang with the system's notification tone. Ding! Absorbing the dragon energy of the black scale dragon horse, charging progress 0.1%. Ding! Absorbing the dragon energy from the three-colored dragon sparrow, charging progress at 0.5%. Ding! Absorbing the dragon energy from the midnight dragon carp, charging progress at 1%. Staring at the system notifications, Jiang Yan furrowed his brow slightly. Every system notification signified the death of a spirit beast. They transformed into final energy particles, converging toward him. Buzz! One by one, the luminous specks approached from afar, vanishing into his body. Dragonfall Dusk's progress surged violently, leaping from 25%, plundered from the black dragon, to 30%, then accelerating relentlessly, already threatening to break through 40%. Old Azure Dragon, how did that fellow manage to enter your secret realm? Jiang Yan withdrew his gaze and inquired. He used sinister methods to forcibly tear open an entrance to the realm, most likely targeting me. The Azure Dragon stared at the figure, eyes burning with both fury and solemn apprehension. Lord Saint, this secret realm may not be safe. Allow me to escort you out first. Jiang Yan pondered briefly before nodding. Very well. With the celestial dragon's secret realm in turmoil, it was necessary to inform Dean Long. By now, night had already fallen in the outside world. The dean's office was brightly lit. Long Qingshan and a group of admissions teachers sat gathered around as a secret realm token hovered midair, emitting a faint glow. Dean Long, your academy's heavenly dragon baptism only lasts 10 minutes, doesn't it? Even accounting for the slower time flow inside, it's been 4 hours now. Why hasn't there been any news from Mu Mengyao at all? Yes, could something have gone wrong? The admissions officers chattered back and forth among themselves. Long Qingshan smiled faintly. Generally speaking, ordinary geniuses can only absorb for 10 minutes. If they gain the favor of that existence in the secret realm, this duration might be extended. Let's wait a little longer. That sounds nice. Aren't you just making this up to trick us into raising the stakes for our universities? Xiao Han, the instructor from Moda University, stood nearby and said coldly, Professor Xiao, how old are you? If you're going through menopause, maybe you shouldn't be recruiting students. After all, someone like you really tarnishes the reputation of your prestigious Moda University, Long Qingshan retorted with a smirk. How dare you? Age is a sensitive topic for any woman, and Xiao Han was no exception. She glared angrily at Long Qingshan and snapped, fine. 4 hours have passed, let's see what kind of improvement that girl's tamed beast has made when she comes out. As he spoke, buzz. The void before the crowd rippled like a lake's surface, and a hazy mist poured forth, revealing 2 figures within its depths. Humph. Finally out, let's see what kind of transformation your baptism has brought. Xiao Han flipped his wrist, retrieving a professional energy testing device, and scanned it directly toward Jiang Yan and Mu Mangyao. Beep. Mid-tier second-order spiritual energy detected, second beast taming space unlocked, age 16 years old, evaluation, excellent. Beep. Unknown species beast companion, level 20, commander tier, age 0.1 years old, evaluation. Beep. Error. Target energy levels excessively saturated. Beep beep beep. What's going on? Xiao Han frowned slightly as he looked at the wildly beeping instrument in his hand. He gave it a slap. Boom. The device suddenly exploded. The resulting gust of wind dispersed the mist surrounding Mu Mangyao and Jiang Yan. There stood Jiang Yan's formidable 2-meter dragon form exposed, lofty, broad shoulders, and gleaming dragon claws emitting chilling light. A pair of crimson dragon eyes gleaming with cold light swept over the crowd, and not a single person dared meet its gaze. What sort of device dares to pry into this Saint Lord? Jiang Yan snorted coldly, glaring at Xiao Han who clutched the shattered remnants of the instrument. You're that juvenile dragon from before? Xiao Han stared at Jiang Yan in momentary dazed disbelief. How could it possibly have reached the commander level? And this commander level giant physique, you're telling me it's only 0.1 years old? Ha, classmate Mangyao, it seems your baptism was quite successful. Long Qingshan stepped forward, smiling as he examined Mu Mangyao. Not bad, not bad. Your spiritual power is abundant, and your aura is steady yet restrained. You've absorbed quite a lot of the baptism energy. Many thanks to the Dean for this opportunity, Mu Mangyao said politely. Yeah. Dean Long and the others walked past her, stopping beside Jiang Yan and examining his physique with expressions of surprise and doubt. TSK. These muscles. What strokes. Perfect. Absolutely perfect. I never noticed before, this little one actually has draconic bloodline. It seems this is also an outstanding subdragon. Little dragon, we're dead serious, join our military engineering university. Anyone dares mess with you, we'll apply for a nuclear-armed spirit beast to blast them, said a man in military uniform. Don't listen to him, little one. Come to our Western Regions University instead. We've plenty of scorching hot snake beauties here, maybe gift you one as a wife. A woman with striking makeup chuckled. The others kept pitching various perks to Jiang Yan, completely ignoring Mu Mangyao standing nearby. What the? For heaven's sake, I'm the beast tamer here. Mu Mangyao looked at everyone speechlessly, her eyes pleading as she turned to Dean Long. Everyone, please go back for tonight. I'll discuss this with Mu Mangyao and give you our answer tomorrow. Long Qingshan stepped forward, politely seeing them off with a smile. After everyone had left, the office fell silent. Long Qingshan picked up a cup of strong tea, took a sip, then handed it to Mu Mangyao, saying, Want some? No, thanks. Mu Mangyao glanced at the saliva marks on the cup and frowned slightly. This Dean Long doesn't seem very reliable. Principal, actually, we have some news to tell you. Mu Mangyao informed Long Qingshan about the events that had transpired within the Heavenly Dragon's secret realm. Upon hearing the news, he set down his teacup, his expression turning utterly blank. He seemed to be pondering something. Old man, you okay there? Jiang Yan found his behavior somewhat peculiar. Long Qingshan's reaction didn't quite match that of the typically short-tempered and easily angered academy dean. Shouldn't he be cursing loudly before leading a charge straight into the secret realm? Huff, I'm fine. Long Qingshan exhaled a turbid breath and said, the enemy came prepared for such mass slaughter. Girl, our school is no longer safe. I previously promised to recommend you for direct admission to Imperial Capital University, so, Long Qingshan withdrew a plane ticket and a letter from his breast pocket, saying, you must depart tonight, leave Nanping City immediately for the capital. His tone carried urgent notes, as if deliberately trying to drive Mu Mangyao away. Jiang Yan and Mu Mangyao frowned simultaneously, sensing something unusual about Long Qingshan. Does he know something? Chapter 69, Resurrecting Chunqing Tian, Remolding the Demon's Body. In the end, Mu Mangyao still accepted the plane ticket from Long Qingshan and brought Jiang Yan back to her home. Xiaoyan, I have a feeling something big is going to happen in Nanping City. Are we really leaving? Mu Mangyao looked at the recommendation letter in her hand, her face showing a flicker of hesitation. Little maid, don't you understand, the fiercer the storm, the more precious the fish?
Jiang Yan's gaze was sharp as he stared at the plane ticket in Mu Mengyao's hand, saying calmly, that old fox Dean Long's sudden change in attitude proves there must be secrets about the Heavenly Dragon's secret realm. Moreover, the Heavenly Dragon's secret realm is essentially my property as the Saint Lord. How can I just abandon it so easily? Indeed, Elder Tsanglong has formed a bond with us. It would be improper to just leave like this. Mu Mengyao nodded, then suddenly smiled. Little Yen, I thought you'd realize the danger and sell off Senior Tsanglong to save your own skin.
Am I that kind of dragon? You look exactly like one. The night passed. Dawn. Jiang Yan stood by the window.
Shadows flickered past the window, merging into his own silhouette.
The dispatched shadow ninjas had returned, yet found no useful information within the city lord's mansion.
They had no choice but to expand their search and investigate other locations.
That area beyond the city walls appears to be a forest?
Jiang Yan looked at the note in his hand, the one Chu Feng had left him before departing, marked with a string of coordinates.
With a mere thought, shadows split from beneath his feet, forming dark masses as spectral ninjas emerged from the ground.
Now, these phantom ninjas radiated the aura of commander-level beings, their weapons bizarre and varied: sharp axes, short blades, kunai, shuriken. The strength of the shadow ninjas depended entirely on the summoner's mental power. The stronger the spiritual power, the more powerful the shadow ninjas become. With Jiang Yan's commander-level rank and the additional boost from the Rooster Talisman's telekinetic power, his shadow ninjas were already formidable enough to effortlessly surround and eliminate spirit beasts of the general tier.
Go check out this location and bring back whatever you find there. Sha.
The shadow ninja nodded, his figure swiftly darting away before vanishing into the darkness of the room.
Jiang Yan wiped the sweat from his forehead.
The room felt unbearably stuffy. Turning his head, he saw Mu Mengyao sitting cross-legged on the sofa in a purple camisole dress, her eyes tightly shut while murmuring something under her breath.
Once this emperor masters this skill, I must test it out on little Yen.
As she moved, the temperature around them gradually rose.
Faint demonic flames began to rise from various parts of her body.
Jiang Yan only saw her expression grow increasingly manic before she suddenly clapped her hands together.
Beastmaster skill, Beast Bond, success.
Mu Mengyao opened her eyes, her pupils flashing with brilliant light.
Spiritual Beast Bond, one of the innate skills of a Beastmaster.
It allows the extraction of one skill from their lifebound spiritual beast for use, a signature move of advanced Beastmasters. For Mu Mengyao to master it at this stage is already remarkable.
The little maid's actions clearly stem from an insatiable curiosity.
Jiang Yan noticed Mu Mengyao's little scheme and chuckled lightly. Little maid, didn't you say you wanted to surpass this holy master through your own strength?
What's this? Can't resist wanting my ultimate skill now, can you?
Xiao, I'm a beast tamer, using your skills as part of my natural abilities.
Mu Mengyao retorted, her face flushing red.
As she spoke, her slender hand lifted gracefully, tracing an elegant arc through the air.
A fiery red magic circle slowly took shape under her intricate gestures. Humming.
As the formation completed, Jiang Yan felt an influx of power surging into his body. But this power was extremely feeble, he could shatter it with merely a thought.
Jiang Yan didn't resist it.
On the contrary, he actively guided this energy toward the draconic flames at his core.
Vroom! Like a carp diving into water, that force swiftly merged into the dragon flames upon contact. Found it!
Mu Mengyao's face lit up with delight as she gracefully raised her jade-like hand, channeling the energy within Jiang Yan's body.
But the next second,
an intense, domineering, and sinister aura erupted violently. The surrounding space rippled wildly in response.
With a resounding boom,
Mu Mengyao's hands ignited with two blazing demonic dragon flames. The uncontrollable demonic dragon flames crawled everywhere, engulfing her entire body and burning away her clothes. A breeze blew in through the window, scattering the dust to reveal Mu Mengyao's bare, jade-white shoulders. Before Mu Mengyao could react, her clothes were gone. Covering herself hurriedly, she blushed angrily. You perverted dragon, don't look.
Little maid, it seems you're quite lucky you actually drew my racial skill, Demon Dragon Flame. However, dragon flames aren't so easily controlled.
Jiang Yan smiled, the fire demonic energy only obeyed his commands. Mu Mengyao flushed red to her earlobes at his words, swapping clothes in a mix of embarrassment and anger.
Just you wait, little Yen, the Empress raged. In the following days,
Mu Mengyao became increasingly adept at wielding Jiang Yan's fiery demonic energy while visiting the Beastmaster Association to commission a blacksmith to forge a set of dragon scale armor. When the 1,000 black dragon scales appeared before the blacksmith, his eyes nearly popped out of his head.
He immediately offered Mu Mengyao a discount and vowed to employ his finest craftsmanship in forging the armor.
Miss, the forging of dragon scale armor requires 7 working days.
Would you kindly return next week to retrieve it? Okay.
At the counter, Mu Mengyao finished paying the handling fee, with over $1 million still left in her card.
Little Yen, don't you feel like the Beastmaster Association is unusually quiet today?
Jiang Yan glanced around. Apart from the fixed counters, only a few scattered people were visible. Even the once most popular bounty board had very few people selecting missions. Strange. Jiang Yan slightly furrowed his brows upon hearing people discussing. Who knows what brute cleared all the quests on the mission board, leaving us nothing to accept.
Shoo, keep it down.
I heard it's an inspection team sent from the imperial capital. Rumor has it they came specifically to investigate the city lord.
What? Could it be that the city lord has some issues with his political performance? Imperial Capital Patrol?
Jiang Yan remembered that this department was specifically the whip used to discipline officials. This investigation into Xiao couldn't be coincidental, someone must have sent them deliberately. Sigh, the inspection team is probably gonna come up empty-handed. That Xiao already resigned. Rumor has it he skipped town overnight, said the girl at the counter.
Only those with a guilty conscience would flee. Jiang Yan fell into thought.
Considering the timing of Xiao's disappearance, perhaps that person in the Heavenly Dragon secret realm was Xiao.
In that case,
I'll have to make a move against Chunqing Tian.
Miss, do you offer statue forging services here? Jiang Yan inquired.
The counter girl paused. Well, making statues shouldn't be difficult, but this request is quite rare. It'll cost extra.
Fine, I'd like to customize 3 sets of statues. Jiang Yan nodded and briskly tossed out 3 photographs.
That same night, Jiang Yan received the package from the Beastmaster Association. Mu Mengyao unwrapped the packaging and examined the sculpture curiously.
Xiao Yan, isn't this Chunqing Tian? Mu Mengyao looked at Jiang Yan with a strange expression. You don't have some weird fetish, do you?
After all, certain perverts love doing this sort of thing the most. Just as Mu Mengyao was filled with curiosity, Jiang Yan placed his hand on Chunqing Tian's head.
V-room.
A flash of white light, and the statue's surface cracked, shedding fragments to reveal Chunqing Tian's visage.
Where am I?
Chunqing Tian surveyed his surroundings.
Alive. Mu Mengyao was shocked. Chunqing Tian had been revived by Xiao Yan? Chapter 70, Shadow Ninja Assault. Shocking the city lord's mansion. Where am I? Chunqing Tian opened his eyes, scanning his surroundings.
Suddenly, he clutched his head, his face contorting in agony.
It hurts. Why does it hurt so much? As his gaze shifted, he caught sight of Mu Mengyao's bewildered expression. Wait, Mu Mengyao, what are you doing here? Wait, wasn't I just conquering that wild secret realm? Where is this place?
Chunqing Tian, as if still unaccustomed to the environment, began hobbling around with extremely uncoordinated movements. However, he hadn't taken more than a few steps when he suddenly bumped into a chest as solid as an iron wall.
Bang! Who the hell? Are you blind?
Chunqing Tian looked up and saw a colossal draconic creature standing 2 meters tall with a formidable build.
Hiss! What kind of monster is this? Chunqing Tian retreated several steps in succession until his back hit the wall. Chunqing Tian, this holy sovereign asks, you answer.
Jiang Yan looked at Chunqing Tian in the corner and spoke calmly. After observation, Chunqing Tian appeared to possess all his memories from before death. As for Chen Zhao's affairs, his son probably knows most of it.
I ask you, Sage Lord, why did Chen Xiao target the Heavenly Dragon Academy? What was his true purpose? Jiang Yan demanded in one breath.
He had originally thought Chunqing Tian was spineless, but who would have thought this guy would actually hesitate?
Father, you want to ask about my father? No, I can't say. Mu Mengyao, my father will definitely send someone to rescue me soon. Let me go now and there's still time.
Chunqing Tian cast a pleading glance at Mu Mengyao.
Mu Mengyao pressed Chunqing Tian onto a wooden chair expressionlessly. You'd better confess the truth. You all. Chunqing Tian's face turned cold as he sneered. Fine. I'll never tell you a single thing.
At some unknown moment, Jiang Yan's dragon claw had already rested upon Chunqing Tian's forehead, with dragon flames rising and scorching his very soul. Wrapped in the crimson flames, Chunqing Tian trembled violently, his face contorted in agony.
5 minutes later. Speak, I said. Big bro, no. Hero, I'll confess everything. Stop torturing me. Shouldn't you have done this earlier?
Insisted on imitating my brother Wu Jing for nothing. Jiang Yan curled his lip. Not using electric torture was already the greatest mercy. Afterwards, he had Chunqing Tian organize his thoughts and began listening to Chen Zhao's plan.
At the same time, outside Nanping City, in a forest cabin,
a large king crow with thick wings and bloodstained feathers landed before the door. A youth drenched in blood dismounted from the crow's back.
Knock knock.
Chu Feng extended his scar-covered hand and tapped on the door. After a short while, a tender, milky child's voice sounded from inside the room.
And no, don't come in. There's no one here. It's me, Xiaoling.
Brother? A little girl wearing a white gauze hat pushed open the door and peered over timidly. She had long eyelashes and pale red hair, with 2 horseears twitching slightly atop her head, appearing extremely alert. Upon seeing Chu Feng, Xu Ling let out a sigh of relief. But seeing the bloodstains on Xu Feng's body, her small eyes grew slightly red.
Brother, why you're bleeding? Who did this? I'll avenge my brother.
Xu Ling's delicate pale face was filled with fury, her petite fists clenched tightly.
It's alright, Xiaoling, big brother is fine.
Xu Feng gently ruffled Xu Ling's hair, his expression turning sorrowful. Faking an injury still wasn't enough to escape. It seems there's only one path left. But getting to see Xiaoling one last time, for that, I'm already content. Chuling shared his fate, having been adopted by the city lord's mansion since childhood and raised as an experimental subject for the personal guards. Due to a scientific experiment gone wrong, Chuling became permanently fused with her spirit beast, turning into a flawed half-beast hybrid who could never be separated. Little Ling, I've left you some money, spend it wisely. Remember to take your beast suppression medicine every day. Someone will come to pick you up in a few days. Chu Feng wasn't certain whether Zhang Yan would actually come, but these were the only arrangements he could make. Brother, where are you going? Xiaoling wants to go too, Chuling said. Chu Feng gave a bitter smile, his throat tightening as he found himself unable to speak. But right at that moment, _Creek _ Chu Feng's king crow suddenly screeched in alarm. The surrounding forest was eerily quiet, so quiet that only the rustling of bushes could be heard. Damn it, already? Chu Feng's expression turned icy as he spotted fleeting figures darting between the tree shadows. The sound arrived before its master. Chu Feng, come submit to your death quietly. Only by killing you might the city lord grant us mercy. Well, there's actually a half-beastkin girl here, perfect. Just right to contract as this old man's pet. Each cruel laugh reverberated through the woods, making Chu Ling's pretty face turn pale and her delicate hands grow icy. Chu Feng pulled Chu Ling into the room with one swift motion and slammed the door shut. Pressing his back against the door, he hugged the trembling little girl and said, Xiao Ling, escape through the secret passage. I'll buy us time. If I don't come for you, never come back, understand? I won't. But Chu Xiaoling stubbornly protested. This isn't the time to be stubborn. Listen to your brother, go now. Chu Feng frowned as the fighting sounds of King Crow already echoed outside the door. Boom! Caw caw! King Crow's cries grew increasingly frantic. King Crow was about to be overwhelmed. Anxiety surged in Chu Feng's heart. Suddenly, Chu Xiaoling's ears twitched. She raised her head, her entire body trembling as she spoke. Brother, outside, it's so scary. Chu Feng's face was full of puzzlement. Before he could even react, the sounds of a fierce struggle erupted from outside. Ding ding dong dong. Damn it, that bastard Chu Feng actually has backup. What's there to fear? We're a commander-level squad. I'll kill as many as they send. Ah, my eyes. Hidden weapons. It's the Fuso ninjas. They're all commander-level ninjas. Retreat. Fall back now. The pursuers' alarmed cries came through the door. Mixed with the sound were the slicing noises of blades cutting through flesh. After a brief moment, the outside fell completely silent, not even a single footstep could be heard. What's happened? Chu Feng's heart pounded as his palm gripped the wooden door. Big brother, don't. Chu Xiaoling whispered fearfully. Chu Feng scattered a handful of sleep-inducing powder, and the little girl finally drifted into unconsciousness. Then, he cracked the door open slightly and peered outside. A thick, pungent scent of blood assaulted his senses. Then, Chu Feng beheld a sight he would never forget for the rest of his life. On the muddy ground, the pursuer's dismembered limbs lay scattered in pools of blood, while the Dark Crow King had its wings bound in iron chains. Upon the boulders, in the blood-soaked earth, atop the treetops, black-clad ninjas stood tall in the sunlight, wielding sharp weapons like judges, their gazes fixed on the wooden gate. Thud, thud. At their forefront, a shadowy ninja advanced through pools of blood, ripples spreading beneath his steps. He crouched before Chu Feng, extending a pale palm toward him. Chu Feng's face was filled with shock, his forehead beaded with fine sweat. Kill them all. How is this possible? Those pursuers were all elites, yet they were completely wiped out. Who the hell are these ninjas? Chapter 71, Subduing New Underlings. The Azure Dragon's Treasure. The Shadow Ninja eyed Chu Feng impatiently while pulling out throwing stars and chain weapons. Don't attack, I'll go with you. Chu Feng recognized the situation. This ninja corps that could effortlessly exterminate their pursuers was absolutely beyond his ability to confront head-on. Unfortunately, neither he nor his younger sister managed to escape their fate. Their hands bound, they were taken back to Nanping City, outside Mu Mengyao's rented apartment. The shadowy ninja removed the hood from Chu Feng's head. He glanced at the shabby stairwell around him and sighed quietly. Truly worthy of a hidden master, choosing a slum as a hideout. It's remarkably well concealed. He cast a sidelong glance at Chu Xiaoling, who was also tied up in a burlap sack, and exhaled softly. He wondered just what kind of formidable figure he would meet this time. For him and his sister, the odds were likely grim. The shadowy ninja assumed a proper posture and gently knocked on the door. Knock, knock, knock. Such cautious demeanor made Chu Feng's heart grow even heavier. Whoever was inside must be terrifyingly strong. Here we go. A voice that sounded strangely familiar to Chu Feng rang out. Mu Mengyao, dressed in casual clothes, open the door. It's you? Come in. Mu Mengyao stepped aside, allowing the shadow ninja to carry Chu Feng and Chu Xiaoling into the house. Inside the house, Zhang Yan was lounging on the sofa humming a tune, munching on fruit while watching a dance show on TV. It's you. Chu Feng stood stunned in place, bound at the hands like a criminal. After all his calculations, he'd never expected the ninja to actually be Jiang Yan's subordinate.
Since when did he have such a team? What's wrong? Surprised to see this Saint Lord?
Jiang Yan glanced at Chu Feng and waved his hand, dismissing the shadow ninjas. He looked at the small sack behind Chu Feng, where Mu Mengyao was untying the rope. A pair of short horseshoes perked up, followed by the wary face of a little girl peeking out from the sack.
Don't come any closer, you bad people.
The little girl held back tears, clenching her fists and putting on a fierce stance. However, her young age and slightly chubby cheeks made her look especially adorable.
Ha! This beast-taming world even has little horse girls?
Jiang Yan paused slightly in surprise, noticing Chu Feng shielding the little girl behind him, then immediately understood their relationship. So they were siblings.
Jiang Yan approached Chu Shaoling.
Perhaps the pressure was too overwhelming, as the little girl suddenly burst into tears.
Wah! Monster! Big brother save me!
Chu Shaoling cried pitifully, her face streaked with tears.
Stop crying, or would you rather be eaten by this holy lord? Jiang Yan couldn't resist being mischievous, making the little girl cry even harder.
Little Yan, stop scaring the child, Mu Mengyao said helplessly, reaching out to comfort Chu Shaoling. Chu Feng, the sacred lord saved both you and your sister.
How do you intend to show your gratitude?
Jiang Yan looked down at Chu Feng imposingly. Whatever you require, sacred lord, I'll do my utmost to repay you, Chu Feng replied earnestly.
Alright then, since I saved you both, let's say 5 million each. Give me 10 million, and we'll call it even. 10 million, isn't that a bit too much? Too much? Do you really think so?
Jiang Yan grinned broadly, revealing a mouthful of sharp fangs.
No, not much, Chu Feng answered blankly. That's more like it. If you can't repay the debt, you'll work for this holy master for free. Otherwise,
Jiang Yan pointed his dragon claw at Chu Shaoling.
Chu Feng immediately nodded. I understand.
After agreeing to Jiang Yan's demands, Chu Feng actually felt relieved.
Calmly untying the ropes, he stepped into his new role as a subordinate.
Chu Shaoling also became well-behaved. Whether she truly understood that she owed money or not, she kept praising Jiang Yan for being amazing. Witnessing this scene, Chu Feng couldn't help but sigh. Compared to his days at the city lord's manor, this place was practically heaven. Moreover, Jiang Yan commanded the unfathomable and terrifying Shadow Legion, their power absolutely fearsome. Perhaps acknowledging him as our master would instead be our greatest fortune.
However, right at this moment, footsteps came from the next room. Big shot, my credit card is maxed out. Can you give me a break?
Chen Tian stepped out of the room, locking eyes with Chu Feng, both froze in surprise.
Chu Feng, you came to save me, right? Chen Tian's face lit up with joy as he ordered. Quick, seize these two scoundrels.
How dare they force me to max out my credit card buying things for them utterly inhuman. Chu Feng's gaze grew distant.
But wasn't Chen Tian supposed to be dead? Come on, what are you standing around for?
Chen Tian roared as he strode forward, delivering a kick towards Chu Feng.
Bang! With lightning reflexes, Chu Feng grabbed Chen Tian's thigh and executed a perfect shoulder throw. The latter was slammed dumbstruck onto the ground, foaming at the mouth before passing out instantly. What? It's actually a live person.
Chu Feng's face was filled with shock, and he froze in place.
How is this possible? Don't be nervous, it's just an experiment. With a wave of Jiang Yan's hand, a hexagonal talisman flew out from Chunqing Tian's body.
As the rat talisman was extracted, Chunqing Tian's body gradually petrified inch by inch, turning into a stone statue.
Chu Feng froze in shock. Holy shit, vanishing act? This is bullshit.
Alright, Chunqing Tian was possessed by me through divine summoning.
He revealed most of the intelligence about the city lord's mansion. Since you're here too, help verify its authenticity.
Jiang Yan handed Chu Feng a notebook containing Chunqing Tian's testimony. Chu Feng skimmed through it and let out a long sigh minutes later. Lord Saint, being with you makes me feel like the entire world has changed.
Let's get to the point, Jiang Yan said.
According to the testimony, 2 facts can be confirmed.
First, Chunqing Tian's current body is being controlled by the city lord, similar to a soul transfer skill. Second, the city lord attacked the celestial dragon realm to gain control over the Azure dragon. He obtained this intelligence from a mysterious organization. That Azure dragon holds the key to an astonishing treasure trove. Whoever obtains it will gain endless resources.
Chu Feng finished speaking, looking at Jiang Yan with excitement.
These pieces of information were all top secret. If not for Jiang Yan's ability to summon Chunqing Tian's spirit, an ordinary person wouldn't have been able to figure it out even if they racked their brains. Just about what I expected.
Jiang Yan nodded. I'll go ask Son Long for a clear explanation. Without delay, Jiang Yan then set out to find Long Qingshan, preparing to re-enter the secret dragon realm. However, the moment they stepped through the gates of the Heavenly Dragon Academy, Jiang Yan and his party suddenly froze in their tracks. Fragments of shattered puzzle pieces suddenly appeared in the sky, each reflecting scenes from the Heavenly Dragon's secret realm. Dragon Xingshan stood at the school gate with a group dressed in the uniforms of the capital inspection team, seemingly engaged in conversation. Apologies, Dean Long.
If we had apprehended Chen Xiao earlier, he wouldn't have shattered the Heavenly Dragon's secret realm. This isn't the time for such talk. Let's focus on stopping this catastrophe. Long Qingshan waved at a white-haired beauty with an extremely complicated look in his eyes.
Now that the secret realm is on the verge of collapse, the passage can only accommodate commander-level spirit beasts.
Our tamed beasts can't be brought inside.
Deep in thought, Long Qingshan suddenly caught sight of Mu Mengyao's figure and froze slightly.
Holy shit, this girl hasn't left? Chapter 72, The Sculpture is Ours. Azure Dragon vs. Soul Demon.
Seeing Mu Mengyao, Long Qingshan was momentarily dazed.
It wasn't until Jiang Yan also approached that he finally recognized the truth. Mu Mengyao hadn't left, and that spirit beast was still here too. Principal Long, what's wrong? Why are you standing there stunned? It's nothing, I just suddenly saw a familiar face.
Dragon Qingshan shook his head, glancing at Mu Mengyao with a light sigh.
It seems we'll have to trouble this lass once again. Dean Long means.
The silver-haired beauty glanced at Mu Mengyao and frowned slightly. Director, Chen Zhao's spirit beasts are slaughtering the creatures of the mystic realm indiscriminately. The situation is critical, we cannot pin our hopes on outsiders. The Dragon Academy's dean remained silent, his gaze filled with profound complexity.
Mu Mengyao stepped forward and asked solemnly, Director, what's the situation with the secret realm?
Alas, as you can see, our academy has issued a mobilization notice for intermediate beast masters to the entire society. Everyone who possesses a commander-level spiritual beast is obligated to answer the call, Principal Long said with a complicated expression. That guy Chen Xiao has disappeared. Someone needs to go in to surround and kill his spirit beast to prevent the secret realm from further collapsing. Mu Mengyao nodded and was about to agree when she suddenly thought of Jiang Yan. She turned her head to look at Jiang Yan and asked, What do you think, Xiaoyan? Capture Chunqing Tian. Jiang Yan's expression remained calm, his thoughts crystal clear. Chen Zhao's spirit beast was still slaughtering creatures in the secret realm, likely under Chen Zhao's orders. For some reason, Chen Xiao hadn't perished but had been forced into hiding. It was even possible that Chen Xiao had been forcibly teleported out of the secret realm by the Tsang dragon, separated from his spirit beasts. So the top priority is to find Chen Xiao and kill him. Mu Mengyao, quick-witted as she was, soon grasped Jiang Yan's meaning. Dean Long, according to the intelligence gathered by myself and the city lord's residence, we must capture Chunqing Tian.
Chunqing Tian? Dean Long was momentarily taken aback. Bai Qianyue furrowed her brows. Why do we need to capture Chunqing Tian? I'm Chu Feng, formerly a member of the city lord's personal guard. At this moment, Chu Feng stepped forward and informed Long Qingshan and Bai Qianyue about Chunqing Tian's resurrection from death and how Chen Xiao had used a secret technique to possess his body. The two furrowed their brows slightly upon hearing this, appearing deeply puzzled. Dean Long, this is urgent.
You'd better believe us, Mu Mengyao said gravely.
Student Mu Mengyao, are you saying Chen Xiao is Chunqing Tian?
Yes, but... Dean Long turned his gaze to the inspection team members standing behind Bai Qianyue, their figures draped in black hoods, their expressions hidden in shadow.
Suddenly, one of the members stepped forward and pulled back his hood. Sorry everyone, my father is beyond redemption. Let me, his son, apprehend him personally.
The familiar voice left Mu Mengyao and Chu Feng momentarily stunned.
This voice, Chunqing Tian, what cunning deception.
Jiang Yan recognized the figure beneath the hood and curled the corner of his mouth slightly.
The most dangerous place is the safest.
With reverse thinking, Chen Xiao had actually been hiding right within the patrol team all along. It seems the plan to capture Chunqing Tian directly has been foiled. But it doesn't matter, the Azure Dragon and Demon sculptures he had forged at the blacksmith's shop are now in his hands, along with the rat talisman. In a short time, he can revive either the Azure Dragon sculpture or the Demon sculpture to oppose Chen Xiao.
See City Lord. Chu Feng's face paled as he gulped nervously. You're Chu Feng, right? While we do have personal grudges, there's no need to claim my father is actually me.
Chunqing Tian said with a gentle expression.
Chunqing Tian personally applied to join the patrol team, and he actively cooperated during the arrest operation. If you claim he's Chen Xiao, do you really expect me to believe that?
Bai Qianyue's face was cold as ice as she watched Mu Mengyao's group warily.
Isn't this just the pot calling the kettle black? Mu Mengyao and Chu Feng clicked their tongues in slight astonishment, falling into silence. Captain Bai, this must be a misunderstanding.
Dean Long mediated with a solemn tone. First, let's consider the matter of the secret realm. If the secret realm shatters, those spirit beasts will escape, causing a citywide beast tide. Upon hearing this, Chunqing Tian immediately raised his hand. Since my father made a mistake, it's my duty as his son to stop him.
Captain, I'm willing to personally head to the secret realm.
He wore a resolute expression, appearing utterly prepared to face death, earning him some recognition from those around him. Chunqing Tian, having you join the patrol squad was truly my most correct decision, Bai Qianyue praised. Mu Mangyao looked grave, about to say something more, but was stopped by Jiang Yan. Little maid, let's go in too, Jiang Yan said expressionlessly. But, alright, I understand. Mu Mangyao hesitated for a moment before nodding firmly. Nothing ventured, nothing gained.
Let's consider it as repaying the Heavenly Dragon Academy's kindness. With a resolute expression, Mu Mangyao declared, Dean, we must enter the secret realm too. Great, I leave it to you all. Long Qingshan nodded in agreement, using the secret realm token to summon a swirling portal to the mystical realm. Mu Mangyao and Chen Qingtian stepped through one after another. Chu Feng hesitated momentarily before also entering the swirling portal of the secret realm. The Heavenly Dragon secret realm, nearing dusk, the sky seemed dyed in a layer of crimson. Mu Mangyao had just entered the secret realm when she spotted numerous traces of battle. A commander-level teacher had already visited and left behind traces of battle. At that moment, Chen Qingtian appeared not far from her, his face shrouded in shadows, his body trembling uncontrollably. The Celestial Dragon's secret realm, this city lord has returned. Chen Qingtian no, Chen Xiao suddenly raised his head, his honest face transforming into one of cold-blooded cruelty. Roar roar! In the distance, several massive spirit beasts were rapidly approaching, seemingly drawn by Chen Xiao's presence. The leading figure, ghost-like with a mist-wreathed body, had already arrived before Chen Xiao, unleashing a piercing, soul-rending shriek. Screech! Peak beast grade, mental attribute spirit beast, soul demon. The outside world. How could this be? Bai Qianyue's eyes widened as she stared at the sphere exposing Chen Xiao, her expression freezing in shock. Those two were right. Chen Xiao was Chen Qingtian. Why did the slap in the face come so quickly? Damn it! Letting Chen Xiao enter the secret realm is like releasing a tiger back into the mountains. The surrounding inspection team members also wore expressions of urgent concern. Long Qingshan watched the scene expressionlessly, as if he had anticipated it all along. So, how do you plan to respond? Within the Heavenly Dragon's secret realm, Chen Xiao no longer concealed his amusement, roaring with arrogant laughter. You fools actually thought you could outsmart this city lord? Ha ha ha! The Azure Dragon dared to forcibly shatter my mortal form, but never imagined this city lord could still return from the dead, did it? He glared at Chu Feng and Mu Mangyao, and you too, attempting to expose my true identity, weren't you? Soul demon, devour them! Screech! The mist-bodied soul demon came rushing like a spectral blur, its speed defying eyesight. In the blink of an eye, it was already upon Mu Mangyao and the others. Too fast. But at this very moment, Lord Dragon Monarch, I've come to aid you. A hoarse yet powerful voice resounded through the sky. Jiang Yan grabbed Mu Mangyao and Chu Feng, taking a step back. Boom! A thunderbolt-like figure descended from the sky, transforming into a spectral bone dragon. Its dragon tail swung like a meteor hammer, striking the soul demon with crushing force. Screech! The soul demon instantly let out a shrill scream. Azure Dragon. Chen Zhao's expression turned grave. Chapter 73, Ghost Shadow Core, beware your back. At this moment, outside, countless fragments of secret realms reflected the massive skeletal form of the Zhonglong. The eerie soulfire flickering in its hollow eye socket sent chills down one's spine. Holy shit! Look at that spiritual beast. Is that a living dragon skeleton? What an enormous dragon skeleton! Just what kind of dragon beast could this have been in its lifetime? Wait, why is it protecting Campus Belle Mu? Watching the Azure Dragon protect its master, the surrounding students buzzed with discussion. But soon, teachers came forward to manage the situation and urged the students to quickly return home. The Azure Dragon actually protected an outsider? Long Qingshan's expression stiffened for a moment, as if he hadn't anticipated such a possibility. Never seen the Azure Dragon protecting an outsider before. What a first! Dean Long, isn't this bone dragon the guardian beast of your Heavenly Dragon secret realm? How could it appear before Chen Xiao for the sake of a junior? Bai Qianyue's expression also showed slight surprise. I'm not certain either, but it's definitely related to that little fellow. Long Qingshan's gaze grew profound as he stared at Jiang Yan within the fragments. This guy always manages to work miracles. Inside the secret realm, as the Azure Dragon sent the soul demon flying with a single strike, the surrounding air grew eerily still. Not far away, someone rushed over at top speed, certain this was the main battlefield. Jiang Yan stood quietly in place as waves of mist began swirling around him, obscuring the Azure Dragon's form. Sir, why is the Azure Dragon protecting us? Chu Feng asked in confusion. Because I tamed the Azure Dragon long ago. Mu Mangyao face brimmed with confidence as she glared challengingly at Chen Xiao across from her, her fighting spirit blazing. Chu Feng was stunned, never expecting the lady of the house to be so formidable. However, Lord Sage, why have you returned? The Azure Dragon turned its massive head. Is it to rescue the little dragon? Jiang Yan nodded and asked, Azure Dragon, at your peak strength, what were your odds of defeating them? 100%. The Azure Dragon answered without hesitation. I want the truth. Factoring in the possibility of being ganged up on, the win rate should be about 75%? So it's 50-50 then? Jiang Yan stroked his chin.
According to the Azure Dragon's memories, this guy was just a silver dragon who specialized in potion making. In terms of actual combat power, he probably wasn't even half as strong as other dragons of his level.
Great sage, this humble dragon was once considered a dragon king. My combat prowess shouldn't be underestimated.
The Azure Dragon was about to retort when Jiang Yan cut it off. Enough, I understand.
I could actually run away if I can't win the fight.
Jiang Yan fell silent, mapping out his plans for what lay ahead.
To stop Chen Xiao, there are two methods: assassinate his physical body or slay him with overwhelming force.
With this thought, Jiang Yan willed it, and the shadows beneath his feet twisted rapidly, splitting into several shadowy masses.
The shadowy masses then divided in two directions, darting respectively toward Chu Feng and Chen Xiao. Boom!
At that very moment, a thunderous roar echoed from beyond the mist.
Ha ha ha,
Azure Dragon, I was just lamenting not being able to find you. Who knew you'd deliver yourself right to my doorstep?
Chen Xiao's figure darted like a phantom, suddenly charging through the thick mist.
His body was possessed by a spirit demon, radiating an aura of bone-chilling cold and extreme frost. With a savage expression, he snarled, "This time, I absolutely won't let you escape." Whoosh! Chen Xiao's figure flashed like a shooting star as he came crashing down.
My lord, dodge now.
The Azure Dragon swung its tail, preparing to strike Chen Xiao, but right at that moment,
Chen Xiao suddenly smiled. My true target. It was never them. Soul Demon. Spirit Manipulation.
At Chen Xiao's command, the Soul Demon split from his body, erupted with towering black energy. The Soul Demon's hook-like claws shot out strands of violet threads that instantly struck the Azure Dragon.
The purple threads, like puppet strings, pinned the Azure Dragon's limbs, head, torso, and spine.
Within moments, the Azure Dragon's body stiffened, rendered completely immobile, and with it, the very air of the secret realm froze solid.
The Azure Dragon, as the master of the secret realm,
being controlled signifies that the dominion over the entire realm has fallen into Chen Xiao's hands.
Countless spirit beasts felt despair, letting out mournful whimpers.
More and more people gathered, clad in black robes, standing behind Chen Xiao.
Their stance, needless to say. Ha! I knew all along you old Sanglong were just a remnant soul. All my efforts nurturing the soul demon weren't wasted.
Chen Xiao no longer concealed his excitement, erupting into maniacal laughter.
My lord, what should we do next?
Chu Feng gazed solemnly at Jiang Yan, his eyes filled with hopeful anticipation.
The enemy outnumbers us, this is tricky.
Jiang Yan silently stared at the dense crowd behind Chen Xiao. Among them were quite a few familiar faces: Long Yuxuan, some mid-level beastmasters from the Beastmaster Association. In conditions like this, back in the day, we'd have already surrendered. The academy leadership not only failed to recognize Chen Xiao, but also allowed so many of his people to infiltrate. At this point, caught between a rock and a hard place, there was only one path left.
Jiang Yan glanced at Chu Feng, meeting his gaze. The latter nodded slightly, as if understanding the unspoken message in Jiang Yan's eyes. Little maid, summon Dayun. If all else fails, we'll ride it through the mystic realm. That makes sense. Mu Mingyao's eyes lit up. Why hadn't she thought of that?
A magic circle materialized, and the ethereal winged tiger emerged within its glow.
Roar!
The moment Dayun appeared, it let out a thunderous roar.
A pair of predatory eyes turned its way, and it instantly wilted, hiding behind Jiang Yan. Big bro, save me. You cowardly little tiger, hide behind this sacred lord. Jiang Yan scoffed.
As the surrounding mist gradually thickened, the white fog obscured everyone's vision. The figure of the Azure Dragon grew closer through the mist, sensing the spirit beasts lurking around, waiting for an opportunity. Numerous stealthy spirit beasts were present, but the greatest threat still came from Chen Xiao.
Capture the leader first, and the gang will scatter. Jiang Yan's gaze sharpened as his mental energy surged forth recklessly, transforming into razor-sharp psychic blades. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Psychic blades swept out, kicking up a fierce gale. Wherever they passed, the mist dissipated. Even the Azure Dragon was forced to retreat under the relentless assault. Humph, your level isn't high, but your strength isn't small. It seems you have some connection to my son's death.
Chen Xiao's face darkened. Better to kill by mistake than let one slip away.
Just as he was about to take action himself, suddenly, whoosh,
the shadow beneath his feet suddenly writhed, and a ninja figure leaped out.
A gleam of cold light flashed.
A sharp dagger thrust toward Chen Xiao from an unexpected angle.
How amusing.
Old Master Su's treasure has actually fallen into your hands.
Chen Xiao remained unfazed, throwing a powerful punch with tremendous force. Bang!
The shadow ninja was sent flying, weapon and all.
Not over yet.
Jiang Yan's gaze remained icy as his dragon claws continued their relentless assault. The mental assault and assassination attempt were merely diversions. The true killing blow hadn't even begun.
Sizzle!
From the dragon claws surged streams of indigo-purple lunar demonic energy, rapidly altering the surrounding gravitational forces.
An overwhelming pressure crashed down violently.
In an instant, everyone on the battlefield felt as if their movements had become sluggish. Several more shadows wriggled beneath Chen Xiao's feet, lunging at him like serpents. Their speed was so astonishing that even Chen Xiao was taken aback.
So fast. Wait, no. I've slowed down. Chapter 74, Rat Talisman Divine Summoning. One of the 8 Demon Kings.
Even with what felt like a mountain weighing on his shoulders, Chen Xiao remained calm.
He chanted an incantation, golden light shimmering around him. Cultivation of both body and spirit. This guy is really hard to kill.
Jiang Yan felt a hint of annoyance. At this very moment,
"Sir, let me help you." Suddenly,
Chu Feng, wielding his black feather dagger, suddenly leaped out and intercepted the shadow ninja.
Clang, clang. Chu Feng moved swiftly, engaging in close combat with the shadow ninjas, their blades gleaming with a cold light.
The shadow ninja's strikes were lethal, a single misstep could spell death.
Put.
During the fierce struggle, Chu Feng was stabbed in the abdomen by a dagger, blood streaming out, yet he ultimately managed to block the shadow ninja's surprise attack.
"Is it you?" Chen Xiao frowned at Chu Feng, sneering coldly. "What, you think blocking an attack for me would make me trust you? City Lord, Chu Feng genuinely wishes to abandon the dark and seek the light."
Chu Feng knelt on one knee before Chen Xiao, speaking with utmost sincerity.
"Huh? Is that so? I couldn't be happier."
Chen Xiao wore a frosty smirk as he viciously kicked the heavily injured Chu Feng.
But right at that moment,
from within the shadows beneath Chu Feng's body, a pair of crimson eyes suddenly ignited. Chu Feng smiled helplessly. "Sir, I just want to survive peacefully." He abruptly crushed the black feather in his hand. With a bang, a dark mist erupted. Then, from the shadows beneath him, a ghostly ninja emerged, holding a gleaming golden treasure blade in hand.
Golden rank weapon. Chunqing Tian's credit card bounty. Jiang Yan stared unblinkingly at this blade strike. At this moment, Chen Xiao's face was filled with utter astonishment as he exclaimed in disbelief. "What? This turned out to be the real trap all along." Put.
The golden dagger slashed across Chen Xiao's neck, then swung down to plunge into his left chest, delivering a final stab to the heart. With both strikes successful, the shadowy ninja grabbed the severely injured Chu Feng and swiftly retreated. Thud! Chen Xiao collapsed limply to the ground, blood pooling around him as his entire body became soaked in the crimson tide.
The crowd stood dumbfounded, their faces filled with shock. "City Lord! Dead? City Lord!" A guard rushed over to check the City Lord's pulse. Immediately, his face turned deathly pale as he stood frozen in place, muttering to himself, "How could this be? This can't be happening. How could our Lord, who had planned for every contingency, possibly fall to assassins? Impossible. My Lord, what are we supposed to do without you?" A crowd dashed past, their faces streaked with tears, eyes brimming with terror and sorrow. They're Chen Xiao's most loyal followers who took poison. With Chen Xiao dead, no one can give them the antidote. Chu Feng said weakly beside Jiang Yan, his face deathly pale. Well done." Jiang Yan activated the horse talisman, and a white light enveloped Chu Feng, healing the wound on his abdomen. "Thank you, my lord." Chu Feng stared at his healed injury with a solemn expression. It was simply miraculous. Suddenly, a gentle breeze swept in, carrying waves of icy chill. Snowflakes unexpectedly began drifting through the air. On the ground, Chen Xiao's blood gradually solidified, forming a thick layer of frost over it. Jiang Yan frowned slightly as he observed Chen Xiao's corpse. The wounds had already frozen over, and at the throat area, a bulge was rapidly moving. In just a few moments, it had reached the position of the heart. 1000-thread ice silkworm. Attribute, ice. Level, 49. Description, a vigorous ice element goo insect capable of instantly healing its host's wounds. Jiang Yan heard the system prompt in his ear, and his expression gradually turned serious. A method to treat ice-type goo insects? Everyone, the city lord is not dead yet. Long Yuxuan stepped forward unhurriedly, helping Chen Xiao up while staring fixedly at Jiang Yan. "If we can capture this guy before the city lord wakes up, perhaps we'll receive his reward?" As the words fell, Chen Xiao's life force rapidly regenerated. His fingers twitched slightly, he was about to awaken. Damn! Luckily the city lord had everything under control. Scared the hell out of me. Everyone, charge together. Slay that beast and avenge the city lord. Alright. The crowd erupted with ecstasy, rushing toward Jiang Yan like madmen. In an instant, all sorts of bizarre-looking spirit beasts charged forward, unleashing their elemental attacks. Fireballs, water cannons, lightning strikes, wind blades. As the overwhelming barrage of attacks descended, Jiang Yan watched calmly, his heart utterly unperturbed. Little maid, sculptures. Alright. Mu Mengyao nodded, her jade-like hand gliding over the heavenly spirit pearl at her chest. With a ripple of spatial fluctuation, a vividly lifelike azure dragon sculpture, standing 3 meters tall, materialized on the battlefield. It possessed a slender emerald green dragon body, with antler-like rounded horns and eyes that exuded both majesty and a hint of roguish mischief.
This was the Azure Dragon Jiang Yan had commissioned artisans to carve, based on the memories of the true Azure Dragon.
Xiao Yan, what should I do next? Mu Mengyao called out loudly.
Jiang Yan stepped forward, appearing before the Azure Dragon statue.
Do nothing, create distance, leave the rest to me. Understood. Mu Mengyao turned and ran immediately, determined not to become Jiang Yan's burden. Rat Talisman.
Jiang Yan took a deep breath and placed his hand on the Azure Dragon sculpture, but instead of immediately activating the power of the talisman, he chose to wait.
Suddenly, boom!
Amidst the mist, a skeletal whip from the Azure Dragon lashed out, striking viciously toward Jiang Yan's head. If he didn't dodge, his head would be blown open. If he dodged, the sculpture would shatter.
Ha, kid, did you really think I'd give you another chance?
Chen Zhao's voice sounded from behind, but Jiang Yan's expression remained impassive. His feet propelled him upwards as he leaped high into the air, swiftly flying away from the sculpture.
With a loud bang,
the sculpture directly exploded into fragments, scattering broken pieces across the ground. And it didn't stop there. Long Yuxuan commanded the black dragon to spew dragonfire, reducing the sculpture to ashes.
No matter what tricks you have, I won't give you the chance to use them. Chen Xiao awoke with a cold laugh. Meanwhile, in the hellish realm, Basha, can your demon mirror really show us the Holy Master?
Pang, Xiaofeng, Shimu, and the other 6 demons sat together, watching Basha sketching a magic mirror on the water's surface.
Shut up!
Basha glared at the group of demons before focusing on chanting her incantation. Soon, a magical mirror surfaced on the water, displaying the shattered remnants of Jiang Yan's Azure Dragon sculpture.
As longtime acquaintances of the demon sorcerer, the 7 demons instantly recognized Jiang Yan by the sculpture and knew he intended to revive it with the rat talisman.
Smash that thing, and the Saint Sovereign is done for. Lazy Emo Zhongsu sneered coldly.
But Basha, why are you showing us this? Shimu asked.
Basha gave a chilling laugh, pointing at Mu Mengyao in the image. The Saint Sovereign told me he carved a demon sculpture.
Who do you think he intends to revive?
What? The demons were ecstatic, their gaze shifting behind Mu Mengyao where a massive sculpture wrapped in black cloth emanated an aura of pure demonic energy.
Of course it's me, Demon Roaring Wind.
It must be me, seeing as the Demon King stole my moonlight magic.
As the demons quarreled, Basha sneered coldly. Fools, think about why the Holy Lord told me in advance? At this very moment, in the scene, Mu Mengyao yanks off the black cloth. A sculpture appeared, and the 7 demons all froze. Why is it the Holy Sovereign? Chapter 75, Reviving the True Holy Sovereign, the Demons' Collective Breakdown.
In the scene, the sculpture behind Mu Mengyao resembled a circular disc. Upon closer inspection, one could see that this disc was actually the coiled form of a dragon-like creature. The dark golden dragon body coiled up, its draconic head glaring forward with wrathful eyes, its gaze domineering. This sight was all too familiar to Basha and the other demons, because this was precisely how the Demon King had been sealed before.
We agreed on 8 Demon Kings.
Why is it only the Demon King himself here? The Wind Demon, Xiamu, tugged at his sparse hair in sheer frustration. That cunning bastard, the Demon Sorcerer, never intended to resurrect us from the start.
Crunch crunch. Bob Wanyu angrily shoveled rocks into her mouth, producing loud crunching sounds.
The other demons turned ashen-faced, particularly Zhongsu, whose body crackled with thunderous energy like a volcano on the brink of eruption. Of course, if anyone was the most furious, it had to be the water demon, Basha.
Damn it, I should have known he was playing me all along.
Basha gnashed her teeth, her demonic tentacles writhing wildly across her face. So much for that promised demon sculpture.
Pants are already off. Oh no, I meant my resurrection lines were all rehearsed, and you show me this? Damn you, Holy Sovereign.
If all you wanted was to prove that the demon statue could resurrect you, then fine, you win. Basha burned with envy, but then realized Jiang Yan was doing this to settle their last grudge. Just you wait, we'll settle this score later. With a forceful squeeze, Basha shattered the water mirror into pieces. Meanwhile, inside the Heavenly Dragon's secret realm, using the Rabbit Talisman's power, Jiang Yan had already put considerable distance between himself and the pursuing Chen Zhao's group, landing nimbly before the statue of the sacred ruler.
Xiao Yan, what kind of creature is this?
It feels so similar to you, Mu Mengyao inquired.
To some extent, we are one and the same.
Jiang Yan's expression remained calm as he gazed at the sacred lord's sculpture, the corners of his lips curling slightly upward. Ever since activating the rat talisman, he'd contemplated numerous sculpture ideas, the 8 demon generals, the shadow masks, even various divine beasts. But after thinking for a long time, none compared to the sculpture before me. Compared to the sculpture whose true appearance and details I'd never seen, the sacred sovereign was downright amiable.
Moreover, no one said you couldn't resurrect the sacred sovereign. Step back, I'm about to commence the resurrection. Jiang Yan warned, the sorcerer is dangerous, I don't want my little maid getting wiped out like a minion.
Once Mu Mengyao was safely away, he immediately activated the rat talisman. Buzz! A white glow emanated from Jiang Yan's palm as it touched the chilling sculpture of the sorcerer.
In an instant, he felt a terrifying suction force from the statue, draining his mental energy like a pump.
Fortunately, he had mental restoration potions. After downing a few gulps, his mental energy was fully replenished. Soon, as Jiang Yan's mental energy hit rock bottom once again, the statue of the Holy Master began to tremble violently. The stone shell cracked and peeled away rapidly, revealing brand new dark golden dragon scales. The surrounding sky darkened with shifting clouds, the originally gloomy illusion now tinged with crimson. Suddenly, cracks appeared across the ground as ferocious draconic beasts scaled with armor like plates emerged, prostrating themselves before the statue of the sovereign like subjects paying homage to their emperor.
After slumbering for countless years, we finally live again. A deep, hoarse voice spoke with demonic resonance. The statue of the sovereign transformed into a towering 5-meter-tall humanoid draconic demon, its stature majestic and imposing. It tugged on the reins of a green-scaled demon dragon and mounted its back. How rare, my subjects are actually still alive. While the Holy Master appeared, Jiang Yan had already used the rabbit talisman to instantly teleport far away, quietly observing the scene. I wonder how much of its peak strength this resurrected Holy Master can unleash. At this moment, Xiao and the others rushed over, all noticing the towering infernal energy of fire surrounding them. Each of them wore expressions of shock and bewilderment, their faces deadly serious. What terrifying energy this is, and it's extremely malevolent, as if facing a demon directly. When everyone saw the Holy Lord's face clearly, they were utterly stunned. What's going on? How did that draconic beast suddenly become so much stronger? It's not just stronger, it's become downright sinister, as if it's transformed from a draconic beast into a demonic creature. If I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, I'd suspect it wasn't even the same spirit beast anymore. The crowd buzzed with excited chatter. How did it become so much stronger? Chen Zhao's face was full of shock and doubt. This creature's level is at least king tier. Sir, the die is cast, there's no going back now, Long Yuxuan reminded. I don't need your reminder. Chen Xiao snorted coldly. The stronger it gets, the more we must kill it. Otherwise, it'll bring endless trouble. Soul Demon, command the Azure Dragon to test him. Screech! The Soul Demon swung its claws, controlling the Azure Dragon to swiftly attack the Saint Lord. The prostrate dragon beasts all raised their heads, their eyes gleaming with ferocity. Interesting, this world seems quite different. The Saint observed his surroundings, his draconic jaws suddenly twisting into a ferocious grin. All the world's knowledge shall be mine by devouring a few souls. Boom! The rumble of the Azure Dragon's charge approached, but when the Saint opened his maw to unleash Dragon's fury, the attack failed to manifest. It seems my talisman powers are incomplete. In just an instant, the Azure Dragon's tail transformed into a bone whip and lashed out. Bang! Fortunately, at the critical moment, the sacred sovereign caught the Azure Dragon's tail with one hand, his right arm muscle swelling significantly. With a gentle squeeze, bang! The Azure Dragon's long tail was actually crushed by sheer brute force. Hiss! The surrounding crowd gasped in shock, such power was utterly incomprehensible. The ox's strength remains, but the rest. As the Holy Lord spoke, his eyes emitted dazzling laser beams. Wherever his gaze fell, the laser vision covered everything. The Azure Dragon locked eyes with the Holy Lord, only for its eye sockets to be instantly burned through, leaving 2 gaping holes. The bystanders tried to flee, but none could match the speed of the Holy Lord's gaze. In the blink of an eye, laser beams overtook them, slicing them in half at the waist. Neither tamed beasts nor humans stood a chance against the Holy Lord's laser eyes, all were mere weeds before its might. This bastard's really giving us trouble. Chen Zhao's face turned deathly pale, his forehead already beaded with cold sweat. Spirit Demon, shared fate curse. Screech, screech. The Soul Demon revealed an expression of terror. It didn't want to die with that bastard. Trade your life for his. After you die, I'll revive you using the Azure Dragon's treasure. Seeing the Soul Demon still hesitating, Chen Xiao directly used their contract to force it to cast the shared fate curse. Screech! The Soul Demon let out a piercing shriek of agony. Its body exploded violently into a cloud of black mist, from which thorn-like chains shot forth. Those chains seemed possessed of souls, transforming into a cage to imprison the Sacred Lord's movements. Interesting, a mutual destruction dark magic? The Saint Master did not dodge, but instead wore a cold sneer, allowing the curse to take effect. Crack! The Saint Master's body became covered in fissures, like a porcelain doll that would shatter with the slightest breeze. Die! Chen Xiao watched the scene coldly, a faint smile playing at the corner of his lips. However, time passed, and the cracks on the Holy Lord's body actually healed automatically, restoring him to perfect condition. Slave, did you truly believe you could shake the power of this Holy Lord? The Holy Lord sneered with a vicious laugh. How could this be? Chen Xiao was dumbstruck, his face flushing with despair as his defenses completely shattered. The Soul Demon's curse can even kill king-tier spirit beasts. Why is this happening? An opponent who can't be killed, how are we supposed to fight this? Chapter 76, Absorbing the Rat Talisman. Soaring Dragon Energy.
This guy really has rotten luck. Using a life-for-a-life curse against an immortal opponent just wastes a perfectly good spirit beast.
Jiang Yan couldn't help but laugh as he watched Chen Zhao's actions.
His own final trump card meant to perish together with the enemy, only to discover the opponent was cheating, utterly unkillable. No one could do anything against this despair. Yet the power displayed by the Sage Lord seemed to include the Ox Talisman, Pig Talisman, Dog Talisman. All were talisman powers he had yet to obtain. It seems that the resurrected Saint Master will gradually weaken as I obtain the talisman's power.
Ding!
Congratulations, host, for absorbing the draconic energy from the demon dragon.
Charging progress, 0.1%. Ding! Host absorbs draconic energy from the Azure Dragon remains, charging progress 3%. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have absorbed the dragon's power from the Holy Lord. Charging progress, 10%. Current Twilight of the Dragon Slayer progress, 75%.
A system prompt appeared before him, and Jiang Yan nodded in satisfaction. As the Holy Master slaughtered the spirit beasts around him, the power of Twilight of the Dragon Slayer rapidly surged. The hidden benefits were substantial.
Thump thump.
At this very moment, Jiang Yan looked up to see the Sacred Lord approaching him, each heavy step leaving scorch-like marks on the ground.
Boy, you carry my scent about you.
With a menacing glint in its eyes and surrounded by a retinue of green-scaled fiend dragons, the Sacred Lord moved with the terrifying majesty of an emperor. Its intentions were quite obvious, to retrieve its talisman and incidentally dominate the Blue Star world. Cooperating with the Saint Lord was like making a pact with the devil for others, but for Jiang Yan, it was just another failed taming attempt. What a pity! Jiang Yan shook his head, disappointment flickering in his eyes as he pointed his dragon claw toward the Saint Lord.
You don't actually think you can extract the talisman from within me, do you?
The Holy Master sneered coldly, charging forward with rapid steps.
Boom!
The surrounding green-scaled demon dragons flapped their wings, swarming in as drool rapidly secreted from their mouths, intent on tearing Jiang Yan to shreds.
This turn of events left everyone utterly unprepared.
Ha! So they're not from the same faction after all, nearly scared me to death.
Yeah.
You didn't see how strong that guy was, brute force without limits, and his eyes could unleash indestructible laser beams. The sudden shift in situation made Chen Zhao's group gloat with schadenfreude.
Kid, what do you think is happening here?
Chen Zhao's eyes still held lingering fear as he turned to look at Long Yuxuan.
That guy has the aura of a demon, perhaps a summoned one that's about to turn on its summoner.
But sir, we can't stay here much longer, Long Yuxuan said gravely.
Once Jiang Yan is killed by the demon, they'll be next.
Don't worry, I won't rest until I see that little dragon dead.
How else can I answer to my soul demon?
Chen Xiao viciously declared. Immediately, he ordered all his subordinates to stay and witness the spectacle together.
Jiang Yan also noticed Chen Zhao's movements and inexplicably felt like laughing.
Suddenly, Mu Mengyao shouted, "Little Yan, if it's too dangerous, we should leave first.
That Singlong treasure isn't worth dying for.
I'm not here just for the Azure Dragon's treasure."
Jiang Yan shook his head.
What mattered more was testing the rat talisman and incidentally absorbing some draconic energy.
As for the Azure Dragon, it could be revived anytime. Sir, this isn't the time to show off, you should leave first.
I'll cover the rear, Chu Feng also advised tactfully. Seeing this, the Holy Master accelerated with greater urgency.
The green-scaled demonic dragon began spewing blazing flames directly toward Jiang Yan.
Not bad, kid, you've actually gathered such fine servants.
But after I kill you, they'll all be mine.
The Holy Master materialized beside Jiang Yan, his broad, saber-like claws sweeping down in a vicious arc. Yet, as a cold glint flashed through the air, the Holy Master's claws suddenly froze mid-motion.
Absorb!
At some point, Jiang Yan's dragon claw was clutching a hexagonal talisman, upon which curled a long-tailed mouse.
As Jiang Yan extracted the rat talisman, Shangzhu's body froze in place. What?
The Saint Lord looked at his front claws as a dark glow gradually crept up them like a curse, turning flesh into stone wherever it passed. As time passed, the petrification accelerated, spreading from the front claws to the right chest, then rapidly advancing toward all four limbs.
Rat talisman.
Spotting the rat talisman in Jiang Yan's hand, the Saint Lord lumbered forward, step by step, toward him. But all efforts were ultimately in vain. Halfway through, its legs petrified where it stood. Just another failed experiment. Jiang Yan shook his head, flipped his dragon claw, and absorbed the rat talisman into his body.
Experiment? Just you wait, kid. The Holy Lord roared with fury, unleashing an indignant howl at the heavens. No!
With a resounding clatter, the Holy Lord's statue fell to the ground. With a wave of his hand, Jiang Yan stored the sculpture in his system space. As the Holy Lord vanished, the scene fell into complete silence.
Gone, just like that?
The crowd stared at Jiang Yan, completely unharmed, frozen in disbelief.
That terrifying demon hadn't lasted a single round in his hands. Is this still considered a commander-level spiritual beast? Can they really handle it? Sir, the plan has changed, let's retreat for now. Long Yuxuan's eyes showed slight panic as he gazed solemnly at Jiang Yan. Its abilities are truly bizarre, who knows what other tricks it might have. Shut up.
Chen Xiao cast a cold glance at Long Yuxuan, who immediately fell silent.
Do you think I don't know how powerful and bizarre it is? The key soul demon was dead, and the Azure dragon had been crushed to pieces. For all we know, my son might have been killed by it. How can I swallow this insult? Just as Chen Xiao hesitated, the ground began to vibrate with a buzzing tremor. Members of the Beastmaster Association were rushing over from the distance. Even the draconic beasts from the secret realm came flying. If they didn't leave now, death might be the only outcome. Damn it, let's go! Chen Xiao cursed angrily, shooting a fierce glare at Zhang Yan before turning to leave. Unbeknownst to him, as he departed, several pairs of crimson eyes gleamed from within his shadow, silently following his retreating figure. Only after Chen Xiao and his group had left did Mu Mengyao and the others finally breathe a sigh of relief. Xiaoyan, we've finally won, Mu Mengyao said with a sigh. Ever since rebirth, it's been nothing but high-stakes battles. She always felt like she couldn't even contribute. All thanks to the almighty power of our Lord. Chu Feng said respectfully, but sir, shouldn't we eliminate the root of the problem? The Sacred Lord has his own plans. Zhang Yan waved his hand, glancing at the battlefield strewn with spoils, then commanded the shadow ninjas to gather them up. Even a mosquito is still meat. At this moment, in the outside world, at the Celestial Dragon Academy, Long Qingshan and the others fell into silence. The Tianlong Academy truly conceals dragons and crouches tigers. Even an ordinary draconic beast here is extraordinary. My respects, he said. Gotta go. Leave right now. Chen Xiao turned and fled without the slightest hesitation. Seeing this, Long Yuxuan quickly followed suit. Deserter. The Saint Lord gave a sinister laugh but didn't give chase, instead turning towards a massive boulder. Zhang Yan stood atop the massive boulder, gazing down calmly at the approaching Saint Lord. Little dragon, you possess my power within you. Return it to me, and this Saint Lord may consider sparing your life. What a pity. With a sigh, Zhang Yan raised his dragon claw, drawing motes of light from the Saint Lord's body. The rat talisman has been forcibly extracted.